Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 1778 to Chapter 1875. Helen's eyes were filled with excitement when she heard that a prophet had already located Swan's location and sent someone to rescue her. According to Angor, if Swan was successfully rescued, she would return to Red Flower Mill as soon as possible. After thanking Angor again, Little Six helped Helen, who could not wait any longer, to head to Red Sunflower Workshop. Angor waited until Helen and Little Six were gone before he left as well. His body was walking on the empty street under the night sky, but his mind had already drifted to the void. I wonder if City Lord Rosen will be able to find Swan in the void. And those germinal believers? What would Mayor Lawson do to them if he found them? Would he kill all of them? Or would he banish them? Regardless of the outcome, Angor still hoped to solve the germinal problem as soon as possible. The southern wizarding region seemed to be getting better. The demon problem was solved, and there were many new supernovas in the rising star competition. However, this was only the surface. There were still many hidden dangers lurking in the dark. If the germinal organization was involved, even the best of the best would be destroyed. Therefore, he was still looking forward to the perfect outcome of the ambush that could not be announced to the public. It did not take him long to reach the street named Binsway. Due to the terrifying aura that appeared during the day, the streets of floating Mech City were much quieter. Binsway was an exception. The street was still brightly lit, and people were coming and going. What made this place so lively was, Angor looked up and saw a giant tree that was dozens of meters tall in the distance. However, the tree wasn't important. Instead, it was the large compound building built around the trunk, branches, and leaves of the tree. Angor didn't even get close to the treehouse. He could already smell the strong fragrance of Salomon. It was Blissful Lounge. A place that provided fun for wizards. The fun here wasn't just beautiful on the surface. It was also dark, twisted, perverted, and even bloody and deadly. Because of these hidden meanings, many wizards came to the Blissful Parlor, both male and female. He wasn't interested in Blissful Parlor. He came to this street to buy some food instead of going back to his manor. For example, dried fish. This was what he had promised Toby before. Because of the existence of the Blissful House, the power radiated from it slowly turned Binsway into an entertainment and consumption area. Apart from the Blissful Lounge, there were also many other places for entertainment, such as a clothing store, a bar, a bookstore, a snack bar, and even a large theater. But it seemed that the theater had not been used for a long time. According to Angor, the leaders of floating Mech City were planning to turn it into an arena. After walking for a while, he saw a small shop called Magical Gourmet Square. Apart from supernatural ingredients, the shop also sold some half-finished products made by gourmet apprentices. The dried fish of some transcendent fish also belonged to this category. A while later, he walked out of Magical Foods Workshop. His hands were still empty, but Toby, who was perched on his shoulder, had become more energetic than before. It was obvious that Toby had gained a lot from this trip. After buying the dried fish, Angor took Toby for a stroll around Binsway. Soon, Toby's snowy feather was filled with all kinds of delicious food, as well as a large number of unique fabrics and silks. Angor also bought some magazines that recorded the secrets of wizardry from the bookstores. When they were almost done, Angor prepared to leave with Toby. There were too many people on the street. Angor already activated infinite reticence to reduce his presence, so he didn't want to attract too much attention by flying into the air. He planned to leave Binsway first and find a quiet place to fly. But at this moment, he ran into someone. It was a young man holding a wooden staff who was walking out of Blissful Lounge's entrance. It was Oplia, the man he saw in Lawson's metal hall not long ago. It seemed that he came to Blissful Lounge as soon as he left the Tower of Infinity. Oplia was surprised to see Angor. He cleared his throat and said, "I didn't think I'd run into a super-dimensional wizard here. Are you here as well?" "I'm just passing by," Angor replied. "I'm just passing by, so I'm going in for a look." Angor didn't answer. Judging from Oplia's pleasant scent, he knew Oplia wasn't just a passerby. But it didn't matter to him, so he nodded and prepared to leave. Oplia didn't want to talk about anything else in front of Blissful Lounge, so he also prepared to leave. Luckily, they were both heading in the same direction. Oplia didn't want to change his direction, so he followed Angor for a while. On the way, the two of them chatted about some unimportant topics. Soon, they arrived at a square. This square was the buffer zone in front of the Grand Theater. Perhaps because the Grand Theater had been closed for a long time, this buffer zone had become a hodgepodge zone. Not only were there people gathering here to have fun, but there were also many people setting up small stalls to sell some unnecessary things. Angor planned to take a detour to the right side of the square, while Oplia planned to leave from the left. As they were about to go their separate ways, they heard a jingling sound coming from not far away. When they turned around, they saw a man dressed as a circus clown walking towards them, shaking a bell. When the clown approached them, he handed a flyer to Angor and Ophelia with a smile and spoke in a low voice, "Welcome to the Grand Theater for the show." The clown walked to the other side of the square and handed out the flyer to other people. Grand Theater? Performance? Angor raised an eyebrow. The clown must be promoting the theater's performance through flyers. Angor wasn't interested in the so-called Grand Theater. However, he was surprised when he saw the flyer in his hand. There was a very familiar portrait on the flyer. Ophelia also saw the person on the flyer. He clicked his tongue and said, "Isn't this person the disciple of the Water Witch? She rented the Grand Theater for her performance?" "I think she's called Sherry," Angor said in a small voice. It was a half-length portrait of Sherry on the flyer. She was wearing a magician's outfit, and the shadow of a magic hat covered half of her face, which gave her a creepy look. At the same time, Sherry raised both her hands. One of them was holding a magician's black wand, while the other was opening 5 poker cards. They were all straight flushes. Below the portrait was a line of words, "Welcome to Magic Hour." Interesting. They chose to perform in Floating Mech City, which is full of supernaturals. Ophelia shook his head after laughing for a while. "It depends on the time of the performance, or today." It starts in 2 hours? Ophelia looked at Angor and saw him looking at the flyer as well. "A super-dimensional wizard is interested in the magic show? Are you going to check it out?" "No, thanks. I'm looking forward to hearing the good news from Antonio." Angor shook his head. Angor paused a little and asked, "What about you? Are you going to check it out?" Ophelia subconsciously wanted to shake his head. He was not going to watch any magic. He was not curious about magic at all. Or rather, it should be said that as long as one was a superhuman and knew real tricks and spells, they would not be interested in the childish comical art of magic. Because of this, Ophelia was quite surprised that Shirley would rent the Grand Theater and perform a magic show that probably no one would watch. However, just as Ophelia was about to shake his head, a strange feeling of clarity suddenly flashed through his heart. It was as if fate was guiding him. As a prophet sorcerer, in the spiritual world, Ophelia was much more sensitive to omens than ordinary sorcerers. Ophelia often sensed such omens. These omens helped Ophelia better understand his role as a prophet. In other people's eyes, he could act like a charlatan even better. Of course, these omens often helped Ophelia obtain some benefits and avoid some potential dangers. At this moment, Ophelia sensed an omen. It was as if there was some kind of power that was driving him to watch this magic show, but why? Was there anything special about this magic show? Ophelia lowered her head in confusion and looked at the poster carefully, trying to find some clues from the poster. It was a simple question, and the answer was yes or no. Why did Ophelia take so long to decide? Was this a common problem among prophets? It was a good thing that Dodoro wasn't like that. Since Ophelia didn't answer, Angor didn't want to leave. He was the one who asked Ophelia a question. 3 minutes later, Ophelia finally looked up from the flyer. "I think I need to check it out," Ophelia said with a serious look. "Why is that? What's so special about the magic show?" Ophelia shook his head. "I don't know. But I think the goddess of fate is whispering to me." Ophelia looked back at the flyer and the 5 cards in Shirley's hand. These strange cards, they seem to contain some kind of logic. Maybe they're the focus of my attention. Poker cards? Angor raised an eyebrow. It's called a poker card? Ophelia looked at Angor in confusion. Do you know something about it? Angor shook his head. Nothing. I just know that it's a card game. A card game? Ophelia didn't understand. I'll go to the theater myself. What's the secret about these cards? With that, Ophelia nodded at Angor and walked into the square, heading toward the theater. Angor looked at Ophelia's back with a strange expression. When he was a kid, John would always tell him, "Don't think about anything. Let's play a round of Gwent first." Gwent cards were different from poker cards, but Angor had a strange feeling that poker cards would become popular in the wizarding world in the future. Angor looked at the flyer in his hand. Shirley's bright smile seemed to reach his heart through the picture. She mentioned that she had been performing in various cities of Ivory for a long time. But those were all mortal cities, so it wasn't a problem for her to fool some ordinary people. Yet she dared to perform in Floating Mech City. Normal magic tricks wouldn't attract people. So this time, she must be doing poker cards. Angor sighed deeply. Fine. Let her do whatever she wants. Anyway, the poker cards were her reward. Angor shook his head and left the square, disappearing into the darkness. Back in his manor, Angor told Sunders about the Germinal organization. Sunders didn't say anything. Germinal organization already showed up in Ivory twice. The first time was fine, since they could consider it before making a decision. But the second time, they had to inform the higher-ups of Floating Mech City about it. After chatting with Sunders for a while, Angor began to wait for Lawson's result. While waiting, Angor noticed that Greya and Azaz left the manor with a familiar flyer in their hands. It was the flyer for Shirley's magic show. The next morning, Greya and Azaz finally came back. They seemed to be discussing something. Angor didn't pay attention to their conversation. He kept waiting. When the morning star broke through the dark night and the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, Angor's communicator finally vibrated. Angor quickly opened it and saw a pale blue spirit appearing in front of him. "Good morning, Mr. Pat." "Good morning." Angor couldn't wait to ask about Lawson's situation. "Very well. If you want to know more, you can come and take a look." When the first light of dawn illuminated the Sky Fortress, Angor had already reached the top floor of the Tower of Infinity, Lawson's metal hall. The petrified marks left behind by Toby yesterday were all cleaned up. Lawson was sitting in front of a clean lab table, working on something. Antonio, on the other hand, was standing beside him in his spirit form. When Lawson heard Angor's footsteps, he summoned a metal chair and gestured for Angor to take a seat. "Mr. Lawson, I heard your operation went well this time." Lawson nodded and revealed a rare smile on his usually cold face. "There were some twists and turns along the way, but overall, everything went well. We found them soon after we entered the void." Angor didn't ask what happened to the Germinal organization believers right away. Instead, he asked about Swan. "Swan's still alive. I told her to go back." According to Lawson, the strongest person in the group was a rank 1 magus. He was the leader who had used his aura to injure Crane. The rest were ordinary acolytes. Therefore, when Lawson found them, he single-handedly suppressed them to the point that they were unable to turn the tables. While doing so, Lawson also learned some information from their chants. Angor was right. These people who kept talking about God of Germination were all believers of the Germination organization. In fact, they were fanatics. Although they did not mention where they came from, Lawson had a discussion with Antonio after he returned. Judging from their accents, they seemed to be from the Northern Territory sorcerer world. Angor's guess was correct. That was because the shuttle-shaped flying car they were riding on was made from the material known as Cyprus Coldwater, which was produced in the Northern Territory's world of Magi. They are Germination organization believers from the Northern Territory, no doubt. According to our investigation, the Germination organization believers in Paladoa are also their underlings. Lawson's cold eyes showed a hint of regret. It's a pity that they didn't tell us the most important thing. Apart from the Paladoa group, we don't know if there are any more Germination organization believers in the Southern Territory. Angor had been wondering what Lawson was going to do in the end. Was he going to kill them to prevent future trouble? Or could it be that in order to prevent further conflicts, they had signed a contract that forbade them from ever stepping into the wizarding world, which was equivalent to banishing them? However, in the end, it was neither of them. Before Lawson could kill them or banish them, the germination organization believers had already fallen into the arms of the god of germination they worshipped. While being suppressed, they chanted some special syllables and entered the chaotic rhythm of the germination organization. In the end, they were all dragged into the vortex of the organization by a strange and mysterious power. I didn't get to ask some questions, but it's not a bad result. Angor thought to himself. At least the germination organization believers in Ivory Kingdom were eliminated. It wasn't a perfect ending, but it was still a good one. As for whether or not there were still germinal believers in the southern region, without a concrete answer and without the use of prophecy, he could only leave it to fate. After these people were dragged into the chaotic rhythm of the germinal organization, we found Swan on the shuttle they were on. After talking about the germinal organization believers, Lawson changed the topic to Swan. When Swan was found, her mana pool and bloodline power were sealed. The only good thing was that they could all be undone. Swan was not injured at all. She was still wearing beautiful clothes, and her body was clean and clean. It seemed she was not tortured at all. Since he couldn't get any useful information from the germination organization believers, Lawson hoped to learn something from Swan. However, Swan didn't know much. She only knew that she was captured for a ritual, and that she was going to be sacrificed to the god of germination organization. Swan had no idea why she had been turned into a sacrificial offering. Unlike Chufeng, Silk was not sacrificed immediately. Instead, she was carefully served as a living sacrifice. Every day, she would eat wind and drink dew, and her body would be cleansed to achieve the most perfect state of sacrifice. This was how Swan managed to survive until now. Lawson suddenly looked at Angor's shoulder. To be precise, he was looking at the school bird on his shoulder, Toby. Because of Lawson's probing yesterday, Toby was still in a state of disgust towards Lawson. When Lawson looked over, Toby even proudly tilted his head and raised his chest with a look of disdain. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Toby that we were able to find those germination organization believers and save Swan, Lawson said. According to Swan, they've been hiding in a space-time rift for the past few days. They've been hiding in an exile space. If they didn't move, Lawson wouldn't be able to find them even with Apelia's prophecy. There were so many rifts in the void that they couldn't find the entrance, not to mention that they were hiding in an exile space. However, Toby's breakthrough caused a huge commotion, which caused the legendary aura to reverberate in the void. Because of this, the germination organization believers were alerted. When the legendary aura calmed down, they came out of the rift and went to check what was going on outside. Lawson found them near where Toby's breakthrough took place. Without Toby, we wouldn't have been able to catch them, Lawson said in a calm tone, but Angor could hear the slight regret in his voice. When Toby heard this, he proudly puffed up his chest and chirped at Lawson for a long time. Lawson didn't understand what Toby was saying, and Angor didn't know how to interpret it. Toby was asking Lawson to pay for the location, information. Angor didn't know where Toby learned that from, so he decided not to tell Lawson. All in all, the operation went well, and I'm satisfied with the result. At the very least, this group of people who had fallen into a state of disorder would no longer come to the southern region to spread their faith. Swan had also been successfully rescued, which could be considered as a good ending to this incident. Angor was relieved. He grew up in the southern wizarding region after all, and he didn't want to see the germination organization fall into chaos. Antonio suddenly spoke up, "It's going well, but there's something else you need to pay attention to." Angor looked at Antonio and saw that Antonio wasn't looking at him. Instead, he was looking at Lawson. In other words, Antonio was talking to Lawson. "I know what you're worried about. That man is just spouting nonsense. Don't worry about it." "Be that as it may," Antonio said, "the germination organization believers are a bunch of lunatics who have lost their minds. They don't need to talk nonsense before they're dragged into the chaos. I hope you can take this seriously, Mr. Lawson." Lawson nodded. "I understand." Angor listened to their conversation with a puzzled look. It sounded like there was something else going on. Angor asked out of curiosity. Antonio did not hide anything and simply recounted the situation at that time. Just as the group of germinal organization believers was about to be dragged into the chaotic rhythm, the official sorcerer among the believers suddenly raised his head. With a ferocious, crazy, and vengeful expression, he said something to Lawson, who was hiding in the distance and worried about being affected by the chaotic rhythm. Punishment will soon descend upon you. Why don't you take a guess? Where did the arrow come from? Accompanied by a strange laughter and a look of hatred, this official magus was pulled into the terrifying rhythm of the germination stage by a strange and mysterious force, and finally disappeared. Why don't you take a guess? Where did the arrow come from? What did that mean? Angor was still thinking about this question when he left the Tower of Infinity. That was a threat to Lawson, no doubt. So, was this sentence literal or metaphorical? Personally, Angor believed that this might not be the literal meaning. Maybe the arrow was some kind of revenge against Lawson, whether it was literal or metaphorical. What was certain was that if that person was not lying, the possibility of them taking revenge was very high. He didn't need to worry about Lawson's safety. Floating Mech City was an impenetrable fortress, and Lawson rarely left the city, so he shouldn't have to worry about his safety. But if they wanted revenge, they would have to come to the south first. Once this group of Germinal Organization believers arrived, it would most likely be a disaster for the collapse of faith. Come to think of it, Antonio's worries were not wrong. After all, revenge didn't necessarily mean attacking Lawson. For example, spreading the Germinal Organization's faith in Floating Mech City and Ivory Nation was also a form of revenge. Angor shook his head to get rid of these complicated thoughts. If he could think of something, Lawson and Antonio would be able to do the same. As the city lord, Lawson would surely have a plan. Angor considered for a moment and decided not to worry too much. Angor put the matter aside for now and headed to the Magic Material Street. If everything went well, he would leave Floating Mech City in 2 days. Before leaving, he planned to buy some materials as backup. After buying some basic alchemy materials from Nail Alchemy Shop, he planned to return to his manor. He happened to pass by Benswick Square on his way. When he looked down from the sky, he saw that the square was still bustling with people even during the day. When he flew past the square he visited yesterday, he noticed that the clown from yesterday was still handing out flyers about his magic show. What was even more surprising was that the people who received the flyers yesterday all had a look of disgust on their faces. Some of them even directly threw them away. However, there were some changes today. A large portion of the people who received the flyers were carefully reading the information on the flyers. From time to time, they would even discuss it with the people around them. There were even some people who directly walked towards the Grand Theater as if they were preparing to buy tickets. Angor wasn't completely convinced yet, but he was still surprised. It was less than half a day since Shaylay's first performance, and her second one already changed. Angor remembered that Shaylay would perform for half a month. What would happen in half a month? While observing the wind in the square, Angor suddenly sensed someone looking at him from below. Angor had concealed himself while flying, so anyone who could locate him must be at the same level as him, or even a level higher. Angor didn't try to hide his identity, so he easily saw who it was. To his surprise, it was Oplia. He stood at the entrance of the Grand Theater with a ticket in his hand. It seemed that he was about to enter the theater. He was still far away, but he could still tell that the ticket in Oplia's hand was the ticket for Shirley's second magic show. You went to watch a magic show yesterday? Angor didn't descend. Instead, he used his voice to reach Oplia's ears. Ophelia was silent for a moment. This performance is worth watching a second time. You mean the show was wonderful? Ophelia said, from the perspective of magic, although Shirley did create some artistic effects, there is still a limit to what she can do. Precisely speaking, the only thing that can attract me is the performance of poker cards. Oh? What about it? Angor asked casually. Oplia didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, dimensional wizards are illusionists, aren't they? Why don't you come and see for yourself? Shaylay's card trick involves illusions. Maybe it can give you some inspiration. Angor didn't know what to say. He was the one who made that deck. Of course it was an illusion. Angor didn't want to boast about himself, so he changed the topic. Why would Oplia be attracted if it was just an illusion? Regarding this question, Ophelia's answer was very strange. Each card corresponds to an illusion. Each illusion has its own meaning, and a deck of cards forms a stage for the performance. Different combinations of cards can create different illusions. Different colors and numbers also have a hidden logic behind them. Oplia paused. Don't you think it's like people with different destinies showing their lives on the stage? Angor considered. I think Onassis might have something in common with you. Oplia wagged his finger. No, no, no. I'm not talking about philosophy. I'm talking about fate. Fate? Angor was confused. How could a deck of cards have anything to do with fate? Yes. The 54 cards are like 54 lines of fate. Some of them combine, some separate, and some oppose each other. In the end, they lead to endless trajectories. When the deck is opened, the stage for the performance will be displayed as an illusion. Every performance will be unique. This is what they mean by, fate is unpredictable. Angor, no, it's not like that. Oplia was completely lost in his own thoughts. I believe the creator of the deck of cards is someone who shares the same mind as me. Angor, no, don't say that. I didn't mean that at all. That's not how reading comprehension works. That's why I came to watch the second game. Fate is unpredictable, and the result will be different from the first game, Oplia said. Also, it inspired me to create a prophecy spell. A card prophecy spell that uses a unique image to guide the future? What do you think? Before Angor could answer, Oplia kept talking as if he had completely forgotten that he was talking to Angor. If you want to use it on a prophecy, I think 54 cards is a bit too much. You can simplify it. For example, 27 cards will do. Or 22? Oplia was now lost in his own thoughts. Angor shook his head and left the room. Oplia's interpretation of the cards was obviously beyond Angor's expectation. If the man could really find something from the cards, it would be his talent and luck. But judging from Oplia and the other people's attitude toward the card trick, Angor had a feeling that the card format would become popular in the future. He glanced at the theater, which was becoming more and more popular, and flew back to the manor. He wasn't going to watch Sholi's magic show. He was the one who made the cards, and he already knew what Xioli was going to do. Xioli might come up with something new, but it hadn't been long since she got her hands on the cards. It would be hard for her to come up with something new in such a short time. If he had the chance in half a year or a year, he would go and see her magic show again. She should be able to come up with something new by then. After returning to the manor, Angor planned to talk to Sunders about his departure. However, when he stepped into the main hall, he was surprised to see an elegant woman sitting opposite Greya, who was enjoying a cup of tea. Which mulberry leaf? Angor whispered her name. Golden Umbrella Mulberry Leaf, a student of God of Sea Flunza from Song of the Deep. We meet again. Mulberry Leaf nodded at Angor with a smile. Today, Mulberry Leaf's outfit was still white with golden embellishments, but it wasn't as plain as the last time they met. This time, she was wearing a very grand palace dress. The lotus leaves were 5 layers thick, and the design of the lace and the arrangement of fine golden threads were enough to show off the magnificence of this palace dress. Apart from that, Mulberry Leaf also wore a full set of jewelry, including a feather hat and a veil to cover her face. Also, he sensed something familiar from Mulberry Leaf's sleeve. It was the stage play box he made. Judging from the fluctuations, it should be the batch that was sold by Bree's Magic Ingredient Shop. He ignored the ripples coming from the box and focused on the Mulberry Leaf Witch's outfit. Her outfit didn't fit Angor's. It looked more like she was going to attend a grand banquet or a ball where all the noble ladies gathered. Sangi noticed the slight confusion in Angor's eyes. She flipped her wavy blonde hair and spoke in a seductive voice. Do you care about how I dress up, dimensional wizard? No. I'm just wondering if Greya has asked the owner of the manor, my professor, before hosting a banquet in the manor. Greya, who had been enjoying her tea, put down her teacup on the ceramic tray. I didn't say anything about a banquet. Don't slander me. Mulberry Leaf and I are just going to attend an event. Activities? Angor was a little confused. You want to come with us? Greya grinned. Greya did not mind either. She shrugged in an exaggerated manner. 2 bad men are not allowed in this event. Of course, if you transform into a woman, you can participate with us. However, it can't be an illusion. Transfiguration is fine. Speaking of which, I remember that you have mastered the transfiguration technique to a fine degree. Angor glanced at Greya and then at Witch Mulberry Leaf. Have a good time. He didn't respond to Greya's teasing. With that, he walked around them and headed upstairs to find Sunders. He wasn't curious about the gathering of witches, and he didn't want to stay here and face Witch Mulberry Leaf. Most importantly, he felt slightly guilty when he looked at Witch Mulberry Leaf. After all, Witch Mulberry Leaf had shown great sincerity when she offered to trade the House of Heart for the ocean rhythm. However, not only had he rejected her, but he had even used the dream welk of the moonlit coast to drag the House of Heart into the dream wasteland. He didn't do anything to hurt Witch Mulberry Leaf, but he still felt a little guilty. Of course, he only felt a little guilty in front of Witch Mulberry Leaf. As for making up for it with benefits, Angor would never do that. Before he could leave, Witch Mulberry Leaf called out to him. If you're willing to trade the ocean rhythm, we can talk about it anytime. Witch Mulberry Leaf looked at Angor. She came here not only to see Greya, but also to get the ocean rhythm from Angor. Witch Mulberry Leaf had experienced the rhythm of the sea herself. She knew all too well how valuable it was to the entire lineage of the sea. Angor glanced at Witch Mulberry Leaf. The Chamber of Heart is good. But I don't need it, as I already told you. As for promoting the Heart Illusion lineage through the House of Heart, I don't have such great ambitions. However, Witch Mulberry Leaf didn't give up. Instead, her eyes lit up a little. Since Angor said that he didn't need the Chamber of Heart, it meant that he didn't refuse to trade with Ocean Rhythm. Witch Xianxia was confident that Song of the Deep would be able to offer a satisfactory price to Angor, considering how powerful the organization was. If you don't need the Chamber of Heart, we can talk about something else. Angor thought to himself, no way. But he still didn't give up. I'm sorry, but I don't have anything I need right now. Angor put on a I have something else to do, so I won't keep you company look. Witch Mulberry Leaf knew that Angor didn't want to talk right now, and she didn't want to force him. Besides, she really didn't know what to trade with Angor right now. She had to go back and discuss with Flunza first. Although she didn't want to talk about it now, she still had to say what she needed to say. I will draw up a list as soon as possible. I believe that super-dimensional wizards will be interested. I see your determination, Witch Mulberry Leaf. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see the list. I'll be leaving soon. Are you going back to Brute Cavern? Witch Mulberry Leaf asked. He didn't plan to keep his destination a secret, so he nodded. Yes. Witch Xianxia smiled faintly. Then I believe that it won't be long before we meet again. Angor looked at Witch Mulberry Leaf in confusion. Was she going to follow him all the way to Brute Cavern? Speaking of which, Greya and I are going to talk about our next trip to Brute Cavern. Angor was puzzled. What are you going to do today? Angor didn't want to pay attention to it, but since it was related to Brute Cavern, he had to pay attention. On the other hand, Greya picked up a cup of hot tea from the table and took a sip. While savoring the aftertaste, she also helped Angor to clear up his doubts. Tea party. Angor nodded. A tea party could explain some of his questions. For example, Greya mentioned that only witches were allowed to enter. Also, why did Witch Mulberry Leaf carry the energy signature of a drama box? According to Viking, the drama box was very popular at the tea party held by the witches. Still, Angor didn't understand why the tea party was related to Brute Cavern. Angor voiced out his question. Witch Mulberry Leaf said, because the next big tea party will be hosted by Leona. The host of the tea party, Rose Crown Leona? Angor was surprised. He did hear from Dave that Leona was going to hold a tea party. A big one, at that. A tea party sounded like a gathering of witches to drink tea and chat. And that was true. However, the status of the tea party was not low in the southern region's Magus world. In fact, most major wizard organizations considered tea parties to be more important than the Rising Star competition or the Stargazer Day held by Starliege Church. Most witches from wizard organizations in the southern wizarding region would gather at the tea party. They would use the tea party as an excuse to exchange information. On average, women's sensitivity and ability to capture information were often higher than men's. The witches naturally didn't erase this talent that was engraved deep in their bones. They could often get some very secretive information from the conversations they had at tea parties, or rather, gossip. For example, the ruins of the sewers in Vinspires, King Sherman's Labyrinth of Pleasure, and the demon sage hiding in the Roman mountains were all inferred by witches at the tea party. In other words, the tea party was a large interactive chat room. Apart from that, some witches also used the tea party as a competition venue, a perfume shop, a help station, a psychologist's clinic, or a supernatural item market. After all, the witches had to figure out how to make the most out of the gathering of so many witches. Of course, the tea party did not have all the advantages. There were also some drawbacks. For example, some people with bad intentions would deliberately spread, exaggerate, or spread rumors that were not true. A few mouths already had a hard time preventing rumors from spreading. When so many mouths were involved, the rumors would become a terrifying force. He once heard a rumor about a devoted wizard who refused a black wizard's advances because he loved the girl he grew up with. In a fit of anger, the female wizard described the devoted wizard as a fickle man during a tea party and used all kinds of means to spread rumors about him. Many witches at the tea party used their own methods to confirm the rumor. However, no one tried to clarify it. Most of them just wanted to watch a good show and added fuel to the fire. This caused many people who did not know the truth to believe in this rumor. As the rumor spread, the sorcerer's partner eventually left the southern region alone. It was said that the devoted sorcerer was still waiting alone until now. In addition, there were many rumors about the tea party. Nereus of Song of the Deep was rumored to have an abnormal relationship with some sea creatures, such as dolphins, but it was actually exaggerated during the tea party. Of course, most people now knew that Nereus's matter might be a rumor, but it didn't matter. It was enough to use this rumor to hurt Nereus. Therefore, even in the sorcerer world, where truth inspection had been studied to a very high level, rumors could not be completely removed. Some people could not see it clearly, and some people could see it clearly but pretended not to. Even though the tea party had such negative news, it was still a very important information exchange medium. Because of this, various sorcerer organizations and sorcerer families were more than willing to host tea parties. As for the location of the tea party, it was usually decided by who was the host of the tea party. For example, if the next tea party was hosted by Leona, it would naturally be held in Brute Cavern. Angor now understood why Witch Mulberry Leaf said they would meet again soon. Once the tea party began, Brute Cavern would be open to the witches to a limited extent, and Witch Mulberry Leaf would have a chance to find him. I see. Angor looked at Witch Mulberry Leaf. I guess I'll have to wait and see. Witch Mulberry Leaf smiled. There will also be a lot of items to be traded at the tea party. If there's any item that a super-dimensional wizard wants, I'll try my best to get it as long as I can exchange it for ocean rhythm. Even if Angor wasn't interested in her offer, she would still find a way to get something from the tea party and use it to trade with Angor. Angor gave Witch Mulberry Leaf a meaningful look and nodded. Then he turned around and went downstairs. Witch Mulberry Leaf watched as Angor slowly disappeared from her sight. She was determined to get her hands on Angor. Then he looked at Greya and said, "Let's go. The mini tea party with the theme of drama box is about to begin. After we attend the tea party, we can also go to that, what, you said? Magic show," Greya reminded her. "Yeah, we can check out Shally's magic show." As the two women chatted, they walked out of the hall and flew towards the main city. Angor walked along the corridor on the second floor and sighed when he sensed Greya and Witch Mulberry Leaf's presence disappearing from the matter. Angor might have told Mulberry Leaf to talk about it later, but he really didn't want to make a deal with her at all. While Leona was hosting the tea party, Angor decided to find an excuse to leave Brute Cavern so that he wouldn't have to see Mulberry Leaf again. There was still some time before the tea party. Angor shook his head and decided to put it aside for now. He needed to get out of here first. Next, Angor went to Sunder's study to discuss his departure plan. Since Sunder still needed to talk to Horace, they needed to leave for another 10 hours or so. In the end, they decided to leave tomorrow afternoon. He could also use this chance to say goodbye to his friends before leaving the city. When night came, he looked up from his desk, where he was busy writing. The dim light from the lamp illuminated an unfinished parchment in front of him. Below the parchment, there were all kinds of mysterious runes and symbols. Next to the drawing were three figures, a small seabird, a griffin, and a serpent bird. Angor planned to design an alchemy item for Toby as a gift for his breakthrough. Toby's attacks were already strong enough, and it had its own unique system. Angor's design would be unnecessary. As for defensive items, the scales of the serpent bird were already a natural defense. They wouldn't slow down Toby's speed, so there was no need to make something like that. After careful consideration, Angor decided to design an alchemy item that could boost Toby's energy attribute. However, using all three forms at the same time wasn't easy. If he wanted to solve the problem of the transformation, he would have to consider more conditions. He couldn't do it overnight, but he wasn't going to give up so easily. Once Toby grew stronger, it would help him to a certain extent. Yes. Angor continued to work on his alchemy blueprint for a while before he stopped. First of all, it was not easy to make an alchemy blueprint in a short time. He already planned for the long term. Secondly, Angor looked outside the window. The clear night sky was bright and clear, without any clouds or mist. The moonlight was especially alluring. It's about time. Angor stood up and prepared to leave. Perhaps Toby sensed Angor's presence. He opened his eyes and looked at Angor in confusion, as if asking where he was going. I'm going to the brocade pavilion. You can keep sleeping, Angor said. Toby did not listen to Angor's suggestion. He slowly stood up from his soft bed. Space rippled, and the unfolded quilt and the small bed with elegant patterns were all sucked into snowy feather. Toby yawned, flapped his wings, and flew away like a drunken bee. After wandering around for a while, he finally found his destination, the chest pocket of Angor's indigo trench coat. Toby buried his head into the pocket and fell asleep again, not caring that he was still lying on his back. Angor couldn't help but chuckle when he felt the warm sensation on his chest. Toby had been training like crazy for a long time. Now that he finally got rid of his resentment, he began to sleep for a long time. Even so, Toby seemed to be determined to follow its little master and protect it. Angor understood Toby's intention. But, who's protecting who now? You're sleeping so soundly? Angor shook his head. He put on his gloves, picked up his cane, and headed outside. He wasn't lying. He was going to the brocade pavilion now. Apart from saying goodbye, he also wanted to ask his brother Leon's opinion. During this time, Leon spent most of his time either training or climbing the Sky Tower. Usually, he would return from the Sky Tower around midnight. That was why Angor chose to visit Leon at this time. He was leaving tomorrow. If Leon wanted, Angor could take him to Brute Cavern. If Leon wanted to stay here or go back to the old Earth, Angor would support him. Since Leon could enter the Dream Wasteland, Angor could always tell him if something urgent happened. It didn't take long for Angor to arrive at the brocade pavilion under the gentle moonlight. As he expected, everyone was there. Leon wasn't the only one. There were also Silam, Shilyu, Alan, and the others who had been living here for a long time. Half an hour later, Angor left the pavilion. Instead of leaving with Angor, Leon decided to stay in Floating Mech City and continue his training in the Sky Tower. Angor's decision wasn't surprising. Angor could tell that Leon had a strong desire to become stronger. He had a firm and calm heart. He had his own plans for his future and his responsibilities. Angor wouldn't interfere with his decision. When Angor left Pat, Leon's is his decision, Angor's is his plan. It was a tacit understanding between the two brothers. It was also an understanding and respect that came from their bloodline. Now, Leon had his own circle of friends in Floating Mech City. With Salem's help, Angor believed that Leon's life in Floating Mech City wouldn't be too bad. Greya didn't come back until noon the next day. Greya was lying on the sofa in the living room, playing a poker game out of boredom. Angor was also reading a wizard magazine he bought in the living room. He already packed his things and waited for Sunders to come back so that they could leave together. "Where did your professor go?" Greya couldn't help but ask. "He went to see Mr. Horace." Angor put down the magazine. It wasn't to show his seriousness. He just finished reading it. "Horace? Why are you looking for him?" Greya mumbled, "Speaking of which, your professor has been acting a bit mysterious lately. He's been studying something about energy." properties, data balance, and the origin of mana. Do you know what he's doing? Greya pretended to ask casually, but she was actually very curious about it. Maybe the professor was inspired by something and began to study energy, Angor said casually. What exactly triggered him? Greya asked. Angor shrugged. He didn't know. Greya narrowed her eyes. She had a feeling that Angor knew something. Or rather, Angor and Sunders must be doing something secret. However, since Angor didn't want to talk about it, Sunders wouldn't tell her either. Greya sighed in her mind. I thought your professor was studying energy because he wanted to help me find my body. Angor was about to reply when a deep and cold male voice reached their ears. My energy research doesn't have much to do with you, but it will help you if you can understand it thoroughly. After all, the place where your body fell is also a place of chaotic energy. Angor followed the voice and saw Sunders walking into the room in his typical noble attire. He glanced at Angor and said, I'm done here. I'm ready to leave. Sunders glanced at Greya. You too. Do you want to stay with us or go back to Candy House? If you want to go back to Candy House, I'll send someone to inform you when I'm ready to find your body. Greya waved a hand. No need. Felicia is in Candy House. I don't care if I'm there or not. I'll stay with you. Sunders nodded and looked out the window. To be precise, he was looking at the magic hut beside the small lake in the yard. Azaz was staying there for now. Greya knew what her professor meant. Azaz is in a special situation. We haven't figured out the demon behind him yet, so we can't leave him alone for now. Besides, I don't want to leave a gourmet wizard like Azaz, a demon worshipper. I'm going to take him with me. Sunders considered. Azaz was a gourmet wizard. Even if he was just an apprentice, he could still cook supernatural food. Greya had her own principles, so she would not cook for no reason. But if Azaz returned to Phantom Island, Sunders could ask Azaz to work as a temporary cook in exchange for the right to live there. Sure. Sunders nodded. He looked at the wall clock in the corner. Give him half an hour to prepare. We'll leave at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After saying that, Sunders walked up the stairs without caring about anything else. He suddenly turned around and looked at Greya. To be precise, he was looking at the cards in Greya's hand. Your cards. Sunders looked at one of the Joker cards, which reminded him of what happened in Midnight Sovereign and the Evernight Kingdom. Greya didn't know what was on Sunders' mind. Everyone who watched Sally's magic show will be given a poker card as a gift after the show. Oh, and there's also an instruction manual for playing cards. Wanna have a round? Greya waved the cards in her hand. Sunders remained silent for a moment and went upstairs without saying anything. Half an hour later, the group left the manor. Butler number 1 floated at the entrance of the manor, watching them leave with reluctant eyes until they disappeared from his sight. Angor thought they would go straight to the teleportation hall, but to his surprise, Sunders led them to a typical black carriage with long legs. Leaving in a carriage? Angor had his doubts, but he didn't ask and got on the carriage. The interior of the carriage was engraved with runes for space expansion, which made it look like a small room. It wasn't very spacious, but it didn't feel crowded for 3 people. Angor remembered that the last time he took a carriage to floating Mech City, it was for the sky auction. Back then, as a traditional noble, Sunders chose to take a carriage to attend such gatherings when he was invited. Angor wondered why he took a carriage this time. Was it because he had to take care of Azaz? They were all wizards, and Angor, a member of the research department, was also there. They wouldn't be alerted by rune detectors while flying in floating Mech City. Azaz, on the other hand, was different. Aside from the fact that he couldn't fly for a long time, he was an apprentice. This was the rule of floating Mech City. Angor was still confused. Did Sunders already know that Azaz was going to leave with them? Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged such a carriage in advance. Angor was curious, but he decided not to ask about it in the end. Carriage, walking, or flying, all that mattered was the speed. As long as the destination was the same, it was fine. With that in mind, he decided not to think about it anymore. He closed his eyes and began to think about his alchemy blueprints. About 10 minutes later, Greya's voice broke the silence in the carriage. This isn't going to the teleportation hall, is it? Angor opened his eyes and saw Greya looking at Sunders with a puzzled look. Angor also looked outside and saw that the carriage wasn't going to the teleportation hall. According to the normal route, after the carriage entered the main city, it would directly travel along the spacious main road to reach the teleportation hall in the central area. But now, the carriage seemed to have taken a detour. Sunders explained in a plain tone, "We're not going to the teleportation hall. We're going to Brute Cavern's outpost here." "Why?" Greya frowned. Sunders stared at Greya in silence for a while. Corridor Covenant. Greya hesitated for a moment before realizing something. The Corridor Treaty was an agreement between Floating Mech City and all major wizard organizations, as well as wizard clans from different countries. It was an agreement that allowed them to teleport to each other. In a nutshell, major organizations would work together with space manipulators and alchemists from Floating Mech City to build long-distance teleportation portals to Floating Mech City. It was a mutual aid agreement that made it easier for organizations to travel to other places. It was also the reason why Floating Mech City quickly became a trade center and transportation hub. However, this mutual aid agreement wasn't all good. There were also disadvantages. For example, this was equivalent to burying a hole in front of one's own door. In peacetime, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, but in a state of war, it could become the enemy's shortcut and become the biggest disadvantage. In fact, because of the alliance agreement, they couldn't stop it at will. Because of this, some large Magus organizations did not join the Corridor Alliance. Naturally, they could not teleport there. Brute Cavern was one of them. Brute Cavern did not join the Corridor Treaty, so they did not have any teleportation points. For a long time, the area around Brute Cavern had been marginalized by alchemists. Sometimes, they could not even find a decent energy stabilizer in the area. However, this also ensured Brute Cavern's safety. At least, other organizations would not be able to sneak up on them through teleportation portals. Brute Cavern is not a signatory of the Corridor Alliance, so the teleportation hall can't go directly to Brute Cavern. We can only go to a nearby teleportation point. I'm sure you're familiar with the one closest to Brute Cavern, Sunders explained in a light voice. The Evernight Kingdom. Greya hesitated. Due to the arrival of the dome, the Evernight Kingdom was in chaos. The kingdom was in great danger. Teleporting to the Evernight Kingdom wasn't a good choice. However, if they didn't go through the Evernight Kingdom, they could go to other teleportation points. Before Greya could ask, Sunders already gave her an answer. "We're not going to the teleportation hall this time. We'll go through a plain passageway." Greya frowned. Every wizard knew how to use a plain passageway, but it cost too much. It almost cost half of a wizard's wealth. They wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Using the teleportation hall would save them a lot of money. This was why Greya didn't know how to do it. The cost of the plain passageway will be reimbursed by Horus. This carriage is also arranged by Horus, Sunders explained in a plain tone. Greya was puzzled. She didn't know what to say. Sunders didn't hide anything and quickly told her the details. When Horus came to Floating Mech City, he had another mission. If Angor was threatened, Horus was to take Angor back to Brute Cavern. This mission required them to use a plain passageway, and all the cost would be covered by Brute Cavern. Greya finally understood what was going on. In other words, the plain passageway was a special one. You mean every time Angor uses Horus to go back to Brute Cavern, he'll be reimbursed? Yes, as long as Angor is willing to do so. Reimbursed? Greya's eyes twitched. That was a huge sum. Even as the leader of Candy House, she didn't have such generosity. Only a large organization like Brute Cavern could afford to be so generous. Greya was jealous of Angor, but she had to admit that Brute Cavern would give Angor such a special passage. Angor was worth a lot, after all. As long as Angor's safety was guaranteed, Brute Cavern could send a large number of talented alchemists to Ashley Comprehensive Academy to study alchemy. They could also recruit more alchemists back to Brute Cavern. More importantly, Angor was a member of the research department, which meant he had the right to access all the research results and promote them to Brute Cavern as soon as possible. And this was only Angor's influence. If Angor's alchemy talent was included. Greya sighed. If Angor was a member of Candy House, she would probably grit her teeth and pay for Angor's plane passageway expenses. Angor listened to the conversation between Sunders and Greya. He wasn't too surprised. But he was wondering if he could only use Horace to pay for the plane passageway expenses in the future. Could he just apply for the materials directly? He wasn't short of money, but it would be nice if he could save some. As he was lost in his thoughts, the carriage came to a stop. They had arrived at Brute Cavern's outpost. Yes. Yes. Through the window of the carriage, Angor saw a middle-aged man wearing a long robe covered in complicated runes standing under the tree emblem of Brute Cavern. It was Horace. Since Greya was the closest to the door, she was the first one to get off the carriage. When he stepped out of the carriage, he heard Greya muttering to herself. Same old. Cold as the coldest night. Angor took a moment to realize that Greya was talking about Horace. Winter King Horace. From his name, one could tell that Horace was a wizard who specialized in ice magic. With him in the room, we don't even need to use ice spells. We can just make frozen mermaid slices and keep them fresh for 12 hours. Greya complained in a small voice. She didn't dare to say it out loud. She only whispered to Angor because she saw Sunders talking to Horace. Horace wasn't as strong as Dawn Adepts, so he couldn't release any elemental aura from his body. Greya's description was purely an exaggeration. After chatting for a while, Horace glanced at Greya and Greya. Greya felt a chill running down her spine when Horace's gaze landed on her. Fortunately, Horace didn't pay much attention to Greya. Instead, he focused on Angor. Horace was still looking at Angor with his cold eyes, which made him look even more distant and indifferent. However, if Angor looked closer, he would notice that Horace's gaze was gentler than when he was looking at Greya. Only those who were close to Horace could notice the change in Horace's expression. Horace looked at Angor. Mr. Rain is glad that you're back. He needs your help. I'll go to Cloud Tower as soon as I get back, Angor replied. Horace nodded. Perhaps he was a man of few words, so he didn't waste time on small talk. Let's go. The materials for the plane passageway are ready. Horace took the lead and headed to the station. The others quickly followed him. However, Horace and Sunders suddenly stopped at the same time. Before Angor and Greya could figure out what was going on, Horace began to release cold energy from his body, which quickly turned into a thick white mist. In the next second, a thick dome of ice suddenly enveloped everyone. The blazing sunlight shone on the transparent dome, reflecting sparkling and swaying spots of light, making everyone in the dome feel as if they were in the shallow bottom of the sea. What's going on? Greya asked. Horace didn't answer. Instead, he reappeared beside Angor as soon as the dome was completed. Angor didn't do anything. He sensed that Horace didn't mean to harm him. Horace simply teleported to his side and did nothing else. Sunders walked over as well. He noticed that both Sunders and Horace were frowning as if they were on guard against something. Could it be an enemy attack? Otherwise, why would Horace set up such an obvious defensive dome? Was the target me, or Sunders? Before Angor could ask for more details, he suddenly froze on the spot. An indescribable sense of danger came from the sky. His scalp went numb, and his eyebrows began to twitch. Angor looked at Greya and saw the same expression in her eyes. Greya's eyes darkened. She sensed the heartbeat of her body and whispered, "It's a sign of danger." Moreover, it was a huge crisis that could threaten his life. The only one who didn't feel anything was the weak Azaz. He looked around in confusion, wondering what was going on. There was no cloud in the sky, and the sun was shining brightly. Everything seemed fine. But why did everyone look so serious? While Azaz was still wondering, he suddenly felt something in his heart. However, it didn't come from Azaz. It came from Sebastian, who he sacrificed and hid in the void. Sebastian, do you know what's going on? Azaz couldn't help but ask loudly in his mind. Usually, Sebastian would reply quickly. But today, it was as if he had vanished into thin air. No matter how Azaz called, he didn't respond. Only the throbbing in his heart made Azaz understand that Sebastian hadn't disappeared. He didn't disappear, but he didn't answer. Did he not want to answer, or did he not dare to? while Azaz was still trying to figure out what to do, the sky suddenly darkened. Without any warning, a second ago, the sky was clear and cloudless, but in the next second, for some unknown reason, the sky suddenly darkened. However, there were still no clouds in the sky. The reason why it was dark was because there was a huge crack in the sky. This crack seemed to be a crack in the void. It was even darker than the blackest ink. It was as if it was alive, and it instantly filled the sky. Day turned into night. However, even with such a shocking change, there was still no strange aura being emitted. Aziz still didn't feel anything. Everyone on the street, including apprentices and mortals, was doing the same as usual. Some even stopped to look at the sky. What's going on? Everyone wondered. No one knew the answer. Horus, Sunders, Angor, and Greya didn't know either. The only thing they could feel was the omen of danger they had never felt before. Is it the monster that released the legendary aura from the void? Has it returned? Horus quickly asked. With such a frightening sense of crisis, Horus could only think of a legendary ranked existence. Angor and Greya exchanged a glance. No. Greya shook her head. Horus looked at them in confusion. He did not know why they answered so confidently. He had doubts in his heart, but he also knew that now was not the time to ask. With a gloomy face, he said, although I don't know what's going on, the situation here is very bad. Even if I release the eternal ice mantle, the throbbing between my eyebrows still hasn't disappeared. It's not safe here. Everyone knew they had to leave without Horus warning. But could they use a plain passageway to escape? Such a huge vortex was connected to the unknown void, which meant that the surrounding space energy was fluctuating. Using a plain passageway here, especially a long-distance one, might get lost. I'll open the door, Angor said while the others were still hesitating. It wasn't safe to use a plain passageway, but they could open the door directly. Angor's door was point-to-point, not a long tunnel. The door he opened didn't teleport him far, but his biggest wish was to leave floating Mech City as soon as possible and get away from this dark place. Instead, his door would be useful. The model of the door was fixed on the spell slot. He didn't need to construct it. He only needed to use the mana in his mana whirlpool to create a door in front of him. He quickly located the furthest distance the model could reach and quickly opened the door to leave. But at this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed from the center of the vortex in the sky. The light was so bright that it felt like a bomb exploded in the dark. It only took a moment for the light to reveal the silhouettes of the people in the darkness. The light was small at first, but it grew bigger and bigger as time went by. It was as if the light came from somewhere far away in the void, and now it was getting closer and closer until it finally passed through the vortex. The bright light drove away the darkness. However, the sky did not return to daytime. That dazzling light was even more frightening than the deep darkness from before. Darkness was perhaps just the hopelessness before the end of the world, but the current white light was more like the instant of death before the end of the world. At this moment, the minds of everyone who had witnessed this scene went blank. It was as if they would be completely annihilated by the light of doomsday in the next second. However, they did not feel anything after waiting for a while. There was no doomsday, and nothing happened to their bodies. Apart from the bright light, they did not feel anything different. It was as if they could not sense the danger before. What's going on? The apprentices and mortals on the street hesitated and looked up. They saw that the light from the void was really here. However, it did not fall on the ground. Instead, it flew over their heads. At the top of a mountain 100 kilometers away. Angor did not stop. He opened the door 3 times in a row and brought everyone to a place where the light and darkness could not reach. The sky was still blue. His scalp was no longer numb, and his eyebrows were no longer twitching. Clearly, they were outside the range of the danger. Greya put a hand on her throbbing heart and sighed in relief. She turned around and saw Angor's pale face. Are you all right? Angor shook his head. I'm fine. Just a little tired from opening the door so many times. Angor did not use up too much energy after becoming a wizard. However, he had to go through the door alone. Every extra person he brought with him would cost him more energy. He was carrying 4 people, and he had to go through the portal continuously. Of course, he was tired. Sunders put a hand on Angwar's shoulder and felt a gentle energy flowing through his body. Angwar felt much better. You did use up a lot of energy. But you'll recover in a day or two, Sunders said. Angwar nodded. He had the same idea. After making sure Angwar was fine, Greya shifted her attention to the danger she sensed earlier. What was that? Since no one could answer her question, Greya looked at the horizon again. They were already far away from floating Mech City, but they could still vaguely see the city under the cover of darkness. At that moment, the light was streaking across the sky. Greya noticed it too. She followed the light closely as if she was trying to figure out what it was. However, the distance was too far, and she didn't dare to use her spiritual power to explore the dark area, so she still didn't find anything. That light doesn't look like it's going to fall on floating Mech City. How did it come about? What was its destination? Why don't the others feel anything? Greya's questions were the same as everyone else's. Just as everyone was thinking about this matter, the distant horizon suddenly lit up. The entire floating Mech City was surrounded by light. The dazzling light even reached the area where they were. Greya didn't know if there was any danger, so she closed her eyes and cast a defensive spell. However, the light didn't last long. Soon, it disappeared. Greya hesitated and looked at floating Mech City in the distance. The light was gone. The giant space fissure in the sky seemed to be slowly mending, and the real light of day was coming back. Floating Mech City didn't seem to have changed either. The only thing that changed was that the light had gone somewhere. What happened when the light shone? Greya didn't know what was going on because she closed her eyes. Both Sunders and Horace shook their heads. They had been keeping an eye on the sky, but they couldn't see what was going on even if they used a special spell. Moreover, the previous omen of danger was too fierce, so they didn't dare to extend their mental strength into the area shrouded in darkness. Otherwise, they could rely on their mental strength to see the specific situation clearly. Greya sighed. She would have to wait until everything was settled before she went inside to find out what happened. I saw it, Angwar spoke up before Greya could give up on the idea. His voice attracted everyone's attention. Even the two Truthfinder wizards didn't see anything. How did he see it? Could it be that he had boldly extended his spiritual power into the dark area? I left a scout puppet in the city when I opened the door. Angwar explained in a low voice. I see. Greya nodded. An alchemy item could be used to extend one's sight. In most cases, it was not as useful as controlling spells or spirit power. But in this case, a scouting puppet was the best choice. Then what is the light that you can see clearly? Why did it suddenly disappear? Greya asked. She heard Horace's cold voice. What's the situation at Brute Cavern? Are they still alive? Angwar answered Horace's question first. That light didn't do anything to them. Floating Mech City is still fine apart from some noises. Through the scout puppet, he could see that everyone was still alive without any sign of injury. Horace sighed in relief. As the leader of Brute Cavern's outpost, he cared about his subordinates more than anything else. Angwar considered for a moment before he continued, as for what that light is, I didn't see it. But I did see it heading toward the central district. In other words, the light disappeared at the central district. Greya thought to herself. Their assumption that the light wouldn't reach floating Mech City wasn't correct. It did, but it didn't do much damage. But what could have attracted that light at the central district? As everyone frowned, Azaz, who had been ignored by everyone, suddenly raised his hand. That light that pierced through the void seems to be an arrow. An arrow? Horace muttered to himself in a low voice. Then, he looked at Azaz suspiciously. How did you know? Although Horace did not use any magic, his strange eyes, coupled with the cold aura that he constantly emitted, made Azaz feel as if he was naked in an extremely cold winter. Azaz didn't know whether he should tell Horace or not. He opened his mouth and closed it again. Did Sebastian tell you? Greya stepped forward to help Azaz and block Horace's aura at the same time. Only then did Azaz recover slightly. It panted and nodded. Yes. Sebastian told me that he saw something shining in the void. It looked like an arrow, Sunders explained to Azaz while explaining the situation to Azaz. He didn't tell Horace that Sebastian was a demon. Instead, he described the creature as a parasite that hid in the void and was full of variables. Horace didn't say anything else. There were always lucky people in this world who came across incredible things. However, if the creature behind Azaz was full of variables, it might not be an opportunity. It could also be an abyss that devoured people whole. Horace shifted his focus from Azaz back to the arrow he had described. If Azaz was telling the truth, an arrow that could make all of them sense danger had to be extremely powerful. But why did it travel through the void and head for floating Mech City? If it was an arrow, there must be a target. Who was it? Who was it aiming at? What's wrong, Angor? Sunders suddenly spoke to Horace. What's wrong? Horace glanced at Angor, who was standing beside him. Angor's eyes were wide open as if he had just thought of something. His expression looked terrible. Arrow. Central City. Arrow. Central City. Angor repeated the name several times and shook his head. Could it be? Angor looked up and saw an illusionary door in front of him. I need to check something, Angor said quickly and disappeared through the door before anyone could react. Everyone looked at the sky and saw Angor opening several doors in a row. His target seemed to be floating Mech City. Without any hesitation, Sunders and Horace quickly followed the old man. Greya looked at Azaz and said, the danger is gone. Let's go check it out. Or, you can stay here. Azaz shook his head and followed Greya without hesitation. Angor had already reached the central city of floating Mech City after opening several doors in a row. His face was a bit pale after opening doors several times. But he was alone this time, so it was still bearable. He looked up and saw something not far away. The Tower of Infinity stood there like a pillar supporting the sky. He couldn't even see the top of the tower. He came here because he remembered what Antonio told him. The strongest among the Germanos believers say, punishments is soon. Why don't you take a guess? Where did the arrow come from? No one knew what it meant, but there was no doubt that it was a threat. And the thing that threatened Lawson was an arrow. At that time, Antonio reminded Lawson to be vigilant. But 2 days later, an arrow was fired at him. It was a shining arrow that disappeared into the central city. Lawson usually stayed at the Tower of Infinity in the central city. Angor guessed that the arrow was the one the Germanos believers were talking about, so he hurried here without hesitation. He checked the tower carefully and didn't find anything wrong. The runes engraved on the walls of the tower didn't seem to be affected either. Looks like it's fine. Angor also noticed that there were apprentices and wizards coming out from the doors on the 10th, 20th, 30th, and even the 50th floor of the tower. They seemed to be wondering what was going on outside, which meant they weren't affected by anything inside the tower. In that case, the arrow shouldn't have been aimed at Lawson, right? I should go talk to Mayor Lawson first. If he's fine, I can talk to him about the arrow. But if something happened to him? Angor didn't want to think further. He flew toward the top of the tower, which was covered in darkness. When he reached the top, he didn't see any sign that the wall was broken. But for some reason, Angor still felt that something was wrong. If the arrow wasn't aimed at Lawson, then who did it? Which part of the city center was it shot to? Let's put that aside for now and see what Mayor Lawson has to say. Angor took out his transmitter and planned to contact Lawson directly. But Lord Rosen didn't reply. Angor tried to contact Antonio, but strangely enough, Antonio didn't answer his call either. Once again, he had a bad feeling about this. One of the walls on top of the tower slowly faded away, revealing a familiar figure in front of him. Milanda Yada. She was also the daughter of Lawson Yada, the emperor of mechanical beasts. Milanda was the one who opened the passage for him the last time. But this time, Milanda looked a little strange. She looked terrified, confused, and a little helpless. What's wrong? What's going on? Asked Angor. Milanda opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Her lips were trembling as if she was frightened by something. Angor didn't ask Milanda any more questions since he couldn't get an answer. Instead, he flew toward the inner corridor. Obviously, Milanda was traumatized. In other words, something must have happened in here. The arrow was the only thing he could think of that was related to the current situation. Angor quickly arrived outside the metal hall. The door was open, but he couldn't see anything inside. The hall was filled with light. Blinding light. That's the light that disappeared? A man's hoarse voice reached his ears. He turned around and saw Sunders and Horace. They heard footsteps at the end of the corridor. Greya was helping Melanda, who was still in a daze, walk toward them. What's going on inside? Horace asked. Angor shook his head. I don't know. But it doesn't look good. Angor was about to enter the room when Sunders grabbed his arm. That light is strange. It blocks all energy detectors. Don't go inside. Angor didn't sense any danger. He assumed that Melanda also came out of the room. Since she came out of the room, the light shouldn't be a problem. But it was only a guess. Sunders was right. Angor shouldn't act recklessly before he could prove that the light was harmless. Sunders was wise to stop Angor, but he couldn't find out what happened to Lawson if he couldn't get inside. Angor considered and looked at Melanda, who was still being supported by Greya. He released a strand of nightmare aura from his fingertip and placed it between Melanda's eyebrows. Melanda was still in a state of confusion and fear. After being stimulated by Angor's illusion, her eyes seemed to clear up a little. However, her eyelids were slowly closing, which meant that her mind was getting blurry. Is Mayor Lawson in there? Angor quickly asked before Melanda lost her mind. Yes, Melanda answered blankly. How's he doing? Is he still alive? Angor asked again. Melanda subconsciously recalled the scene from before. She was standing in front of Lawson, observing the strange darkness on the screen with him. They were even discussing what the void crack that appeared out of nowhere was. But the next second, an endless beam of light rushed into the hall they were in. Then, Melanda saw an arrow piercing through Lawson's heart. A bright light flashed, followed by a huge explosion. Due to the nightmare aura, Melanda's emotions were temporarily suppressed. She was still in a daze because of Angor's questions. Even so, Melanda's eyes were filled with tears. 2 lines of tears flowed down his cheeks silently and unknowingly. Is he still alive? Angor asked again while controlling the nightmare aura he left in Melanda's eyebrows. As the nightmare aura spread, Melanda finally spoke again. I don't know. I only saw his mouth moving. Angor snapped his fingers and sent the nightmare aura into Melanda's mind. Melanda only saw a flash of white light before she was dragged into a dark dream. Melanda fainted, and Greya caught her in time. Angor looked at Sunders and whispered, I'm going to check. Angor didn't explain, and Sunders didn't stop him this time. He only nodded. Angor knew what he was doing. Sunders could remind him, but Sunders would not, and could not, interfere with his decision. Without hesitation, Angor turned around and entered the shining metal hall. Angor's goal was clear. He had to check Lawson's condition. After all, it was highly possible that the Germinal believers were behind all this, and Lawson's fate had a lot to do with Angor's involvement. Even if it was Lawson's idea. To expel the Germinal believers, Angor would still feel guilty if something bad happened to Lawson. This was why Angor had to enter the hall to check Lawson's condition. If Lawson was still alive, Angor would try his best to prevent any mishaps caused by his own carelessness. Of course, Angor wasn't a reckless person. When he asked Melanda the question, he was sure that Melanda had come out from the metal hall. Since that was the case, it meant that the hall would be filled with light for a short period of time. Which was why he chose to enter the hall. When the dazzling light created a floating sea of light around him, Angor narrowed his eyes. Just as he thought, these rays of light did not cause any harm to him. However, he faintly felt that there was a familiar aura within these lights. He held back his desire to study the light. The most important thing right now was to check Lawson's condition. Following his memory, he quickly walked to the center of the metal hall. Usually, Lawson would be nearby, either hunched over the experiment table or monitoring the people under the holographic screen. Soon, Angor saw the vague outline of a lab table. There seemed to be a large number of documents on the experiment table, and something else on it. He took a few steps forward and felt that he kicked something. When he picked it up and saw what it was, his expression changed to one of shock. Without hesitation, Angor rushed to the lab table. He felt a chill down his spine when he saw the round object that was still making cracking noises on the table. The item he picked up earlier fell to the ground without making a sound. It was a severed arm. In front of Angor was a severed head on the lab table. Lawson's head. The man's eyes were closed, and he looked peaceful. His hair was standing up, and there were lightning bolts dancing in the air, which made the air crackle. Lawson is dead? Angor looked at the severed head and repeated the words in his mind. He was too late. Was it because of the arrow? Angor did not know how to react. He was not as desperate as Melantha, but he was still in a bad mood. He felt sad for some reason. After all, he was partly responsible for Lawson's death. Angor let out a long sigh. He felt sorry for Lawson's death. However, something unexpected happened. As Angor sighed, the ears of the severed head on the table twitched, and the closed eyes suddenly opened. It's Melantha. So you're a super-dimensional wizard. A cold voice reached Angor's ears. Angor quickly regained his senses and looked at Lawson. To be exact, he was looking at Lawson's head. You're still alive? Angor asked in surprise. 30 seconds later, I couldn't cut off the connection between machine energy and the outside world, and my brain would have died due to the loss of energy. Lawson's voice was still as cold as a metal puppet's. What should I do? Angor didn't ask why. Use an energy-isolating defensive spell to create a barrier around my head. Lawson consumed energy when he spoke, so his voice was getting weaker and weaker. Angor didn't hesitate and created a barrier around Lawson's head. Once the barrier was formed, the lightning bolts on Lawson's hair were no longer connected to the outside world, and Lawson regained his energy. If you have time, can you draw an energy balance rune for me? I need it to protect my head. Angor nodded. Sure. But I need to get you out of here first. Angor was worried that the light here would cause more damage to Lawson. Lawson, okay. Do you need me to find another body for you? Angor asked. Luosin said indifferently, no need, it has been completely destroyed by an arrow. But most of my body is made of machines. I can ask Muse to replace it in the future. Angor nodded. Most of his body parts were modified into machines, which was probably why Lawson was still alive. When Horus saw Angor walking out of the hall with Lawson's head in his hand, his frozen expression finally showed a hint of emotion. Mechanical Beast Emperor Lawson was not the strongest fighter, but his defense was not weak at all. Besides, Lawson was a level 2 Truthfinder wizard, the same level as Horus. Such a powerful Lawson only had his head left. Was this the power of that arrow? Horus now somewhat understood why they had all sensed a strong premonition of danger earlier. The power of this arrow was simply beyond their imagination. Sunders also looked grim. According to Angor, the situation was not optimistic. He already guessed that Lawson was in trouble, but he did not expect the outcome to be so horrifying. Lawson, who was fully equipped with alchemy tools and mechanical enhancements, was actually reduced to such a state. Who did this? A legendary? Is he dead? Greya asked hesitantly. Angor did not answer. He sat down on the ground and took out a piece of mithril gold from his bracelet. He quickly melted it into a platform, then took out his experiment tools and a rune engraving pen. I'm sorry, Miss Barbie. I'm not dead yet. Angor used Hand of Spell to hold Lawson's head. Thank goodness you're still alive. If you die and become Principal Muse, I'm afraid I won't be able to buy the ingredients I want here anymore. Greya was obviously familiar with Lawson. She didn't sound like she was gloating over Lawson's misfortune. Instead, she sounded relieved. What's Angor doing? Sunders asked. I asked him to help me draw an energy balancing rune. My mana vortex is collapsing in my mind space. I need to borrow some external force to at least slow down the collapse of my mana whirlpool. Mana vortex collapsing? Apart from Asaz and Angor, who was still working on the rune, everyone else widened their eyes in fear. This was one of the most dreaded situations for wizards. Once a mana vortex collapsed, a wizard would die for good. Besides, the collapse of a mana vortex would also affect the soul space, spirit sea, and other unspeakable mysterious places. Even the soul would not be able to escape. The collapse of a mana vortex was not irreversible, but once it began to collapse, it would be very difficult to save it. Greya looked at Lawson's head with a complicated expression. Even in such a situation, Lawson could still speak so calmly. As expected of someone who could rule floating mech city. Back when Greya lost her body, she spent an entire week in despair. If Lawson could speak so calmly, it meant that everything was not completely off track. Or maybe it was already off track, but Lawson did not want to talk about it. Regardless of what the answer was, it was not something they should care about. As a matter of fact, this was Floating Mech City's family business. They already showed restraint by not adding insult to injury. After a moment of silence, Sunders asked, "Did the arrow hurt you?" Lawson did not wonder why Sunders knew about the arrow. He assumed Angor must have told Sunders about it. Yes. Where is the arrow now? Sunders looked at the hall where the light was still surging. Is it still inside? It's gone. To be more precise, the arrow turned into light and disappeared after hitting Lawson's heart. The arrow disappeared? This answer was a little unbelievable, but the group was not too surprised. Being able to pass through the void, not affecting anything in the material world, and directly launch a destructive attack on a person was beyond their understanding. Therefore, no matter how unbelievable it was, it seemed to be acceptable. What was that arrow? Greya asked. Lawson did not answer. He did not know either. Just as everyone was about to ask about the situation, a humanoid figure emitting a faint blue light suddenly appeared beside them. At the same time, a strange teleportation pattern appeared on the wall behind them. A handsome young man with dark circles under his eyes walked out from the pattern. It was Antonio, the guardian of the R&D department. The young man who showed up. Behind him was the city lord of Floating Mech City, the director of the R&D department, and the uncrowned king of alchemy in the southern wizardry region, mediocre Muse. The Muse they knew had always been undisciplined and lazy. However, at this moment, Muse's expression was rarely serious and his expression was even more solemn. Muse first observed the people around him and then looked at the heads of Angor and Lawson. When he saw Angor drawing more than half of the runes, Muse realized something. He sighed in relief. At least he made it in time. Lawson was still alive. Muse did not interrupt Angor's work, nor did he care about why Sunders and the others were here. He simply stood aside and waited. During this process, Antonio disappeared for several seconds. Sunders could sense where he went. Antonio went to the Tower of Infinity and closed the door he opened earlier. At the same time, he asked the wizards who were attracted by the light to leave. When he was done, Antonio returned to the corridor and closed the door of the metal hall, completely isolating himself from the sea of light. In less than 3 minutes after Muse arrived, he finished drawing the energy balance rune on the simple platform. With a flash of light, the platform released a supernatural aura, indicating that the item was completed. Next, Angor carefully controlled the hand of spell to place Lawson's head in the center of the platform. Lawson thanked Angor and closed his eyes. Using the energy balance rune, he tried his best to correct the chaotic mana whirlpool in his mind space. Muse, who had been silent all this time, sighed softly. Only an alchemist who specializes in enchantment could create such a balanced alchemy tool in such a short time. Thank you, Antonio thanked Angor. Naturally, they had items similar to energy balance, but they didn't know Lawson's requirements. From the time they came to find him, learned his specific requirements, and went to look for the items, it was very likely that Lawson would not be able to hold on. Angor's help was a great contribution to Lawson's survival. Are you all right? Muse noticed that Angor's face was very pale. Angor exhaled deeply and leaned against the wall tiredly. I used up a lot of energy on my way here. I'll be fine after some rest. Muse nodded and looked around. This is not a good place to talk. We don't know what's going on in the hall. Let's get out of here first. Muse took out a strange-looking short cane and tapped it on the floor. A teleportation rune immediately appeared under their feet. Everyone, including the unconscious Melanda, disappeared in a flash of light. They arrived at a spacious secret chamber made entirely of silver metal. It was located under the Tower of Infinity and one of the most heavily guarded places in Floating Mech City. Muse had used a short-distance teleportation to bring everyone here. Muse began to check on Lawson's condition. During this time, he learned from Antonio that Antonio was the reason why he couldn't contact Antonio earlier. He was trying to break into the Creation Temple to wake Principal Muse up from her seclusion. Muse sighed in relief after making sure Lawson was fine. He looked at Antonio with a serious expression. Why was Lawson attacked? What happened here? Antonio didn't answer right away. Instead, he quietly looked at Greya and the others. Muse nodded. Clearly, Antonio believed that this was a secret, and he couldn't tell anyone about it. With that in mind, Muse decided to use a special isolation device to talk to Antonio alone. But before he could do anything, Angor snapped his fingers. Azaz, who was hiding behind them, suddenly disappeared. Muse looked at Sunders. He sensed a ripple in the air. Sunders must have placed Azaz inside his gravity garden. Everyone except Horace knows about the Germinal organization. Sunders paused and looked at Horace. I believe Horace is qualified to know about it. Muse didn't know the details yet, so he left the decision to Antonio. Antonio considered and nodded. I believe in Mr. Austere's authority as well. Horace's expression did not change as he quietly waited for Antonio's explanation. He was also very curious as to what had happened and why Lawson was attacked. Let's start with Mr. Pat. Antonio used Angor's search for Lawson as an excuse to tell Angor everything, including Aline's disappearance and Swan's kidnapping. Greya and the others only knew about Aline's disappearance. They didn't know about Swan's abduction, so they listened carefully. Horace, on the other hand, was frowning. He didn't expect this to be related to a mystery item that was out of order. Horace spent a lot of time traveling in the Outlands, so he knew a thing or two about mystery items. When he learned about the Germinal organization, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The effect of this out-of-order mysterious item was so powerful that its range of influence was unimaginable. Most importantly, the key to unlocking the Germinal organization's chaotic rhythm was so simple. The Order Guild was unable to take back the Germinal organization, which gave the lunatics a chance to celebrate. With the Germinal organization as their religion, they spread the key all over the world. Ignorant people thought that it was a miracle, but they didn't know that after the key was opened, only endless darkness awaited them. After listening to the introduction of the Germinal organization believers, Horace could only think of one thing: the Germinal organization's faith must not be allowed to spread to the southern region. Muse had similar thoughts, perhaps even deeper. This was because the Germinal organization believers had already appeared in Irong, causing dozens of people to go missing. Expelling the Germinal organization's faith was a matter that could not be delayed. City Lord Rosen also had the idea of expelling or eliminating the believers of the Germinal organization, so through the method of prophecy, we found their hiding place. Antonio explained the process in detail, and specifically pointed out the threat of the arrow. Muse frowned. In other words, the arrow that killed Lawson was most likely the work of the Germinal sect. Everyone nodded in agreement. The arrow was only related to the threat of the Germinal organization believers. Greya said, that arrow must have come from the void. How did they accurately aim at City Lord Rosen without hurting anything in the material world? It was not only powerful, but also strange. While everyone was thinking about the same question, Angor suddenly spoke up. I have an idea, which attracted everyone's attention. When I went in to check on City Lord Rosen, I sensed something familiar from the light in the hall. Familiar? Muse tried to recall what happened. He was cautious about the light, but he didn't sense anything wrong with it. Maybe it was because he didn't touch it personally? Yes. There was a very faint aura left behind. Angor paused. And this aura has mystery properties. Mystery properties. In other words, the arrow was probably some kind of offensive mystery item. Everyone's eyes widened in realization. If it was really a mystery item, then it was possible. Everyone was well aware of the strangeness and terror of the mysterious object. I also think that it might be a mystery item. A cold, metallic voice sounded from behind. It was Lawson. After regaining his energy balance, he finally opened his eyes. When that arrow pierced my heart, I could clearly sense a mysterious fluctuation. At that time, I knew very well that I couldn't block it. So, I gave up on controlling my heart and channeled all my energy to my head. Fortunately, the arrow tore my body apart, but it didn't completely destroy my head, so I didn't die on the spot. So it really is a mystery item. Muse frowned. This is going to be troublesome. Everyone knew what Muse meant by troublesome. The characteristics of the mysterious item were extremely strange and hard to guard against. Since the person who threatened Lawson with an arrow was able to hang the arrow in his mouth so easily, it could be inferred that this mysterious object that could shoot arrows was definitely not a one-time use item. As long as the cost of using this mystery item wasn't too high, the person who shot the arrow would probably release a second or third one. This was what Muse was worried about. If the person didn't only want to kill Lawson, but also Muse or other leaders of Floating Mech City, the consequences would be severe. What should we do then? Greya asked worriedly. The enemy was in the dark while they were out in the open. That's why we're in this situation. In my opinion, the first thing you need to do now is to understand the germinal organization and gain a deeper understanding of that mystery item, Sunders said. Everyone agreed with him. Indeed, they could only figure out how to deal with the situation after learning more about it. But here came the problem. What was that mystery item? Greya looked at Angor in silence. Do you know, Angor? Angor shook his head. Frost did talk about the germinal organization, but he didn't mention anything about the mystery item. Since Angor didn't know, everyone looked at Muse. Muse considered for a moment. I don't know. But someone might know. Who would know if Muse didn't know? Muse didn't answer their questions. Instead, he took out his cane and tapped it on the floor. With a loud noise and the sound of gears turning, a medium-sized machine slowly appeared in front of him. Horace seemed to recognize the device. Just as he was about to name it, a groan interrupted his words. It was Melantha, who had fainted earlier. Now that she had woken up, she rubbed her dizzy forehead and groaned as she sat up. Coincidentally, after Melantha sat up, she was facing the long metal table, and on the table was Lawson's head. Melantha stared at Lawson's head in bewilderment. Fragments of memories kept flashing in her mind, and she began to tremble because of them. Seeing that Melantha was about to be trapped in her own thoughts again, Lawson opened his eyes and said softly, Melantha. Melantha's frightened expression didn't turn into joy when she heard Lawson's voice. Lawson looked at Melantha, who usually kept her emotions to herself, and said, Don't worry. I'm not going to die just yet. While Melantha and Lawson were talking in low voices, Angor and the others were quietly observing Muse's operation. This was a very complicated mechanical device. It had a beetle-like outer shell, but there was a single horn on top. Under Muse's control, the single horn began to emit a faint light. What kind of machine is this? Greya whispered to Angor. It was his first time seeing such a thing as well. But he saw something like a signal tower? It's a mini signal tower. Antonio confirmed his suspicion. 50 years ago, Floating Mech City developed a signal tower for long-distance communication, which brought the southern wizarding region closer to each other. However, the construction of a signal tower was very expensive. Some wizard families could not even afford one even if they spent all their money. Therefore, the signal tower was not widely used. Only some large wizard organizations would build one. According to Antonio, signal towers were usually fixed structures. But Muse thought it was too inconvenient. It would be better if he could carry it around with him. That was why the mini-signal tower was created. However, while it was convenient, the mini-signal towers were even more expensive and could not be popularized. Muse couldn't bear to build one for himself. Even Muse couldn't afford it, let alone the others. I want something that's portable, long-distance, and inexpensive. I don't know when we'll get it, Antonio said. Antonio's comment reminded Angor of radio. If he could achieve radio transmission, he would be able to solve the problem easily. Unfortunately, the wizarding world could not reproduce the glory of radio. Perhaps it was because of the influence of primal mana, or something else. There were too many problems that needed to be solved in order to break the shackles of another civilization. At least, not yet. Maybe it will happen soon, Sunder suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked over. Even Muse, who was operating the mini-signal tower, was attracted by Sunder's words. He wasn't an alchemist, but he sounded confident. Was it because he witnessed something like this? There weren't many people who could let Sunders witness such technology. So far, there was only one person in the room. Did you find a way to break the transmission barrier? Muse looked at Angor with glowing eyes. Angor knew that Sunders was talking about using the Dream Wasteland for long-distance communication. Angor looked at Muse's curious eyes and considered. I did have some ideas recently, but I'm using another method to solve the problem. But there are still some problems I can't solve. In other words, he was still in the research stage. Muse nodded. Feel free to contact me if you need any help. I'm looking forward to seeing your results. Antonio joined in. If your first achievement is to solve the transmission barrier, Mr. Pat, I'm sure it'll cause a huge stir. Muse added, maybe we'll set up a showroom on the top floor for you. Angor smiled but didn't say anything. While they were talking, Muse's signal tower finally received a message. A screen appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at the screen curiously and wondered who Muse was going to contact. Who would know about that mystery item? As the light flickered, a figure slowly appeared on the screen. It was an arrogant woman, who was sitting quietly in a pure white hall with a cup of hot tea in her hand. White hair, cold eyes, and elegant elegance. When everyone saw the woman's face, they all thought of the same name, the Twilight King. Muse contacted Isabel, who returned to Dark Castle after 1,000 years. Angor realized that Muse was talking about Isabel. Isabel was only possessed by a remnant soul, but she didn't lose her memories. She spent a lot of time traveling around the origin world. Angor also remembered that Isabel obtained the spirit whisper from a mystery item in the origin world. The Germinal sect came from the origin world, so Isabel might have some knowledge of the origin world. Isabel looked up at the screen. She was surprised to see so many people, and there were even a few familiar faces. Isabel didn't ask why Muse contacted her right away. Instead, she nodded at Angor and Sunders before focusing on Muse. May I ask why you're calling me, Principal Muse? Muse didn't hesitate and quickly described the arrow incident to him. In order to make it more accurate, he even asked Angor to use an illusion to recreate what happened in Floating Mech City. Isabel seemed to have thought of something and fell into silence. I can't tell anything from the illusions you've shown me. However, when it comes to arrow-type mystical items, I have indeed heard of one that has a similar effect as what you described. Isabel's words brightened everyone's eyes. When I was traveling in the origin world, I learned by chance that an organization called the 77th Red Sox had obtained a mysterious item. It's called Hotep's Wrath, also known as Loser's Arrow. Loser's Arrow? Loser's Arrow? Did it mean that only the loser could shoot the arrow? For example, Lawson won against the Germinal believers in the void. Was that why he had to take the arrow from the loser? Isabel shook her head. I don't know why it's called Loser's Arrow, but I'm sure it's not what you're talking about. I don't know much about Loser's Arrow, but I do know that it's very powerful. It can even kill a legendary being. Kill a legendary being? Everyone was bewildered. This was the first time they had heard of a mysterious offensive item that could cause fatal damage to a legendary magus. No wonder the omen of danger it brought was so frightening. But if it could really kill a legendary being, it should have destroyed the entire Floating Mech City. Why did it only target Lawson? Lawson even managed to escape death for some reason. Or could it be that the arrow from before wasn't the loser's arrow? Isabel explained, Loser's Arrow is very powerful, but I heard that it has a lot of limitations. I don't know much about that. If I were to guess, the reason why Loser's Arrow didn't destroy Floating Mech City in one hit is probably because of its limitations. Of course, that is if the arrow you encountered was really Loser's Arrow. After pausing for a moment, Isabel continued to talk about the Loser's Arrow. According to the rumors, the Loser's Arrow not only has limitations, but it also has a lot of negative effects after using it. But I don't know what kind of negative effect it is. A mystery item with negative effect on the user? Angor suddenly thought of something. Half out of control, a mystery item that went out of control would submit to its controller, but it would still have some negative effects. Angor speculated that Loser's Arrow was a mystery item that went out of control, but this information was not helpful for the current situation. If it's really Loser's Arrow, then we can only pray that the negative effect is strong enough to deter them from using it, Greya said in a small voice. Isabel didn't say anything because she really didn't know what the negative effect was. She considered and said, also, when loser's arrow hits its target, it will disappear and return to the user's hand. It's similar to what you said. This was similar to what happened to Lawson, but they weren't sure if it was loser's arrow. Oh, there's one more thing, Isabel said. Isabel thought for a moment and said, I remember when I heard about the legend of the loser's arrow, someone said that the loser's arrow was the anger of a historian. He said bluntly that history was to shoot an arrow first and draw a target where it landed. Shoot the arrow first, then draw the target? Muse muttered this sentence doubtfully. Yes. I think that's the loser's arrow's mystery effect. After Isabel said this, she cut off the connection with the signal tower. Isabel's loser's arrow. We's loser's arrow. But we's not sure if it's loser's arrow, Greya said. Everyone agreed with Greya's words. Loser's arrow was capable of killing legendary creatures, but its current power didn't match its power. Even if Isabel said that loser's arrow had its limits, they couldn't use it as proof. While everyone was deep in thought, Antonio suddenly said, I saw an interesting scene. Something interesting? Everyone looked at Antonio, not understanding what he meant. Antonio didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Muse and said, I need a screen that can transmit images from the rune eye. Muse didn't ask. He took out his cane and pointed it at the air. A light ripple spread across the air like a rose, and a screen appeared in front of everyone. Antonio looked at the screen and seemed to be controlling something. A moment later, an image appeared on the screen. Huh? This is Mayor Lawson's office? The place reflected in the image was the metal hall where Lawson was shot by the arrow. However, compared to the previous metal hall, this one was different. The sea of light was gone, and everything was back to normal. The empty hall was intact, and the lab table was as smooth as before. The floating screen was still showing the scene of floating Mech City. Many people were gathered around the Tower of Infinity, trying to find the source of the light. Nothing changed, except for the parts on the floor. Greya wanted to say that everything was the same except for Lawson's broken body parts. But she didn't want to say that in front of Lawson, so she changed the word to parts. Most of Lawson's body was made out of mechanical parts, so the floor was littered with all kinds of broken parts. Wait, something's changed. Melanda suddenly walked up and stood in front of the screen. Apart from Lawson, she was the one who frequented the metal hall the most, so she could quickly notice anything wrong. Melanda asked Antonio to keep showing the scene. When the screen showed a certain angle, she quickly said, Stop. Stop. This is it. From this angle, after entering through the door, he would be able to see most of the situation in the hall through a long-distance view. The others didn't see anything wrong with the image. However, Melanda pointed at a certain spot with a trembling finger. That wasn't there before. Something appeared in the hall out of thin air? Everyone looked at where Melanda was pointing. Behind the lab table, on Lawson's usual spot, there was a round object. Since the lab table was hidden, they couldn't see it clearly. However, they were sure that it was a flat, round object. Antonio considerately moved the camera closer. As the image was enlarged, everyone gradually saw its true appearance. Is that a target? To be more precise, it was a round target floating above the seat. It didn't seem to be a real object that existed in the material world. It felt fake. Muse thought of something and tapped the ground with his cane. A teleportation rune appeared under his feet. Before Muse could use it, Angor suddenly stepped forward. Muse glanced at Angor but didn't say anything. As the rune flashed again, both Angor and Muse disappeared. At the same time, their images appeared on the screen. Angor and Muse arrived at the metal hall. They stood near the target and carefully observed something. Inside the secret chamber, Greya watched the scene on the screen with a thoughtful look. Isn't this target a bit too late? Greya's voice was soft as a whisper. Lawson's head was the only thing left in his body, and the target only showed up now? Shoot the arrow first, then draw the target, Horace said. Shoot the arrow first, then draw the target. It was exactly as Isabel described. Greya narrowed her eyes. So that arrow is really the loser's arrow? No one responded, but everyone unanimously shifted the weight of the scale in their hearts towards the loser's arrow. Meanwhile, inside the metal hall, Angor followed Muse here to see if the mystery energy he sensed earlier was still coming from the target. If so, he would be able to confirm that the target was created by the Sea of Light. However, Angor's attention was not on the mystery property at all. Angor and Muse looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Did you sense it? He didn't elaborate, but Muse nodded as if she knew what he meant. Then, he reached out his cane, which was covered with gear patterns, and pointed at the target floating on his seat. This is the source. Angor looked at the target with a puzzled look. Both of them were on high alert when they entered the metal hall. Angor was ready to open the door at any time in case something unexpected happened. However, there was no danger. What was strange was that when they were about to observe the target at close range, they vaguely felt that the target seemed to be emitting some kind of decipherable information ripple. Since it was related to mystery, Angor and Muse didn't dare to approach the target even though they were still curious about it. However, that didn't mean they couldn't decipher the information. Both Angor and Muse had many ways to obtain the information ripple safely. For example, they could use a mechanical golem to check if the target was in a safe frequency range. Or they could send a familiar to check if the target was dangerous. Or they could use other methods to decipher the information ripple from afar. However, they didn't choose any of the above methods. Muse tapped the floor, and Antonio appeared beside them. Angor looked at the blue humanoid spirit and realized that Antonio was a special spirit. He could split his spirit body and monitor the entire floating mech city. As for the split spiritual bodies, they could also capture information ripples. Angor could let Antonio enter the target to find out what was going on. Even if there was danger, Antonio could abandon the spirit body at any time. It wouldn't do any harm to the spirit body. After Antonio understood Muse's meaning, he didn't hesitate and directly walked into the range of the target. After Antonio entered, he immediately stood still. Angor couldn't see Antonio's face, but he could tell that Antonio was thinking about something. Or maybe it was the information he got from the target. After a while, Antonio turned around and said, "It seems that Ms. Isabel was right. This arrow really is the loser's arrow." "Muse, why are you so sure?" Antonio pointed at the target. "It told me." Antonio paused and continued, "The information ripple from the target is only repeating a part of it. So far, it's just a simple information ripple. There's no danger in it." After Antonio finished speaking, before he could verify, Muse stepped into the range of the information ripples. Angor hesitated for a moment and entered the message wave category as well. 1 minute later, both Angor and Muse recovered from the information ripple at the same time. As Antonio said, the information ripple wasn't dangerous. It was just repeating a piece of information. And the content of this message was actually describing the reason for the existence of the archery target. When Angor and Muse returned to the underground room, Greya quickly asked about the target. Their conversation in the metal hall was all shown to the audience. What information was the target trying to convey? The information ripple is only describing a certain rule. Angor nodded at Muse to confirm that he could speak. Then, he began to tell Muse the information he learned earlier. The rule described by the target was not a logical one. But through analysis, several conclusions could be drawn. First, the reason for the target's existence. When an arrow hit its target, it would begin to form into a target. This was the so-called shoot the arrow first, then draw the target. From this, Antonio deduced that the target was loser's arrow. Next was when the target would disappear. When the target was formed, it meant that the target had already been hit by the arrow. After that, the target would remain at the target's position for a long time, until the target would only disappear when loser's arrow chose its next target and fired a new arrow. In other words, the target's existence allowed people to know when the next loser's arrow would be fired. The last part of the message mentioned an ironclad rule about loser's arrow: you could not fire 2 arrows at the same target. In other words, if the target survived, loser's arrow would not be able to target him a second time. This indirectly proved one thing: at least Lawson did not have to be afraid of a second arrow being shot. This was the useful information Angor gathered from the archery target. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. I don't understand. Why did it leak the information? Greya frowned. She was used to thinking in terms of conspiracy theories. Antonio said, perhaps this is what Ms. Isabel meant by the limitation of the loser's arrow. Greya couldn't find a way to refute this. Something's not right, she said in the end. I think the information from this target should be true, Muse said. It's a simple principle. There's no need for it to lie. Lawson joined in. You're right. And the information we read doesn't suggest a trap. I am also inclined to believe that this information is true. A chuckle suddenly reached everyone's ears. Since we're sure that the mystery item is loser's arrow, why don't you think about something else? For example. Sunders spoke in a plain tone. How did they know that Lawson is the target? Sunders' words reminded them of something. The threat from the germinal organization's believers implied that Lawson was already targeted. However, how could they be sure that the loser's arrow would hit Lawson? There were two reasons for this. The first reason was the mysterious nature of the arrow. Their current understanding of the loser's arrow was only a vague concept. Perhaps the loser's arrow could ignore all external factors and accurately lock onto Lawson. Then, it could launch a long-range attack on Lawson. After all, mystery items could not be analyzed by normal logic. Anything could happen. The second reason was that a germinal organization believer confirmed Lawson's identity and location in Floating Mech City, and contacted the Archer from a long distance, which led to the current situation. Both of these reasons had a certain degree of possibility. However, the first reason could not be considered. Therefore, Muse was more inclined to, or rather, hoped for, the second reason. According to the germinal organization believer who threatened Lawson, the germinal organization must have mastered some kind of secret communication method that could allow them to reach Lawson from a long distance. That was why the germinal organization was able to find out about Lawson's expulsion. As long as the germinal organization came to Floating Mech City and confirmed Lawson's identity, they could contact Lawson from a long distance and attack him. Moreover, only the second reason would leave behind clues that would give them a chance to investigate. Muse nodded at Sunders to thank him for the reminder. He then turned to Antonio. Use your rune detector to monitor all outsiders who came to Floating Mech City yesterday and today. Maybe one of them is the culprit. Greya suddenly spoke up. It's possible that the germinal organization's believers worked together, which allowed them to hit Lawson so accurately. But how can you be sure that the germinal organization's informant only came to Floating Mech City recently, President Muse? Maybe this germinal organization believer has been hiding in Floating Mech City for a long time. Before Muse could say anything, Angor rejected Greya's suggestion. If Mayor Lawson's information was sent out by someone from the inside, then the person who sent the message couldn't have been here for a long time. They must have arrived within these 2 days, Angor said in a confident tone. How can you be sure? Greya asked. Instead of looking at Greya, he looked at Lawson's head. It's simple. If they've been hiding in Floating Mech City for a long time, they would have more detailed information, especially about Mayor Lawson. He didn't say it out loud, but Greya quickly understood when she saw Lawson's glaring eyes. If they had been lurking for a long time, they would naturally know that half of Lawson's body was made of machinery. As long as they knew this information, the target of the loser's arrow would definitely be Lawson's head and not his heart. The fact that Lawson was still alive meant that this person didn't know much about Lawson. He must have just arrived at Floating Mech City recently. Greya nodded. She agreed with Angor's opinion. Look for anyone who came to Floating Mech City recently and asked about Governor Lawson. Also, keep an eye on one particular person. Who do you mean, Mr. Pet? Swan. Since the germinal sect wanted revenge, Lawson was one of their main targets, and Swan was another. Now that they had dealt with Lawson, it was possible that they would target Swan again. Therefore, if they searched Swan's surroundings, they might be able to find some clues. Muse nodded in agreement. He's right. The germinal sect only knows about Lawson and Swan. Antonio, send a rune detector around Swan and her friends. See if anyone came to Floating Mech City recently. As soon as Muse's voice fell, Antonio nodded. The light blue spirit turned into countless light spots and disappeared from the secret room. Once Antonio was gone, Muse nodded to Angor. Thank you for your help. When this is over, come to the city of Floating Mech. I have something for you. Muse didn't say it out loud, but it was clear that he was going to give Angor something. I'm going back to Brute Cavern today, so we'll talk about it later. Muse was surprised. He didn't expect Angor to leave so soon. Now that the Germinal organization is here, Floating Mech City won't be safe for the time being. It's better if you leave now. After pausing for a moment, Muse took out a silver gear-shaped button from the steam robe he was wearing. Muse rubbed the edge of the cog-shaped button, which released a faint glow. Next, the space around the cog-shaped button rippled like water. The mini-signal tower outside the cog-shaped button was covered by the ripples and slowly disappeared. Next, Muse weighed the button in his hand and tossed it to Angor with a wave of his hand. The mini-signal tower is in there. You can have it. Muse acted as if he didn't care at all, but the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. It could be seen that he didn't care at all. Angor noticed Muse's concern and chuckled in his mind. He handed the button back to Muse. That won't be necessary. I just happened to save Mayor Lawson. Besides, I was the one who told Mayor Lawson about the Germinal organization, so I have something to do with it. Although Muse was distressed, he still waved his hand. Take it. I didn't just give you the signal tower as a thank you gift. You said it yourself that you had a lot to do with it, so I need to use the signal tower to contact you as soon as possible. Also, the Germinal organization isn't just about Floating Mech City. It's about the entire wizarding world. I'm giving you the signal tower so that I can use it to contact Mr. Rain if I need any information. Muse muttered in a low voice, Brute Cavern doesn't have a signal tower or a teleportation portal. Angor didn't know what to say. Angor really wanted to tell Muse that if he really wanted to contact him, he could go to his brother, Leon, at Fragrant Pavilion. After all, Leon could enter the Dream Wasteland. But he decided against it. It wasn't a good idea to push Leon into the limelight. If I find something useful in my research, I'll return the signal tower to you, Angor said. Muse hesitated for a moment before he realized that Angor was talking about long-distance communication. He nodded. All right. The department's display box is waiting for your research. Muse nodded to Angor and took Lawson's head to the city of Floating Mech through a teleportation rune. He still had a lot of things to do, such as repairing Lawson's body, tracking the Germinal organization, preventing further attacks from the organization, responding to the higher-ups of Floating Mech City, and so on. Muse didn't have much time to talk to Angor right now. He told Melantha to lead the others out of the secret room and left first. Time to go. Sunders patted Angor's shoulder. Angor nodded. The Germinal organization's business involved a lot of people. As a new wizard, he wouldn't be able to help much even if he got involved. Besides, he believed that Floating Mech City, which was both a wizard organization and a trade center, must have some countermeasures and trump cards. An organization with such a strong foundation should not be underestimated. Angor didn't need to worry too much. Greya looked at Melantha, who was still in a daze. Thank you for your help. Melantha nodded. Come this way. Melantha brought everyone to a corner of the secret room. Nobody knew what she did, but everyone was surrounded by a layer of light. In the next second, they appeared in a long corridor. Angor looked around and found this corridor familiar. The hall not far from them should lead directly to the Infinity Arena. In other words, they were in the middle of the Tower of Infinity, the 100th floor. Melantha checked the hall and frowned. There are too many people up ahead. I'll take you through another passage. The others nodded. They understood Melantha's decision. After all, Melantha was a core member of the Tower of Infinity. Now that something strange had happened, Melantha would definitely be surrounded and questioned. Not to mention that the core members did not have a unified statement, so it was inconvenient for them to show up. Melantha was not in a good condition, so there was no need for her to force herself to show up. Melantha led the group through the quiet corridor. About half a minute later, they arrived at a small, sealed path. Melantha reached out and gently touched the wall. The wall seemed to turn into soft mud filled with water. It rippled and slowly turned into a door. Outside the door were clouds drifting in the air. See you later. Greya patted Melanda's shoulder and left with the others. Angor was the last one to leave. When he was about to step out of the door, Melanda stopped him. Angor looked back with a puzzled expression. Melanda remained silent for a moment before she bowed deeply to him. I've just heard from the city lord. If you hadn't entered the hall in time, the city lord might have already. Thank you. Melanda's voice was low and filled with guilt. She thought that Lawson had been killed by an arrow. She stumbled out of the hall in a trance. Without Angor's help, Lawson would have died in another 10 or 20 seconds. If that really happened, Melanda would never be able to forgive herself. She might not be used to Lawson's cold-bloodedness, but no matter how much of a scumbag he was still her father. She had never dared to imagine that Lawson would die so suddenly. Moreover, it was indirectly caused by her. This would really break her down. By saving Lawson, Angor also saved her from her uneasiness. Angor looked at Melanda, who bowed to him and recalled the events in the Sky Tower many years ago. His expression became complicated. In the end, Angor spoke in a soft voice, "It's fine." Then, he turned around and embraced the clear blue sky. Angor soon caught up with the others. They didn't ask him why he was late. "What did Melanda say to you?" Greya asked curiously. Angor spoke in a plain tone, "The old you wouldn't care about such things. You're too deeply affected by this body." Greya looked a little absent-minded, as if she was still trying to figure out how to fit her body and soul together. "Are you trying to change the topic?" Greya asked after a while. "Yes, Greya." "No, I'm not." Greya considered for a moment and decided not to ask further. She didn't think it was important anyway. When Greya turned away from him, Angor took out his transmitter. He noticed that Melanda was sending him a message. He glanced at the message and saw that it had something to do with Baroque. When the horizon was dyed red by the morning sun, Muse finally stopped his work and looked at the tall man in front of him. The man's silver-white mechanical body was glowing in a cold light. Even if he was just standing there quietly, he still had a strong presence that couldn't be ignored. "It's almost done. But the material for the artificial skin is too hard to find, and it's a delicate job. I'll put it on for you later," Muse said. The man in front of him turned around and revealed a young and handsome face. It was Lawson. Lawson said, "There's no need for that. The so-called simulated skin is just a layer of cloth that covers one's private parts. This is of no use to me." While speaking, Lawson put on his golden wizard robe. "Actually, since your mechanical body was destroyed, why don't you use this chance to get a real body? I have your old body here. I can use the granulation proliferation method to grow a new one for you," Muse suggested. Lawson still shook his head. "No need. Don't be so quick to refuse. At least let me help you grow a reproductive system so that you can feel the pleasure of a man again." As Muse spoke, he placed his hand on Lawson's shoulder and put on an expression that said, "All men understand." Lawson sneered. He didn't even want to give a perfunctory reply this time. "I'm going back to Tower of Infinity. The Germinal organization incident happened in a hurry, and I still need to take care of many things. I'm also worried about Melanda," Lawson said, and prepared to leave. "Wait," Muse said after a moment of hesitation. Lawson turned around expressionlessly, waiting for Muse's explanation. "I just want to ask if your mana whirlpool, is it doing well?" Muse asked. "It's temporarily stopped collapsing, but it won't be able to fully recover in a short time. Don't worry about it. I'll contact Mitral later and ask him to take a look." Then, Lawson nodded at Muse. His body then turned into countless light spots and disappeared from the city. After Lawson left, a light blue spirit appeared in front of the Creation Temple. "Did he leave already?" Muse asked in a small voice. "Yes. Mr. Pat left Floating Mech City through a plain passageway 3 hours ago." Muse nodded and said, "What about Horace?" Antonio seemed to understand what Muse wanted to ask and said bluntly, "His Excellency Horace has returned to the main city. I have also sent him a message through the magic energy eye. I'm sure Mr. Horace won't tell anyone about what happened today." "That's good." Muse let out a long sigh of relief and then got to the point. "You came to find me. Did you find some clues?" Antonio immediately nodded. Yes. Yes, I sent a rune monitor to scout the area around Red Flower Lane and didn't find anything. But when we went to Swan's temporary residence, we found something strange. Muse calmed herself down and looked at Antonio, waiting for him to speak. When the loser's arrow pierced through the void and descended, the entire city fell into darkness. According to Swan's good friends, Helen and Li Wei, when they were wondering what was going on, Swan suddenly went silent. They were too focused on the light from the arrow to notice Swan's condition. It wasn't until the darkness began to disperse that they noticed that Swan had fainted. Swan fainted? Did someone from the Germinal organization do this? Muse wondered. Antonio said, according to Swan, she saw a shadow before she fainted. It wasn't Helen or Li Wei. It was most likely a member of the Germinal organization. Muse considered. If it was a member of the Germinal organization, why didn't they kill Swan? Or did they take her away? Maybe they couldn't do it? The sky was dark, but there were still many people on the streets. The checkpoints weren't relaxed either. It wouldn't have been easy for them to take Swan away. That might be the reason, but it's not the whole story. What do you mean, sir? Maybe they didn't want to kill Swan or take her away. Muse narrowed his eyes. I have an idea. I need to meet this Swan. All right. I'll send her here right away. That won't be necessary. A sweet voice suddenly came from Antonio's side. Antonio turned his head and saw that the handsome young man was no longer there. Instead, a charming lady in a palace dress appeared in front of him. Antonio immediately recognized that it was the president's shape-shifting spell. Muse held the goose-feathered folding fan, covering half of her face. Her clear and sweet laughter came out from behind the folding fan. I'll go find her myself. Let me think. What name should I use? I think there's a tea party coming up. That's a good name. With that, Muse waved his fan and disappeared from the city of Mech. Half an hour later, Muse finally managed to get Helen to leave Swan's room. Smiling, he walked up to Swan and waved his folding fan in front of Swan's suspicious eyes. Swan felt a fragrant breeze, and then she fell into a deep slumber. Muse stared at Swan quietly, as if he was thinking about something. What are you going to do now, sir? Countless light spots converged into a light blue spirit, and Antonio appeared in the cramped room. Muse smiled and did not answer Antonio's question. Instead, he took out his fan and placed it between Swan's eyebrows. A minute later, Muse put away his fan. He opened it and shook it. Call Lawson over. His eyes were solemn. Antonio did not ask why. Instead, he called Lawson, who was in a meeting at the Tower of Infinity. A moment later, Lawson appeared in front of Muse. He was wearing a golden wizard robe. Lawson stared at Muse's beautiful, ladylike appearance without any emotion in his eyes. It seemed like he was used to Muse's behavior. Why did you call me over? I'm in the middle of an emergency meeting about the Germinal organization. Lawson's tone was calm, but his meaning was clear. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Muse smiled and pointed at the sleeping Swan with his fan. I found something important. Why don't you take a look at her? Lawson followed Muse's gaze and asked, Is there anything wrong with Swan? Muse did not explain. Instead, he tapped his own eyebrows with the fan. Lawson seemed to have understood something. He quickly walked forward and touched Swan's forehead with his cold mechanical finger. There are strange traces left behind, Lawson said. So it's an inside job? Muse nodded and told Lawson what Antonio had found. I suspect that the Germinal organization's believers are using some kind of method to search Swan's memory. That's very likely, Lawson said. Unfortunately, this person is not strong. Swan's memory has been blurred. He did not break through the defense line I set up. Even if he did, it's nothing. Swan doesn't know much. She only knows that she was sacrificed. She doesn't even know about the Germinal organization. From Lawson's point of view, the enemy would not be able to find any clues from Swan's body. However, he had left traces of himself, which would allow them to track him. However, Muse shook his head. Maybe what the person wants to see is not just her blurred memory. You're the only one who appeared in her blurred memory. However, there are traces of other people in her unblemished memory. You mean Angor? Muse nodded. Swan's memory was blurred, while Helen and Li Wei's memories were partially blurred. However, they still remembered something about Angor. In their memories, Angor might not be the result of everything, but he was the cause of everything. Perhaps his presence was not as strong as Lawson's, but he could still be targeted by the germinal organization's believers. Lawson's expression became serious when he heard about Angor. After all, Angor saved his life before. Lawson considered for a moment and looked at Antonio. I'll use the traces he left behind to find his location. Keep an eye on Swan, Helen, and Li Wei. Make sure they're safe. Next, he looked at Muse. Whether Angor is targeted or not, use the signal tower to tell him what happened. You take care of Angor. I'll take care of everything related to the germinal organization from now on. Muse immediately understood what Lawson meant. He had already been shot by Loser's arrow, and the arrow would not do it again. Also, Lawson's action of taking the blame for the incident indirectly reduced Angor's chances of getting involved in it. Muse nodded. All right. I'll contact Angor later. Since the mini-signal tower was already sent out, Muse had to go to the public signal tower in the main city. When Muse arrived at the tower, it was already dark outside. What was even worse was that the signal tower was still being used by someone. Muse waited outside the door for a few minutes, but the other party was still talking non-stop. Muse quietly went around the mental barrier set up by the other party and eavesdropped. He found that the other party was basically talking nonsense. Muse considered for a moment and knocked on the door. A moment later, a bulky man opened the door angrily. Can't you see the unused sign? Who is it? Halfway through his words, the man suddenly fell silent because he realized that the person in front of him was a beauty he had never seen before. He rarely talked to women, especially witches, so he didn't know what to do. Muse was going to give the man some magic crystals out of politeness. But when he saw the man's expression, he changed his mind. Muse picked up his folding fan and gave him a charming smile. Mister, I have something important to tell Professor Rack KSA. Can you let me go first? The man seemed to have thought of something. Are you referring to the whip witch from the Pure Land of Bliss, Madame Raxa? Yes. Muse winked at him. If you let me go first, I'll give you a discount next time you come to Elysium. At this moment, Muse's body seemed to be glowing with a pink light. The man gulped and nodded. Okay. I'll cut off contact with the merchant group first. You can have it, miss. The man quickly returned. You may go in now. Muse smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to walk past the man with a strong fragrance, a light blue spirit suddenly appeared in front of him. The newcomer was Antonio. Mr. Principal, I've found the target. Found the target? Muse was surprised. Where's Lawson? The city lord is going after him, Antonio quickly replied. Where are they now? At Red Sunflower Mill. Muse nodded. We'll go there right away. With that, Muse's body turned into countless light spots and disappeared. All that was left in the air was a rich fragrance and a petrified man. Who is that blue figure? He said that the beauty is the Dean and City Lord Luosin, the man muttered. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and covered his mouth. Could it be that she is from the Research and Development Institute? The man's eyes flashed with excitement. God, he seemed to have accidentally learned a big secret. Muse didn't know what the man was thinking at this time. He had forgotten about these small things when he came back to his senses. Now, all his concentration was gathered on the spiritual tentacles that were dissipating. He was now at Red Sunflower Square, a place where mortals gathered. Amidst the crowd, he did not see Luosen's shadow. Where would they be? Muse's spiritual tentacles soon found strange traces on the roof of a building. Muse flew to the top of the building. At first glance, there was nothing special about this place, but if he used his spiritual power, he could see that there was a sealed energy barrier here. Muse stepped forward and tapped lightly with his folding fan. The barrier wall seemed to turn into water, and Muse walked in without any hindrance. When Muse entered, he was already prepared for battle. However, when he got closer, he realized that the battle seemed to have ended. Luosen was like a mechanical war god, floating in midair. His body was shining with a golden light, and his cold mechanical hand was holding the neck of a young woman. The woman kept struggling, but she couldn't break free at all. Even if she managed to break free, she wouldn't be able to escape. This was because a mechanical falcon was circling high up in the sky. Its golden eyes were fixed on her. Luosen was called the Mechanical Beast Emperor because he controlled many powerful mechanical beasts. The giant falcon was only one of his mechanical troops. Speak, who is the mastermind behind you? Where are the other germinal believers? Luosen sensed that Muse had entered the barrier, but he didn't turn around and continued to interrogate the woman in front of him. Even if I die, I won't say anything. The woman's face was filled with pain. The germinal god will punish the sins of the world on a just scale. The woman opened her scarlet eyes with a hint of madness. You, and you. The woman turned to look at Muse. You will all become sacrifices on the scale and fall into the abyss of sin forever. After she finished screaming, she began to mutter some strange syllables. Luosen's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and the golden light directly pierced through the woman's forehead. In an instant, her thoughts completely disappeared. Her empty eyes were filled with shock. With a plop, she fell from midair and landed in the dust. Muse stepped forward and checked her condition. After confirming that she was dead, he looked at Lawson and said, "You acted too quickly. If she was stubborn, you could have just used a hallucinatory spell or infiltrated her memories to check." Luosen slowly descended from midair. She wasn't strong, but she had many special methods. I tried to invade her memory just now, but I couldn't succeed. Even if I wanted to use psychedelic spells, I didn't have time because she was chanting the message of entering the germinal disorder. If she spoke quickly and used telepathy, she could finish chanting in less than 2 seconds. Since she would die if she entered the germinal disorder, he might as well kill her directly. This way, he would have a corpse to study. Muse finally understood. I see. Muse squatted down and checked the remnants of the woman's belongings. After a while, Muse stood up. Without any transcendent items, it will be difficult to determine her origin from her belongings. Luosen thought for a moment. This woman's accent doesn't seem to be from the southern region. She should be from the outer region. I can ask Isabel later to see if her accent is from the source world. Muse nodded and recalled the woman's words. Her last words were almost the same as the person who threatened you last time. Luosen nodded. Seems like this is the habit of the germinal believers. Drop the threat and enter the germinal disorder directly. The threat is secondary. From her tone, I feel that she has already sent out the information here, Muse said. Luosen nodded. Not only Swan's memory, but she also mentioned you. She probably thinks that you and I are on the same side. Luosen paused for a moment. So, that's why you disguised yourself as a woman? At first, Luosen thought that Muse had been pretending to be a woman all day. Now it seemed that Muse was just trying to hide his true appearance. I'm not you. If the arrow of defeat hits me, I'll be done for. So, changing my appearance is the right thing to do. Muse was proud of himself. Since this woman came to Floating Mech City to locate Luosen, they needed to confirm their target before they could use the arrow of defeat. If they changed their appearance, they would not be able to tell who they were, and the arrow of defeat could not be used. Luosen did not say much on this matter. He had the same idea. He would take care of everything on the surface, including Muse and Angor. It would be best if he could minimize his presence. The germinal cult might be able to track us through this woman's body. We need to get rid of her as soon as possible. Muse paused. Leave it to me. When her soul reforms, I'll destroy her body from the material world. The rumbling steam train followed the sparkling snow river all the way to the end of the great snowy mountain. Inside a VIP compartment of the train, there was a small gap in the window. Thick white steam was drifting out from the inside. If someone happened to be near the train tracks, they might be able to smell the delicious meat. At this moment, there were only 4 people in the VIP carriage that was emitting the aroma of meat. They were Angor's group, who left Floating Mech City. There was only one table in the compartment, which was placed in the center of a small but delicate boiler. Greya was sitting at the table, teaching Azaz how to put the mutton into the boiler and how to handle the flame. Angor and Sunders were also sitting at the table. Angor was not paying attention to the boiler. Instead, he was quietly looking at the scenery outside the window, while Sunders was taking a nap. After giving Azaz some advice, Greya shifted her attention to Angor. "You look troubled. Are you still thinking about the germinal believers?" Greya asked. Angor turned around and spoke in a flat tone, "No. I just don't have much time to think. I think you're just brushing me off." Greya crooked her finger, and a piece of mutton flew out from the boiler. She took a bite and looked at Azaz. "Not bad. You used the best of the ingredients." Greya crooked her finger again, and another piece of mutton floated in the air. This time, Greya didn't eat it. Instead, she tossed it to Angor. "I'm not hungry," Angor said. "I'm not giving it to you." Greya raised an eyebrow and pointed at Angor's shoulder. Angor looked at Toby from the corner of his eye. Toby, who was sitting on his shoulder, had stood up and was drooling while staring at the piece of meat floating in the air with his tiny red eyes. Angor sighed. "Eat it." Toby picked up the mutton without hesitation, put it on the table, dipped it in the mushroom sauce on the plate, and began munching away. Greya turned her attention to Toby as well. Whenever Toby finished a slice, Greya would offer him a new one, which was perfect timing. Angor shook his head with a chuckle. He looked outside the window and saw that the snow river had gone around a snow mountain. Behind the mountain was Fragrant Lake. Behind Fragrant Lake was the Parmajai Highlands. But this time, they didn't head towards the Parmajai Highlands. Their current target was a small border city in the Yali Duchy, Ephesus, also known as the Shepherd City. The reason why he had come to Muyang City was because of a small incident. Angor thought that Horus would set the exit somewhere near Brute Cavern, but he didn't. However, they ended up in the Duchy of Yali, which was next to the Parmajai Highlands. It was said that ruins kept appearing in the Parmajai Highlands recently. Every hidden ruin represented a broken dimension. In order to avoid any problems, Horus chose to set the exit in the Yali Duchy. Yali Duchy was fine too. It wouldn't take them long to reach Brute Cavern via gondola. However, Greya suddenly mentioned that she wanted to go to the city of Shepherd to buy some of the specialty products there, Icefield Rock sheep. Angor planned to ask Butler Good to send someone to buy them, but Sunders agreed to Greya's suggestion. Sunders was also planning to go to the city of Shepherd to find the kind demon, Slade, and ask him something. Since Sunders said so, Angor naturally agreed. As for why they chose to take the steam train, it was Greya's idea. According to Greya, a relaxing train ride was a good way to soothe the tension in his mind. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. That was how the scene before them came to be. It was rare for Angor to enjoy such a relaxing train ride. He did feel a little better compared to the tense atmosphere in Floating Mech City. However, maybe it was too fast for him to get used to. Knock knock knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the VIP box. A female voice came from outside. "I'm a train attendant from Yali Border. Just a friendly reminder. We're still half an hour away from Ephesus." Because they had bought VIP tickets, there was a special reminder service. After the attendant left, Angor tried to relax his mind again. But before he could do so, he heard the knocking again. Angor frowned and looked at the door, only to see other people looking at him. It took him a while to realize that it was not someone knocking on the door this time. It came from his pocket. Hesitantly, he reached into his pocket and took out a silver gear-shaped button. The silver gear was glowing at this moment, and the thumping sounds were coming from the gear. "What's going on?" Greya asked. The loud noise attracted Sunders' attention. He opened his eyes and looked at Angor. Angor checked the button. "Someone's trying to contact me?" Inside the button of the silver gear was the mini-signal tower that Muse had given him. "Let me take a look." The mini-signal tower took up quite a lot of space. Greya had to move the seats in the VIP box to make room for the tower. The signal tower was glowing red. It was Angor's first time using it, but he quickly got the hang of it. In less than a minute, an unfamiliar face showed up on the screen. It was a woman holding a folding fan that covered half of her face, revealing only her beautiful eyes. Before Angor could say anything, the woman winked at him. "Hey, Angor. How are you?" Greya gave him a curious look. She did not say anything, but she kept glancing between the woman on the screen and Angor from time to time. She could not wait to find out more. "What's the matter, Principal Muse?" Angor asked with a blank expression. "How did you know it was me?" The woman was surprised. She didn't expect Angor to see through her so easily. Angor did not answer, but he already had an answer in his mind. He knew that Principal Muse was a bit of a hypocrite. She used to lie to him many times, such as pretending to be Mitra or a statue. He had learned his lesson, and he was already prepared to face such a situation. Besides, the mini-signal tower was given to him by Muse. The first person who came to his mind was Muse, who knew his name so well and acted so coquettishly. Of course, he wasn't sure, so he just made a random guess. And it turned out that his guess was correct. This woman really was Principal Muse in disguise. Muse saw Angor's silence and grumbled, "Since when did you learn that from Lawson?" Showing surprise to the performer is a form of self-cultivation for the audience. Angor didn't know what to say. "So, what do you want from me, Principal Muse?" Muse heaved a long sigh at Angor's lack of cooperation. He quickly put away his playful expression and spoke to Angor in a serious tone. "We were right. A Germinal follower came to Floating Mech City today. She must be the culprit behind all of this. We caught her near Red Sunflower Workshop. But sadly, she's dead now." Muse told Angor everything that happened and told him to be careful before ending the call. Angor tapped the table with his finger as if he was thinking about something. Greya muttered, "So, not only did they not get anything, but they also exposed Angor's identity. So they overestimated Floating Mech City's ability." Angor looked up. "You can't blame Floating Mech City for this. Mayor Lawson was probably fine when the Germinal believers checked Swan's memories." "You're right. But letting Swan go wasn't a good decision. If it were me, I'd lock her up for at least half a year. She was once captured by a cult. Who knows if the Germinal believers put a psychological cue on her? We need to keep her under observation for a long time before letting her go." Angor didn't reply to Yulia. It wasn't because he agreed with Yulia, but because he believed that there was no risk in doing anything based on results. But as a matter of fact, the incident was already a failure when they talked about results. There was no point in discussing it. Now that it happened, the only thing left to do was to figure out how to deal with it. "Your Excellency Beast Emperor has shouldered all the arrows on the surface. You've done well in this aspect. You can make yourself the biggest target by reducing your presence," said Greya. After mocking Floating Mech City's handling of the crisis, she began to consider the current situation. Besides, Swan doesn't have much information about you in her memories. Maybe the Germinal believers won't target you. Greya is right about that. But even so, we still need to be prepared, Sunder spoke up. Angor nodded. He was also thinking about how to deal with the Germinal believers. "We know too little about the Germinal organization. The only thing we know is about Loser's Arrow," said Angor. "So, the only thing I can think about now is how to deal with Loser's Arrow." Angor agreed with Greya's analysis. The probability of Germinal believers attacking him wasn't high, and the probability of them using Loser's Arrow was even lower. Loser's Arrow was a half-uncontrollable mystery item. Every time it was released, it would cause certain negative effects to the user. Using such a large-scale attack on someone who might be involved in the Germinal organization's affairs, and even if he was only an outsider. However, no matter how low the probability was, they still had to deal with it with the highest standards. To guard against Loser's Arrow, they had to figure out its characteristics first. First, Loser's Arrow had to shoot the arrow before drawing a target. Second, Loser's Arrow could attack a long-range attack that could cross realms and harm Fei Chen. Third, Loser's Arrow could only target. Loser's Arrow's arrow. Loser's arrows, at least, Loser's arrow. Loser's arrow. However, these were only the basic characteristics of Loser's Arrow. The most important one was its activation condition. According to Muse's message, the Germinal organization's believers came to floating Mech City in advance to confirm Lawson's condition and location. Due to the lack of time, the believers did not get enough information, which meant Loser's arrow did not hit Lawson's vitals. Lawson did not die in the end. In other words, whether Loser's arrow could hit its target in the end depended on the person who located it. Knowing this, Angor had a lot of room to maneuver. Angor could hide his tracks as much as possible. At the same time, he could change his usual appearance so that no one could find him easily. Plus, he had the protection of Bloody Night. Even if someone tried to use prophecy, they would not be able to locate him. This way, he could avoid being found by the person who located him. Both Greya and Sunders agreed with Angor's idea. If the activation condition of Loser's arrow was really that strict, and the person who located it was really important, Angor's plan was correct. However, Sunders still reminded Angor, the possibility of Germinal using Loser's arrow on you is still small. But you need to be prepared. However, apart from Loser's arrow, you still need to be prepared for other possible situations. Maybe it was not as violent as Loser's arrow. Maybe it was a sneak attack or something else. Angor had to be careful. I'll tell Mr. Rain about this when we get back to Brute Cavern. Maybe Mr. Rain will know something, Sunders said. Angor nodded. He did not need to be too nervous for now, but as Muse said, he still needed to be careful. When the atmosphere in the carriage calmed down a little, he heard the knocking sound again. Angor subconsciously looked at the door and saw that it was from the mini signal tower again. Perhaps there was some new information from Muse. Good thing I didn't take the signal tower away, Angor mumbled as he stepped forward and turned it on. Soon, the image of a beautiful woman appeared on the screen. Without a doubt, it was Muse. 10 minutes ago. After Muse contacted him, Lawson came looking for him before he could leave the signal tower. Her soul didn't show up, Lawson said with a grim expression. Her soul didn't show up? Muse was puzzled. Normally speaking, mortals who lacked spirituality did not have a high chance of forming a soul. However, all supernatural beings had their own souls. After the death of a mortal body, the soul space would undergo an unknown change, and when the living being turned into an undead spirit, the soul space would naturally show up. When Muse learned that the soul of the Germinal follower did not show up, he was surprised. Is she a follower of a demon god? As far as Muse knew, followers of a demon god would sign a soul contract, which would allow their souls to fall into the abyss after death. She's not a follower of a demon god. I didn't find any trace of a demon god. But I sensed something. A mystery aura. Rosen's words made Muse frown. You mean the Germinal organization? Lawson rubbed his forehead. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the aura of another mystery item, or the Germinal. Either way, her soul is gone. What did Apulia say? Muse knew that Lawson went to Apulia to use the power of prophecy to obtain some information from the body of a Germinal follower. There's nothing useful about his body, and his soul is affected by the mystery aura, so I can't make any prophecies. Lawson paused for a moment before he continued, but it's not all for nothing. Apulia used a special soul ritual and found out that the soul of the follower had completely disappeared from the material and spiritual worlds. You mean, I think her soul is either completely gone, or it was dragged into a chaotic rhythm by the Germinal sect. I think it's the latter. Lawson sighed. At least we can be sure of one thing. The Germinal sect did not get her soul. What about her body? It's taken care of. Muse did not ask. He believed that Lawson would make sure she was completely destroyed without leaving a trace. You came all the way here just to tell me this? Muse looked at Lawson. Although he was surprised that the follower did not condense a soul, there was no need for him to come all the way to the signal tower, right? There's one more thing, Muse said and looked behind him. Apulia, who was wearing a white robe, walked in slowly. Why are you here? Muse looked at Apulia in confusion. Apulia bowed to Muse respectfully. Sir, I have something to report to you. Perhaps you can use it to find out more about the Germinal organization. Apulia's expression seemed calm, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He wasn't excited because he had thought of a solution, but because he had seen Muse. Oplia received Muse's favor in his early years, so he decided to live in floating mech city to repay Muse's kindness. He called himself Muse's follower. Unfortunately, Muse spent most of his time in the research department, and this was the first time Oplia saw a follower. Muse did not pay attention to Oplia's expression. He was fully focused on his words. You can find out the background of the germinal organization? What is it? Common prophecy spells can't break through the shackles of mystery, Oplia said. That's why I can't find out more about the germinal organization or the germinal organization. Muse knew this. Prophecy spells seemed powerful, but they could be easily interfered with. Besides, fate wasn't fixed, and the future wasn't fixed. Prophecy spells weren't omnipotent. Mystery items could interfere with the outcome of prophecies. But just because I can't make a prophecy doesn't mean it's useless, Oplia said. What if the prophecy spell itself comes from mystery? Use mystery to fight mystery. Muse unconsciously spun the fan in his hand. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. You mean, the mystery of the stars? Oplia nodded. Yes, Star Riddle. Muse calculated the time and realized that Star Riddle was about to be activated. If he could use it to investigate, he might be able to find out more about the germinal organization. Lawson said, that's why I came to the signal tower. I want to contact Lopwheel. Inside the VIP compartment of the steam train. Star Riddle? Angor thought of something after listening to Muse's message. The second message that Muse sent through the mini-signal tower was about the mystery of the starry sky. The mystery of the starry sky was a mysterious item from the Starliege Church. It could reflect the future of the starry sky, and through astrology, one could obtain guidance from the star chart. Frost mentioned several famous mystery items in the southern wizardry region when he was teaching Angor about them. It was said that these mysterious items were extremely rare and top-notch even in the Origin world. Floating Mech City's endless corridor and Starliege Temple's mystery of the stars. The riddle of the stars was of little use to most extraordinary individuals, but to prophets, the riddle of the stars was the most suitable and powerful existence. Madeline once told him that the riddle of stars was similar to the book of truth used by prophets, which showed how important it was. The riddles of the starry sky could bypass layers of fog to explore the truth of things, search for the real answers, and peek into the secrets of the future. Even if there was mystical interference, alchemical concealment, and even if the target of the prophecy could already sense the web of fate, the mystery of the stars could still faintly conceal all these things. Unknowingly, the truth had surfaced. Of course, such a powerful mystery of the stars had its limitations. Every time the mystery of the stars was used, it would take half a year to recharge and reveal the future of the starry sky. This was why Starliege Church only held a stargazing day once every 6 months to invite prophets from all over the world to gather at the Brilliance Plane and discover the riddle of the stars. The next stargazing day will be held in half a month, Greya said. Muse is right. The riddle of the stars has a chance to predict the future of the germinal organization. Maybe we can learn more about the organization's plans in the southern wizardry region, and we can also use this chance to see if the germinal organization is planning something against you, or if they'll use Loser's Arrow. However, each prophet can see different prophecies during the stargazing day. Sometimes, they won't be able to learn anything, especially if it's a directional prophecy. No matter what, it's still a path to take. Greya paused and looked at Angor. If you want to predict your future, you'll need to find a prophet to participate in the stargazing day and use your own strength to find the answer in the mystery of the stars. Greya wondered if there were any prophets who would go out of their way to help Angor find the answer. It looks like Muse told Angor about it, but he's actually trying to use Angor to tell Maya about it. Maya was the only prophet in Brute Cavern, and she was the only one qualified to go to Starliege Church and help Angor predict the future. Will Maya agree? I think so. Rain would allow Maya to do it even if she was hesitant. Angor's safety was at stake. But whether we can get the answer from the riddle of the stars is another story. The riddle of the stars was too complicated. Even the current leader of Starliege Church, Lupuil, couldn't guarantee that he could find the answer, let alone someone else. While Sunders and Greya were talking, Dodoro's image appeared in his mind. Dodoro's prophet talent was terrifying. Maybe he could find something useful. Knock knock knock, the sudden noise made everyone stop talking. Angor looked at the signal tower out of reflex, thinking that Muse was trying to contact him again. But this time, he heard someone knocking on the door. "Dear passengers, the train is about to enter Ephesus platform." 5 minutes later, Angor and the others stepped down from the train, including Azaz. When the mini-signal tower went off, Azaz was put into the gravity garden by Sunders. Near the platform they were at, there were large tracts of farmland. Because it bordered the plateau, the farmland was planted with a special kind of cold-resistant crop. It was a golden patch, and under the afternoon sun, it looked like a golden sea. Greya took a deep breath and sniffed the air. "I think I can smell Icefield rock sheep." "You already ate in the carriage, didn't you? Besides, the train just left." "All I can smell is soot." Greya grumbled, "The ones I ate before were all substandard. I came to Shepherding City this time to collect the best Kraken lamb you can find." "I can smell it. There are a few top-grade blue sheep over there." Greya put a hand on Azaz's shoulder. "Come with me." Greya didn't wait for Angor or Sunders. Instead, she headed to the other side of the field. Sunders also started moving, but this time, he was heading toward the city center. "Shouldn't we wait for them?" "Don't mind them. Greya knows where Slade's shop is." "Yes. Yes. If you were willing to sacrifice your life for a single rose." "You must be out of your mind." When Angor saw the words on the wall, he knew they had arrived at Slade's antique shop. There were all kinds of glass cabinets in the shop, which contained all kinds of rare treasures. The intertwining of gold and silver, the transition between fantasy and machinery, as well as historical stone slabs and old ancient scrolls. As always, the shop looked magnificent and, the same opening line. "Anyone who can walk in must have something in mind. Dear esteemed guest, would you like to trade your lifespan or your soul?" Slide, who gave himself a big name, walked to the front desk elegantly, but before he could speak, he paused. "Why is it you guys again?" Strider cried out. Slade felt his old face burning. This was the second time he failed to act cool this year. The first time was because of Sunders and Angor. Why did he come out from the back just now? Why didn't he check with his spirit power? Slade awkwardly called out, then laughed awkwardly. "Ahem. Sit here." Slade pressed a button on the side. The sound of gears and chains came from the ground. Soon, the floor cracked open, and several sofas and small tables rose from below. After everyone sat down, 2 mechanical golems held hands and flew in from the side door with tea in their hands. They looked very cheerful, and even faint laughter could be heard in the air. "Tell Ananda to prepare dinner for our guest." The 2 puppets nodded, put down the tea, and left through the side door again. Angor watched the 2 puppets disappear in silence. Last time, there was only 1 puppet. Now, there was another one. "Is this the other son of the woman who traded with us?" "Yes." Slider nodded. "I have to say, that guest's bloodline and luck are pretty good. The twins she gave birth to have special souls." "Selling her son for her own fortune?" "If that's how luck works, then it's a real tragedy," Angor said in a plain tone. Slider smiled and did not say anything. He was a person who adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange the most. Since the customer was willing to pay the price, there was no harm in giving the customer temporary happiness. Moreover, if those 2 children stayed by their mother's side, it might be the saddest thing. Lord Phantom and the hyperdimensional wizard. "May I know why you're here today?" When Slade mentioned the superdimensional wizards, he paused for a moment. At the same time, a complicated emotion flashed in his eyes. Last time, Angor was still an apprentice. Now, not only had he become a wizard, but he had also created a new spell. He was not far from becoming a truthfinder. Furthermore, he had joined the Research and Development Institute. Slade had been in the wizarding world for hundreds of years. He couldn't help but speak in a more serious tone. And this was only the change within a year. The contrast between before and after caused Slade to lose his composure. However, he had stayed in the mortal world for many years, and his experience in dealing with all kinds of strange customers had greatly improved his state of mind. Therefore, he quickly restrained the turbulence in his heart. "I have something to ask you," said Sunders. Slider asked, Is there something you want to know, Mr. Phantom? Sunders shook his head. I want to know what you think about the balance of energy. Slade's current goal was to pursue absolute balance, not only in trading. He also pursued balance in everything, including interpersonal relationships. Sunders wanted to use Slade's opinion on the balance of energy to figure out the energy structure of the dream wasteland. Slade didn't expect Sunders to ask such a research question. Didn't Mr. Phantom hate academics like Mr. Wallace the most? Why did he suddenly want to do research? Was it because of Angor's influence? Slade didn't say it out loud, but Sunders already knew what was on the man's mind. Even if you're a real fighter, you still need to study what you need to do. Be that as it may, studying the balance of energy isn't something that can be used by a real fighter, Slade muttered. Slider muttered in a low voice. He quickly adjusted his expression and explained his views on energy balance in detail. Slade didn't hide anything from Sunders. First of all, there was no need to hide their relationship, and second of all, the information wasn't really a secret anyway. With Sunders' ability, he could get it from other sources even if Slade didn't want to. Besides, they were exchanging knowledge, not just teaching. Since they were exchanging knowledge, they could effectively complement each other's knowledge. This would also help Slade's own knowledge. Why not? Angor sat aside and learned a lot just by listening to the conversation between the two veteran wizards. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was night. Greya entered the antique shop with Azaz in tow. Slade wasn't surprised since he already knew Greya was coming. It's about time. Let's stop here for now. Ananda's banquet should be ready soon. Shall we continue after the banquet? Sunders nodded nonchalantly. Under the guidance of the mechanical puppets, they arrived at the dining hall. The air was filled with the fragrance of roses. Bright candles decorated the dining hall in a dreamy manner. The mechanical puppets rushed to a cabinet on the side and opened a music box. Beautiful music flowed out of the box. They each took their own seats in a comfortable environment. Not long after, an old woman came in with a dining cart. Every time she went to a customer, she would place the food on the cart on the table. The old woman didn't dare to look at anyone in the eyes. She only smiled kindly when she saw the mechanical puppets. Soon, she came to Angor's side. Still, she didn't look at Angor. Instead, she carefully placed the food on the table. Ananda, Angor called out to her. The old woman was stunned for a moment and raised her head in confusion. When she saw Angor's face, she realized something. Long time no see. The old woman looked at Angor with trembling hands and lips. In the end, she only muttered, "Sir." Then she moved on to the next person. When Ananda left the restaurant with the trolley, Greya gave Angor a curious look. You know that woman? Angor nodded. I met her in Midnight Sovereign. She's Hobbiton's childhood friend. Mobile version update website. Angor noticed it when Slade mentioned Ananda for the first time. Angor wasn't surprised to see Ananda at Slade's place. He saw Ananda the last time he came here, but he didn't recognize her. Back in Midnight Sovereign, Ananda was a sexy and strong woman. Now, she was an old woman who needed a cane to walk. Angor didn't know how to react. When he returned to Brood Cavern, Hobbiton told him about Ananda's disappearance, which reminded him of something. Angor assumed that Ananda made a deal with the kind demon Slade in exchange for something in exchange for her youth. And that was the truth. Ananda was different from before. He remembered that Ananda's spiritual power was less than 10 points, which meant she wasn't close to becoming a talent. Now, she had already become an apprentice adept. Even the appearance of an old woman in her 90s had turned into the appearance of an old woman in her 50s or 60s. Angor guessed right. Ananda got something similar to the potion of austere night from Slade and became a supernatural. As for why Ananda suddenly became Slade's cook, Angor wasn't surprised either. If Ananda really becomes a supernatural after the deal, Slade will definitely take her into his management. He chose the path of absolute fairness, and he will have to take responsibility for the consequences. As Sunders expected, Slade followed his own path and took Ananda into his management circle. Angor looked at Slade in front of him. The man was calm as if he already knew that Ananda and Angor knew each other. Didn't Hobbiton come looking for her? Angor asked. He already told Hobbiton about Ananda. Considering Hobbiton's obsession with Ananda, Hobbiton should have done something about it. Slider stroked his mustache and said with some disgust, "Are you talking about that little shadow servant of the dark demon who doesn't grow up and cries all day long?" Angor nodded. "Of course. He comes here often. The last time he came was just a week ago." Slade shook his head as he spoke. "It's just that Ananda doesn't want to see him." Slider paused and said helplessly, "Every time he comes to my place, he keeps crying and making a fuss. I can't believe that Ananda is the same age as him." Hobbiton's talent came at the cost of his maturity, which meant that he would forever remain as a Peter Pan who never grew up. On Phantom Island, Butler Good was watching over him, but outside, he was just a brat. Ananda's matter was just a trivial matter. They chatted casually and then moved on to other topics. As a trader, Slide had a lot of information. Occasionally, he would talk about one or two to maintain the atmosphere of the banquet. Thus, the atmosphere of the entire banquet remained lukewarm. However, most of Slade's information was outdated. As for the latest information, according to him, it could only be obtained through a transaction. After the banquet, Greya left with Azaz. No one knew where they went. Meanwhile, Sunders and Slade continued to talk about the balance of energy. Angor planned to go to the Dream Wasteland to check on the situation in Leon. After all, Floating Mech City was in chaos during the day. Slade asked a mechanical puppet to take him to a room at the back of the hall. The puppet respectfully led Angor through the hallway. Angor recognized the puppet as the younger twin, the one who was sold to Slade later. "Mr. Wizard." A timid voice reached Angor's ears. Angor looked at the puppet beside him. "My brother and I heard what you said to the store manager." The mechanical golem seemed to be a little shy, and its voice was a little hesitant. "Actually, I'm really happy to be by my brother's side. My mother never cared about me before, but I'm happy every day here." Angor didn't reply. He didn't stop the puppet from talking either. "I'm like this now, but I still don't blame the manager." The puppet seemed to be trying to recall something. Angor couldn't see any expression on its mechanical face, but its eyes flickered between dim and bright. "I was scared at first. I even hated the manager. But after spending some time with him, I realized that he wasn't such a bad person." "I know. Many people call him a demon. But the truth is, he was just pursuing his own path. He wouldn't harm anyone. Even if he made a deal with someone, he would think from the point of view of the victim and compensate them. Just like Sister Ananda. The manager took away her youth through the deal, but he also gave her something she wanted. The store owner doesn't like crybabies, so every time he sees Hobbiton, he stays away from him. But he never chased Hobbiton away. Because Hobbiton is Sister Ananda's hope." "Hope?" Angor raised an eyebrow. "Yes. Hope. Sister Ananda may have become a supernatural, but she doesn't have time to study. Her future is still bleak. Since the manager took away Sister Ananda's youth, he wouldn't give it back. But in order to give Ananda some hope, the manager gave Hobbiton a hint. Hobbiton was a crybaby, but he wasn't stupid. Every time he came, he would bring life-type potions with him. Even when Ananda refused to see him, he still kept this habit. With the support of these magic potions, Ananda slowly recovered and finally became a level 1 acolyte. She went from an old and frail person to a slightly younger one. Because of Hobbiton's support for Ananda, Slade allowed Hobbiton to come even though he wanted to beat him up every time he saw him. "The manager is actually a very nice person." The mechanical golem paused. "My lord, we've arrived at your room." Angor nodded. The puppet bowed deeply. "Thank you for listening to me, sir. My brother asked me to tell you this. He's grateful that you spoke up for us." After saying that, the mechanical golem politely bowed again, retreated, and left. Angor watched the puppet disappear at the end of the hallway, chuckled, and returned to his room. Mobile version update website. Angor opened his eyes and returned to the real world from the Dream Wasteland. He didn't stay in the Dream Wasteland for more than 15 minutes. After making sure Leon was safe, he quickly returned to reality. The reason was, knock, knock, knock. Crisp knocks sounded from outside the door. Angor tapped the air with a finger, and the door several meters away opened on its own, revealing the figure of a hunchback. It was Ananda standing at the door. Although the door was opened, Ananda was still hesitant about whether or not she should step into the house. Only when she heard the voice saying, "Please come in," did Ananda lower her head and stagger into the house. She was holding a tray, which contained a delicate silver teapot and matching cups, as well as a plate of green desserts. "Mr. Angor, this is Boogeyman black tea and some cold desserts." Ananda carefully placed the tray in front of Angor. "Did Slade tell you to bring these?" Ananda shook her head. "No, sir, this is my..." Ananda suddenly didn't know what to say. She stuttered for a long time but couldn't say a word. Angor chuckled. "So, these are your desserts? Oh, they taste good." Ananda slowly relaxed a little. "Yes, they're my desserts. Thank you so much. Thank you for telling me about the potion of austere night, sir. It saved me from despair." She prepared the desserts to repay Angor's kindness and teaching her a long time ago. "So, you bought the potion of austere night from Slade and sacrificed your youth?" "Yes." Ananda nodded. "Was it worth it?" Angor tapped the glass table with his finger and stared at his old friend in silence. "Yes." Ananda said without hesitation, "When I learned that there were adepts in this world, I suddenly felt that my environment and my life were all so ordinary. It was as if there was a layer of fog that I could not dispel. I want to go above the fog and see what's there. I know. Only by becoming a magus will I have the right to see this world clearly." Ananda was still stuttering at first. But perhaps because of the relaxed atmosphere, she began to speak more fluently. "However, I have no talent. I thought that I would be stuck in a quagmire for the rest of my life, until Sir told me that I still had hope. As long as I can find the potion of austere night, I can still step into this realm that I've always wanted." That was what motivated Ananda. She didn't want to give up, so she left Midnight Sovereign and wandered the wasteland in search of opportunities. Finally, the tired Ananda found Slade's antique shop. Perhaps it was because of her persistence that fate led her to the antique shop, or perhaps the antique shop was calling out to her, allowing her to stumble her way to her destination. In the end, she succeeded in becoming an extraordinaire, even if she had to pay a high price. "Now that you've taken the first step, have you seen what you want to see?" "I saw a little." Ananda gently lowered her head. "However, I still want to see more." Angor smiled, took a sip of tea, and finished the last bite of tea on his plate. "Then I wish you all the best." Ananda bowed deeply, picked up the empty plate, and prepared to leave. But when she reached the door, she turned around and asked hesitantly, "Sir, can I ask you a question?" Angor nodded noncommittally. "Is Hobbiton still living at Phantom Island?" "Yes." Ananda considered. "I have something I want to give Hobbiton. Is there any way I can get it to him? I remember Slade told me that Hobbiton came here often." Ananda lowered her head with a bitter smile. I don't want to see him with this face." Angor looked at Ananda carefully. From their conversation, he could sense Ananda's strong desire to become an extraordinaire. He thought that Ananda didn't really care about her appearance, but it seemed that she didn't completely care about it. "I don't think Hobbiton cares about what you look like." Ananda remained silent for a while. "But I do care." She hoped that Hobbiton would remember her as young as he used to be, not as old as she was now. Angor didn't try to understand Ananda's complicated thoughts. "Phantom Island doesn't welcome outsiders. But if you trust me, I can give it to Hobbiton for you." "I trust you, sir." Ananda quickly took out the item she wanted to give to Hobbiton from her bag. Angor thought Ananda would give Hobbiton something valuable, such as something she always carried around with her, or something with spiritual value. However, what Ananda took out in the end were a few stones. There were red runes engraved on the stones, and Angor could smell the scent of blood. To him, the stones were just ordinary stones. But when he saw the red runes on them, he felt something strange. They don't look like ordinary objects. Angor took a closer look. The red runes on the stones weren't written in any language he knew. They weren't runes either. Instead, they looked like the lines of a great consciousness. "Is this a tribute?" Angor suddenly realized something. "Yes." Ananda nodded. The so-called tribute was actually a kind of ritual medium. He didn't know much about ritualism because it wasn't popular in the southern wizardry region. The supreme cult didn't try to stop the study of ritualism, but there were still very few people in the southern wizardry region who knew about it. He only knew that the study of ritual studies was as extensive as alchemy. The stone in front of him smelled like blood, which meant it hadn't been made for long. "You made this?" Angor looked at Ananda in confusion. Ananda nodded. "Yes, this is a round stone ritual tribute. As long as it is arranged neatly around the body and consumes a quarter of the magic crystal, the ritual can be activated. Its function is to allow people to focus their attention, and at the same time, to focus their attention." Hobbiton was a restless man, and that was one of Good's biggest headaches. Ananda's tribute was meant to solve Hobbiton's problem. "You know ritual studies?" Angor asked curiously. "Just a little. I only know a little bit about ritual studies, and a small part of the prayer ritual. The store manager taught me." "I'll give it to Hobbiton," he said as he accepted the stone. "I'll give it to Hobbiton." "My lord, can you not tell him that this stone is from me?" Ananda hesitated for a moment before asking. Angor gave her a thoughtful look and nodded. "Sure. Thank you, sir." Ananda bowed to Angor and slowly left the room. Angor rubbed the stone in his hand and grinned. What an interesting pair. Hobbiton gave Ananda potions, and Ananda gave Hobbiton a tribute. Late at night, inside Slade's antique shop, Sunders was sitting in a quiet study room, quickly writing down the key information he got from Slade with a quill. When he finished writing the last character, he looked up and saw Angor sitting in front of him. Angor had been here for more than 10 minutes. Since Sunders was taking notes, he did not disturb him. "You're here because Muse sent you a new message?" asked Sunders. "No." Angor shook his head and took out a paper-thin transmitter to show Sunders what was written on it. Sunders looked at the device and saw that Angor had already adjusted the content. It was from Melanda. It was about Baroque's plan and request in Brute Cavern. "Melanda gave it to me when I left the Tower of Infinity. You saved Lawson, and Melanda probably wants to repay you with this information." "Maybe. But I think I should tell my professor about Baroque. Or maybe I should ask Mr. Rain." Sunders handed the transmitter back to Angor. "No need. Mr. Rain already knows about Baroque's plan." Angor pondered for a moment and realized that it made sense. Baroque came from Floating Mech City, and he was a wizard. It was strange that he suddenly wanted to guard Sky Tower in Brute Cavern. The leaders of Brute Cavern must have done a thorough investigation on Baroque. Otherwise, they would not allow him to stay in the underground market. It made sense that Mr. Rain knew about Baroque's plan. "Looks like I came here for nothing." Angor put away the communicator and chuckled helplessly. "Well, not entirely. Baroque's plan to enter Thousand Spirit Garden is an open one. But we don't know what other plans Baroque has in mind. I've seen them. It's fine if I don't know about them. It's unlikely that Baroque will succeed. Unless he can block Mr. Tree Spirit's senses." "Anything else?" Sunders chuckled. "Anything else?" He wanted to ask when Sunders was going to accept the power of the Dream Wasteland again, but he decided against it. When Sunders was ready, he would come to Angor. "That's all." Angor stood up. "I'll be going then." But as soon as he turned around, he heard a series of bangs. Angor glanced at the door. Nothing happened. Then, he silently reached out and took out a silver gear-shaped button from his pocket. Sure enough, the button was glowing, and the continuous dong-dong-dong sound was coming from it. "It seems that there is news from Dean Muse." Angor stopped walking and sat down again. Dean Muse must have something to do with the Germinal organization, and he did not mind letting Sunders know about it. Sunders was about to continue his research when he looked at Angor. Soon, he finished installing the signal tower. The light of the signal tower flashed again and again as it continued to shout. He began to press the complicated buttons. Soon, he froze. "What's wrong?" Sunders quickly noticed Angor's strange behavior. Angor frowned. "Something's not right. I used my spirit feelers to check the teleportation array in the machine core. It's not the same as before. The signal tower's reception mechanism was the built-in teleportation array. There were over 1,000 teleportation channels in the array, which allowed the tower to receive signals from thousands of locations. The message he received earlier was from Floating Mech City's signal tower. But this time, the signal did not come from Floating Mech City. Where is it from? Sunders asked. He obviously knew how the signal tower worked. I don't know. Angor shook his head. He had studied the structure of the signal tower, but he did not have time to study the teleportation channels. Your mini-signal tower is connected to a private teleportation channel. Normally speaking, other signal towers cannot connect to this channel. Unless this mini-signal tower had taken the initiative to contact the other party. In other words, it was most likely a friend of Dean Muse's who contacted the tower. However, the person did not know that Dean Muse already gave the signal tower to Angor. With that confirmed, he hesitated. Should he answer the call? In the end, he chose to do so and used his spirit feelers to project the teleportation channel on the screen. No matter who it was, he would just tell them that the mini-signal tower had changed owners for the time being. Soon, the screen appeared in front of him. With the supply of energy, the luster teleportation portal projected the real-time information on the screen. To Angor's surprise, both the image and the person on the screen were familiar to him. Inside a pure white hall, a cold woman who looked like an untouchable flower was looking at Angor in silence. She had white hair and cold eyes. Just by looking at her through the screen, Angor felt a chill creeping up his spine. Lady Isabel. Angor called her name in a soft voice. Why are you here? Where's Muse? Isabel calmed down a little when she noticed that it was Angor on the other side of the screen instead of Muse. Principal Muse already gave me the mini-signal tower for now, Angor explained. If you want to contact Principal Muse, Isabel quickly cut him off. No need. I'm going to use Muse to find you anyway. Since you have the signal tower, it'll be more convenient. Me? Angor looked at Isabel in confusion. To be exact, I'm not the one who's looking for you. Isabel suddenly stood up and left the screen. Next, a little girl in a pink dress floated out from the screen. Her small, freckled face was glued to the screen curiously. Ah. I can see it. The little girl pointed at the screen and looked in a certain direction. Isabel's voice came from that direction. You can talk to Angor if you have something to say. Brother Pat. The little girl turned around and greeted him shyly, yes, yes. Floey. Angor responded with a gentle smile. You used to call him Big Brother. Why are you so shy all of a sudden? The girl in the pink dress was Flower Sparrow. Flower Sparrow lowered her head in embarrassment. Lady Maria told me that I shouldn't call him Big Brother in front of other people. It's rude. Other people. Isabel and Sunders remained silent. Angor's lips twitched. Lady Isabel said you wanted to talk to me about something? Flower Sparrow nodded, but her eyes kept darting around. She didn't dare to look at Angor in the eyes. Angor narrowed his eyes. You want to talk to me? Or, do you want to see Netta? Flower Sparrow covered her mouth and made an ah. You saw through me expression. Can you make it more fake? Oh, right. Hua Kk stuck out her tongue and put away her exaggerated performance. She lowered her head with a hint of sadness in her eyes. I just miss my brother and want to talk to him one last time. Angor noticed some sensitive words in Flower Sparrow's words and realized something. He thought for a moment and did not pursue the doubts in his heart. He nodded and said, okay. Netta had been cultivating soft worms in his bracelet recently. It seemed he wanted to use this chance to grow more adult worms as a reward for Angor's help. When Angor let Netta out of his bracelet, Netta's pale face was filled with confusion. Mr. Netta was about to ask why Angor summoned him when he saw Flower Sparrow's face on the screen. Netta's expression froze. Floey? Netta walked to the mini-signal tower with heavy steps. Before he knew it, his eyes were already filled with tears. Flower Sparrow was also very excited. If they weren't separated by a screen, they would have hugged each other tightly. Angor sighed and waved a hand in the air. A layer of gray mist appeared out of nowhere and separated them into an illusionary space. This was a private space he created for Lunata and Flower Sparrow to talk to each other. Sunders glanced at the misty illusion in the room. "You're using it too often." Angor chuckled and took it as a compliment. Last time, Sunders commented that Angor's use of mist illusion was too crude. This time, Sunders didn't call it crude. Instead, he called it frequent, which meant that Sunders approved of Angor's application of the illusion. Angor picked up a random magazine from the bookshelf and began reading while waiting for Frida and Flower Sparrow to finish their conversation. This room was one of Slade's spare study rooms. The magazines inside were all from Slade's personal collection. Coincidentally, the magazine he picked up was the latest issue of Mirror. Mirror was the official magazine of Brute Cavern. As a former wizard of Brute Cavern who lived close to Brute Cavern, it wasn't surprising that Slade could get his hands on the latest issue. Angor was still the main character in the new issue, which talked about how Angor became a member of the research department. The magazine also encouraged apprentices to study alchemy and provided the requirements to be admitted to Ashley Comprehensive Academy. Of course, this was something Brute Cavern couldn't do in the past. It was only after Angor became a member of the research department that such a convenient channel was opened. Angor flipped to the first 2/5 of the magazine, which were mostly about himself. He often saw magazines that boasted about him in floating Mech City, and he was used to it. But this was Mirror after all. Angor still felt ashamed. Finally, he saw something different. The Rising Star competition. Mirror spent about 1/5 of its page describing the entire process of the Rising Star competition, as well as some of the exciting matches and outstanding contestants. Of course, the biggest section was about the contestants from Brute Cavern. Of course, Xiaoyu's story was the most detailed because she was the highest-ranking contestant from Brute Cavern in this competition. He looked at one of the illustrations on the inner page. Xiaoyu's pale face was filled with exhaustion as she stared at her opponent with misty eyes. This was probably a scene from the Rising Star competition. The artist accurately grasped Xiaoyu's characteristics and vividly presented her tiredness of never being able to wake up and never being able to open her eyes. Not bad. Angor pondered for a moment. After all, he wasn't the only one who was publicly executed. Apart from the Rising Star competition, the remaining 2/5 of the content talked about the recent happenings, such as research on technology development topics, the publication of papers, information sharing, and some private trade fairs held in Brute Cavern. He was most concerned about the Evernight Kingdom and the strange ruin that gave Mr. Rain a lot of headaches. Unfortunately, the former only recorded the evacuation route of the citizens of the Kingdom of Evernight casually, and the latter did not mention it at all. Angor had a strange feeling about this. If Sunders mentioned the ruin, even if it was just a few words, he would at least have an explanation. But if Sunders did not mention it at all, it meant that the ruin was really dangerous. Angor wondered if he should ask Sunders about it. However, at this moment, the Zenith Tower walked out of the misty illusion. Angor put down the magazine and looked at Netta. "Done?" Netta nodded. His eyes were still red as he bowed to Angor while breathing heavily. "Thank you for letting me see my sister again, sir. Chloe came to see you, which means she missed you a lot." "I miss her too," Ruta said softly. "But this might be the last time we see each other." Netta's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. It sounded like he was just mumbling to himself. But Angor still managed to catch his words. "Do you want to go inside or stay outside?" Angor asked in a plain tone. Netta remained silent for a moment. "There's nothing else outside. Let's go inside. Also, there's a soft morphing larva that's hatching now. I need to keep an eye on it." Angor nodded and put Netta into his bracelet. When Netta disappeared, Angor cancelled his mist illusion and looked at the signal tower that was still connected. Flowy Sparrow was still standing in front of the screen, seemingly waiting for Angor's arrival. "Mr. Pat." Flower Sparrow seemed to have a lot of things to say, but when she called Angor's name, she couldn't find the right words. "Boboda doesn't have much time left?" Angor asked Flower Sparrow. "Yes. Is that why you wanted to see him through the signal tower?" Flower Sparrow lowered her head and nodded. "I've been feeling empty for the past few days. When I tried to think about it, I saw something. I know my brother doesn't have much time left. I just want to see him one last time." Even if I can't talk to him, I just want to see him. Angor already had an idea, but when Flower Sparrow confirmed that Bobota's body was about to die, he still couldn't help but sigh. Bobota once told him that he could hold on for at least a year or two. But now, it was less than half a year. Perhaps it was because he had spent too much energy on cultivating the metamorphosis soft worm, or perhaps, after he met his sister Hua Kk and resolved his obsession, the valve in his mind to persevere in life began to loosen. How much time does he have left? Angor asked. Maybe a week or half a month. It won't be later than the 7th day of the month of soothing breath. Flower Sparrow counted with her fingers as she calculated Bobota's death. In other words, Bobota's body would collapse before the end of the month. It was already the middle of the month. When you talked to Bobota, he seemed to know that he didn't have much time left. Did you tell him that? Flower Sparrow shook her head. No, I didn't. I just talked to my brother about what happened recently. Angor nodded. Although Flower Sparrow didn't say anything, Bobota wasn't stupid. Because she didn't say anything, Bobota had already guessed what was going on. Besides, Bobota's body was his, and he knew it better than anyone else. Only Bobota knew whether it was good or bad. Angor didn't really care about Bobota's imminent death. He only felt a little sad. After all, Bobota chose to become what he was today. Besides, Bobota's death might only be a physical one. Angor promised Flower Sparrow that he would keep Bobota's hope alive. In other words, he would bring Bobota's consciousness into the dream wasteland. Even if Bobota's body was destroyed and his soul was taken away by a demon, it would only be an empty shell. Bobota's consciousness would still remain in the mortal world. Of course, whether Bobota, who had become a resident of the dream realm, was still Bobota or just the storage of a piece of logical memory depended on each person's opinion on the philosophical question of self. Both Angor and Flower Sparrow were lost in their own thoughts. The air remained silent for a long time. Activating the signal tower cost you a crystal every minute, Isabella's voice. A cold voice entered their ears. There was no doubt that the one who spoke was Isabel, who was outside the scene. Perhaps Isabel had some opinions about Flower Sparrow not speaking after activating the signal tower. Or maybe she was trying to wake sparrows to wake her. Isabel's voice did indeed bring Hua Ke back from her personal thoughts. She nodded to Isabel and looked at Angor. Please, she said in a soft voice after a moment of hesitation. Since Isabel was here, Flower Sparrow didn't tell Angor what she was going to ask for. Angor knew that she was going to do something after Bobota's death. Flower Sparrow didn't know what Angor could do, but she believed that Angor could give Bobota some hope. I won't go back on my word, Angor said. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Flower Sparrow hesitated. There's one more thing. I don't know if I should tell you or not. I haven't figured it out yet. Fine, I'll tell you. When I was learning Spirit Aura from Lady Maria, I saw an image. I saw Mr. Pat in it. Image? You mean, foresight? Flower Sparrow nodded. Angor's Crimson Night shelter could block any prophecy. However, it didn't seem like the Bayuan clan's unintentional prophecy could be stopped by the shelter. However, if Flower Sparrow really wanted to use Angor as a prophecy target, she would trigger the Crimson Night shelter. I saw Mr. Pat walking in the darkness, and there was a glowing path in front of him. Angor was a little confused. What was the meaning of the image? Flower Sparrow shook her head. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. Do you Bayuan clansmen have the gift of prophecy? Do you see something as mundane as eating, drinking, or shopping? Even if it's happening in the future. Flower Sparrow nodded. That's true. The images you see are random and uncontrollable, so you often see ordinary images. Angor was going to think about what Flower Sparrow told him, but he gave up on the idea after hearing her words. Maybe Flower Sparrow saw Angor going out for a stroll at night, while the glowing path came from a street lamp. Angor couldn't be sure if the image was important or not, so he could only try not to read too much into it. Yeah, I see. Is there anything else? Flower Sparrow shook her head. I don't think so. Just as she finished speaking, Hua Kk suddenly thought of something. Oh, right. Can I contact Mr. Pat again if I figure out the meaning of the image? Of course. Angor nodded. Whether Flower Sparrow really wanted to contact him or just wanted to know about Boboda, Angor didn't mind her interrupting. He waved goodbye to Flower Sparrow and prepared to turn off the signal tower. However, Isabel suddenly showed up. She was looking at Sunders, who was standing behind Angor. "Mr. Phantom, don't forget about our agreement." Angor guessed that Isabel was referring to the friendship between Phantom Island and Dark Castle. Angor was going to participate in this, but Sunders was still the one who made the decision. "I understand. But don't worry about it. Brood Cavern still has a lot of things to deal with. It's good that you remember." Isabel nodded and didn't say anything else. She turned off the communication. Angor waited for a few more minutes to make sure he wouldn't hear anything else before he put the signal tower back into his button gear. Mobile version update website. When the first rays of the morning sun shone over the land, they bid farewell to Slade's antique shop. They left Shepherding City on gondola and headed toward Parmajai Highlands. "Angor's gondola is the best." Greya leaned against the railing of the ship and sighed. She was wearing a pair of red heart-shaped glasses. The last flying vehicle she rode on was Sherry's teapot. It was slippery and trembling, with water droplets splashing everywhere. It was a torture. The gondola was much better. It was not slow at all, and it was as steady as walking on flat ground. Greya was satisfied. The warm morning sun and the gentle breeze made Greya feel comfortable. "If you want, I can make one for you too. But it's not free." Greya waved a hand. "Let's talk about it after I find my body. After all, your gondola is too small to fit my physical body. Even if you want to make one, you'll have to tailor it for me." Angor quickly recalled Greya's original body. It would be a little difficult to fit her body into this gondola. But there was a solution. "I just need to add some space-expanding runes inside the gondola. That should solve the problem." Greya wagged her finger at him. "No, no. If I really want you to craft something for me, I'm not going to ask for a simple gondola. As you know, my restaurant is already damaged. What I need to refine is a mobile restaurant that can fly, swim, and walk." "You mean the new Barbie's restaurant?" Greya nodded. "Yes. When I reopen Barbie's restaurant, I'll make sure everything looks new, including the restaurant itself." Then, Greya began to talk about how she wanted the restaurant to look like with great interest. It seemed Greya already had a plan in mind. From the details of the door, the interior of the restaurant, the shape of the chimney, the different styles of the houses, and the layout of the streets, everything was described in detail. But the more Angor listened, the more doubtful he became. Was it really a mobile restaurant? Or a floating fortress like Floating Mech City? "Of course, it's just an idea. I'll have to wait until I get my body back." Greya nodded and said, "But I'm not sure." Angor nodded with a blank expression. Luckily, it was only an idea. If he really had to carry it out, he could still make it. However, it would take too much time and energy. Unless the reward was satisfactory, Angor would not accept such a difficult task. Greya glanced at Sunders subconsciously. She wanted to see if Sunders had any suggestions. However, Sunders did not seem to be paying attention to their conversation. He was frowning as if he was thinking about something. Greya adjusted her glasses and placed them on her loose hair. "You're still thinking about Slade's last words? The ruin?" Sunders raised an eyebrow. "Something's not right." When they left Slade's shop, Sunders asked about the ruins on Parmajai Plateau. Sunders already heard about it from Horace, but Horace was still in Floating Mech City, so his information could not be obtained in real time. Zada, on the other hand, had many sources of information. Even people from Brood Cavern might not know about it. This was why Sunders asked Zada about it. For the past 2 days, Slider had been smiling, but when the topic of the ruins was brought up, Slider's expression changed instantly. This was the first time Zada didn't answer Sunders' question directly. He only shook his head and said, "It's not good. You'll know the details when you return to Brute Cavern. I can only say that if we don't handle it well, we'll end up like Sleepless City in a few years." Sunders had been frowning ever since they boarded the ship. Of course, Zada wasn't talking about Sleepless City. Sleepless City in the Evernight Kingdom was now completely covered by a dome. No one could enter it. Zada was talking about Sleepless City, a wizard organization. All supernaturals in Sleepless City had moved away from the Evernight Kingdom. If Brood Cavern followed Sleepless City's footsteps, the entire mirror world would be moved away. Sunders only knew that the ruin where Rain was guarding was not doing well. But according to Slade's words, it was a threat to the survival of Brood Cavern. Sunders was surprised. He had been thinking about the ruin ever since he boarded gondola. What was going on? Was there a way to solve it? Mr. Rain will take care of it no matter what, Greya comforted him. Unlike Candy House, we only have a few strong fighters. Brood Cavern is a big organization. It won't collapse. Besides, Zade has left the core circle of Brood Cavern. How does he know about Brood Cavern's power? Greya was right. Maybe Slade only saw the problem on the surface and thought that it was impossible, but it was not as difficult as he thought. Just like the Germinal organization, which almost killed Lawson, was definitely a great threat. But in reality, they had come into close contact with Muse and Lawson, and they could feel that although the Germinal sect was very important to them, they did not feel the slightest bit of despair in their hearts. Floating Mech City must have some kind of secret to support their confidence. Brood Cavern was as powerful as Floating Mech City. If they could be defeated so easily, they wouldn't have been able to stay in the south for so many years. With that in mind, he relaxed a little. However, although he had relaxed a little, he was not completely optimistic. The fact that there was no mention of the ruins in the latest issue of Mirror was a bad sign. It might not affect Brood Cavern's foundation, but it could still cause serious damage to them. Sunders didn't respond to Greya's question. He only gave her a quick glance and went back to his own thoughts. What a waste of time. Greya pouted. Greya looked at Angor again. By the way, before leaving the antique shop, you asked Zada a question too. Angor didn't deny it. It's about rituals. But I don't think Zada knows much about them. Because of Ananda, Angor was quite curious about the study of rituals. According to Ananda, it was Slade who taught him about rituals. Before he left this morning, he asked Slade about it. To his surprise, Slade told him that he didn't know much about rituals. As for why Ananda knew about rituals, it was because of a book Slade gave her. The book was called Miscellaneous Talks on the Processing of Rich Grains, also known as the Book of Grains. Slade asked Ananda to work as a cook in his antique shop, so he gave her the book so that she could read it freely. In the end, what Slade didn't expect was that the Book of Grains that he had accidentally obtained actually recorded some ritualistic content. The Book of Grains didn't contain any advanced knowledge, including the rituals. They all focused on the processing of grains, which was known as the prayer ritual. Prayer rituals allowed one to quickly process food and enhance the texture of the food. One could even turn the food into gluttony after a long period of time. This almost involved the field of gourmet studies, but the prayer ritual was able to do it. Because of the prayer ritual, Ananda's food had a special texture, which led Slade to notice that the Book of Grains also contained ritual knowledge. Slade tried the prayer ritual himself. For someone like him who was already an official magus, it was not too difficult. However, for a normal acolyte, it was a test of talent. Ananda was able to master the ritual as a beginner apprentice. Either she was lucky, or she was really talented. In order to determine what kind of situation Ananda was in, Slade found a teaching method for the round stone ritual for Ananda to learn. In less than 2 weeks, Ananda learned it quite well. She even used her own blood to create a set of offerings for the ritual. From then on, Slade was certain that Ananda truly had a talent for ritual studies. Slade was both surprised and happy, but at the same time, he felt a little regretful. He was glad that rituals were a very comprehensive school of thought. Whether it was to improve oneself or to strengthen others, there was always something related to it. Ananda's success in learning rituals would be a great help to Slade. Unfortunately, there was almost no knowledge of rituals in the southern region. Slade had been searching for knowledge related to the ritual for the past few months. He had even sent people to various major auctions to search, but in the end, he only found the round stone ritual. Therefore, it was very difficult for Ananda to have any achievements in the study of etiquette in the southern region. The only good thing was that the study of rituals was not suppressed by the supreme sect like the study of inscriptions. that was Slade's answer. He was willing to tell Angor everything in detail because he hoped that Angor's connections could help him find more knowledge about rituals. Greya nodded. I see. So that's why the food at the banquet last night had supernatural properties. At first, I thought that Slade had specially chosen top-grade ingredients that were close to transcendence. Now that I think about it, it should be because of the prayer ceremony. You know about the prayer ritual? Angor was curious. Of course. Greya nodded. All gourmet wizards must learn about food. Of course, the prayer ritual is one of them. Slade is right. It's not easy to learn the ritual. Talent is very important. Plus, the ritual takes a long time, and the ingredients turned aren't very powerful. There are more convenient gourmet cantrips to do it. That's why only Felicia and I know how to do it in Candy House. That Ananda girl you mentioned is very talented to be able to learn the ritual in such a short time. Greya shook her head. It's a pity that she was born in the southern region, where the study of rituals is practically a wasteland. It's very, very difficult to find a ritual knowledge in the southern region. Greya sighed and saw Angor looking at her with a curious gaze. Since you know about the ritual, you should know the details of it, right? Can you tell me more about it? You want to learn about rituals? Greya was puzzled. Angor shook his head. He knew better than to bite off more than he could chew. He still had a long way to go when it came to alchemy, and he didn't want to spend too much time learning about rituals. He was just curious and wanted to know the basics of it. Greya considered and decided to share the knowledge with Angor. Brood Cavern's cloud library must have something like that. She might be able to earn Angor's favor by sharing the knowledge. With that in mind, Greya decided not to hide anything from Angor. Angor listened carefully, so he let Azaz take control of the gondola. It was Azaz's first time to control gondola, so it flew very slowly. This made the journey more leisurely. Angor nodded repeatedly in the next 10 minutes. He had read books about etiquette before, but he did not know much about it. Greya even demonstrated the prayer ritual during her lecture, which allowed him to quickly build a system framework for what he already knew, which benefited him a lot. While they were talking, Azaz finally took gondola to the Parmajai Highlands. Not long after they arrived, Azaz suddenly pointed at something not far away. Something's glowing over there. Azaz's words attracted everyone's attention. Following the direction of his finger, they saw a cloud not far away, and in the middle of the cloud, there was a glittering golden door. It looked very luxurious. It was like the entrance to a mysterious treasure trove that was found by a warrior in some legends after overcoming all obstacles. Because of this, when Azaz saw the door, his voice was mixed with a trace of obvious surprise. Both Angor and Greya did not seem surprised by what they saw either. Greya explained to Azaz, that's a ruin left behind on Parmajai Highlands. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, it's showing up again. Ruin? Azaz's eyes lit up. Could this be a great opportunity? However, the hope in Aziz's heart was shattered before it could even begin to show its residual heat. Not far away, the magnificent door suddenly opened. An acolyte wearing a loose magus robe and yawning lazily walked out from within. He looked around and saw the shadow of the gondola. Then he quickly closed the gate again. Immediately after, the golden door began to slowly disappear. Oh, I forgot to tell you. We're pretty sure that most of the ruins we found here are private laboratories built by the ancestors of Brute Cavern. 99% of them have already been explored. Some of them are even used as secret bases by people, like the one we just saw. Maybe the apprentice is living in one of them, Greya said. Is that so? Azaz lowered his head in disappointment. Azaz controlled the gondola to fly past the cloud and looked at the gate again, but it was already gone. In the end, he could only sigh and continue heading deeper into Parmajai Highlands. In the process of flying in, Azaz encountered several more ruins. Some only had one entrance, while others had basically revealed their entire appearance. For example, on a small mound below them, there was a cluster of ancient buildings that flickered with a halo. That was a ruin that was exposed to the outside world. They could clearly see that there were traces of human activity near the ancient buildings. After seeing the various ruins, Aziz slowly calmed down from his initial shock. Ruins in other places might be valuable, but there were too many of them in Parmajai Highlands. Besides, they all seemed to have been explored before. Half an hour later, gondola finally arrived at the central area of Parmajai Highlands. Sunders looked up and observed the surroundings with a serious expression. He wanted to see if there was anything strange, as Lade said. A cool breeze was blowing through the clouds. The sky was as blue as a flawless gem. The energy in the air was not too disordered. The primal mana was still normal. Everything looked very calm, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Next, Sunders looked at the ground. Apart from the barren land and the messy, cold-resistant plants, there were only large chunks of cold stones. There were also some wheel tracks and beast hoof prints on the empty ground. It was obvious that someone had been wandering around in the vicinity recently. Sunders closed his eyes and used his spirit feelers to penetrate the ground. Below the ground, he saw the tracks of an underground steam train, which should be the tracks used by Midnight Sovereign to reach various underground villages. There were also traces of oil on the tracks, which meant a steam train must have traveled here for at least one day. Whether it was on the surface or underground, everything looked calm and peaceful. So Brute Cavern has already dealt with the danger? Sunders muttered in his mind. Did Brute Cavern deal with the danger already? Or was the danger hidden in a more unknown place? Sunders did not know, but he continued to observe quietly. However, Gondola did not find anything strange until they arrived at Parmajai Highlands Natural Trench. Once they entered the trench, they would reach their destination, the entrance to the mirror world. Looks like I overthought it, Sunders muttered to himself. Greya also stopped talking to Angor. She stretched her waist and put on her peach sunglasses again. Finally. I heard from the tea party before leaving Floating Mech City that Leona has returned to Brute Cavern. Let's go to the Rose Garden later and have some tea with her. We can talk about the next big tea party. While speaking, Greya asked Azaz to lower Gondola. When Gondola arrived at the top of the trench, Azaz looked down at the dark hole and felt a chill down his spine. He felt as if he was about to fall into a bottomless abyss. But since Greya was urging him, Azaz did not dare to stop. He continued to lower the gondola. They slowly sank into the ground and reached the bottom of the trench. About 10 seconds later, Greya frowned. Something's not right. It wasn't that Greya sensed something. She was just worried that the airships in Windmill Town should not be in such darkness at this speed. In other words, they should be able to see the light coming from the trench. It should not be like this. It was as if they had entered the cave of eternal darkness. Before Greya finished speaking, Sunders already knew what was going on. He reached his spirit feelers into the trench and quickly saw the trench. Soon, he arrived at Windmill Town's airport. I think Windmill Town's airport is closed today. I saw a sign saying maintenance, Angor spoke. Sunders glanced at Angor and nodded in agreement. I see. Greya asked Azaz to keep going. She then looked at the other side of the trench. It was dark, but she knew Angor was right in front of her. Is the airport maintained on normal days? I don't know about that. Yes, it is. But it's usually on the 7th day of the month. Windmill Town is on holiday at that time, so no one is going out. But today isn't the scheduled time. Did something happen? Greya asked. Did something happen to the airport? Or did something happen to Windmill Town? However, Greya quickly denied her own idea. It should be fine. Windmill Town was very close to Brute Cavern. Anything that happened in Windmill Town would affect Brute Cavern's situation. Since Windmill Town was backed by such a powerful wizard organization, it would be a huge slap to Brute Cavern's face if something happened to it. So, Windmill Town should be fine. As expected, when Gondola arrived at the bottom of the trench, they saw dim lights on both sides of the wall. There were also various entrances, winding paths, and busy people. They were all ordinary people who lived in Windmill Town. They would transport food and daily necessities to Brute Cavern and sell them there. This was how Windmill Town made a living. The fact that these people were still working meant that Brute Cavern was still living a peaceful life. However, he noticed that these people were doing the same thing as before, but they looked a lot more serious than before. When Angor came out of the mirror world, he could still hear them laughing and joking. But now, they looked much more serious. Did something really happen to them? Or was it because of Slade's influence that they were thinking about the worst? Angor couldn't find the answer for now, but he didn't have to. He would find out when he returned to Brute Cavern. When they were about 10 meters away from the bottom of the trench, Angor put away his gondola. They fell straight down, but when they got close to the surface of the mirror, everyone seemed to turn into feathers, gently and steadily stepping on the surface of the mirror. He looked around and didn't see anything. It seemed Lady Mirror wasn't awake yet. Let's go. Sunders took out his cane and tapped the surface of the mirror. The light began to spread, revealing a tunnel in front of them. As they were about to enter, they heard someone shouting from the entrance of the trench. Ah! Why is IWA here? How did he get out? Quick! Quickly restrain him. No, we can't touch him. We're near the entrance. Let's go find the wizard. As he spoke, a few men drenched in sweat rushed out of the cave in the cliff. They saw Angor's group as soon as they came out of the trench. They didn't recognize Angor's group, but the flickering light on the surface of the mirror told them that they were supernaturals. Great! It's the wizard. Han was a very ordinary Asiatic. He was 35 years old, unmarried, and still single. However, there was something special about him, which was his birthplace, Windmill Town. It was close to Brute Cavern. Just like the other residents of Windmill Town, the more they understood the world of supernatural beings, the more they realized how beautiful and fantastical this world was. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and longing. Everyone had their own fantasies. How great would it be if I could become a high and mighty sorcerer? So did Han. He had been dreaming about becoming a wizard ever since he was a kid. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was only 6. It was a number that could not be made up even with potions. When Han realized that he could not become a wizard, he went to Midnight Sovereign, the capital of the Earth's center, to earn a living. After 20 years, Han still did not make a name for himself. Han could almost see his own future. It would be as ordinary as ever, and there would be no trouble until he died. However, something big happened in Midnight Sovereign. Everyone seemed to have changed into another person. They were chanting Praise the Queen and doing strange actions in the fog-filled city. They were like clowns. Han was very lucky. He had just returned to Windmill Town to visit his parents at that time and avoided this disaster. When his parents learned about the situation in Midnight Sovereign, they persuaded him to stay in Windmill Town. 20 years ago, Windmill Town was a place that gave up all his dreams. He did not even dare to face it and ran away. But now, Han had accepted reality. He no longer hoped that the world would revolve around him. Instead, he hoped that his future could be more peaceful. Therefore, he shook hands with his Chunibu self and accepted his parents' suggestion to stay in Windmill Town. Han used the money he earned in Midnight Sovereign to open a textile workshop and a small dye shop in Windmill Town. He started a cloth business. His main customers were the wizards in the mirror world. For the past 2 years, Han spent most of his time traveling between Windmill Town and the underground market in the mirror world. It was a bit hard, but he was earning more and more money. Just when Han thought that his life was finally on the right track, Wind Car Town experienced the same thing as Midnight Sovereign. Something strange happened. Some people suddenly went crazy for no reason. Moreover, this madness seemed to be contagious. Wizards from Brute Cavern arrived in time and arranged a hospital for the patients. However, they could not find the cause of the disease, nor could they save the patients. This caused the atmosphere in Windmill Town to change. Where did this crazy disease come from? Was there something unclean in Windmill Town? Had they come into contact with it before? Would he also go crazy? Most of the residents did not dare to leave their houses, except for the merchants who still had business with Brute Cavern. Han was one of them. Han went out worriedly every day. Half a month passed without any problems. Just when Han thought everything was going well, they ran into someone who was not supposed to be here in the tunnel leading to Brute Cavern. Eva, a person who was infected by madness, wasn't he supposed to be in a mental hospital? Why would he appear here? The surrounding people were all screaming and running out. Han also followed them in a panic, but before he could run to the entrance of the cave, Han stepped on something and slipped. When Han tried to get up, he felt something heavy on his shoulder. Ham trembled as he turned his head. What he saw was Eva, who was smiling at him. The next second, Han felt his vision turning dark as he was dragged into a dark vortex. Please, sir. Help us. Eva is here. We don't want to go crazy. The people who came out of the tunnel all knelt on the ground and begged for their lives. Normally, when they saw supernatural beings, they would treat them with the highest respect. But now, they could not care less. Sunders looked at the kneeling people with an unreadable glint in his eyes. In the past, Sunders would not care about such trivial matters in the mortal world. But today, maybe because of Slade's words, Sunders felt uneasy. Everything seemed peaceful for now, but Sunders still felt that something was wrong. The appearance of this group of people seemed to be a sign of something. Do you want to check it out? Angor asked. Let's have a look, said Sunders as he put away his cane and walked toward the group. On their way, Greya said, I think there's something unusual in the tunnel they came out from. Angor nodded. He already saw the situation with his spirit power. Something's wrong with that man in a hospital gown. As Sunders approached, the people kneeling on the ground showed hope in their eyes. They seemed to want to say something, but Sunders did not give them the chance and simply ignored them. I'll go check it out. You guys ask them what's going on, said Sunders. Without hesitation, he quickly walked into the dark tunnel and disappeared. Someone was attacked? Angor glanced at the cave again. Is that an attack? From the looks of it, she just rested her chin on his shoulder and stroked his face with her hand. It looks like a normal interaction, said Greya. She was also using her spirit power to check the tunnel. Normal interaction? What do you mean it's not normal? She didn't break his neck. Wait, did she really break his neck? I thought it was just an intimate interaction. Angor did not know what to say. While they were talking, the people kneeling on the ground looked at each other. I think we're missing someone? Yes. Oldham isn't here. Lady Greya, you said someone broke his neck. Is that Oldham? When did I say my neck was broken? Greya squinted at Angor and asked, when did I say my neck was broken? Everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to say a word when Greya glanced at them. All right, stand up, all of you, Greya said in an annoyed tone. Tell me about it. What's going on in there? Greya asked. They looked at each other and did not know what to say. Or rather, they did not know how to face a wizard. In the end, an old man with an opium pipe on his waist stepped forward. Lady Greya, we don't know what's going on. IWA was locked up in the hospital. As the others explained, Angor began to understand the general situation. For some unknown reason, a disease that could turn people into lunatics was spreading in Windmill Town. This disease was also very contagious. As long as someone came into contact with the patient, there was a high probability that they would be infected by the disease. Even after the wizards from Brute Cavern found out about the disease, they still could not find a cure. In the end, the wizards only confined the patients in a special hospital to prevent them from infecting other people. So that IWA you're talking about is locked up in the hospital? Greya asked. Yes. IWA was locked up in the hospital. I don't know what happened, but he ended up in the cave. Could it be that Iwa's sister has sneaked into the hospital to release him? Or did something happen at the hospital? Could it be that all the patients at the hospital have escaped? Is Windmill Town on the verge of falling? The more they thought about it, the more horrifying it became. They raised their heads expectantly, hoping to hear the truth from the two magi in front of them. However, both Greya and Angor were frowning as if they were thinking about something. Have you heard of this contagious disease? Angor asked. Greya considered and said, usually, it's a mental disorder. Disorder, loss of control, or deviation from a fixed path. Unless it's caused by physical injuries, it's usually a mental problem. It's not rare, but it varies from person to person. Basically, it's not contagious. Angor nodded. He understood this as well. According to the basic logic of disease source, madness was not contagious. Unless the source of this illness was a kind of group psychological suggestion or mental pollution. For example, the belief of some strange evil gods, or totem patterns with obvious hints. If someone came into contact with such things for a long time, it could cause mental pollution and eventually lead to widespread madness. However, the situation in Windmill Town did not seem to be such a psychological suggestion. Brood Cavern was right next to Windmill Town. It was impossible for any evil god or mental pollution to exist under the eyes of wizards for a long time. Besides, even if the disease was caused by something like this, wizards could still do something about it. However, it seemed that wizards did not find a way to cure the patients in Windmill Town. So apart from these, is there any other way to spread the disease? If they were on Earth, the answer would probably be no. However, this was the wizarding world full of unimaginable powers. There were too many possibilities to create such a situation. The answer was yes. But what was the point of knowing the answer? Based on what we know, Greya said, the disease must be caused by supernatural power. Angor nodded. Since normal methods couldn't spread the disease, and it wasn't a psychological group suggestion, there must be some supernatural power involved. Moreover, they had clearly sensed that the patient named Eva in the cave had a vague supernatural abnormality. But I don't understand why we need to do that. What's the point? Greya frowned. Is there some kind of conspiracy behind this? Could Slade's previous hint be referring to this matter? I'll go check it out, Greya said and walked toward the cave. Angor followed her, leaving Azaz outside to protect the trembling mortals. The cave was not dark at all. The ceiling was smooth, and there were glowing plants as light sources. With the help of the light, they could see the messy boxes on the ground, as well as some fallen trolleys. Sunders stood in front of them and looked at something not far away. Angor followed Sunders' gaze and saw a man in a white hospital gown walking around in circles in front of Sunders. He couldn't see anything with his naked eyes, but he was sure that the area around the man was filled with illusion nodes. Sunders must have used an illusion to trap the man. Did you see anything? Greya asked curiously. Sunders did not answer. Instead, he asked, what do you think his movements look like? His movements? Angor and Greya both looked at IWA in the illusion. I don't think there's anything. Wait. Greya frowned as she realized something. On the other hand, Angor didn't notice anything unusual about Iva at first. But when he looked closer, he noticed something different about Iva. Iwa's movements, such as the angle of his head, the height of his hand, and the width of his stride, were all bigger than normal people. It did not seem strange at first glance, but upon closer inspection, Angor could tell that IWA was doing it on purpose. Angor suddenly raised his index finger. A trace of nightmare energy was released from his fingertip. This nightmare power slowly condensed around Iwa, and in the end, an illusion appeared. This illusion was exactly the same as Iwa, whether in terms of clothing or appearance, even the height was the same. It was almost as if IWA was looking at a twin. Greya didn't know what Angor was trying to do at first, but when Eva's illusion began to move, Greya's eyes widened. Angor was controlling the illusion to mimic Iwa's movements. However, in this illusion, Eva's movements were slowed down. Even if slowed down, a normal person's movements would still be smooth and slick. However, after Eva's movements were slowed down, there were a few obvious pauses. When he turned his neck at a certain angle, he paused again. When he lifted his foot at a certain angle, he paused again. These pauses were similar to the mechanical dance Angor saw in the hologram tablet. However, the mechanical dance was created by humans, so it was subjective. IWA, on the other hand, seemed to have lost control of his body. It was as if countless strings were controlling his limbs. After discovering this point, Eva's originally laughable circling movements were now full of strangeness. It was as if there was a giant shadow behind IWA, who was smiling eerily and reaching out a hand that covered the sky. His hands were connected to countless silk threads, and these silk threads were tightly binding Iwa. I have a feeling that there's more to this than meets the eye. Greya spoke after a moment of silence. Angor nodded. That was exactly what he was thinking. How should we deal with this? Angor looked at Sunders. However, Sunders did not answer. Instead, he looked behind them. The man who was attacked by IWA was saved by Sunders. He had been lying unconscious on the ground. But now, he suddenly woke up and slowly stood up. After going through the long tunnel, they finally saw a bright sight. A small town that looked like a fairy tale was standing in the distance. Spinning windmills, colorful houses, and crisscrossed streets all made up the small town of the Earth's center. This was Windmill Town. The group walked along the path filled with flowers as if they were taking a stroll in the street. The one leading the way was a paper merchant called Cassio, who was one of the mortals who asked for help. Cassio walked in front of the group, but he kept looking back from time to time. However, he did not dare to look at the wizard. Instead, he kept looking at the back of the group. Iwa, who had gone crazy, was following behind them like a normal person. He was very well behaved. When the card artisan first saw Eva, he thought that Eva had been cured by the great wizard. However, when he took a closer look, he realized that Eva's expression was still twisted, and his eyes were strange and crazy. Perhaps the great wizard had used some method to make Eva ignore the people around him and follow them obediently. Cassio glanced at Iwa and slowly shifted his gaze to another person, Old Ham. Old Ham didn't walk because he was still unconscious. A flying octopus tied him up with tentacles and kept him floating in the air. As the group moved forward, the octopus followed them, while Old Ham was like a flying kite. Card Artisan had no idea what Old Ham had gone through in the cave, but seeing how the wizard was controlling Old Ham, Card Artisan had a vague idea of what had happened. Could it be that Old Ham had gone mad as well? He didn't run out just now. Was he infected by Eva? The Card Artisan was shocked by this conjecture. If it was true, it would be too scary. He only heard that madness was contagious, but he did not expect it to be this contagious. They had only separated from Old Ham for a few minutes, and Old Ham had already lost his mind. As Carthu thought about that, he began to feel anxious and worried. If his guess was correct, should he continue to stay in Wind Car Town? Would it be better to go to another village or the capital? Just as all kinds of doubts surfaced in the card artisan's mind, a cold male voice entered his ears. Without identifying the source of the illness, there is a possibility that the scene in Windmill Town will repeat itself. Perhaps this kind of madness has already spread in other places. Cassio turned around abruptly and found that the one who was talking to him was the young man among the three great wizards. My lord, how could you mean, how do I know what you're thinking? Angor looked at Cassio, who nodded hesitantly. You can think of it as a kind of mind reading. Of course, Angor did not know how to read minds. He could tell what the card artisan was thinking by analyzing and summarizing information from various aspects, the biggest part of which was the interpretation of facial expressions. However, it would be too troublesome to explain, so he did not bother. He did not say anything else after that. The card artisan quickly accepted the concept of mind reading and threw it to the back of his mind. He began to think about the words of the great wizard in front of him. It was true. No one could guarantee that similar diseases would not break out in other places. If he used up all his money and moved away only to find the same disease spreading in other places, it would be a waste of effort. Moving away was not a feasible plan without ensuring that the source of the disease could be controlled. Besides, Cassio was sure that the disease would spread like a tsunami in other places. If he stayed in Windmill Town, he would at least have a better chance of getting help. After all, Brood Cavern was right next to Windmill Town. For example, when they were about to be infected by Eva's disease, they managed to escape and asked the wizard for help. This was also the reason. With that in mind, Cassio gave up on the idea of moving away. Still, he should try not to go out as much as possible. Madness was too scary. He could stay at home and wait for the wizard to solve the problem. As Cassio thought about it, they had already entered Windmill Town. Cassio could already see his house. However, he did not go home. Instead, he walked to the end of Windmill Town. There was a special hospital where people with madness were kept. The reason he came back to town this time was to bring the wizard to the hospital. They did not see many people along the way. Windmill Town was very quiet. Every house had their windows closed. Occasionally, they would see people walking on the streets, but they would run away in fear when they saw Eva behind them. It was obvious that the effects of madness were severe. Soon, Cassio led them to a hospital surrounded by high walls. Puppet Hospital. Greya raised an eyebrow and glanced at Sunders. Looks like your organization has noticed these people as well. Those who were infected with madness would act like puppets controlled by puppeteers. Since the hospital was called Puppets, it meant that Brute Cavern had also noticed the abnormality. Spirit detection is blocked. There's an energy barrier around the hospital, said Sunders. Let's go in and see. Angor and Greya nodded. They were here to see what was going on. After asking Cassio to leave, they entered the puppet hospital. To be more precise, they entered the front hall. The place was not covered by the energy barrier, so they did not see anyone in the front hall. Greya walked to a table nearby and picked up a glass of water. She put it down after examining it for a while. I don't smell people here. I don't think people come here often, said Greya. Something's wrong. Angor didn't say what exactly was strange, but both Greya and Sunders knew what he was trying to say. According to their speculations, there must be more to this madness than met the eye. This was not a simple matter. At the very least, there would be a few extraordinaires to watch over it. However, there was no one here. It was indeed very strange. Unless someone was absolutely confident in the security of this place. But if the security here was really that good, how did Eva escape? As they wondered, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew in from the open door. As the rustling sound of the wind continued to reverberate in his ears, a leaf was blown in. The leaves were like fluttering feathers, leisurely hovering in the air above the hall. When the leaves flew right in front of them, the dark green leaves emitted a faint light. Then, countless phantoms of leaves spun and fell from the sky, like a leaf tornado. When Ying touched the ground, a figure that was almost completely naked slowly emerged from the ground. When the figure fully revealed himself, all the leaves and phantoms disappeared. It was as if the figure was made of leaves. Hey, everyone, Angor. Long time no see, Angor. The one who spoke was the person formed by the leaf. Only the important parts of his body were covered by leaves. It's been less than half a year. It's not that long, is it, Mr. Tree Spirit? It was one of the 3 ancestor souls of Brute Cavern, Tree Spirit of the Tree of Eternity. There's nothing interesting in the mirror world these days. You're the most interesting one. Tree Spirit blinked. So, in the few months that you were gone, I felt like my timeline had been stretched out a lot. Angor remained silent while Greya curled her lips. What a smooth talker. If Tree Spirit had used his glib tongue more on Yusui, he wouldn't have only had a crush on her until now. Tree Spirit didn't know that Greya was mocking him in her mind. He walked to Angor with a big smile and patted on the boy's shoulder. Not bad. I didn't believe it when I read about you in a magazine. But now that I've seen you in person, I realize that the magazine is right. Tree Spirit did not hesitate to praise Angor. In his long life, there were only a handful of people who became wizards in such a short time. Angor was the fastest wizard he had seen in the past 1,000 years. Of course, it was not always a good thing to advance quickly because one's foundation might be unstable. Tree Spirit was worried about this as well. But after seeing Angor with his own eyes, his worries were completely gone. Not only did Angor advance quickly, but his mana pool was also very stable, judging from how he interacted with the primal mana in the outside world. Plus, Angor was now a member of the research department, which made him worthy of such praise. We can talk about other things when we get back, said Sunders. I'm more concerned about this puppet hospital. What's going on here? Tree Spirit did not answer right away. Instead, he floated in the air and approached Old Ham, who was still tied up by the octopus. Tree Spirit touched the unconscious Old Ham with a finger and sighed. Then, he sighed and slowly retracted it. Is he infected as well? Is it because of Eva? You know Iwa too, Mr. Tree Spirit? Angor wondered why Tree Spirit knew Iwa's name so clearly. Tree Spirit turned around and nodded. Of course, I know that because I'm currently looking after the puppet hospital. Tree Spirit's words stunned everyone. The puppet hospital was being looked after by a tree spirit? Tree Spirit was one of the 3 ancestral spirits. What did it mean for him to be guarding this puppet hospital? Everyone came back to their senses after a moment of absent-mindedness, and began to slowly accept this answer. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Since Tree Spirit was in charge of Puppet Asylum, there was no need for other people to come here. Greya's comment about the lack of human presence was reasonable. However, if Mr. Tree Spirit was watching over him, how did Eva escape? Greya asked the question. Tree Spirit also gave an answer to this question. The puppet mental hospital's barrier could isolate the patients, but it couldn't isolate humans. Iwa was set free. The one who set Iwa free was not someone who wanted to make trouble, instead, it was Iwa's younger sister. Iwa's sister was his only child. Due to the bond of family, Iwa's sister had walked into the puppet hospital and released him. It sounded ridiculous, but Angor had already heard similar guesses from other card artisans. When Card Artisan and the others saw Iwa, they also wondered if Iwa's sister was behind this, and it turned out that they were right. But Angor was still puzzled. Wasn't Tree Spirit watching over the place? How did Iwa's sister get away? Tree Spirit sighed. It's my fault. When Tree Spirit was in the mirror world, his senses could cover the entire area of the Tree of Eternity. He was almost omniscient inside the mirror world. However, Windmill Town was outside the mirror world, so he had to spend a lot of energy to keep an eye on this place. Just last night, Tree Spirit had slightly neglected the situation here. His attention was all on the ruins. Something happened to the ruin where Mr. Rain was guarding. In order to prevent any apprentices nearby from getting infected, Tree Spirit spent a lot of energy to create a barrier around the ruin. Iwa's sister just happened to break into the puppet hospital. When Tree Spirit realized what was going on, Iwa was already gone. Tree Spirit used backtrack and saw Iwa's sister in full armor, so he went to find her. Unfortunately, although Eva's sister was fully armed, she was still infected. Luckily, Iwa's sister was still at home when she got infected. Otherwise, she would have infected more people. As for Iwa, he was not at home. He must have infected Eva's sister and left the house when she was unconscious. Tree Spirit arranged a wizard to bring Iwa's sister here and began to search for Iwa, as well as to see if there were more infected people in Windmill Town. During this period of time, Windcar Town was in a state of panic. Everyone was afraid of their own safety. The residents locked themselves in their homes and did not go out unless it was necessary. Therefore, Tree Spirit did not see anyone else infected in Windcar Town. While Tree Spirit was planning to expand his search area to look for Iwa, Sunders and the others arrived at Puppet Hospital. After hearing Tree Spirit's explanation, Sunders confirmed that Iwa's escape was not suspicious, so he asked Tree Spirit about the most important thing. Live thread eruption, what is this? Sunders wanted to ask about Puppet Hospital first, but he heard Tree Spirit mention something similar. He had a feeling that the outbreak might have something to do with the current situation. I'll tell you even if you don't ask. Because you're probably the only one who can find a solution, Tree Spirit said in a serious tone. Before Sunders could ask more questions, Tree Spirit paused and looked at the entrance of the hospital. A man wearing a black bowler hat, a gentleman's suit, and an obsidian cane slowly walked in. After the man entered the hall, he took off his hat, revealing a head of neatly combed hair and a weather-beaten old face. When everyone saw who had died, a trace of surprise flashed across their eyes. It was the current ruler of Brute Cavern, Mr. Rain. The puppet hospital was modified from an abandoned stone processing factory. Walking into the hospital, there were pebbles everywhere. Some of the stones were raw, while others had been processed. But even so, they were still scattered all over the hospital, which was not a pleasant sight to see. Together with the gray stone buildings covered in moss, the place looked like an abandoned and dangerous building. Ruin lovers might find something to enjoy here, but ordinary people would only find it desolate. Soon, he followed Rain into a small building that was about 3 stories high. Along the long corridor, there were many rooms sealed by iron fences. Through the iron fences, Angor could see that all the rooms were occupied by insane patients. Most of the patients were sitting on their iron beds without saying anything. They looked like normal people who were thinking about something. It was only when they heard footsteps in the corridor and looked in the direction of the sound that they noticed their abnormality. Everyone's expression was different. Some were stupefied, some were crazy, some were strange, and some were naive. They were like actors in a stage play, displaying different expressions and appearances. They stared at the people on the walkway with strange emotions in their eyes. They did not say anything, but the strange silence still made people's hair stand on end. Their ability to capture information did not decrease because of the infection at all. Moreover, their sensitivity to sound and their perception of heat are not something that ordinary people can reach. It is as if they have obtained an extraordinary perception out of thin air. It was Rain who was walking in front of the group. He tapped the ground with his cane as he walked. The first tap caused ripples of energy to spread from the tip of the cane. As the ripples spread, everyone became invisible. However, the patients in the room were still staring in the direction of their movements. It was obvious that invisibility could not stop them from capturing biological information. The second tap not only made them invisible again, but also covered the entire puppet hospital with a powerful force field. No one could hear anything. Even Sunders and Angor had no way to resist Rain's silence field. However, even after hiding his figure and hiding his voice, he still did not block the patient's vision. They were still being stared at. It was not until Rain tapped the ground for the third time and blocked out all the heat around them that the group of patients turned around and turned back into the thinkers. This was exactly what Rain had said. The ability of this group of patients to capture biological information was far beyond that of normal people. According to our research, they do not have the ability to think. Their only goal is to infect other creatures, Rain said. In other words, their desire to infect others was very strong. Plus, they had strong senses. If these people entered a city of ordinary people, it would not take long for the entire city to fall into their hands. Then what's the energy source for them to survive? Greya asked. Even if they became lunatics, they still had the bodies of mortals. Therefore, they still needed to consume energy from food to maintain their body's activity. However, this group of lunatics did not look like they would eat on time. This was Greya's question. Rain glanced at Greya. Lifeline. As for what lifeline is, you'll see. Rain did not explain further. Soon, they arrived at an open door. It was a cramped room, just like the one where the lunatics were kept. There were no windows, only beds, chairs, and glowing plants on the ceiling. Rain asked them to lock IWA inside. After locking up Eva, he went to the next empty room and locked up Oldham in the same way as before. Rain led them to the central hall of this floor. If you have any questions, you can speak now, Rain said after they sat down. Why are you here, Mr. Rain? Did something happen in the ruin again? Sunder spoke first. Rain said, something happened yesterday. A large number of living wires erupted. But with Tree Spirit's help, everything is under control. Based on previous experience, it will not erupt again for at least a week, so I came back. Of course, Rain also came back for another reason, Angor. He knew Angor would return to Brute Cavern in 2 days, so he came back just in time. He had something to tell Angor. Also, Angor's personal value had been fully demonstrated. Apart from his personal abilities, Angor's identity as a member of the research department was very important to Brute Cavern's future development. Angor's achievements, abilities, and future growth did not depend on Brute Cavern very much. Rain wanted to know Angor's attitude toward Brute Cavern so that he could make some decisions in the future. However, Rain did not need to tell Sunders about these things. Lifeline eruptions happen over a period of time? In other words, this has been going on for a long time? Rain nodded. Yes. Since 2 months ago. So, what's a lifeline? I don't remember seeing any last time I went to the ruin. Sunders went to the ruin where Rain was trapped. Many people went missing, but he did not find any lifeline. Where in the world did this lifeline come from? Apart from Rain, everyone wanted to know the answer to that question. Rain considered for a moment. The lifeline has nothing to do with the ruin itself. It came from the demonic creatures that invaded the Evernight Kingdom. Monsters from the Evernight Kingdom? Are they from the Nightmare Realm? Rain nodded heavily. Correct. Sunders did not frown. The strange ruin was located at the edge of Parmajai Highlands, which was close to the Evernight Kingdom. Sunders knew about the invasion of the nightmare creatures. He also knew that the ruin was the first stronghold of the nightmare creatures on Parmajai Highlands. But if Sunders remembered correctly, the nightmare creatures in that stronghold were all colorful dragonflies. Even if there was something similar to a nest that could release the parasites that ravaged Midnight Sovereign, it was still far from the lifeline mentioned by Rain. Angor asked, Mr. Rain, are these infected because of the lifeline? Rain nodded. Correct. Instead of asking about the lifeline, Angor frowned. If the lifeline is caused by the nightmare creatures, why can't I sense any nightmare aura from these people? Last time, the infected people in Midnight Sovereign also had some nightmare aura on them. However, he did not sense any nightmare realm aura after walking around the hospital for a long time, which puzzled him a lot. Mobile version update website. Rain couldn't answer Angor's question because he only knew about the nightmare realm from Sunders. However, Ryan was sure that it was a creature from the nightmare realm that was spitting out living threads. Lifeline, puppet, lunatic. Nightmare realm creature? His knuckles unconsciously tapped on the table. The clear rhythmic sound reached his ears as if it was the music that opened his memory, which reminded him of something. Something that happened in Sleepless City. Is it Yorkshire? Sunders muttered the name in a low voice. Everyone knew the name, including Greya. She had seen Yorkshire in Sleepless City before. Angor recognized the powerful creature from the nightmare realm. Compared to Yorkshire, he remembered the puppy better. The puppy swallowed him, which allowed him to get close to the source of mystery. Since then, Angor created the manifestation of mystery in his illusion. Yorkshire was the one who brought the puppy out of the nightmare realm. However, he couldn't control the puppy because its owner was someone else. As far as Angor knew, Yorkshire was a puppeteer. When Sleepless City was covered by the dome, Yorkshire abducted many people and used Lifeline to create prototype puppets. As for the prototype puppet body, it was actually a container that could carry the interlayer space. The little devil, Greg, had been forced to change his body and become the current Spivot because he had become a prototype puppet. Back then, Nausicaa almost became a prototype puppet as well. The Lifeline turned the lunatics into puppets, which was exactly what Yorkshire did. Greya pondered. I remember that Yorkshire was scared away by Mr. Phantom's cursing puppet and went to the center of Sleepless City. Did it leave the city and come to the ruin at Parmajai Highlands? Mr. Rain, what did that thing look like? What's the shape of the Lifeline? Sunders once saw Yorkshire up close, so he wanted to know if Yorkshire was the one who created the Lifeline. Rain took out his cane and waved it in the air. An illusion appeared in front of everyone. It was a strange creature. Or, a plant? It looked like an enlarged onion with a small head and a round belly. The so-called head was just an upward transmission tube. The onion head's stomach was already very big, but it was still expanding. When it had expanded to its limit, there was a bang sound, and a large amount of white flock floated out from the transmission channel on its head. Like willow catkins, the substance was carried away by the wind to an unknown place. This is the entire process of the live thread eruption, Ryan said calmly. This is a precious image that we have paid a great price to obtain. Although Ryan didn't mention what price he had paid, for an expert of Ryan's level to specifically point it out, it was clear that the price he had paid was truly great. Rain looked at Sunders. Those flocculent substances are the Lifeline. Once they enter a person's body, they'll go insane. Lifeline is very invasive. It's hard for apprentices to defend against them. If an official magus were to remove the natural spiritual force barrier, the life thread could also take advantage of the loophole. Therefore, every time the life thread erupts, a large amount of energy must be expended to create an area that binds the life thread to prevent it from spreading. But there are still some that slip through the net. Rain looked at the wards. These patients were the ones who were invaded by the Lifeline. We've studied the Lifeline, but we can't get any useful information in a short time. Rain sighed. Since they couldn't find a way to deal with the Lifeline in a short time, they had to control it to prevent it from spreading. Besides, the Lifeline was too contagious. That was why tree spirits were assigned as caretakers. Rain looked at Sunders. Do you have any idea what this creature is? Sunders shook his head. It's not the Yorkshire I saw. Yorkshire was a giant golden python. There were countless threads floating around its scales. Its characteristics were very obvious. This onion was too different from a serpent. However, Sunders couldn't say for sure that the onion had nothing to do with Yorkshire. I don't care if it's related to Yorkshire or not. The most important thing right now is to get rid of this onion, or the thread, Greya spoke up. Otherwise, we can't even begin to imagine what will happen. Rain glanced at Greya. Lady Greya is right. The lifeline can't enter the mirror world yet, but the kingdom of mortals is already in trouble. Once it spreads, we might be forced to move away like the Evernight Kingdom. They had no choice but to rely on Sunders, who had studied the nightmare realm. Sunders considered. We can't just think about it. Let's see if there's a lifeline first. I don't have one here. But tree spirits should have one. Rain moved his lips to communicate with tree spirits. Not long after, a leaf blew in through the window and turned into the shape of a tree spirit. Tree spirit approached him with a smile and reached out a hand. A curved leaf appeared in his palm, on which a strand of white thread was lying. That's the lifeline. Sunders took the leaf and carefully observed the so-called lifeline. As its name suggested, it was struggling, twisting, and changing its shape as if trying to escape from the leaf's restraint. Sunders couldn't find any clues from the lifeline with his naked eyes. Instead, he used his spirit power to check. Sunders frowned when he was done with the inspection. Did you find anything? Tree spirits asked curiously. Sunders shook his head. Not yet. I can't tell it's a nightmare creature. But I noticed that it's responding to my spirit power very actively. I can't look inside directly. I just don't know if I'll be able to find any clues if I forcefully investigate. Ryan shook his head. That won't do. Once you probe it with your mental power, it will invade you along with your mental power. If you don't cut off your mental power immediately, your mental power will be polluted to varying degrees. It's not worth it. If they couldn't use their spirit power to observe the internal structure, they would have to find a prophet to do something like this. It would take too much time, and there was no guarantee that they would succeed. Sunders glanced at Angor, who was looking at him curiously. He considered and handed the leaf to Angor. Take a look. Angor nodded. He was also curious about the thread, so he accepted it without hesitation. Tree Spirit and Rain did not comment on Sunders' decision. Sunders mentioned that Angor's nightmare form was stronger than his, so Angor might be able to find something. Angor carefully observed the white thread placed on the leaf. It looked like an ordinary thread, which kept twisting and struggling. The more he observed, the more curious he became. He was still confused. Was this really a nightmare monster? He still could not sense any nightmare energy from it. What do you think about this thread? Sunders asked when Angor had enough. The others all looked at Angor to see what he had found. Angor frowned. It's strange. The parasites that wreaked havoc in Midnight Sovereign also needed nightmare energy to stay active. But this thread doesn't need it. As far as Angor knew, all the nightmare creatures he encountered, including parasites, rainbow dragonflies, clowns, Froggy the Crooner, Fox the Harp, and so on, all relied heavily on the aura given to them by the nightmare realm. This aura was also known as nightmare aura. If they left the range of the aura, their strength would slowly decline, and they might even die. But this thread did not seem to have such a feature. Angor doubted if the lifeline really came from a nightmare creature. Besides, he didn't like the behavior of nightmare creatures, but he had to admit that he had a natural affinity with them. Maybe it was because of his constitution, or because of Shava's influence, the nightmare creatures did not mean him any harm. But he did not feel anything close to this lifeline at all. Angor's suspicion grew even stronger. Of course, it was also possible that this thread really came from Yorkshire. Yorkshire was the only nightmare creature that showed any hostility to Angor so far. Therefore, it was possible that Angor couldn't sense anything from Yorkshire's lifeline. Did you find anything else? I can't see anything with my eyes. Maybe I can find something if I look deeper or touch it. However, no one supported Angor's idea for now. The living thread was extremely dangerous. If one touched it without any defensive spells, even an official magus could be infected. Rain would stop any wizard who tried to touch it, let alone Angor. Then I didn't find anything. Angor shook his head. This was the first time he saw a thread that did not need nightmare energy to survive. This was already a blind spot in his knowledge. Angor's words only meant one thing: he suspected that the thread did not come from the nightmare realm. Sunders considered. You're still wondering where it came from. Actually, I think you can put this aside for now. You can compare it carefully. This lifeline has a lot in common with the parasite from before. First of all, both the living thread and the parasite were transmissible. But one used parasites while the other used infection. Secondly, they could not be detected by expel. Expel was the ability to sense the negative energy in the human body. Since expel could not detect them, then in a sense, the living thread and the parasites had more positive effects than negative effects on the human body. Thirdly, based on the premise of the second point, the parasite could feed back to the host, making the host's body stronger. Those infected by the living thread would also have senses that ordinary people could not hope to reach. These are the three common points. Also, the creatures of the nightmare realm all have something absurd in them. Sunders did not explain what absurd meant, but Angor understood it right away. The rabbit gentleman, the card soldier, and the nightmare creatures he saw during his talent test always made him feel like he was watching a fantasy movie. Take a look at the people who are infected by the parasites and the people who are infected by the live thread. You'll notice that there is a strange absurdity between them. Sunders' words reminded Angor of what happened in Midnight Sovereign. Inside the fog, the parasites who sang about Moonlight, the Queen, and Shava all twisted their bodies on the streets like clowns. Angor also thought about the people infected by the thread. They all had different expressions on their faces. They looked like puppets controlled by a puppeteer, performing strange acts on a stage set up by the puppeteer. It was true that the people infected by the thread also had a strange feeling. Sunders' words could not be used as evidence, but they did convince Angor. Maybe the thread really came from the nightmare realm? Since it's from the nightmare realm, there are only three possibilities for it to stay alive without using the nightmare aura: modification, evolution, or adaptation. Nightmare creatures could not stay the same. Maybe they modified the thread so that it did not rely on the nightmare aura. Of course, it was also possible that they evolved or adapted to the environment of the wizarding world. No matter which one it was not good news for them. Angor tried to hand the leaf back to Sunders, but Sunders did not take it. Instead, Sunders signaled him to give it to Tree Spirit. However, when he returned the leaf to Tree Spirit, Greya suddenly let out a surprised "Huh? Wait." Greya walked to Tree Spirit and inspected the leaf carefully. "Mr. Tree Spirit, can you give the lifeline to Angor again?" Greya asked again. Greya's words were strange. The others did not understand what she meant. Tree Spirit narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Sure." Angor took the leaf back in confusion. Greya checked the thread again and frowned. "Huh? Something's not right. It wasn't like this just now." Angor looked at the thread again and did not find anything strange. Before he could ask Greya, Tree Spirit suddenly said, "Hold it with your right hand." Angor was holding the leaf with his left hand. Following Tree Spirit's reminder, he moved the leaf to his right hand. Greya's eyes lit up. "I knew it. Is the action of this lifeline slowing down?" Following Greya's reminder, everyone looked at the lifeline. Earlier, the thread kept twisting in Sunders' or Tree Spirit's hands as if it was trying to escape from the leaf. But now, when the thread was in Angor's right hand, it was moving slower. Sometimes, it would stay still for a long time. Something was wrong, Angor noticed it himself. Compared to the thread, Angor was more concerned about Greya. Or rather, he admired her. He had been holding the leaf with his left hand all this time. When Sunders asked him to give it to Tree Spirit at the last moment, he changed his grip and handed it to Tree Spirit. It only took 1 or 2 seconds, but Greya was able to capture the movement of the living thread without much trouble. Angor sighed in his mind. He was getting close to or even stronger than Greya when she did not have a physical body. However, he was still not as good as Greya when it came to details. While Angor was admiring Greya's talent, the others had begun to study the thread. Why did it stop struggling when it was on Angor's right hand? Was there something wrong with Angor's right hand? Everyone had the same question, but no one dared to ask. They all knew that Angor's right hand was hiding a secret. Now that he had become a wizard, he could hide his right hand. However, when he was still an apprentice, other people already noticed it. This might be Angor's secret, so no one knew if they should ask or where to start. Sunders explained for Angor, his right hand can release a nightmare aura continuously. As for why, Sunders didn't say, and no one asked. Sunders added, "Now, we should be able to confirm it." Even if the thread isn't a nightmare creature, it must be connected to the nightmare realm somehow. Otherwise, it wouldn't react to the nightmare aura. Sunders knew Angor's condition very well. Angor's right hand was the product of merging with the projected bloodline, and the biggest problem was the green pattern. However, Angor had to actively activate the green pattern, which meant it was the nightmare aura that affected the thread. Angor realized something. He was wearing gloves that blocked most of the nightmare aura, but some of it still leaked out. Perhaps, it was this aura that had caused the life thread to react. Let's try it and see if it's like what I said. Sunders reached out a hand. Space rippled, and a black jewel that looked like a black pearl appeared in his palm. Dense nightmare aura was being released from the jewel. It was a nightmare stone, a rare magical material from the nightmare realm, which was often used by Sunders when casting spells. Sunders took the leaf from Angor, and the thread immediately began to struggle again, trying to get rid of the energy binding on the leaf. However, when Sunders placed the nightmare stone near the leaf, the thread suddenly stopped moving. Thick nightmare aura surrounded the thread, and its struggle became slower and slower. In the end, it stopped moving as if it had fallen asleep. It was a simple experiment, but it was enough to prove that the lifeline could react to the nightmare aura. In other words, the nightmare aura could affect it. When Ryan saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Actually, he had thought about using the nightmare realm's energy to test the line's reaction. In the end, he did not do it. It was not because he was weak. Nightmare stones were simply too rare. Of course, for someone like Sunders who often visited the nightmare realm, the stones were more than enough. However, for others, it was not so easy to get a nightmare stone. Since we've confirmed that the nightmare aura can affect life threads, what we should do now is to figure out how to use it. Whether this effect was good or bad, and whether it could become the cornerstone to break through the live thread infection, was still unknown. But at the very least, this was the first time they saw a glimmer of hope after encountering a bottleneck in their research. Well, it's not hard to find out how the nightmare aura affects the lifeline. Sanders turned around and looked at the rooms along the corridor. The prisoners inside were all crazy patients who had been affected by the live thread. They were actually the best test subjects. Since the nightmare aura could affect the living wires, what would happen to the crazy patients who were controlled by the living wires? How would they react to the nightmare aura? Inside a narrow room, a delicate woman in a hospital gown was sitting on the edge of the bed with her head lowered. She was gently caressing the red-eyed doll in her arms. Her actions were the same and repeated over and over again. It was only when she heard footsteps on the walkway that she jerked her head up. Sunders peered through the iron bars and looked at the woman inside. Let's start with her. While speaking, Sunders reached out a hand and gently touched the bars. The grid-like railing suddenly disappeared, and the door was completely opened at this moment. When Sunders and the others entered, the woman holding the doll suddenly laughed eerily. She slowly stood up and walked towards Sunders while tiptoeing in a strange manner. When she was 2 meters away from Sunders, she suddenly stopped and reached out a hand. She did not say anything, but her action was obvious. It seemed she was inviting Sunders to take her hand. Sunders did not move. But in the next second, a human-shaped illusion formed by a large number of illusion nodes appeared in front of him. The illusion did not even have a face. The illusion gently held the woman's hand, and the woman immediately smiled. She gracefully turned around and began to dance with the illusion in the center of the room. What's going on? She's a dancer? Greya did not understand what was going on. Tree Spirit shook his head. She used to be a tailor. She grew up in Windmill Town. She can't dance. Then she's acting as a dancer, Tree Spirit explained, or maybe it's her identity as an actor in a puppet show. Since she was infected, she became a dancer in an opera troupe and enjoyed all kinds of round dances. Every time she saw someone, she would force them to dance with her. And then, she would break their hands. As soon as Tree Spirit finished speaking, the elegant dancer began to dance faster and faster. She kept spinning on the spot while the illusion's hands turned into fried dough twists. So that's the aggressiveness of an infected person? Greya asked. Tree Spirit nodded. Yes, but that's only one of them. Every puppet has a different way of presenting itself, and this way of presenting itself will be in line with the role it plays. For example, IWA you met today. He's acting as a vampire. That's why he likes to bite people's necks. That sounds ridiculous. But this woman never knew how to dance. Where did she learn it from? Greya still could not believe it. No one knows the answer to that question yet. Perhaps we can only find the answer after we cure her, Tree Spirit said and looked at Sunders. For now, the only hope of curing these patients depended on Sunders' experiments. Sunders knew what Tree Spirit was trying to do. After watching the ridiculous dance, he pointed at the air with a finger. The illusionary figure from before immediately collapsed. Countless illusion nodes regrouped and formed a misty illusion, completely trapping the dancer in place. Next, Sunders took out his nightmare stone. He began to slowly inject nightmare energy into the illusion. As he did so, the dancer in the illusion began to behave strangely. They could see that the dancer's movements were slowing down. She was still dancing, and her movements did not slow down too much. However, the slowness was accumulating. About 20 minutes later, the dancer had gradually changed from a twisted circle dance to a step-by-step mechanical dance. Moreover, the movements of the mechanical dance were becoming slower and slower. Another 10 minutes later, the dancer's eyes showed a hint of confusion and hesitation. Although this gaze only lasted for a moment, everyone present caught this scene. Hesitation, doubt, and hesitation. This was not something a lunatic would show. In other words, she was becoming sober. Even if it was only for a second, after deciphering the message, they naturally thought, does this mean that as long as I keep supplying her with nightmare aura, she will return to normal? If this conjecture was true, then it would definitely be encouraging news. As they waited for a miracle to happen, Sunders suddenly cut off the supply of nightmare aura. Sunders opened his hand. The small nightmare stone that looked like a black pearl had a crack in its center. Under everyone's gaze, the stone crumbled into dust. The nightmare aura stored in the stone has been used up, said Sunders. Sunders' words brought everyone back to reality. They were too focused on the effect of the nightmare stone that they forgot that the stone was also a consumable item, and a valuable magic material at that. Greya opened her mouth and wanted to ask if Sunders had more nightmare stones, but she did not say anything in the end. The stone belonged to Sunders, and it was extremely precious. He had the right to decide whether to continue the experiment or not. Any attempt to persuade Sunders would only be a form of kidnapping. After a moment of silence, Angor spoke up. I'll do it. Using a nightmare stone for this experiment was no different from burning money. Angor volunteered to do it. At least he did not need to worry about the amount of nightmare aura he could use. However, Sunders stopped him before he could step forward. No need. Sunders explained in a plain tone, I have plenty of nightmare stones, and they contain more nightmare aura than you think. The stone only lasted for half an hour because it's small, and I've been using it for a while. I've almost run out of energy. Angor's nightmare aura did not require nightmare stones, but he was only one person. He could use nightmare aura occasionally for experiments, but he would not be as efficient as a nightmare stone if he wanted to do everything. Besides, he would rather go to the nightmare realm and collect more nightmare stones instead of wasting time. This was why Sunders never thought about asking Angor to do such a thing in the first place. More importantly, Sunders stopped the supply of nightmare aura because he wanted to see how the dancer would react after receiving the nightmare aura for a while. Since Sunders said so, Angor nodded and stepped back. He continued to observe the experiment as a bystander. In the misty illusion, the dancer looked a bit anxious when the nightmare aura disappeared. She turned her head left and right as if trying to figure out what went wrong. Why did the nightmare aura disappear? Obviously, she was not doing this out of her own will. Sunders guessed that the nightmare aura was something the lifeline did not like. So far, the lifeline doesn't reject the nightmare aura. In fact, it wants more of it, Greya said. Angor agreed with Greya's opinion. Based on this conclusion, Sunders' next experiment would be to completely cut off the nightmare aura and continue to supply it to Angor. Sunders did not take out another nightmare stone. Instead, he continued to observe the dancer's reaction. The dancer's anxiousness lasted for about 30 seconds. Then, she went quiet for another 10 seconds as if she was disappointed. She returned to her old habits and began to dance with the illusion again. This time, she danced faster and faster until she returned to her original rhythm. It was a simple experiment that did not seem very useful. However, if one thought about it carefully, they would realize that several useful data could be obtained in such a short time. The amount of nightmare aura supplied, the dancer's movement frequency, her consciousness level, and the activity of the lifeline. Angor believed that Sunders would start supplying nightmare aura again when the dancer began to dance crazily again. To Angor's surprise, Sunders simply turned around and left the dancer's room. Not long after, Saunders arrived at another room. There was another crazy patient in the room. However, this one was different. Unlike the dancer, this one did not show her role as soon as someone came. This was because he was still in a coma. It was Old Ham. A new patient who was infected by Iva not long ago and did not even know what role he would be playing. Angor watched as Sunders stopped in front of Old Ham and realized something. The dancer was an early victim, while Old Ham was a new one. Under the influence of the nightmare aura, would the vials show different symptoms depending on the time of infection? This was probably what Sunders wanted to find out. It was also a kind of data collection. At first, Old Ham was still unconscious. However, when Sunders took out a nightmare stone and began to release nightmare aura into the room, Old Ham's eyelids twitched a little. 1 minute later, Old Ham opened his eyes. When everyone observed Old Ham's eyes, they found that they were completely different from the dancer's. Old Ham's eyes were filled with confusion after he opened them. His confusion only changed when he saw Sunders. His expression and eyes began to change constantly, just like a stage actor before he went on stage to perform, trying to grasp the expression of the character he was playing. Is he trying to act out his character? Angor muttered to himself. What will happen if he fails? Angor's words reminded Sunders of something. Sunders increased the amount of nightmare aura he released while Old Ham was trying to figure out his character's expression. Old Ham's eyes were filled with doubt again. The next 5 minutes turned into a tug of war. When Old Ham tried to act out his character, Sunders would release more nightmare aura, again and again. In the end, Old Ham gave up. At the same time, Old Ham opened his mouth and uttered several broken syllables, "Help me." When Han found out that his spiritual power was only 6 points, he realized that the world did not revolve around him. He was just an ordinary person. But even so, Han felt that he was a lucky ordinary person. In the past 30 years, he had never experienced any major setbacks. Although he was not rich, he had never been poor either. He did not experience any major illnesses, and his parents were healthy. Although he was still single, it was because he enjoyed the freedom of being single. Han felt lucky not only because his life had been smooth, but also because he hadn't been in Midnight Sovereign when the city had been turned into a ghost town. Wasn't that a sign of good fortune? Han thought that his luck would continue, and he would live a peaceful life. But he did not expect the tables to turn so quickly. When Eva leaned his head on Han's shoulder and gave him a bloodthirsty and eerie smile, Han knew that everything was over. Just as Ham's vision was about to be covered by darkness, he saw a man in a black gentleman's suit walk towards him and use a cane to push Eva away from his neck. Without a doubt, this was a wizard. Han's eyes flashed with hope. He struggled to reach out his hand and said with all his might, "Help," but before he could say "I," he was eroded by the dark vortex and entered a state of chaos. For the next long period of time, Han only felt that he was constantly moving through a long and narrow tunnel. He didn't know why he was moving forward and how long he was going to walk. He did not know where he would end up or where he would end up. His mind felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain, and it was difficult for him to think logically. The only thing he could do was to keep walking and walking until the end of time. Just as Han thought that he would walk down this path endlessly and eventually become one with the darkness, he suddenly saw a ray of light. He felt that the mountain pressing down on his mind had lightened. Then, he vaguely saw some figures in front of him. He didn't know who these people were, but he desperately wanted them to pull him out of this dark tunnel. He tried his best to scream and call for help, but he couldn't. He couldn't speak. However, hope was not completely extinguished. The mountain on his mind was still decreasing in weight. Perhaps, as long as it was a little lighter, he would be able to send out a message. Ham began to wait, waiting for that moment to come. As time slowly passed, the blurry figure in front of Han's eyes became clearer and clearer. He could already faintly make out some of the silhouettes. It was him. It was the magus he saw before he fainted. Was he trying to save me? Yes, Ham felt it. He was trying to save him. After confirming the news, Han's desire to survive rose infinitely. Han even felt that he could faintly fight against the mountain. Just a little bit more. As long as he could surpass the past, he would no longer have to suffer. He would once again become the lucky Ham. Ham kept cheering himself up. Perhaps his pep talk really worked. When it reached a certain point, Han's eyes suddenly lit up. His blurry vision started to clear up, and he saw the person who had saved him. He was so excited that he wanted to say something, but at that moment, his head suddenly began to hurt, as if someone was stuffing cold bricks into his skull. That kind of pain was unprecedented. However, Han did not feel sad. Instead, he felt happy. He could feel the pain, which meant he was starting to regain consciousness. Did this mean he had a chance to recover? When the pain in his head reached its limit, Han used all his strength to speak to the person in front of him. Help me. When Han woke up again, it was completely dark outside the window. It seemed that the light absorbed by the glowing plants during the day had all been used up in the underground world. However, the room was still bright. Do you remember who you are? A deep and hoarse voice came to his ears. Han looked up and saw a familiar figure. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black gentleman's suit. You are. Han felt that the person in front of him was very familiar. He subconsciously tried to recall who he was, but when he tried to think, he felt a sharp pain in his head. You don't need to know who I am. Do you know who you are? I'm Han, Han answered without thinking. The man nodded and left the room without saying anything else. Han wanted to stop him, but he did not know what to do. He could only watch as the man left. Outside the door was the main hall of this floor. Greya, who was sitting on the sofa, looked up at Sunders. How is he? He regained consciousness. But there are some side effects. His brain will go into self-protection mode when thinking about complicated questions. Sunders sat down in front of Greya. How long will that last? I don't know. Maybe it's temporary, or maybe it's permanent. Greya sighed. I was going to ask him if he was still conscious when he was infected. Looks like there's no other way now. Tree Spirit, who was sitting leisurely on his reclining chair, smiled. Anyway, at least he's awake. That's good news. More importantly, the lifeline is still alive. After being stuck for so long, we finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Tree Spirit looked at Sunders. It was Sunders who opened up a new path for them. After Han sent a distress signal to Sunders, Sunders kept releasing nightmare aura. When the process reached a certain stage, Sunders somehow removed the lifeline from Han's body. If this method could be used widely, the lifeline would no longer be a threat. Tree Spirit was about to ask Sunders for more details when Sunders looked away. What did you find, Angor? When Sunders went to check on Han, he took out a live thread from Han's body and gave it to Angor. Sunders asked when he saw Angor's glowing eyes. Angor must have noticed something. This lifeline is filled with nightmare aura, Angor explained. It's different from the one Mr. Tree Spirit showed us. The reason was obvious. This lifeline absorbed the nightmare aura released by Sunders' nightmare stone. What's the point of giving this thread nightmare realm aura? Greya asked. Very. It was Sunders who spoke. He did not speak to Greya alone. Instead, he looked at the others. Why can you remove the lifeline from Han's body? That's why. Apart from Angor, everyone else was curious. How did Sunders remove the lifeline? When Sunders brought up the topic, everyone quieted down and stared at him. Sunders didn't have the habit of keeping people in suspense. The parasitic disaster at Midnight Sovereign several years ago is very similar to what happened today. Just like how I expelled the parasites back then, I'm doing the same to these living threads. As for why it didn't work then, it works now. The reason is simple. The nightmare aura. The nightmare aura released by the nightmare stone was completely absorbed by the living thread. In Sunders' opinion, the living thread that absorbed the nightmare aura and the original living thread were two different creatures. The original living thread had nothing to do with the nightmare realm, and it didn't need the nightmare aura to provide it with a living environment. It could even be considered a native of the wizarding world. However, after absorbing the nightmare aura and reaching saturation, the living thread became a real nightmare creature. Sunders couldn't do anything to ordinary living threads, but he could easily do something to a nightmare creature. He used the same method to deal with the parasites in Midnight Sovereign to deal with this living thread. The final result was obvious. He took out the living thread without any difficulty. Oldham also regained his consciousness to a certain extent. In other words, the nightmare aura was the key to all of this. Angor nodded in his mind while listening to Sunders' explanation. He also felt the difference. Before, the living thread didn't have the nightmare aura, so he couldn't do anything to it. But now, after absorbing the nightmare aura, Angor could feel the difference. He sensed that the threads were much more friendly than before. At the same time, he could exert some influence on the threads within a limited range. For example, Angor could make the living thread leave the patient's body like Sunders. And he could do it even more easily than Sunders. Sunders used his own strength to force the living thread to show up, while Angor used his class suppression to force the living thread to leave on its own. Apart from this, Angor could also order the living thread to do some simple things. However, they were limited to staying still and moving. He couldn't make the living thread attack, multiply, or split up. Maybe it was because the lifeline itself had an ultimate mission, which was beyond Angor's control. Or maybe the lifeline was not smart enough. Either way, Angor could only order it to do limited things. However, at least for now, the problem of the survival line could be considered a temporary victory. If Ham can be healed, what about the others? Greya asked the most important question, which was also what everyone wanted to know. We need to do some experiments. What we can confirm now is that the infection time has an impact on the final result. As for why, my personal guess is that it might be because of the compatibility between the lifeline and humans. Compatibility? Why was the lifeline created in the first place? What is its ultimate goal? Sunders did not wait for the others to think about it. He simply stated his guess. I've thought of many reasons why the living thread was created, but later, when I saw the dancer, I overturned my previous thoughts. As I said to Angor, the thoughts of nightmare creatures may be strange and straightforward, but they are always unexpected. Their actions, words, and actions all have a trace of absurdity. It's like reading a stream of consciousness of idealism. So, maybe we can put all the conspiracy theories aside for now. The reason why they created the lifeline might be very, very simple. They want to change the world. This kind of transformation might be different from what everyone imagined. It was even more preposterous and bizarre. It was like the idea of a psychopath. Turn the world into a stage, and let the person controlled by the lifeline become an actor. It was Angor who spoke. While the others were still trying to understand Sunders' words, Angor already understood what Sunders was trying to say. Sunders nodded to Angor and continued, maybe this isn't a complete theory. There might be some conspiracy theories behind it. For example, they want to control humans and invade the wizarding world through living strings. After all, the nightmare creatures are strange, but they have the Queen of Terror behind them, who is worshipped and respected by all nightmare creatures. But these are not important. Nightmare creatures are naturally xenophobic, so humans and them are natural enemies. As long as we know why they created the lifeline, it's easy to deduce their ultimate goal. To turn all the infected people into crazy actors, Sunders said, that's probably what they're after. According to Tree Spirit's information, Sunders was sure that as time went by, the actors would become better at acting. Obviously, the lifeline was becoming more and more compatible with the infected. The longer the infection, the better the acting would be. At this point, the others finally understood what Sunders was trying to say. The more an actor gets into a role, the harder it is to get away from it. Greya spoke in a soft voice. In other words, the more compatible the lifeline is with the actor, the harder it is to get away from it. Oldham had just been infected. He did not have the time to understand his role yet, let alone understanding and connecting with Oldham. That was why Sunders was able to remove the living thread so quickly. As for the dancer, she had been infected for a long time and had basically gotten used to her role. It would be more difficult to remove the lifeline from her roll than old Ham. Perhaps it would take longer for the lifeline to leave the roll and absorb the nightmare aura. Of course, this is only my guess. Maybe the lifeline can no longer be removed after becoming an actor. Greya mumbled to herself, let's go and see. That's what I was thinking. Next, Sunders found 2 more patients. One was the dancer, and the other was Eva's sister, who had not been infected for long. Sunders decided to do a control group experiment to determine the relationship between the infection time and the lifeline removal, as well as the proportion. The experiment proved that Sunders' theory was correct. There was a connection between the infection time and the removal of the lifeline. The longer the infection time, the higher the compatibility of the character, and the more difficult it would be to remove the lifeline. It only took Sunders 40 minutes to remove the thread from Eva's body. However, according to the dancer, 2 hours had already passed, and there was still no movement. However, as the nightmare aura continued to flow into the dancer's body, the confusion in her eyes increased more and more. Judging from this, the dancer's condition was improving. However, it would take a long time for her to be completely free like old Ham and Eva's sister. Sunders did not have to do it himself to release the nightmare aura from the nightmare stone. Sunders released a falcon-shaped puppet from his gravity garden and used his spirit power to control the puppet to release nightmare energy. He then followed the group to the hall. Apart from them, there were 2 more people in the hall. They were old Ham and Eva's sister. The others were questioning the 2 of them. According to Sunders, old Ham's brain might be affected by something, which prevented him from thinking about complicated questions. As the name suggested, old Ham's body was not doing well. They assumed Eva's condition would be even worse if old Ham was in such a bad condition. However, contrary to their expectations, Eva's sister did not seem to be doing well. She would feel uncomfortable if she overused her brain, but she was in a much better condition compared to old Ham. This strange situation made everyone very puzzled. Why was Eva's sister doing better than old Ham, even though she had been infected longer than old Ham? As the 2 of them were questioned, the answer finally surfaced. Old Ham rubbed his swollen temple with his left hand while clutching his neck with his right. My head hurts. The more I think about it, the worse it hurts. Wait, Eva bit me. What happened next? Wait, I remember. She bit me near my neck. Let me think. My trapezius muscle? Yeah, it's near there. The wound is as big as the knuckle of my little finger. There's not much bleeding, but we still need to take care of it. I don't know if Eva brushed her teeth or not. Oh well, even if she didn't brush her teeth, we still need to disinfect it. What do we use to disinfect it? Old Ham mumbled to himself for a while. Greya was a little confused. Wait, I remember they said he owns a dye factory? He's in the cloth business. Apart from the dye shop, he also has a textile factory. But he sounded more like a doctor, Greya said. Was he a doctor before he became a cloth merchant? He looked at Eva's sister, who lived in Windmill Town for a long time. She should know more about old Ham than him. However, Eva's younger sister shook her head. I'm sure that old Ham didn't know any medical skills before today. Since he didn't know anything about medicine, what was he talking about? While everyone was pondering, old Ham suddenly realized something. How would I know about these weird things? There seems to be some inexplicable information in my mind. Doctor? I'm not a doctor. No, I think I'm a doctor. Old Ham rubbed his throbbing temples and mumbled incoherently. Sunders observed old Ham's condition and spoke slowly. Maybe he's playing the role of a doctor. The lifeline gave him some knowledge? Greya spoke up as if she just realized something. No wonder he felt pain when he tried to use his brain. He was forced to accept information that didn't belong to him. So Eva's younger sister was doing better than old Ham because she had been playing the role for a longer time, and she was already digesting what she learned. Greya looked at Eva's sister and asked, You have a new memory too, right? What is it? Eva's younger sister hesitated. A butcher. A butcher? Eva nodded and said reluctantly, To be precise, he's a butcher. I learned how to kill a pig. The seamstress became a dancer, old Ham became a doctor, and you became a butcher, Greya said. Each of you got an interesting script. Are they randomly distributed? No one could answer Grea's question, and they didn't care about it either. Next, Sunders performed a small experiment. He created a pig using an illusion and gave it to Eva's younger sister so that she could use her knowledge to deal with it. They watched Eva's younger sister butchering and dissecting the pig from beginning to end. Eva's younger sister was a little unfamiliar with the job, but she was already showing signs of becoming a butcher. Next, Sunders created a man whose hand was chopped off and asked Oldham to sew it up. However, Oldham's performance in the end was not satisfactory. His theoretical knowledge was useless when it came to practical work. After this experiment, they came to a conclusion. The lifeline not only gave them the actor's script, but also allowed them to stay in the actor's body for a long time and improve their performance. Oldham only gained the knowledge about being a doctor, and the lifeline was taken out. He had knowledge but no experience. Eva's younger sister was infected half a day earlier than Oldham, so she still had half a day to adapt to her new body after the lifeline gave her the knowledge. Therefore, Eva's younger sister could easily learn how to butcher a pig. As for the dancer inside, from her graceful dance steps, it was basically certain that the flexible thread had transformed the dancer's dancing skills. It was estimated that when the dancer woke up, her dancing skills alone would be enough to make her an outstanding dancer. So the lifeline gave them a lot of benefits, Greya commented. Tree Spirit joined in, it's just like the cataclysm at Midnight Sovereign. Those who were infected by the parasites all grew up. Sometimes, nightmare creatures are unruly, which can lead to misfortune and fortune. Greya nodded in agreement. These people were lucky enough to meet Sunders right next to Brute Cavern. Their bad luck turned into good luck. If they were in other places, they would be completely unlucky. Tree Spirit looked at Oldham. Still, Oldham is lucky. If he got infected earlier, he might have become an excellent doctor. Eva's younger sister only gained the seemingly useless experience of being a butcher. However, after attaching herself to the lifeline for a while, her strength had more than doubled. Oldham only gained a pile of theoretical knowledge, but he was a little disappointed. Oldham was quite optimistic about this. It's good enough to get a doctor's memory. Experience can be gained slowly. At least I'm still alive. I'm still lucky Ham. The night went by. The glowing plant absorbed light from the surface and released it underground. When the entire windmill town returned to the embrace of light, the dancer who had been immersed in the nightmare aura for more than 10 hours finally returned to normal. As they had guessed before, after the dancer was infected by the living thread, she obtained a dancer's memory. In the past few days of blending with the living thread, the dancer's muscles also remembered the dance movements. It could be said that even if the living thread was stripped from her body, she was still a qualified dancer now. However, just like the others, the dancer did not remember anything other than dancing. The only thing she remembered was that she was mending a torn sleeve for a customer before she fainted. She had no memory of the time when she was infected by the lifeline. In other words, after being infected by the lifeline, your consciousness will enter a state similar to hibernation, Greya said. That's strange. Greya's current state was similar to the lifeline's. Her soul occupied the body and forced the consciousness of the body to go into hibernation. Greya knew how troublesome it was to stay in this state. When two consciousnesses existed in the same body at the same time, even if one of them was strong and the other was weak, the two consciousnesses would be affected by each other over a long period of time. In order to avoid being affected, the simplest way was to destroy the consciousness from the start. But the lifeline did not do that. Instead, it took a more complicated step. This was what Greya found strange. Perhaps, the consciousness of the lifeline is not strong, and it cannot bear the acting consciousness that an actor needs. So instead of killing the human consciousness directly, the lifeline chose to slowly invade and merge with the human consciousness, Angor said. He did not come up with this idea for no reason. Due to Angor's talent, nightmare creatures would not harm him. They could communicate with him to a limited extent as long as they did not go against their own goals. After interacting with nightmare creatures for a long time, Angor learned something about them. As far as Angor knew, most of the nightmare creatures were intelligent. Some of them were even smarter than most humans. The rainbow and pentacolored dragonflies were less intelligent and could only understand a limited language. The parasites in Midnight Sovereign and the Lifeline were even less intelligent. They had to rely on the human's consciousness to think. Therefore, they would not destroy the human's consciousness even if they infected them. Greya agreed with Angor's explanation. However, there were still some problems that she could not explain. The process of suppressing the consciousness of the human body and using the consciousness of the human body to think is actually not simple. The Lifeline is a low-intelligence creature, so it can't do this. Unless... Everyone understood what Greya was trying to say. Unless, all the actions of the Lifeline had long been set up by the mastermind behind the scenes. This pointed to the biggest question in everyone's mind. Who was the mastermind behind the Lifeline? Was it really Yorkshire? Or was it someone else? Also, the Lifeline was confirmed to be a nightmare creature. But why could it survive without the nightmare aura? Which of the improvements, evolutions, or adaptations mentioned by Sunders? Could such improvements, evolutions, or adaptations be applied to all other nightmare creatures? No one could answer these questions, but they still weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Nightmare creatures were too destructive and deadly. Due to the nightmare aura, they could only live in the interlayer space. If they no longer needed the nightmare aura and walked out of the interlayer space, it would be bad news for the wizarding world. After a moment of silence, Tree Spirit chuckled. We have a solution to the Lifeline problem. At least we won't run into them near Brute Cavern. We'll talk about the rest later. Tree Spirit paused and looked at Angor with a smile. Angor just returned to Brute Cavern. It's time to celebrate. Don't think about these things. Celebrate? Angor was surprised. To celebrate you becoming a wizard. Tree Spirit winked. Do you want me to hold a party for you? I can open the Tree of Eternity's Pool of Life to you for free. You can hold a party there. The Pool of Life was located deep inside the trunk of the Tree of Eternity. It was the core of the tree. The life energy there was so strong that ordinary people could get rid of all their ailments by staying there for a few minutes. It was like a strengthened version of Moonlight's blessing. Wizards who went to the Pool of Life would benefit even more. Angor only heard about this place, but he never went there. Now that Tree Spirit mentioned it, he couldn't help but feel curious. But in the end, Angor shook his head. No need for a party. Tree Spirit, why? Of course, a party was unnecessary. Most wizards wouldn't hold one when they advanced. However, Tree Spirit had another reason for bringing it up. Tree Spirit knew what was on Rain's mind. Rain believed that Angor was too far away from everyone's sight. Angor was like an isolated island in Brute Cavern. Apart from his teacher, Sunders, he had no contact with anyone else. Angor didn't even use the resources given to him by Brute Cavern. If Angor was an ordinary wizard on this island, it wouldn't be a big deal. They could just let him wander around and save money by not using the organization's resources. However, Angor was a very important person in the organization. Alchemy skills and a member of the R&D department. These two things alone were enough for Rain to pay attention to. Angor's identity could even affect the future of Brute Cavern. However, Rain had to confirm Angor's attitude first. If Angor truly cared about Brute Cavern as much as Sunders did, then Rain could use Angor's identity to change the future of Brute Cavern. However, if Angor was still as aloof as before, Rain would never trust Angor and put his trust in Angor's future. After all, Magi's nature was to pursue freedom, and their actions were often unruly. No one knew if Angor would suddenly announce his departure from Brute Cavern one day. To avoid such a situation, Rain had to at least confirm Angor's attitude first. The banquet mentioned by Tree Spirit was actually a manifestation of this. If Angor was willing to hold a banquet and officially meet all the wizards in Brute Cavern, he would at least have the idea of joining the islands. After that, Rain would ask Angor some questions about his attitude. As long as there were no mistakes, Rain could start making plans for Brute Cavern's future. But now, Angor refused. Tree Spirit's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Many wizards are curious about you. Don't you want to get in touch with them?" Both Sunders and Greya understood that Tree Spirit had a deeper meaning when he said he was going to host a party for Angor. Sunders didn't mind. As Angor's teacher, he would support Angor's decision. As for Greya, she wasn't a member of Brute Cavern, so she wouldn't tell Angor about it. Besides, Greya had a small hope in her mind. She hoped Angor could leave Brute Cavern so that she could use Toby's connection to get him to join Candy House. Of course, Greya knew that this was not a realistic possibility. Angor might be outside the core area of Brute Cavern, but he still had a strong sense of belonging to Phantom Island. Since Phantom Island couldn't leave Brute Cavern, Tree Spirit didn't need to test him. On the other hand, Angor did not expect Tree Spirit's simple invitation to be so complicated. Banquets are troublesome, and Angor would try his best to keep a low profile even when he was back in the mirror world, let alone a banquet. Angor explained to Tree Spirit, "I've been in the limelight lately, so I need to keep a low profile." "Someone's after you?" Tree Spirit didn't seem to mind. "Don't worry. You'll be safe as long as you're in the mirror world." Angor shook his head. "It's not a big deal. But I'm worried about mystery items." Tree Spirit was surprised. "A mystery item?" Angor sighed. "It's a long story. I need to keep a low profile for now." Tree Spirit wanted to ask more questions, but Sunders cut him off. "Angor is telling the truth. I'll tell Mr. Rain about it later." Tree Spirit didn't ask any more questions. He would find out eventually anyway. "Since there's a secret, I'll tell Rain about it and hide the fact that you're back for now," Tree Spirit said. Last night, Rain returned to the mirror world first. He didn't mention the reason, but Angor assumed that Rain wanted to tell the others about it to calm down the chaos in Brute Cavern. Soon, Tree Spirit received Rain's reply. "Rain didn't announce your return yet, but he did tell some people about Sunders' return. Someone should know that you're back too. It's fine. Just keep a low profile." Angor didn't mind telling the others about his return, but he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, they needed to know about Loser's Arrow first, so they had to keep a low profile. Of course, he was not sure whether the Germinal organization had their eyes on him or not. He also did not know if the Loser's Arrow was aiming at him. Still, he had to be careful. Tree Spirit said, "Also, Ryan wants you to meet him when you have time." Angor's is his name's, he would go see Rain's request. The Germinal Invasions, SSS. Next, Sunder stayed in the puppet asylum to collect more data from the survivors. Angor and Greya would return to the mirror world first. Greya sighed. "I thought the southern wizarding region would welcome a new era of development after the shadow of the demon god was gone. But it seems there's still danger everywhere. Maybe there's something even worse behind the shadow of the demon god." Greya recalled the news she received from Starliege Church. During the last stargazing day, immortal Starliege Lupuel read a prophecy. Compared to the shadow of the demon god, the Evernight Kingdom and fairy world might bring a greater disaster. Back then, no one paid much attention to the prophecy because of the shadow of the demon god. But now, it seemed that the prophecy was slowly coming true. Danger and opportunity always coexist. "From what I read in history, the most dangerous times always bring the brightest heroes," Angor said. "Look at the Rising Star competition. I believe it's still a good time." Greya gave Angor a thoughtful look. She understood what he was trying to say. The contestants in the Rising Star competition might become the brightest supernovas of this era. But as far as Greya was concerned, no one in the Rising Star competition could compare to Angor. There might only be one real superstar. Greya thought to herself. While chatting, they passed through the quiet windmill town and arrived at the gate of the mirror world at the bottom of the moat. Azaz was still sitting nearby. Beside him were the mortals who had asked them for help earlier. Why are they still here? Angor looked at the mortals in confusion. Azaz was reading a cookbook and did not notice anyone approaching. He only looked up when he heard Angor's voice. "Sir, I told them to go home last night, but they didn't want to leave," Azaz said politely. Angor looked at the mortals. They still looked scared after a night. What happened to IWA yesterday must have left a huge impact on them. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave. They just didn't dare to. Angor considered and said, "You can go back to Windmill Town now. It's safe." "Sir Wizard, but..." The mortals looked at each other and wanted to say something. But they didn't dare to do so in front of a group of wizards. Later, an old man asked in a hesitant and humble tone, "Honorable wizard, we would like to know if old Ham was infected by Eva's virus as well. Is the reason why Ewa was able to escape from the hospital because Wind Chariot Town has fallen into the hands of the enemy just like Midnight Sovereign?" Angor looked at their frightened faces and understood what was going on. They didn't dare to go back because they spent the whole night imagining Windmill Town being turned into a ghost town. Thinking too much would get you killed. Don't worry. Iwa escaped because of his sister. It has nothing to do with the hospital's safety. As for old Ham, he was infected before. Infected before? The mortals didn't know how to react until they realized something. What do you mean, sir? Angor said, he's fine now. I think he'll go back soon. The same goes for the other insane patients. Several of them were cured yesterday. Windmill Town is safe now, and it will stay safe forever. It was a tall tower surrounded by clouds, located at the very top of the mirror world. Under the light, the gray walls faintly shimmered with a bluish color. As soon as Angor reached the entrance of the tower, he heard the sound of wings flapping. Raising his head, he saw that a flock of white pigeons that had been resting quietly on one of the windowsills of the tall tower were all fluttering their wings. The pigeons flew around the tower in a strange pattern. Soon, one of the pigeons flew out from the flock and landed in front of Angor. Angor reached out a hand and the pigeon landed on the back of his hand. At the same time, an extremely dense mana aura began to spread from the bird. Angor stroked the bird's feathers and enjoyed the mana flow for several seconds. It's not time to take you away yet. Go back. With that, Angor released the bird and let it return to the flock. When the bird joined the flock, Angor touched his rough face and sighed. I heard that apparitions don't recognize people by their looks, but by the smell of energy. So it's true. Before entering the mirror world, Angor used polymorph to change his face. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His face looked like a mature version of Leon, and his eyebrows were very sharp. However, the temperament he displayed was not as heroic as Lion's. He looked very lazy. His red hair was casually tied up, and the hair on his temples was blown messily by the wind. He wore a loose leather windbreaker, and there was still a layer of beard on his chin. He looked quite frivolous. Greya thought that this look was a bit sloppy, so she strongly recommended several other looks for Angor. However, 6 of the 10 she recommended were rotting monsters, 2 were non-mainstream characters from dark fairy tales, and 2 were normal. One was a sweet witch, while the other was a young noble who looked like Angor. Definitely not a witch. As for the young noble, Angor didn't choose it either. He simply didn't want to. When a person uses a certain image, they must do things that conform to that image. A young noble had to be careful about every detail of his speech and behavior. Even his clothes, from the roots of his hair to the belt around his waist to his shiny leather shoes, had to be carefully regulated. It was too complicated and tiring. Even if he changed his appearance, as long as he kept using the same etiquette, people who knew him would still recognize him. Therefore, the image of a noble youth was unnecessary. He chose this middle-aged man because he had played a similar role on the limpet before, so he already had some experience in it. Besides, such an unruly image meant that he did not need to care about worldly etiquette and laziness. It allowed him to step out of his noble shell and breathe some fresh air. Angor entered the mirror world without anyone noticing his real body. He even met a wizard on his way. The wizard was only attracted by Angor's strength and wondered when Brute Cavern found such a wizard. He felt proud after fooling the wizards. However, the white pigeon saw through his trick as soon as he arrived at Cloud Tower. The pigeon that showed up in his hand was one of the mana drain illusions. The path of mana absorption was a huge magic array that covered the entire mirror world. It was also the source of the mirror world's mana density. The white pigeons were the illusionary spirits of this magic array. Each white pigeon represented a magic node, and the location of the pigeons was the extension of the magic array. In other words, as long as there were white pigeons, the primal mana density would naturally increase. Every wizard in Brute Cavern had a white pigeon like this. The white pigeon Angor just saw belonged to Rain. It was a gift from Rain before Angor became a wizard. Once Angor built a base similar to Phantom Island, the white pigeon could go there and improve the illusion. However, Angor did not plan to build a base for now, so the white pigeon had to stay here. Since the pigeon saw through his disguise, he put away his pride and walked into the cloud tower, which was Rain's training ground, with a slightly frustrated look. Behind the ancient door was a long corridor. Angor was immediately enveloped by an invisible force field as soon as he stepped inside. He could not speak. The force field did not come from Rain. It came from the statue of the silent deity in the center of the first floor of the tower. After walking past the statue, Angor walked up a spiral staircase and came to a door. This was Rain's training room. Angor came here once before. This time, he noticed some new decorations on the door. A few transparent crystal balls of different sizes suddenly appeared on the originally ordinary iron door. It looked like a complete skin with irregular pimples growing on it. Angor remained calm, but he couldn't help but sigh in his mind. Mr. Rain's obsession with crystal balls never changed. This reminded him of Leona's request. She hoped that Angor could persuade Rain to change the crystal ball model of the transmitter. It seemed that it would be difficult to convince Leona. Angor pushed the door open and saw Rain sitting in front of a crystal ball. Angor could vaguely see figures flashing across the surface of the crystal ball. Angor guessed that Rain was talking to someone. "Give me a few minutes." Rain's voice reached Angor's ears. Angor did not answer. He sat down in front of Rain and waited for Rain to finish talking. About 2 minutes later, the crystal ball dimmed down, and Rain finally looked at Angor. Rain inspected Angor's appearance and smiled. "You look like a younger version of me." "A younger version, Mr. Rain?" Rain nodded. "Yes. Back then, the most common thing I did was to take off my robe and seek the freedom I sought in my laziness. Did you find your freedom in the end?" Rain did not say yes or no. Instead, he said, "Freedom is not something that can be found so easily. The definition of freedom when I was young is different from the freedom I am pursuing now. After a period of lazing around, I finally put on that rule-following coat. Because later on, I realized that it had never shackled my freedom. Instead, it was a hedgehog armor covered with spikes that protected my original beliefs." Rain sounded like he was talking about himself, but at the same time, he was talking to Angor. Angor heard it as well, but he did not really feel the same way. This was because he was different from Rain. He had changed into this middle-aged man's shell because he knew his purpose very well. It was just an act and not his real self. Even if he chose to look like the witch Greya recommended, it would still be the same. He never thought about using a fake appearance to seek his freedom. Rain changed the topic. "I didn't have time to congratulate you yesterday because of the lifeline." "Congratulations, you've become an official magus." After talking with so many seniors these days, Angor knew that if he said he was lucky, it would not make him look humble. Instead, it would make him look like he was wearing a mask. So this time, Angor only smiled at Rain. There's still a long way to go in pursuit of the truth. This is only the first step. Rain nodded. Most wizards nowadays talk about pursuing the truth, but only a few actually follow it to the end. I hope you're one of them. Angor nodded. If he had any obsessions, his biggest obsessions would probably be the pursuit of the truth. Since he had already chosen this path, he would not give up halfway. Now that you're a wizard, what do you want? Rain asked. What do I want? Rain nodded and smiled. Consider it a small reward. I'll do my best to fulfill your wish as long as it's within my power. Was this a benefit? Angor was puzzled. Why didn't Rain mention this before? Angor did not know about this before, but since Rain brought it up, he did not want to reject it now. Angor considered for a moment. I think it's already good enough that I can get an illusion from the path of demon absorption. The illusion from the path of demon absorption is already a benefit for becoming a wizard. Including the permanent use of the tributary's otherworldly laboratory, the right to borrow books from the cloud library, free construction of a base, and so on. These are all things you'll get in the first place. Rain continued, and I'm not talking about ordinary benefits. I'm talking about what you want. What I want. Angor wanted many things, but he did not need anything that could be bought with money. As for the things that money could not buy, he did not think Rain would have them. Angor considered for a moment and asked for several rare magic materials. Rain gave Angor a thoughtful look. As long as you can pay the price, you can find them in the resource hall. I'm sure you don't need magic crystals. Angor opened his mouth but did not say anything. Ryan was right, but he couldn't think of anything else other than magic materials. After a moment of silence, Ryan said, "How about this? How about I make a decision for you?" Angor nodded nonchalantly. "Sure." Without the slightest hesitation, Ryan flipped his hand and an exquisite crystal ball appeared in his palm. "This is for you." He took the crystal ball and examined it carefully. At the center of the crystal ball, there was a three-dimensional image of a monster with a tail. It looked very realistic. "That's..." Angor looked at Rain in confusion. "You should know about the Thousand Spirit Garden, right?" Ryan explained. "This is the activator of the Thousand Spirit Garden, but you only have one chance." He didn't expect Rain to give him a ticket to Myriad Spirit Garden. The Thousand Spirit Garden was one of the best sorcerer's gardens in the south. Baroque had been hiding in Brute Cavern for a long time because he wanted to enter the garden. From this, it could be seen how beneficial it was to enter the Thousand Spirit Garden. He had been to quite a few sorcerer's gardens before, but he had never been to a high-level one. Most of them were intermediate or low-level ones. Now that he had the chance to enter a top-level sorcerer's garden, he couldn't help but feel excited. He already gained a lot from other sorcerer's gardens, and he was curious to see what kind of surprises a top-level sorcerer's garden would bring him. Angor happily accepted the crystal ball. He thought it was just a gift from Ryan. Little did he know, the gift was much more valuable than he thought. If Angor listened carefully, he would have realized that Ryan was talking about the activator of the Thousand Spirit Garden instead of the ticket. Ryan didn't explain. He watched Angor put away the crystal ball and smiled. "By the way, Tree Spirit told me that you don't want to hold a banquet." "Why?" Ryan seemed to be speaking casually, but he was actually observing Angor carefully. He wanted to know what Angor's attitude would be. "I don't think there's a need for a banquet. It's always better to do something practical. You can use it to get to know other wizards. If there are people who can help me, I'll find a way to contact them in private. Even if I get to know them at a banquet, it's only a casual conversation." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Nobles usually prefer to socialize. You're an exception." "I'm a noble, but I'm just a small noble from a remote town. There are no other nobles in the town apart from my family. There's no place for me to socialize with. Besides, I prefer doing research to wasting my time." "You've been like this since you were a kid?" "Yes. I have a great teacher who initiated me." Ryan nodded and didn't comment. Angor continued, "But I don't mind holding a banquet if you have to. But I can't do it this time. The most important reason is..." "Someone's after you?" Ryan asked. "Tree Spirit told me." Ryan changed his sitting position and put on a calm expression. "Can you tell me more about it? Maybe I can help you. It almost cost Mayor Lawson his life, so it's going to be hard to solve. But I'm not at the center of the trouble right now, so I need to keep a low profile. That's why I don't want to show up in public." Ryan didn't understand what Angor meant, but he was curious when he heard about Lawson's life. What happened to the mayor of Floating Mech City? The Germinal organization's disaster wasn't just about Floating Mech City. It could affect the entire wizarding world. Therefore, he did not try to hide the truth and told the whole story from beginning to end. "It all started when an old friend of mine went missing," only his voice echoed in the quiet room. In order not to leave anything out, he explained every single detail of what happened. He also told Ryan about his own psychological changes, Lawson's situation, Muse's speculation, and the reason for his decision. Ryan didn't know what to say. He didn't expect there to be such a complicated story behind it. Not only did it involve the death of the leader of a major organization, foreign wizards, and that strange mystery item. Ryan rubbed his temples as he felt a headache coming on. He didn't expect this at all. He thought Angor had done something bad and was being targeted. In fact, Ryan had already decided that Moonfrost Union was the target of Angor's anger. Ryan already had a plan in mind. He was going to tell Angor in a serious tone that he had a way to deal with Monkey, even if Monkey tried to harm Angor. However, Ryan didn't know what to do. This was completely different from what he expected. He thought Moonfrost Union was targeting Angor, but that wasn't the case. He thought he could be the mediator, and even if he couldn't, he could use his connections and power to help Angor. But that didn't work either. Ryan didn't know anything about the germinal sect's internal structure, power level, and the number of people involved. However, the germinal sect was born in the Origin World, and it had yet to be destroyed by the Origin World's wizards. If they were already powerful in the Origin World, they would be even more terrifying in the south. More importantly, the germinal sect was in the dark, while they were in the light. Ryan couldn't find anyone to mediate between them. Besides, Ryan already knew that the germinal sect's believers were all lunatics. It was impossible to mediate between them. Ryan sighed deeply. The germinal sect's name is full of hope, but it only brings madness and despair to the wizarding world. Ryan shook his head. The Evernight Kingdom and the Ruin were still unsolved. Now, there was the germinal sect, which could turn the entire southern wizarding region upside down. Fortunately, there was no sign of the germinal sect in the Parmagi Highlands. However, this was not something that could be enjoyed by others. The southern wizarding region was bound together in the face of the germinal sect's invasion. Therefore, they could not afford to let Floating Mech City go unscathed. Instead, they had to find a way to help Floating Mech City. If they didn't do anything, once the germinal sect tore a hole in Floating Mech City, this secret and undetectable sect would spread like wildfire, and the entire southern wizarding region would be affected. More importantly, the followers of the germinal sect had the germinal organization as their backing. Normal prophecies would not work on them at all. Give me the signal tower. I'll talk to the two city lords. Rain nodded. Angor nodded. Muse gave him the mini signal tower as a way of communicating with Rain. Taking out the silver gear button, a large mechanical device appeared in front of them along with a burst of illusory space. He quickly adjusted the signal tower. Beep. 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 The signal tower began to operate. I'm trying to connect. I'll get in touch soon. As soon as he spoke, a screen appeared in front of the signal tower. After the screen flickered, a female apprentice wearing the blue and white uniform of Ashley Academy appeared in front of them. Sir Wizard, I'm Amy, the guard of Signal Tower 1. May I know who you're trying to contact? Mayor Lawson and Principal Muse, Angor replied. Amy was a little surprised, but she quickly nodded. Of course. Please wait a moment. I'll contact them for you, sir. Amy's figure disappeared from the screen. Ryan, who was sitting opposite him, smiled and said, It seems that you have quite a lot of face. If someone else asked to talk to the two city lords of Floating Mech City directly, they would probably be rejected on the spot. However, Angor was able to get them to agree so easily. This meant that Amy believed Angor was qualified to talk to the two city lords. In a way, this was also a kind of reputation bonus. If it's you, Mr. Rain, I'm sure Amy won't hesitate at all. Angor also smiled. While Amy contacted the two city lords, Angor also talked to Rain about the mini signal tower. Angor knew that there was a hidden meaning behind the signal tower. He did not want Brute Cavern to install a signal tower. Instead, he wanted to talk about information exchange and communicators. After all, Leona asked him for a favor. Angor also felt that the crystal ball transmitter was outdated, so he wanted to talk to Rain about it. However, Rain's love for crystal balls went beyond Angor's expectation. When Angor talked about the communicator, Rain began to talk about the crystal ball communicator happily. He went on to talk about the different materials, colors, and designs of the crystal balls. He was really full of extravagant details. Angor did not want to mention the idea of modifying the crystal ball transmitter under such circumstances. He could only smile awkwardly and apologize to Leona in his mind. Still, he did get a lot of information about the crystal ball in just a few minutes. Apart from making it into a communicator, the crystal ball could be used for other purposes, such as prophecies, spells, and vision enhancement. The crystal ball's explanation continued until the mini signal tower lit up again. Ryan then stopped. Muse's figure appeared on the screen. He greeted Angor with a smile as if he was talking to someone of the same age as him. Then, when he saw Rain, Muse showed great respect. Lawson isn't here, so I'm the only one here, Muse explained. Mayor Lawson isn't here? Angor was surprised. It was normal for other people to leave, but it was strange that Lawson was not here. Lawson went to inspect other places in Rome because of the Germinal organization. I'm afraid there might be more Germinal organization members hiding in the dark. Muse paused and showed a bitter expression. Poor me. I have to take care of both the research department and the city. It's so tiring. If you're here, Angor, you can take over the department and share my burden. Angor shook his head. Master Mitra said that the department needs to be reviewed and evaluated. I just joined the department not long ago. I can't do it. Muse smiled. As long as I agree, you don't need to be evaluated. No. Someone else. Angor refused 3 times without hesitation. Muse tried to put on a pitiful look. But before he could say anything, a voice came from the other side of the screen. I'm in charge of both the city and the research department. It was Antonio. Muse looked to the side awkwardly and laughed. Don't listen to Antonio's nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. You are, Angor thought to himself. Let's skip the digression and get back to the topic. Muse put on a serious look as if he wasn't the one who started the digression just now. Angor didn't want to argue with Muse. Now was not the time to talk about such things. The Germinal organization was more urgent. He stepped aside so that Muse and Rain could talk to each other. Once Muse confirmed that Rain already knew about the Germinal organization, he told Rain everything they learned. Next, they no longer talked about the Germinal organization. Instead, they talked about how this incident might affect the entire wizarding world in a far-sighted manner. They talked about the current of affairs in different eras, and then they discussed various aspects to find solutions to deal with the Germinal organization. Everything Angor knew, did not know, thought, and did not think of was listed out. The more Angor listened, the more he felt that he was lacking. Maybe in terms of alchemy skills, he had already climbed to the top, but in terms of macro experience, organization, vision, and the ability to deal with details, there was still a huge gap between him and people like Muse and Rhine. It was not that Angor lacked experience. It was just that he did not have enough experience. There were some things that could be made up for with talent, but there were some things that needed time to accumulate. The latter was what Angor lacked. He was too young. Even if he knew a lot of things, he was still not as knowledgeable as some of the apprentices. Angor used to think that he could do something about the Germinal organization. Indeed, he could, but only in certain areas. He was still too naive to think that he could solve the Germinal organization on his own. Muse and Rain's discussion on how to deal with the Germinal organization from all aspects was more reliable. Of course, if Angor could deal with the Germinal organization directly, everything would be solved easily. However, the organization was a force that once destroyed miracles. Even the Order did not dare to touch it. Angor was dreaming if he thought that he could do something about it. Angor finally realized how insignificant he was in this game of chess. He would leave the Germinal organization's problem to the leaders of the major organizations like Rain and Muse. However, he still needed to be careful. After all, the Germinal cult might be targeting him. Muse and Rain talked for about half an hour. When they were done, Muse said, after the stargazing ceremony, I'll tell a few major organizations about this and find out if the Germinal organization has started spreading their faith in the southern wizarding region. But I don't know if I should contact Song of the Deep yet. The situation with Song of the Deep is too complicated. They have the support of another world. It's best if you don't tell them about this for now. If you really want to talk about it, contact Flunz's faction instead of Amakan's faction. Muse nodded. I understand. Rhine added, also, don't forget about the Supreme Cult. Muse's eyes flashed and he nodded. Usually, the Supreme Cult would wreak havoc in the southern region, forbidding everything. Relying on the favor of the world's consciousness, the sorcerers couldn't say anything. Now that the Germinal sect was the real killing machine, the Supreme Cult had to join in as well. Furthermore, they had to take the lead. If you want to always stand at the commanding heights of political correctness and gain benefits, then you must do what political correctness should do. Muse said, if I get any new information, I'll inform you through the signal tower. Ryan said, if the signal tower can't reach me, you can tell Horace directly. He has a way to reach me. Muse was stunned. The signal tower could not reach Ryan? Why was that? Although Muse had doubts in his heart, it was not good for him to ask. He nodded and said, okay. Muse then looked at Angor. Stargazing day is coming soon. You need to get ready as soon as possible. If you can't find a prophet, I can help you, don't bother, Mr. Muse. Brute Cavern will send a prophet there. Rain cut Muse off. Muse looked at Ryan and didn't say anything. He nodded and turned off the signal tower. Don't worry about Starliege Church. I'll ask Maya to help you predict whether the Germinal sect is planning to harm you or not. Angor nodded. He was going to visit Maya anyway, even if Rain didn't mention it. He didn't want Maya's help. He just wanted to see if Dodoro could help him. Since Ryan said he would ask Maya for help, Angor didn't need to worry. Ryan was happy to see Angor accepting his offer. He already knew what kind of person Angor was. In a way, Angor's willingness to help meant that Angor approved of the team and didn't care too much about personal gains and losses. If Angor refused, or said that he would find a way to compensate Maya, Ryan would have a bigger headache. The Germinal organization is serious. You made the right choice by keeping a low profile. Ryan even felt that Angor wasn't doing enough. Everyone knows you're from Brute Cavern. If the Germinal organization wants to locate you, they'll start with Brute Cavern first. I don't think it's a good idea for you to stay in Brute Cavern forever. Angor didn't know what to say. He planned to keep a low profile and train quietly at Phantom Island. But now, Ryan was suggesting that he should leave Brute Cavern? Ryan was right. He wouldn't be afraid if the Germinal organization decided to attack him directly. However, if the Germinal organization really wanted to find Angor, they would only need to draw a target, and the loser's arrow would arrive. Even Ryan couldn't stop that. To avoid such a situation, Angor shouldn't stay in Brute Cavern for too long. This was why Ryan told Muse to contact Horace if the signal tower couldn't reach him. He wanted Angor to leave Brute Cavern. Of course, that was if the Germinal organization really wanted Angor as a target. Even if Ryan wanted Angor to stay out of the limelight, he had to wait until after Stargazing Day. I'll have someone block the news of your return for now, Ryan said. Angor nodded. You don't have to. People will figure it out sooner or later. I don't think it'll be a problem as long as I don't make it too obvious. Ryan nodded. It was true. Doing it on purpose might attract more attention. Good. You decide what you want to do. Contact Tree Spirit if you need anything. Rain's words meant he was giving Angor more power, which showed how much Rain valued Angor. After talking about the Germinal organization, they all had a heavy heart. However, Ryan asked Angor to come here because he wanted to know Angor's attitude. After a moment of silence, Ryan changed the topic and asked Angor some indirect questions to confirm Angor's opinion about Brute Cavern. These questions sounded normal at first, but they were all related to Angor's personal thoughts and ideas. Angor noticed something, but he didn't think too much about it since he was sure Ryan wasn't trying to harm him. Angor's question and answer lasted for about 10 minutes. Ryan didn't show any expression on his face, but he was smiling and nodding in his mind. Angor's answers were just like his character. He might not have a strong sense of belonging to Brute Cavern, but he had a strong sense of belonging to Phantom Island. In other words, as long as Phantom Island was still in Brute Cavern, Angor would be safe. After spending hundreds of years with Sunders, Ryan was certain that Sunders would never betray Brute Cavern. So Angor should be fine too. After confirming this, the part that Ryan felt was missing and worried about was also perfectly filled. He could now use Angor as the core of Brute Cavern's development and make some arrangements for the future. For example, Angor's identity as a member of the research department could allow Brute Cavern to arrange more apprentices to receive alchemy education from Ashley, which was what Brute Cavern lacked the most in the past. Now, Angor's identity helped Brute Cavern. The puzzle piece would provide a large number of talented alchemists to Brute Cavern, which was an important indicator for the future development of Brute Cavern. Because of this, Rain had to test Angor's attitude because Angor was too important. Of course, since Ryan wanted to use Angor's identity, he would compensate Angor in other ways as well, such as providing more resources. After confirming Angor's attitude, Ryan smiled. Questions and answers are mutual. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me now. Rain asked because he noticed that Angor had been hesitating ever since he arrived. It seemed like Angor wanted to say something. Therefore, he gave Angor a chance to ask. To Rain's surprise, Angor remained silent even though he asked Rain to lead the conversation. What kind of topic was it that made him want to say something but stop, yet he was hesitant to ask? Rain was very curious, but he didn't urge him. He just waited quietly. He was sure that Angor would ask if Angor really had a question. After 2 minutes of silence, Angor finally spoke. Mr. Ryan, if there is a day when I have to do something that will affect the entire wizarding world, should I do it? Ryan waited for a long time. He didn't expect to hear such a question. Did he mean he was going to use his ultimate move? Moreover, it was an ultimate move that would affect the entire Magus world? Have you asked Sanders? There's no need to ask. It was a simple answer, but it had a lot of implications. Was it because he already knew Sanders' answer, or was it because Sanders would also be involved, so there was no need to ask? Ryan's mind was spinning, but he didn't show it on his face. Whether you do it or not depends on the consequences of doing it. It's very risky, Angor replied after a moment of consideration. Since there's a risk, you still want to do it. Does this mean you'll get more benefits from it? Rain didn't force the question. Instead, he helped Angor analyze the situation. Yes, not only will I benefit, but many others will too. Maybe. Angor paused for a second. Maybe we can change the current situation. Ryan's pupils shrank. Change the current situation? Did Angor mean he was going to do something that could move the gears of history? Ryan remembered that the last time the world changed was when floating mech city pushed the steam road forward 1,000 years ago. Most countries on Fey continent relied on steam trains to shorten the distance between each other. Now it seemed that the steam trains were very useful, not only to the wizarding world, but also to the mortal world. But that was from the perspective of future generations. 1,000 years ago, the steam road project was a real bloody road. The steam road affected too many people's lives. Many countries had to pay the price of local wars. Some of everyone's sworn enemies even started all-out wars because of the steam road project. The number of casualties was uncountable. However, at that time, such a huge commotion was only in the mortal world. At least the wizarding world was peaceful on the surface. There weren't many people who openly opposed the steam road project. If Angor wanted to move the gears of history as well, should he continue to use mortals as leverage, or, you mean the mortal world will be affected? Ryan asked. Maybe. But the wizarding world is more likely to be affected, Angor said. Ryan looked away without saying anything, but his mind wasn't as calm as before. Angor was going to change the entire supernatural world. What do you think are the risks? Ryan asked carefully. Angor considered what would happen if the Dream Wasteland was really launched. External threats and distrust. By external threats, Angor was referring to the terrifying creatures roaming around the Dream Realm. When he tried to build the Dream Wasteland in the Abyss Plane, he was destroyed by a single slap. Without a powerful force to protect it, the Dream Wasteland would be easily targeted. The Dream Wasteland in the southern wizarding region was built because of Shava. As for distrust, it was even easier to understand. When a new idea was launched, people didn't think about the benefits it could bring. Instead, they thought about how it would affect them, and they would constantly exaggerate the negative effects. Ryan didn't know what Angor was talking about. But judging from Angor's answer, it didn't seem to be anything serious. Ryan thought he might go against the world's consciousness, or even cause an apocalypse. After all, the gears of history weren't that easy to move. Everything has external risks, and it's human nature to distrust people. If these are the only risks, I think they're manageable. Ryan looked at Angor carefully. These two risks remind me of the path of steam. Back then, other countries didn't want to build railway tracks because of distrust. So, you're trying to change the world because you're going to launch something as well? Something like your alchemy creation? Ryan tried to guess. Something like that. Ryan could tell that Angor didn't want to talk about it. He considered and didn't press further. If you're really going to do it, when do you plan to do it? Not too long, but not now. In order to keep a low profile, he did not want to attract anyone's attention right now. If this matter will really affect the situation, then you must make a comprehensive assessment, whether it's good or bad. Ryan paused. Also, you need to choose the right time to do it. Also, tell me before you do it. At least let me know how Brute Cavern should cooperate with you. Ryan's words clearly showed some of his attitude. Angor nodded with a smile. When the time comes, my professor will tell me even if I don't. Ryan asked, do you have anything else to ask? I want to know what's going on inside the ruin. Angor had always been curious about that strange ruin. As far as he knew, the nightmare creatures did not occupy any other ruins apart from that one, which meant there was something inside that was attracting them. Angor really wanted to know what was going on inside. The situation inside the ruin is complicated, and we don't have a way to explore it further. Rain pondered for a moment before replying, so far, we don't know how to explore further. Even prophecy spells don't work? Ryan nodded. The prophecy was blocked. Maya speculated that there might be some kind of force field inside that can block prophecy spells. Or, maybe it's affected by a mystery item. Mystery items weren't rare in the nightmare realm. For example, the zither in the fox's hand was a mystery item. Sunders once visited a tower full of mystery items in the nightmare realm. So maybe Maya's theory was correct. The nightmare creatures had mystery items, and prophecy spells were blocked because of them. The prophecy is blocked. Looks like we can only see the stargazing day. Ryan said, that's right. We originally planned to let Maya try to observe the stars on the next stargazing day. But now. Angor was surprised. Maya was going to the stargazing day because of the ruin, but now she changed it because of him? Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a little guilty. Rain waved a hand. It's fine. I'll tell God of Xianxia. He'll send some prophets there. Xianxia? Song of the Deep? Angor didn't know what the connection was. Following Rain's explanation, Angor finally understood what was going on. The ruin appeared not long after the plane fusion. Back then, there were many wizard organizations and clans on Parmajai Highlands who were still looking for it. Song of the Deep was one of them. They also found the ruin and sent 4 wizards to explore it, but all of them were wiped out. The 4 official magi had all fallen into the ruins. Because so many official magi had fallen in Song of the Deep, even without Ryan's reminder, they would definitely think of ways to investigate the situation in the ruins. Speaking of which, I'll tell you about the ruins even if you don't ask. Because, according to Sunders, you have a way to read the emotions of nightmare creatures? Most of the nightmare creatures don't have high intelligence. Their emotions are simple. Yeah. Angor didn't deny it. Ryan said, that's fine. You should know the story of the little prince, right? Crimson moon, diamond, and flowing light, dawn, quartz, and floating light. Angor nodded and explained the riddle from the popular fairy tale. Ryan said, interpret the emotions they express as a riddle, and then connect the clues to the answer. There's always hope to know what they're expressing. Sunders reminded him of this before. As long as he could figure out what the nightmare creatures were trying to express, he might be able to figure out why they chose the ruin. In a few days, when the ruin calms down and we're almost done with the problem of survival, you should come with Sunders, Ryan said, you can see for yourself what you want to know. Angor nodded. He had the same idea. After talking about the ruin, they moved on to other topics, such as Moonfrost Union and Dark Castle. They also talked about the aftermath of the Abyss War, as well as the recent changes in the Abyss War. While Ryan was talking, Angor listened. Ryan explained the current situation of Moonfrost Union to Angor, as well as whether Angor should go to Moonfrost Union to get the Moonfrost Emblem reward, as well as what he might face in the future. Ryan's position determined Angor's future. Plus, he had a lot of experience, so his analysis covered all aspects and pointed out the way forward for Angor. It was more like Rain was giving Angor some pointers, and Angor enjoyed listening to them. However, there was always an end to the fun. After chatting for 2 hours, Ryan finally stopped. Let's stop talking about this matter for today. Angor nodded. He understood that it was time for him to leave. So, what are you going to do next? Rain took a sip of his hot tea and asked, "So, what are you going to do next?" Angor considered. "Keep a low profile and wait for the result of stargazing day. Then, I'll train quietly for a while." "You're right. It's time for you to settle down." Ryan knew that Angor went to Floating Mech City as a special judge right after becoming a wizard. As a new wizard, Angor needed some quiet time to train. "Give me your bone card," Ryan said. Angor didn't know what Ryan meant, but he still took out the bone card he hadn't used for a long time from the bottom of his bracelet. Ryan gently rubbed the bone card, and a golden light drilled into the bone card. "I've granted you level 2 access to the Cloud Library, which is only second to the Audiobook's level 1 access. During this period of time, you can use the Cloud Library to supplement and consolidate the knowledge that you lack." Angor nodded politely. "Thank you. This is the right you deserve." After a pause, Ryan continued, "Other than cultivation, what else do you plan to do?" "Alchemy, I guess." Angor planned to study the alchemy of the School of Synthesis when he had time. As a member of the research department, he should at least dabble in it even if he wasn't an expert. "Anything else?" Ryan kept asking. "I don't think so." Angor gave Rain a puzzled look, not knowing what Rain was trying to say. Ryan smiled. "Apart from training and alchemy, I'm sure you have some free time. I have 2 things here that you might as well give them a try." Training and alchemy both took up all of his time. How could he have time to spare? Angor thought so in his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. Ryan must have something important to tell him since he kept asking. Since Rain was the leader of Brute Cavern, Angor had no choice but to listen to him carefully. Moreover, he also wanted to know what the 2 things Ryan wanted him to do were. When Angor left the cloud tower, it was still sunny outside. However, as he descended through the clouds, he noticed that more and more leaves were spreading out. The area around the Tree of Eternity was now completely covered by the leaves, and it was already night time. Angor landed on a giant leaf hidden in the clouds. Following the veins of the leaf, he took a few steps forward and saw a quiet platform. This was the Highland Station, the highest platform that the Vine bus could reach. Angor walked to the platform and waited for the bus to arrive. He planned to fly directly to Phantom Island, but he was not in a hurry, and it would be too obvious if he flew in the air with a strange face. So, he decided to take the bus instead. It had been a long time since he took the bus, and he missed it a little. Soon, the bus made a series of clicking noises as it hung on the twisting vines and drove toward the platform. There was no one in the bus. Angor found a seat near the window and sat down. The bus slowly moved out of the platform and traveled through the clouds. From the day above the clouds to the night below the clouds, the light had changed, but the cold wind had not. His bright red hair fluttered in the wind, occasionally hitting his lips and the corners of his eyes. Angor leaned against the window lazily and looked at the neon lights of Tree Spirit Garden in the central district. At the same time, he was thinking about some irrelevant things. For example, the construction of the new city in the Dream Wilderness. The new city designed by John leaned toward the steampunk style of fantasy. If the new city's transportation system was designed like a Vine bus, would it match? As his mind wandered, he suddenly noticed that someone was sitting on the seat opposite to him. Angor yawned lazily and brushed his messy red hair away from his sight. As his hair was pushed aside, he finally saw the seat across from him. He was right. There was someone else. Angor did not dare to look at him directly. He did not dare to look at the person because he was too embarrassed to do so. After all, he did not know where to look at when he saw a naked, greasy man standing in front of him. "Mr. Tree Spirit." He stretched out a hand lazily and waved at the man in front of him as a greeting. Tree Spirit raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is this your disguise?" Angor nodded. "To keep a low profile." Tree Spirit narrowed his eyes and looked at the lazy red-haired man in front of him. He believed that Angor only played this role to slack off. "I'm not trying to be lazy. I'm just trying to fit the aura of my new identity. In the end, I'm still lazy." Angor curled his lips and did not want to continue the topic. Tree Spirit went straight to the point. "I heard the whole conversation between you and Ryan." As soon as he entered Rain's room, he noticed that Rain's window was open, and a bunch of leaves were swaying in the wind. He already knew that tree spirit was nearby. Therefore, it was normal for the tree spirit to know about their conversation. The germinal organization is a little tricky. You made the right choice by keeping a low profile. I'll try my best to keep you safe for the time being. Tree spirit paused and continued, of course, it'll be natural. No one will get suspicious. Angor nodded. Thank you, Mr. Tree Spirit. I don't know anything about the germinal organization, but the Elder of Books might know something. I'll try to contact him, but I don't think he'll want to see me. Tree Spirit said, since Ryan has given you the second-level access to the cloud library, you can also go to the library to look for the Elder of Books while you're at it. The Elder of Books was one of the 3 ancestor souls in Brood Cavern. His knowledge was widely acknowledged in the southern wizarding region. However, the Elder of Books rarely met anyone. He did not even show any respect to Tree Spirit, who was also an ancestor soul. Tree Spirit gave Angor this suggestion because he remembered that Angor met the Elder of Books not long after he entered Brute Cavern. Perhaps the Elder of Books was willing to help Angor. If the Elder of Books could give Angor some advice, it would be more beneficial for Angor. Angor nodded. I'll try. Tree Spirit came here to tell Angor about these 2 things. Tree Spirit did not leave. Instead, he began to chat with Angor. What do you think of the 2 things Ryan asked you to try? Tree Spirit was curious about Angor's opinion. Angor shook his head. I don't think so. Tree Spirit, not interested? Angor nodded. Not really. Actually, I think you can. Give it a try. Angor considered and said, the first thing is not necessary, but I can go check it out when I'm free. As for the second thing, I'll pass. As he spoke, he began to recall what happened not long ago. What are they? Angor asked curiously after listening to Rain's explanation. Ryan replied with a smile, you'll be rewarded for both of these things. Angor did not care about the rewards. He only wanted to know what they were about. The first thing is that Wallace asked me to tell you. He wants you to write a column for Mirror when you're free. This was the first thing Rain mentioned. Why me? Angor was puzzled. Allowing an official magus to write a column in the Mirror isn't a simple matter. Many wizards have done it before, including your professor. Everyone knows that knowledge is precious. Therefore, the so-called column is not to spread what you have learned. Instead, we hope to use your article to see your behavior, logic, and way of thinking. Most of the time, apprentices were stuck at a certain level. It was not because they lacked knowledge or power. It was simply because their way of thinking had reached a dead end. When one's own way of thinking did not work, one might learn something by observing someone else's way of thinking. This was not limited to acolytes. Many official magi were the same. When they were doing research, doing experiments, or doing research, as long as they were stuck, the first thing they would do would be to flip through all sorts of magazines, borrowing the knowledge of others to relieve their worries. Angor finally understood what was going on. After thinking for a moment, he said, if I have the time, I'll give it a try. But Angor did not think he was free. Mobile version update website, with that said, Angor waited for Rain to tell him something else. Instead of speaking right away, Rain slowly reached out a hand. 2 illusions of cards appeared in front of Angor's eyes. The cards were square in shape. One was white, and the other was gold. Angor could not see anything else from the illusions. They were just 2 blank cards. Still, Angor understood what Rain meant. He hesitated for a moment and asked, this is a poster? Rain nodded. Yes. Professor's poster. Angor considered for a moment. Mr. Rain, you want me to accept a student? Rain carefully observed Angor's expression. You don't look like you want a student, do you? Angor nodded. Rain did not ask why. It's up to you whether you want a student or not. But I suggest you give it a try. Angor looked at Tree Spirit, who was sitting on the other side of the carriage. Tree Spirit asked the question that Rain did not ask earlier. Speaking of which, taking a student will do you a lot of good. You'll get more resources from the organization, and you'll have someone who can help you in the future. Why don't you want a student? Angor considered for a moment. I'm not ready to take responsibility for someone's future. Everyone fell into silence after hearing his words. Angor looked up and saw Tree Spirit looking at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Is my answer strange? Tree Spirit, it's not just strange, it's very strange. You don't think I'm going to accept a student just like how Sunders treated you, do you? Isn't it? As far as he could remember, every teacher he met, whether it was John, his first teacher, or Sunders, who led him down the path of supernaturals, was the same. Of course not. Tree Spirit rubbed his temples. I get it now. No wonder you refused Rain's offer. You should know that there are two kinds of posters. Golden posters and white posters, Tree Spirit explained. When a talent received a golden poster, it meant I think highly of you. White posters, on the other hand, meant you can learn from me. These two posts represented the different attitudes of the teachers. He would definitely value the person with the golden poster more. On the other hand, the person who posted the white post had an ordinary teacher-student relationship. Actually, even if a talent gets the golden poster, the relationship between the talent and the teacher might not be as good as Sunders' relationship with you. From Tree Spirit's point of view, Sunders treated Angor like a personal apprentice, which was even closer than a family member. As for the general public, the teacher-student relationship was limited to teaching and learning. I heard you taught alchemy in Xianxia Comprehensive Academy for a while? Tree Spirit suddenly changed the topic halfway through his explanation. Yes. Angor nodded. What do you think was the relationship between you and your students when you were teaching? Instructors and listeners? Angor considered carefully. In other words, it's an ordinary teacher-student relationship. Tree Spirit paused for a moment. That's what Rain meant when he suggested you to take in disciples. The talents you take in will be your teacher, and they will listen and learn from you. You don't have to be responsible for their future. You only need to teach them supernatural knowledge in class, and you don't have to worry about them after class. Once they achieve something, not only will they increase your reputation, they will also be of help to you. Angor frowned. That sounds like I'm letting them loose? Something like that. Tree Spirit saw Angor's frown and continued, this is a common phenomenon in the wizarding world. Don't think wizards are irresponsible just because they don't care about their apprentices. It was important to note that the sorcerers were paying with their experiences and knowledge. These are priceless treasures. Even if you let them loose, the apprentices won't lose anything. Even if you send a golden poster to a talent, you don't have to be responsible for their future. Because you are the one who holds the knowledge, and you have the absolute right to share it. Tree Spirit's words struck a chord in Angor's mind. He had seen similar situations before. For example, Flora treated Balba coldly as if he was a stranger. Another example was Xylem and Nausicaa. He never heard them talk about their teacher. Angor saw it and understood it. He just didn't care about it because it had nothing to do with him. His mind was still stuck on John's idea of a teacher and apprentice from Earth. For this reason, he believed that taking in a disciple was a serious matter. However, he ignored the differences between civilizations, and the uniqueness of individual cases. You don't have to be responsible for others, whether it's their future or their goals. The only thing you need to be responsible for is your own life. Tree Spirit paused. So, after getting rid of these shackles, you can give it a try. Tree Spirit advised Angor because he believed that Angor's act of taking in a disciple would strengthen his connection with Brute Cavern. Besides, Angor already had a strong alchemy knowledge. They could already send people to Xianxia Academy to learn alchemy, but Angor's guidance would be more useful than Xianxia Academy. Angor considered for a moment. I'll think about it. Angor was slightly persuaded by Tree Spirit. However, he wasn't going to look for an apprentice right away. He didn't have the time to do so. If he really wanted to take in a disciple, he would have to spare some time to teach, even if he didn't have to be responsible for the apprentice's future. Right now, he wanted to make up for his lack of knowledge. It wouldn't be too late for him to teach one day when he wanted to review the old and learn the new. After that, Tree Spirit told Angor about the recent happenings in Brute Cavern. Angor didn't spend much time in Brute Cavern, so he listened carefully. However, what Tree Spirit told him at the beginning was quite normal. After that, it became Tree Spirit's complaints. For example, the one tree spirit complained about the most was Leona. Leona was going to hold a tea party, which would attract many witches. She wanted to hold it on top of the Tree of Eternity. She often came to Tree Spirit to arrange the place and decorations. Leona often gave very strict suggestions, such as asking Tree Spirit to create a special space inside the trunk of the Tree of Eternity for the tea party. She also suggested using the aura of the Pool of Life as decoration. She also asked Tree Spirit to collect the core aroma of the Tree of Eternity. "I'm sick of this tea party already. It's better not to hold it," Tree Spirit sighed. "If we don't do it, I'm sure everyone in Brute Cavern will complain about it." Men were not allowed to join the tea party, but they were still happy to see so many witches. The witches were happy too. After all, it was good to be able to communicate with other witches. Besides, the tea party was as important as the stargazing day, which could provide them with a lot of information, techniques, and secrets. The leaders of Brute Cavern valued it very much. If Tree Spirit really abandoned the tea party, it would definitely arouse public anger. "Even if it's going to be held, I hope it's somewhere else. Not in the mirror world," Tree Spirit complained. Mobile version update website. However, Tree Spirit knew that it would be difficult to carry out his wish. Parmajai Highlands were in danger right now, not to mention the emergence of a ruin and the eruption of a lifeline. Even if they could find a way to get rid of the lifeline, they still couldn't let anyone stay in the floating area of the lifeline. In the end, the tea party had to be held in the mirror world. Tree Spirit felt a headache coming on. Tree Spirit kept sighing all the way until they reached the falling cloud stop. Angor got off the bus, and Tree Spirit followed him. "Are you going to Phantom Island too, Mr. Tree Spirit?" Angor looked at Tree Spirit. Of course, Tree Spirit knew that Angor was trying to kick him out. "Nope. It's just a bunch of patchwork phantoms. There's nothing to see there." Tree Spirit paused for a moment. "Oh, there's something else I need to tell you." Angor looked at Tree Spirit and waited for his next words. "When you become a wizard and enjoy the benefits you deserve, you will have to pay a price." "Pay a price?" Angor was a little confused. "I think Rain didn't tell you." "Well, I guess that's a good thing. Brute Cavern and Ashilia Comprehensive Academy have opened up a way to communicate with each other. That's why Rain didn't tell you. You're entitled to the benefits you deserve," Tree Spirit said, "but I still suggest you do it. After all, being a maverick is also a kind of high profile." "What is it?" "Questing Hall. You'll find the quest quota for wizards. No wizard organization would give you resources for free. Even if you were a wizard, you would have to pay a price for it. Brute Cavern's price was the quest quota. There were some missions that could only be accepted by official magi. But you've changed your appearance, so it's not easy to tell others who you are. If you want to accept a quest, you can come to me directly. You don't have to register at the questing hall. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to accept a quest. It's your choice." Tree Spirit waved at Angor. "I'll be going now." As soon as he finished speaking, Tree Spirit's figure turned into countless green light spots. Finally, it slowly merged with the veins under his feet and disappeared. Angor watched Tree Spirit leave and remained silent for several minutes before he turned around and prepared to go to the Sky Bridge. Just as he turned around, a Tree Vine bus stopped at the Luo Yunyi bus stop. A short-haired woman with a pair of glasses walked out of the bus. She seemed to be talking to someone as her mouth kept muttering. From time to time, she would turn her body to look to the side, but there was no one beside her. Perhaps she was too engrossed in her speech, or perhaps she was looking to the side, but she didn't notice that there was a platform in front of her. As Angor expected, she tripped on the stairs and fell to the ground. When the woman in glasses cried out in pain, a small basket on her back slowly floated into the air. A strange and shrill voice came out from the basket. "Idiot, this is what happens when you don't look forward when you walk." The bespectacled woman said aggrievedly, "If I don't look forward, I still have to look at you." "Why do you have to look at me? Are you mocking me?" The woman in the basket sneered at her. "My mother told me to look at people's eyes when talking," the woman in glasses pouted. The woman in the basket remained silent. "Pedantic." The bespectacled woman patted the dust off her knees and stood up. "It's not pedantic. It's a form of politeness. Who cares about politeness in this world? You'll die if you follow the rules. The woman in glasses was about to retort when she suddenly noticed a red-haired middle-aged man standing on the platform not far away. The man was looking at her with his long, narrow eyes. The bespectacled woman's face suddenly turned red. She couldn't have been seen when she fell just now, right? When she thought of this possibility, she felt a little embarrassed. She quickly grabbed the basket that was floating in the air and whispered, "I'll talk to you later. Let's go now, or the library will be full." With that, she left in a hurry. Angor noticed that someone in the basket was looking at him when she walked past him. When the woman in glasses left, Angor muttered to himself in a low voice, "Those two are together now." Angor was familiar with the woman in glasses. She was Abel, the one who took him to the resource hall when he first entered Brute Cavern. He remembered that Abel was a summoner apprentice. However, she could only summon a useless three-colored deer, which was weak and had no special abilities. It could only be used as a means of transportation, which was why Abel was considered one of the three useless summoners. Back then, Abel was only a level 1 apprentice. Now, she was already a level 2 apprentice, not far from level 3. That was all Angor knew about Abel. However, the basket that spoke to him left a deep impression. To be precise, it wasn't the basket that spoke. It was the person inside the basket. She was someone Angor knew very well. It was Guena. She was a talent he brought back from Halon. Her limbs were all chopped off, and even her mouth was sewn shut. He remembered Guena not only because of her beautiful appearance, but also because of her dark, dark heart. She was a person who couldn't find any kindness in her heart. Everything he said was for the sake of living. Why would someone like that hang out with Abel? Angor didn't know much about Abel, but he heard from Dave that Abel was a very kind person, the complete opposite of Guena. One of them lived in the day, while the other lived in the night. Why would these two people who had completely different personalities hang out together? And why did they look so close? Is this Guena's plan? Angor muttered as he watched Abel disappear into the distance. Back when Guena was still immortal, she used to hang out with a kind and innocent little girl. But in the end, Guena killed the little girl for a piece of bread in her hand. Angor's first thought when he saw Abel hanging out with Guena was Guena's plan. But Abel didn't seem to have anything special on her that could attract Guena's attention. Since it had nothing to do with him, he shook his head and decided not to think about it. Meanwhile, Abel and Guena were already on another leaf. Someone saw my embarrassing face. I hope they won't tell anyone about it. Abel complained in a low voice. You've done a lot of embarrassing things in your life. This one won't make a difference. Guena paused for a second, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. But why do I feel like that man's aura is familiar? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Angor walked along the falling cloud platform until he reached the edge of the platform. Most people wouldn't dare to come here since the edge of the platform was so soft that one could easily slip off. The platform was several hundred meters above the ground, and there was nothing to hold the platform. If someone accidentally fell off the platform, he or she would be crushed into meat paste. However, Angor didn't care whether the edge of the platform was dangerous or not. He stepped out of the platform. The falling scene that he had imagined did not happen. Instead, he stood steadily in midair. There was a completely transparent sky bridge under his feet. Angor didn't stop. He quickly moved forward. In front of him was an endless sea of clouds, as well as an island in the distance. That was his destination, Phantom Island. Passing through the clouds with a suitable thickness, the moist water vapor made his red hair droop slightly. His medium-length hair blocked a lot of his vision. Angor didn't care about his image at all. He reached out a hand and pushed the hair covering his right eye to the back of his head. Just as he was about to grab the hair on the left side of his forehead, his right eye caught sight of a figure not far away. On the cloud-shrouded sky bridge, there was a tall and straight figure standing quietly at the end of the sky bridge. Behind him was the floating Phantom Island. Angor narrowed his eyes and saw who it was. It was a young man wearing a white uniform with golden patterns. He was very handsome, but his eyes and expression were constantly emitting a cold and distant aura. He was standing right in front of Angor's eyes, but Angor had a strange feeling that he was far away from the real world. Instead, he was standing at the end of fate. It was Dodoro, a Bayuan from Pakrati who had been sleeping for more than 1,000 years. Angor recognized Dodoro, but he didn't greet him. Instead, he pretended that he didn't know the man and slowly walked toward Phantom Island. Before Angor could walk past Dodoro, Dodoro reached out a hand and stopped him. Angor was about to pretend that he didn't know Dodoro. However, when he looked back, he saw Dodoro looking at him with a pair of bright eyes. The cold and distant aura was gone. Dodoro didn't say anything, but Angor could tell from the look in Dodoro's eyes that the man recognized him. Angor was about to ask, "Who are you?" but he swallowed his words. "Why are you here, Dodoro?" Angor pretended that he just saw Dodoro. "I'm waiting for, my lord." Dodoro's voice was calm, but his special tone betrayed his excitement. Dodoro's answer indicated that he already knew about Angor's return, which was why he came here to wait. "Why are you looking for me?" Dodoro nodded and was about to say something when Angor stopped him. "I have something to tell you as well. Let's go inside." With that, he stepped onto the sky bridge and arrived at Phantom Island. Seeing this, Dodoro followed. Neither Angor nor Dodoro spoke a word along the way. When they left the forest and saw the manor in the distance, Angor could no longer hold back his curiosity. "How did you recognize me?" This question had been bothering Angor for a long time. His current appearance wasn't made up by illusions. It was a real shape-shifting spell. How did Dodoro, an apprentice wizard, know who he was? Many wizards couldn't even recognize him. Dodoro always answered Angor's questions without hesitation this time. "I saw it." "What did you see?" Angor rubbed his chin and gave Dodoro a puzzled look. "I saw the scene just now." Dodoro described the scene in which a red-haired man walked across the sky bridge in a leisurely manner. His final destination was Phantom Island. What's the meaning of this? Most of the images Dodoro saw were meaningful. Did this one mean something different as well? "It doesn't mean anything, but I'm sure it's you, my lord," Dodoro said. Angor sighed in his mind. As expected, no matter how powerful a transformation spell was, it couldn't defeat a prophecy spell. Or rather, it couldn't defeat the Bayuan clan's prophecy. It was difficult for other prophets to see through Angor's disguise since he had an item that could block prophecies. However, the Bayuan clan was different. They didn't see anything spontaneous, so they couldn't use the Crimson Shelter. Perhaps the prophecy was a bit random, but there was no doubt that it was a terrifying prophecy talent. A prophecy that could bypass all barriers and reach the final destination was terrifying. Angor was glad that he had a good relationship with the Bayuan clan's prophecy talent. After passing through the unicorn pasture and the flying field of the demon falcons, Angor returned to the manor. Two phantom servants, one older and one younger, were standing at the entrance of the manor. Judging from their masks, the older one was Butler Good, while the younger one was Hobbiton. "Welcome back, Mr. Pat." Good bowed to Angor, and Hobbiton did the same. "Where's Greya?" Angor asked. "Lady Barbie and Mr. Azaz are in the hut by the lake." "Do you need me to call them?" Angor shook his head. "No need. I'm just asking. Do you need something to eat, Mr. Pat?" Butler Good asked as they walked to the main hall. "No. I have something to discuss with Dodoro." Angor shook his head. Next, Angor looked at Hobbiton. Under Hobbiton's puzzled gaze, Angor took out several round stones engraved with red runes from his bracelet and handed them to Hobbiton. "These are..." Hobbiton stuttered. "This is the tribute for the boulder ritual." Angor briefly explained how the boulder was placed and used for the ritual. "Mr. Pat, did you give them to me?" Hobbiton's eyes lit up under his mask as he caressed the stones lovingly. Angor gave Hobbiton a meaningful glance but didn't answer. Butler Good looked at the round stones and seemed to have thought of something. However, he didn't say a word. "I'll go inside first. I'll bring you some tea later." He followed Dodoro into the guest hall, leaving Good and Hobbiton outside. Good was still thinking about something, but Hobbiton was still trying to express his thoughts. Angor sank into the soft sofa and took a deep breath of the cool air. He then opened his golden eyes and looked at Dodoro. "You said you wanted to talk to me?" Dodolo nodded and said, "Yes, I saw an image." Before Dodoro could finish, Angor interrupted him. "Another image? Something about me?" Angor frowned when he heard Dodoro's answer. "Why are you saying the same thing as Sparrow? You saw my image too. Did I just become a part of the Bayuan clan's repertoire? And they're updating it in real time?" He looked at Dodoro's confused face. "It's fine. Go on." Dodoro was about to continue when Angor cut him off. "Wait. Why don't you just show it to me?" "Show it to me?" While Dodoro was still confused, Angor released a strand of nightmare aura toward Dodoro's forehead. Anyone else would have dodged the attack right away since it was extremely important to Dodoro. But Dodoro didn't even blink. He simply allowed the nightmare aura to enter his forehead. As the nightmare aura entered his body, Dodoro felt his mind becoming clearer. At the same time, the world in his eyes began to change. The colors in his vision were brighter than ever before. It was as if there was a strange aura covering his retina, which was constantly correcting the color of his vision. However, there was nothing special apart from the change of color. Before Dodoro could ask, Angor waved his hand and summoned a glowing white board in front of him. The white board looked like a drawing board, waiting for the artist to fill it in with colors. Dodoro looked at the whiteboard and seemed to realize something. "It's an illusion trick. You can call it an illusion drawing board. It's connected to your pupils and can be controlled by the nightmare aura between your eyebrows. All you need to do is think in your mind," and Angor suddenly stopped. The whiteboard in front of Dodoro was already showing a complete picture. It was exactly what Dodoro described when he crossed the sky bridge and went to Phantom Island in his current form. "Is this it?" Dodoro asked. "Yes." He looked calm on the outside, but his mind was not as calm as before. Even though the illusory sketchpad was a trick he came up with on the spur of the moment, and it wasn't difficult at all. It was just a technique to project one's thoughts through a nightmare illusion. However, it wasn't easy to replicate it perfectly. In his opinion, Dodoro would need at least 10 minutes to create something on his drawing board. However, Dodoro was able to do it in an instant. This meant that Dodoro's concentration was extraordinary, and his thoughts were pure and clean. Because many people's thoughts were too complicated, the image projected onto the whiteboard would more or less be a little messy. For example, some people wanted to draw a lotus root, but in the end, they drew a white arm. If their thoughts were a little more messy, it would be indescribable. Moreover, Dodoro's ability to control and express colors was very good. If an artist wanted to bring a painting to life, the combination of colors was very important. Although the illusion sketchpad didn't require various colors, it required a deep understanding of colors in order to present reality. Angor didn't think that Dodoro would have time to learn painting during this period. In other words, this was his talent. Angor gave Dodoro a meaningful glance. As expected of a race blessed by the gods. "Since you already know how to do it, go on." Angor didn't bother explaining anything and let Dodoro do as he pleased. Dodoro nodded and looked away from Angor to the whiteboard. The previous image on the whiteboard slowly melted away as if it was soaked by a heavy rain. However, the whiteboard didn't stay clean for long. New images slowly appeared on the whiteboard. This was an extremely tragic scene. The ground was cracked, and all living things were withered. Countless pitch-black ravines covered half of the painting and extended all the way to the horizon. The sky was dyed red, which looked like a deep sunset or a bloody mist that was ignited by fire. In the center of this scarlet sky, a huge single eye was looking down at the world. "Is this what you saw?" Angor looked at Dodoro in confusion. Dodoro nodded. "You said it's about me? But where am I?" He looked at the image carefully and did not see his own image. "I didn't see any human beings in the images," Dodoro said. "I don't know where you are, sir, but I'm sure this has something to do with you." Angor accepted the explanation since Dodoro didn't have to lie to him. Since Dodoro said that the image was related to him, it had to be. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still could not figure out what the painting was trying to convey. He did not know where the painting was. "Do you know where the image is?" Dodoro shook his head. "Is it the fake continent?" Dodoro shook his head again. He only saw the image, but he didn't know where it was. Then, Is it possible that it's just like the one you just showed me? That it doesn't mean anything? Dodoro thought for a moment and said, I think it's a meaningful picture. Even though Dodoro only believed and did not have any proof, Dodoro was still a prophet. His belief could very well be the truth. This scene might really have some meaning that he didn't understand yet. He focused on the screen again and tried to find some clues. Looks like the end of the world. Did something terrible happen? Is the eye in the sky the source of the disaster? Or is this eye just a symbol? Angor looked at the image for a long time but still couldn't find anything. More importantly, he didn't know the background of the image, so he couldn't figure out what it meant. It's related to me, it's related to me. Could it be that this background is actually the Dream Wilderness? Angor muttered the name in his mind. But he quickly dismissed the idea. The ground in the image was cracked, but he could still see some animals and plants. This wasn't the Dream Wasteland. Angor was already familiar with the Dream Wasteland, but this wasn't the Dream Wasteland. In the end, Angor still couldn't find anything. He thought about it and decided to ask someone else later, such as Sunders or someone who knew a lot about geography. Is there anything else? Angor asked. Dodoro hesitated and shook his head. Nope. Really? Angor noticed Dodoro's hesitation and asked again. There are still some images, but I can feel that they are all unimportant. Perhaps it was because Angor was the first person Dodoro saw after 1,000 years of slumber, which made Dodoro pay more attention to Angor's whereabouts, which was reflected in the images he occasionally saw. However, not all of the scenes were meaningful. Some were fragments that had escaped from the cracks in time, and some were ripples on the river of fate that didn't have any ripples. These scenes might not have any meaning. They might not even happen. It was just a possibility in the future. Before this, Dodoro couldn't tell which ones were meaningful and which ones weren't. Now, as Angor's power grew, he was able to discern the true meaning of the prophecy. Among all the images Dodoro saw, the Eye of Doomsday was the only one that was meaningful to Angor. The content of the image alone was enough to make Dodoro's heart skip a beat. Perhaps the image he saw in the Abyss Plain was the same as when Angor was shrouded by the shadow of a demon. That was why Dodoro came to the Sky Bridge as soon as he saw Angor returning to Brute Cavern. He wanted to tell Angor about it. However, Dodoro noticed that Angor didn't seem to care too much about the news. Aren't you worried? Dodoro couldn't help but ask. I don't have any useful information for now. What's the point of worrying? Angor chuckled when he saw Dodoro still frowning. I'm not worried. What are you worried about? Maybe this image is just the cover of a book I'm going to read in the future, just like Doomsday on the back of Expedition into Plains. Also, as an apprentice of divination, you should know that the future isn't set in stone. The moment you told me this, the butterfly's wings were already fluttering. Dodoro slowly calmed down as well. Since he had no clue about the Eye of Doomsday, he didn't want to linger on it. Instead, he changed the topic to something else. Speaking of which, Stargazing Day is coming soon. I remember you said that you went with Maya last time? Yes. Dodoro nodded. Will you be going this time? Teacher Maya didn't say. But if I ask, she won't refuse. Dodoro paused for a moment before asking, do you wish for me to go? Angor nodded. If you're willing to go, I hope you can help me see if there's anyone who's trying to harm me. As he spoke, he summoned the emblem of the Germinal Organization. Han Xiao did not tell Dodoro anything about the Germinal Organization. He only wanted Dodoro to see if anyone with the emblem of the Germinal Organization was trying to take revenge on him. The premise was that Dodoro could really go. Dodoro carefully memorized the emblem and nodded. I understand. Dodoro didn't say anything else, but he had already made up his mind. As soon as he returned to Stargazing Island, he would ask Maya about going to Stargazing Day. He also wanted to see if he could find the truth about the Eye of Doomsday during the Stargazing Day. After talking about the Stargazing Day, the curtains in the hall were lifted, and Butler Good walked in with a tea tray. When Good left, Angor turned to Dodoro. There's something I need your opinion on as well. It's still the same image. Flower Sparrow told me about it. I hope you can help me decipher it. Angor asked Dodoro to decipher the image, but he didn't show it to Dodoro because he didn't see it himself. He took out a mini signal tower from the button of his mechanical gear and planned to contact Flower Sparrow so that she could talk to Dodoro directly. For one thing, Flower Sparrow could explain the content of the image. For another, Flower Sparrow never met Dodoro. Both of them were prophets of the Baiyuan clan, so they might have something to tell each other. For Angor, the most important thing was to let Flower Sparrow meet Dodoro. However, for Dodoro, helping Angor to decipher the image was more important. When Flower Sparrow and Dodoro met through the mini-signal tower for the first time, Dodoro immediately asked about the content of the image before Flower Sparrow was surprised. Angor didn't know why Dodoro was being so direct. After connecting to the mini-signal tower, he left the hall to Flower Sparrow and Dodoro. He found Butler Good outside the hall and chatted with him about the recent happenings in Brute Cavern and Phantom Island. "Mr. Pat, the stones you gave Hobbiton just now, were they made by Anunda?" Good hesitated for a moment before asking again, "Are those stones you gave Hobbiton, made by Anunda?" "You went to see Anunda?" Good shook his head. "I followed Hobbiton to the city of Shepherding once, but I didn't see Anunda. But I heard from Mr. Slade that Anunda has been studying ritual studies recently. So I thought it might be Anunda who gave them to Hobbiton." Angor nodded. "Yes. She gave them to Hobbiton. So it was her." Butler Good sighed and said, "I thought Anunda didn't care about Hobbiton at all. Maybe I was wrong. It's not that she doesn't care. She just doesn't want to see Hobbiton." "She doesn't want to?" Angor briefly explained Anunda's current condition. "Hobbiton might look like a child, but he's very observant." He already knew why Anunda didn't want to see him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept sending her potions. Thanks to Hobbiton's potions, Anunda's life force was slowly recovering. Before Good could react, Angor sensed that the mini-signal tower in the hall had been disconnected. It seemed that Flower Sparrow and Dodoro were done talking. Angor didn't want to disturb Good. He turned around and walked into the hall. When Angor entered the hall, he saw that the signal tower had stopped working. Dodoro, on the other hand, seemed to be thinking about something. Angor's footsteps brought Dodoro out of his thoughts. "So Flower Sparrow left quite an impression on you." Angor sat down in front of Dodoro. Dodoro nodded without hesitation. "Yes. Flower Sparrow was a very talented person. Compared to Boboda, she was more suitable to inherit the Provenance Flame. Unfortunately, she died too early." Angor gave Dodoro a meaningful glance with his golden eyes. "Maybe it's because fate chose you." Dodoro chuckled shyly but didn't say anything. Even now, he still hadn't thought about reviving the Baiyuan clan. Compared to these distant responsibilities, he wanted to focus on his training so that he could become Angor's helper one day. Angor noticed that Dodoro didn't want to talk about it, so he changed the topic. "Do you know anything about Flower Sparrow's painting?" Dodoro didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked, "Can you show me another illusion?" Angor nodded. A moment later, a slightly dim picture appeared on the floating whiteboard in front of Dodoro. At the center of the picture was a tall figure with his back facing them. His blonde hair was slightly messed up by the wind, and a short cape with water droplets on his shoulders. It was Angor. In the picture, Angor's body was glowing as if he was using an illumination spell. Everything around him was pitch black. If Dodoro didn't see the ground under his feet clearly, he would think that he was standing in a void of darkness. Apart from Angor's glowing body and the dark background, there was also a long road in front of Angor that led to the end of the picture. It looked as if Angor was walking on a river of stars and was walking toward the end of the darkness under the guidance of the stars. This was the painting that Hua Kk had described earlier. Angor studied the picture for a while but couldn't find anything useful. He looked at Dodoro and hoped that the man could give him an answer. "I can't decipher the information in this image. However, I asked Hua Kei about her state of mind when she saw the painting, as well as some of her ups and downs, as well as how much attention she paid to the painting afterward. Basically, I can confirm one thing." Dodoro paused for a moment. "I don't think this place will bring you any danger, sir." Dodoro didn't just interpret the images to determine whether or not there was any danger. He also interpreted Flower Sparrow's emotions. This was because even though the precognitive images that the Baiyuan clan members saw appeared to be random, there was actually a mechanism behind the appearance of the images. For example, a large portion of the precognitive images were guided by their own emotions. Dodoro always saw images related to Angor because he already knew that Angor was the only person he had left in this world. Angor was the only thing holding him back. This bond guided his emotions, which in turn led him to the prophecy. Therefore, by interpreting one's current emotions, one could also judge the quality of the images to a certain extent. When Hua Kei saw this painting, her emotions were calm. She did not feel any urgency or anxiety. It could be seen that this painting would not cause any great waves in her spiritual sense. Because of this, Dodoro believed that the scene he saw would not bring any danger to Angor. I'm sure there's no danger in the image, but I don't know if there's any danger at the end of the path. But I don't think there's any danger. Dodoro paused for a moment before he continued, I think this image is something you might experience at some point in the future, sir. Maybe it's not that important. In other words, there was nothing to worry about. It was Dodoro's image that he should be worried about. Angor nodded. He didn't really care about that. Anyways, he didn't want Dodoro to decipher the images. He just wanted Dodoro to meet Flower Sparrow. Everything else was secondary. After explaining the image, Dodoro made a request. I'd like to see Babota. Although it was Dodoro who asked to see Babota, he didn't hide his disgust at the mention of Babota's name. Dodoro didn't have any grudges against Babota. The main reason why Dodoro didn't like Babota was that Babota once tried to harm Angor and almost got him killed. In Dodoro's mind, Babota was one of the few people who didn't like Dodoro. Angor didn't ask why Dodoro wanted to see Babota. He nodded and brought Babota out of his bracelet. Next, he created a mist illusion so that Dodoro and Babota could talk in private. Dodoro and Babota talked for about 20 minutes. Angor didn't know what exactly they talked about. In the end, Babota looked a little disappointed. He kept looking at Dodoro and wanted to say something, but Dodoro cut him off and left the illusion. Angor put Babota back into his bracelet and looked at Dodoro. You know Babota's life is coming to an end, right? Dodoro nodded. Yes, Flower Sparrow told me. What do you want to say? Serves him right, Dodoro said without hesitation. He brought this upon himself. Therefore, he doesn't deserve any sympathy. I even think that there's no need for Sir to save him. You know I can save him? Did Flower Sparrow tell you? Dodoro nodded. Yes. Flower Sparrow told me everything she knows. She trusts you a lot, Angor said. After Babota's death, Dodoro was the only living Baiyuan clansman in the southern wizarding region. If Flower Sparrow didn't trust Dodoro, who else could she trust? Part of the reason I saved Babota was because of Floral Sparrow. But more importantly, Babota's soul will belong to the demon god after his death. For some reason, I don't want the demon god to know what Babota went through. So I have to save him. Of course, it was one thing for Angor to promise to save Babota, but it was another for him to be willing to do so. Angor didn't want to save Babota before. But Babota's recent contribution to Polymorph had changed his mind. Still, he didn't need to tell Dodoro about it. The fastest mobile version of the website. Next, Angor chatted with Dodoro for a while. Dodoro seemed to follow Angor's lead, and Angor, who had witnessed Dodoro's growth, felt a little closer to him as well. For this reason, Angor paid close attention to Dodoro's growth, not only in terms of training, but also in Dodoro's personal views. Therefore, the content of their conversation basically revolved around these topics. Angor witnessed Dodoro's knowledge of the outside world slowly changing from a blank piece of paper to something colorful. This was all thanks to the guidance of the teacher. Before this, Angor always asked someone who was kind enough to teach Dodoro from scratch. For example, Dodoro's first teacher was Granny Trusan, and Granny Papaya was the one who taught Dodoro how to speak. Angor hoped that Dodoro's blank piece of paper could be dyed with the color of light. In the end, Dodoro didn't become a kind person like Angor expected, but at least he didn't go too far. The coldness and indifference he displayed was perhaps because this was his character that was engraved in his bones. Angor wanted to know more about Dodoro. He wanted to know more about Dodoro after such a long time. Dodoro was more than happy to talk to Angor, and Angor slowly learned more about Dodoro's values through various topics. In the end, Angor came to the conclusion that Dodoro didn't change much. He was still as cold to outsiders as before. Apart from talking to Angor, Dodoro basically lived in his own world. He didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing, but all he could do now was to guide Dodoro in the general direction. Dodoro would choose to become a good man or a bad man in the end. It was all up to Dodoro. After confirming Dodoro's understanding of the world and his personal views, Angor decided to ask about Dodoro's training. Dodoro was a perfect candidate for divination. Under Maya's guidance, not only did Dodoro make great breakthroughs in divination, but he also grew stronger and stronger as well. In terms of strength, Dodoro was even stronger than Nausicaa, which meant that he was now an early level 3 apprentice. His progress was almost as fast as Angor's. Angor was quite satisfied with Dodoro's progress. To a certain extent, Dodoro's growth was beneficial to both Angor and Phantom Island. After all, a prophet could never be replaced by another wizard. As for Dodoro, he was already tied to Angor's ship when Angor woke him up. By the way, can you remember anything from the past? It was hard for others to understand Angor's question. However, Dodoro knew that Angor was referring to the time before he was awakened. In other words, it was something that happened before he was buried in the coffin. Dodoro shook his head. I still can't remember. According to my conjecture, my previous memories may have completely disappeared. However, it didn't matter. Because I'm not interested in the old me at all. He could tell that Dodoro was telling the truth. Some people who lost their memories would frantically search for the past. Some people who learned about their ancestors would also want to acknowledge their ancestors and return to their roots. However, there was another group of people who didn't want to live in the past and didn't care about what happened in the past. They didn't want to waste any time and always looked forward. Dodoro was the latter. Then what about your bowl? Don't you want to know what the silver bowl that awakened with you represents? Angor remembered that the thing Dodoro cared about the most when he woke up was the silver bowl. Perhaps, he subconsciously knew that the silver bowl was of great significance to him. Except for the bowl. Dodoro remained silent for a moment. The silver bowl was the only thing Dodoro wanted to know, and he was willing to pay a price for it. Do you have any clues about the bowl now? Angor asked. No. Dodoro shook his head. Angor sighed. He was curious about the silver bowl as well. He had been wondering if it was the All of Eternity from the Serpent Nation. If it was really the All of Eternal Life, then it was definitely not an ordinary object, judging from the stories and various legends and myths. But until now, the silver bowl still looked like an ordinary bowl. Yes, it just looked like an ordinary bowl. The bowl didn't show any unusual characteristics, but Angor always felt something strange whenever he looked at it. There was no way to prove it. But as far as he knew, there must be something special about the silver bowl. Do you need me to give your bowl back to you? That way, you can study it whenever you want. The silver bowl was in Angor's bracelet. It was Dodoro who gave it to Angor. Dodoro shook his head. I'm more afraid of losing it than studying it and finding out the truth. I don't have the ability to protect it yet, and I don't want to leave it in someone else's hands. Dodoro trusted Angor the most, and Angor was also strong enough to protect the bowl. Angor heard something similar from Dodoro before. But he didn't think too much about it. Now that he heard the same thing from Dodoro again, Angor felt a little confused. Why did Dodoro think he couldn't protect the silver bowl? It was as if Dodoro already knew that someone was trying to steal it. Angor asked the question he had in mind. Dodoro, on the other hand, shook his head. He didn't know why, but he had never seen anything related to the silver bowl, even though it was very important to him. Maybe you're worried about the bowl because of your old memories, Angor guessed. Angor guessed that this silver bowl had already become a target for many people in the past. It was just like Dodoro's natural apathy. It was engraved in Dodoro's bones. Even if Dodoro lost his memories, he would still feel it. Maybe. Dodoro lowered his head and didn't say anything. Time slowly passed. The clock in the hall showed that it was 6 in the morning. Dodoro had spent the night at Phantom Island. He didn't want to leave, but it was time to say goodbye. Angor didn't ask Dodoro to stay. Before he left, he asked Dodoro for a favor. Using an illusion spell, Angor created a simple figure, which was a young witch wearing a noble's long dress and holding a lace fan. Her name is Aline, a friend of mine. She's missing. Angor briefly introduced Aline to Dodoro and hoped that Dodoro could help him find Aline. Angor knew that it was almost impossible to find Aline since Aline might have already entered the chaotic state of germination. However, he did promise Alan that he would ask a prophet for help when he returned to Brute Cavern. He didn't want to go back on his word, which was why he asked Dodoro for help. Apart from asking Dodoro to look for Aline, Angor also asked Dodoro to keep an eye on the Germinal Organization's emblem. I'll do that. Dodoro nodded. After asking Hobbiton to send Dodoro away, Angor returned to his own room. He saw Butler Good standing by the door with a tray in his hand. I don't need breakfast. I need some quiet. Angor suddenly stopped talking. A faint smell wafted into his nostrils. It wasn't a fragrant smell, but strangely, it made his tense body and mind feel relieved. The breakfast was prepared by Mr. Azaz. Her Excellency Barbie said that the cost of their accommodation on Phantom Island would be offset by the food prepared by Mr. Azaz, Butler Good said. Young master, do you still need to eat? Angor remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he gave in to the delicious food and mumbled, bring it in. After opening the door, Butler Good followed in and placed the food on the table. Good turned around and prepared to leave. He would come back later to clear the table. Angor stopped him. Butler Good, I need to rest for the next few days. Please don't bother me unless it's something urgent. Yes, sir. Good nodded. By the way, how did you recognize my disguise? Did Greya tell you? Lady Barbie didn't say anything, Good said. Did you forget about the traps in Phantom Island? Young Master has the second highest authority on Phantom Island. When Young Master returned, Phantom Island had already notified all the Phantom servants. Angor was surprised. He didn't expect the answer to be about Phantom Island's access. It was understandable that someone recognized him, but it was still a way to hide his identity. Angor touched his cheek. It seemed there were many things to consider when using shapeshifting to hide his identity. Otherwise, it was very likely that some details would betray his identity. Angor sighed. He needed to restrain his pride after fooling several people. After the meal, Butler Good came in again to clear the table. When Butler Good left, Angor was left alone in the room. He sat in front of his desk and thought for a while. Then he snapped his fingers. With a snap, an illusion made of countless colors appeared in front of him. The scene in the illusion was exactly what Dodoro had seen before, the devastated land, the blood-stained sky, and the sky eye that was looking down from above. He reconstructed the Eye of Doomsday image, which he called Doomsday Eye. Aren't you worried? Angor asked Dodoro. Angor acted calm and even comforted Dodoro, which made it seem like he didn't care at all. However, in his heart, he was not as calm as he appeared to be. He was still a little worried. The future wasn't fixed, but he didn't know how to change it. He didn't even know where the place in the image was connected to him. The unknown was the scariest thing. He looked at the image quietly while flipping through several books about the topography of Fey Continent. He was trying to use this method to confirm the location of the image. However, it was of no use. Several hours later, he reluctantly closed the book. He did not find anything useful. I guess I'll have to ask a professional. Angor considered and took out a demon blood stone from his bracelet. It was a low-level one with a lot of impurities on it. He didn't touch the stone itself. Instead, he separated the impurities from the stone. Next, he controlled the hand of spell and calcined the impurities with ordinary fire. Not long after, a few transparent glass beads were calcined out. These orbs were ordinary objects, but Angor's alchemy enchantment gave them some supernatural properties. Angor used illusion nodes to merge the image of Eye of Doomsday into the orbs. When the illusions were done, the orbs began to glow in rainbow colors. It's a success. He only needed to inject a little bit of energy into the orbs to create the image of Eye of Doomsday. Angor checked the orbs in his hand and took out 3 of them. His lips moved slightly as if he was sending a voice transmission. When he finished, he grabbed the orbs and tossed them into the air. The 3 glass beads seemed to have grown wings as they flew out of the window. Wrapped in a faint light, they flew in different directions. The closest glass bead fell directly in front of a magic hut near the central lake of Phantom Island. Greya opened the window and held the blue orb in her hand. As for the other 2 beads, one landed in the palm of Tree Spirit, who was sunbathing outside the temple, and the other landed in the pocket of an apprentice. The apprentice was on his way to Parmajai Highlands, so when he exited the mirror world, the bead flew out of his pocket and headed for the puppet asylum in Windmill Town before the apprentice realized what had happened. In the end, the orb landed in Sunder's hand. Greya, Tree Spirit, and Sunders were the ones Angor asked for help. Not long after the glass bead flew out, Tree Spirit responded first. However, Tree Spirit's reply was very simple. I don't know. Do you want me to ask someone else? Angor didn't ask Tree Spirit to spread the information. He wanted to know what was going on, but he didn't want to tell everyone yet. Sunders was the second to respond. I don't know. Greya, who was the closest to Angor, didn't reply. Angor's eyes glowed. Greya was not replying. Did she have a clue? Greya used Barbie's restaurant to travel around the world. She even opened a restaurant in another world. Maybe she knew something. An hour later, Greya finally replied. Greya didn't send a voice transmission. Instead, she came to Angor's room. He remained silent after hearing Greya's words. I didn't have time to look at the hot tub in the twofold illusion, Greya said. I don't know where the scene is. Seeing Angor's silence, Greya asked curiously, do you know what it means? Angor didn't want to hide anything from Greya, so he told her what Dodoro told him. Greya gave Angor a sympathetic look. I think there's a powerful supernatural being in the picture. The ground is cracked, and the ground is filled with fissures. It's not something easy to deal with. Of course, Angor could tell that Greya was trying to sympathize with him. Still, he wasn't as miserable as Greya thought. The image was only one of the many choices he could make in the future. Who knew what would happen in the future? I don't know the exact location, but I found some hidden clues. I wonder if they're useful to you. Greya shook her head. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations A hidden clue. Angor was surprised by Greya's words. He was the one who created the illusion, so he already knew all the clues in the painting. Where could it be hidden? But since Greya was the one who brought it up, Angor decided to listen to her explanation. Greya took out her glass orb and gently rubbed it. The image of Doomsday Eye appeared in front of them. Greya pointed at the bottom right corner of the image. Look, what's this? He followed Greya's finger and saw that Greya was pointing at one of the countless ravines in the painting. Inside the ravine, there was something in the shape of a semicircular object. To be more precise, it was a round object. However, half of it was swallowed by the ravine, so it only looked like a semicircular object. Angor already noticed it when he created the illusion. But he didn't pay much attention to it because it was too dark. Now that Greya pointed it out, Angor began to think. A gray semicircular object. No obvious features. Is it some kind of ball? Angor muttered. Greya shook her head. No, it's not a ball. It's flat. Greya didn't try to keep Angor in suspense. Under Angor's curious gaze, she gave her answer. I'm a gourmet wizard, so I'm very familiar with the utensils I use. If I'm not mistaken, this semicircular object is a pot. A pot? A pot for cooking? Angor was surprised. Greya shook her head again. It's a pot, but it's not for cooking. He looked at Greya and waited for an explanation. How did she know that the pot had nothing to do with cooking? Instinct. Greya pointed at her forehead. I don't have any proof, but after using pots for a long time, I can tell what they're used for even without looking at the shape. This pot doesn't have any obvious features, but my instinct tells me that it's not for cooking. It's a refining tool. A refining tool? Could it be a potion pot? Angor thought of something. Yes, I think so too, Greya confirmed. The so-called medicinal soup pot was actually a special tool for the branch of pharmaceutics. The medicinal soups refined by this branch had a unified name, witch's soup. Witch soup was a product of the Gypsy school of pharmacy. Generally speaking, only witches could inherit the witch soup, and all the witch soups were named after the witches themselves, not according to their association. For example, Celia was the one who made the Celia witch soup, the card spirit was the one who made the Celia witch soup. This clue provided by Greya was very extensible. As long as he could confirm that this pot was the one used to make the witch soup, he would be able to lock onto some clear clues. In this image, a person who knew how to make witch soup appeared. Someone who knows how to make witchcraft soup. Greya looked at him. Do you have anyone in mind? He tried to recall, but none of the women he knew told him that they knew how to make witchcraft soup. Perhaps Liana would? However, Liana specialized in fragrance. As for other female alchemists, he could only think of Farina, Portia, and Kimberly from Dark Castle. These were the ones who were acquainted with Angor. There were also some who did not know him well or even had grudges against him, such as the basket witch and the grafting maniac. Angor did not consider them. However, as far as Angor knew, there was no one who knew how to make witchcraft soup. Kimberly was a mechanical alchemist, and she didn't spend a lot of time doing alchemy, so she could be excluded. Summerdew the basket witch and Eastsea the grafting maniac were both bioalchemists, so they could be excluded as well. Portia was an expert in perfumery, while Farina was an expert in water potion. Besides, Angor did not think that he would meet any of them in the near future. Anything else? Greya asked again. Angor shook his head. I know some female alchemists, but none of them know how to make witchcraft soup. Greya shrugged. Then this clue won't help you for now. Let's check out the other one. Greya pointed at the bottom left corner of the image. Angor looked at where Greya was pointing and saw a blood-stained boot under a pile of rubble. Someone must have been crushed by the rubble. As the creator of illusions, Angor had already found this clue. He had also carefully observed the boots, but he did not find anything wrong with them. The only thing worth noting was that the shape of the boots was a little old. The material of the boots and the tanning of the leather were very rough, somewhat like the processing methods of the ancient era. Apart from the boot, Greya also found several other clues. For example, a long-nosed animal that fell from the rubble, and a human bone that fell into a ravine. Angor also found these obvious clues. He even found information about long-nosed animals, which were common herbivores that lived in temperate regions. Such animals were widely distributed, and it was difficult to pinpoint their exact location. As for the human bone, Angor could not identify it. There were no clues either. When Angor thought that the potion pot was the only useful clue, Greya spoke again. I found something else as well. But I don't know if it's a clue or not. You can decide for yourself. Greya pointed at the sky in the image. Angor looked at the sky without much hope. Greya wasn't pointing at the giant eye in the sky. Instead, she was pointing at the edge of the sky, which looked like a mixture of red mist and red clouds. Angor didn't find anything strange about this place. Why did Greya suddenly point at this place? Look carefully. Don't you see a different shade of red at the edge of the sky? Greya pointed at the edge of the sky. Angor looked carefully and soon found the spot Greya was pointing at. There really was, the entire sky was red. The red color was not evenly distributed, but there was a clear gradient to it. But Greya was pointing at a different spot. The red color of the sky was dark red, but it was also a little dark, as if it was a remnant of blood. The place Greya was pointing at was bright red, and it even looked like it was flickering with fluorescent light. They were all red, but there was no gradient from dark red to bright red. This was what Greya meant by abnormality. Angor quietly observed the red area, trying to figure out what it meant. At first, he didn't find anything. But when he slowly outlined the shape of the red area in his mind. Huh? Angor frowned as if he noticed something. Did you think of something? Greya asked curiously. Angor did not answer right away. Instead, he reached out a finger and touched the image. As he moved his finger, a band of light appeared on the image. This belt of light outlined the leaping red in the sky that was obviously abnormal in color. He looked at Greya and asked, "What do you think this looks like?" Greya carefully observed the area Angor drew with the band of light. The two lines were not far apart from each other. They were sometimes parallel, sometimes crossed, sometimes bent, and sometimes folded. They looked irregular, but they also seem to be following some kind of logic. It looks like a long-bodied creature, like a snake? No, the lines are crossing each other. It's not a snake. Greya mumbled to herself. She felt something familiar, but she did not know how to explain it. In the end, Greya gave up and looked at Angor. If Angor drew it on purpose, it meant he already had an idea. Angor considered for a moment. Don't you think it looks like some kind of fabric? Fabric? You mean, the tailor's skills? Greya was surprised. Angor nodded. It looks like a fluttering in the wind. A scarf. Greya tried to compare the image of a scarf with the dancing red in the image. Slowly, the image of a scarf overlapped with the image. It does look like a dancing scarf. The two lines represent the width of the scarf. The crossing, bending, overlapping, are the shapes of the scarf after being disturbed by the wind. Greya nodded. But it's not necessarily a scarf. It could be a ribbon, or a torn piece of cloth. I think it's more like a scarf. Greya nodded. It's very likely. So, what do you think if it's a red scarf? Angor sank into his thoughts. He saw many people wearing scarves. He even wore one himself when he was a kid. However, in his memory box, there were not many people wearing scarves that could leave an impression on him. However, one of them left a deep impression on him. And this person just happened to be wearing a red scarf. This person was very special. His strength was at least at the legendary rank. The red scarf he was wearing was his biggest symbol. It was said to be a mystery item, and a mystery item that was half out of control. Above legendary? A half out of control mystery item? Greya looked at Angor in disbelief. Yes, his name is Zorn. He's a mysterious hunter from the Order Guild. Frost went on a quest with him, so I met him once in Dark Castle. When he tried to recall Zorn's image, his mind went blank. That person was in the dark void, and his clothes were also pitch black. The only thing that left a deep impression was the red scarf he was wearing. This red scarf covered half of Swen's face. Moreover, it was so long that it fluttered even though there was no wind. In the dark void, it was like a scarlet viper that was leaping in the dark, spying on you from the dark. It was hard to see where it was coming from. Zorn, mysterious hunter, above legendary. Greya repeated her words several times. I've always thought that the Eye of Doomsday couldn't do something like this, considering what I know. But it's possible if it's done by a legendary wizard. If the dancing red was really a scarf, and if it was really Zorn, then it was possible for Zhang Tai to make such a scene. Are you sure this is Zorn's scarf? Greya asked. Again. Angor pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'm not sure. But I think so. Never mind. It doesn't matter. We don't have any other possibilities for now, so just assume it's Zorn's scarf for now. Greya asked, do you have any useful information after confirming that it's Zorn's scarf? I don't know anything about Zorn. I only know that he and Frost are members of the Order, and Zorn was sent by the Order to help Frost. Because Frost tried to take back the mystery, but failed. Angor paused as if he thought of something. According to Frost, after escaping from the box of reincarnation, Frost told the Order about what happened to him and asked for reinforcements. That was how Zorn came. In other words, both Zorn and Frost went to retrieve the box of rebirth. It had nothing to do with him, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, when he came to the research center of Floating Mech City, he learned about it. If he wasn't mistaken, the box of rebirth was made by Evosprit. More importantly, Evosprit was Alex, the man Angor met in the confinement garden. Now that he thought about it, Angor did have something to do with the box of rebirth. According to Frost's description of the reincarnation box, one would need to go through at least 20 small cycles of reincarnation before they could leave. According to the time, Zorn and Frost should still be experiencing reincarnation. Unless they were extremely lucky, every time they went through a small space and time was very simple. But luck aside, Zorn was still inside the box of rebirth. In other words, there was a high chance that the image was inside the box of rebirth. Dodoro said that this picture was related to me. Did it mean that I would enter the box of reincarnation in the future? No way. Angor knew that he wasn't the kind of person who would risk his own life. Even Frost had a hard time escaping from the box of rebirth. Unless, he wasn't going there with his real body. For example, Angor used the Gate of Illusion to enter the box of rebirth and met Alex there. Angor believed that it was possible for something like this to happen. But the chances of that happening were slim. Last time, he got off by accident and entered the confinement garden. Next time, when the Gate of Illusion was fully charged, he wouldn't necessarily jump off. And even if he did, he wouldn't be able to locate the Gate of Illusion. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. What are you thinking about? Grea's voice pulled Angor out of his reverie. I think I know where the image is. Grea's eyes lit up. Where is it? Angor shook his head. Grea didn't care since she didn't have much to do with this anyway. It's fine if you don't tell me. Since you know where it is, try not to go there. You'll be fine as long as you don't go there. Angor nodded. I understand. I'm not going to get myself killed. Prophecies weren't meant to be. Many prophets trembled at the sight of the demon god, but in the end, the demon god didn't come. A prophecy was just one of the many choices one could make in the future. Like a fork in the road, one could choose to go left or right. Angor wasn't sure if his prophecy was real or not, but as long as he didn't do anything stupid and avoid it, the prophecy wouldn't come. With this thought in mind, Angor felt a lot more relaxed about the Eye of Doomsday. According to his guess, Zorn should still be in the reincarnation box, which meant that Frost should not have come out yet. Angor didn't expect Zorn to come out alive, but he still hoped that Frost could escape. After all, Frost was one of the few powerful wizards he could talk to. After sending Grea away, he closed his eyes and thought for a while. He immersed all his thoughts in his mind space, which was fixed by the axis of the universe. Next, he focused his attention on the spirit model above the singularity. To be more precise, he was looking at the first spell slot in the model, Gate of Illusion. The basic effect of the Gate of Illusion was short-distance teleportation, which was a very practical skill. It could be used to save one's life or as a surprise attack. Apart from that, the Gate of Illusion also had another special effect. Half of the Gate of Illusion was created in a strange space using a special energy, while the other half was created using ordinary methods in the wizarding world. The special energy granted the Gate of Illusion a special effect. It allowed the user to open a strange tunnel and travel through time using an illusion spell. However, there was a limit to the effect. The Gate of Illusion could only be opened when the special energy was fully charged. Although the special energy was constantly recovering, the speed of recovery was not fast. Angor focused on the Gate of Illusion because he wanted to see how much the special energy had been replenished. The reason why he wanted to check the level of the special energy was because the last time he opened the illusory door, he should have gone to the reincarnation box. But if Dodoro's prophecy was true, then the only possibility was that he used the Gate of Illusion to enter the chest of reincarnation. Soon, Angor saw the result. The special energy had covered almost 60% of the Gate of Illusion. At this rate, it would take him another month and a half to 2 months to activate the Gate of Rebirth. He looked at the Gate of Illusion and tried to come up with a plan in his mind. First, he would never go to the box of reincarnation in the real world. So, should he use the Gate of Illusion to avoid using it for now? Angor's answer without hesitation was a definite no. The test record of the Gate of Illusion was something he had been working on for a long time. If he wanted to enrich the record, he needed a lot of data. Therefore, once the Gate of Illusion's special ability was fully used, he would activate it immediately. The second question was, after activating the Gate of Illusion, was there really a chance to enter the box of reincarnation? Angor wasn't sure's answer to this question. After he entered the illusory door, he did not use his real body, but his illusory body, so he did not have to worry about death. Therefore, even if Dodoro's prophecy came true, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. But did he really need to go there? Angor considered for a moment. There were things he wanted to know about the box of rebirth. For example, Alex's future. Since Angor joined the research department, Alex was very likely to be Evo. If there was a chance, Angor would like to see how Evo was doing. Another example was the core structure of the box of rebirth. As an alchemist, Angor was very curious about the box of rebirth. However, he was also curious about the final destination of the strange tunnel. In other words, the answer to whether or not he should go to the box of rebirth was either yes or no. Angor considered for a moment and decided to let nature take its course. He wasn't sure if he would be able to reach the box of rebirth after entering the strange tunnel. The last time he entered the box of reincarnation was by accident. He accidentally got off the carriage and ended up inside the box of rebirth. The next time he used the gate of illusion, he might not be able to do the same thing again. Angor couldn't remember where he got off the train. Even if he did enter the box of rebirth, he wouldn't die. He could always return to his real body. At most, he would lose the special effect of the gate of illusion. He could always wait for another half a year. He decided to let nature take its course and removed his thoughts from his mind space. He would worry about the future later. For now, he needed to focus on the matter at hand. Even if the gate of illusion was going to open, it would take at least half a month. With that in mind, Angor put aside Dodoro's prophecy and focused on his own business. Angor spent the next few days in peace. Rain kept his promise and didn't tell anyone about Angor's return. No one came to disturb Angor while he was at Phantom Island. During this time, Angor put aside all unnecessary thoughts and focused on settling his mind. There were a lot of things he needed to focus on. However, Angor also knew that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. He would start from the most basic and essential parts. The first thing he needed to focus on was his self-knowledge. For other adepts, self-knowledge was a journey of the soul. But for Angor, self-knowledge wasn't just about understanding one's idealism. He also needed to analyze and organize all the abilities he already had. For example, Angor already had a lot of abilities. He could use them in simple ways, but he couldn't fully integrate them into his body because he didn't know enough about them yet. In the eyes of others, this was a strange and absurd matter. But it didn't sound strange to Angor. His right eye, his right hand, and the green runes, he had a general idea about them, but he couldn't really understand them yet. Most of these abilities were obtained when he was still an apprentice, and they were already beyond his comprehension. Also, he didn't have time to study them. Therefore, he planned to spend some time analyzing these abilities and assimilating them into his own power system. Angor decided to focus on the green pattern system, which mainly focused on projecting bloodlines. This system was the most unfamiliar part of all the abilities he knew so far. He planned to divide the study into 3 steps. First, he would record the ability, then analyze how it worked, and finally, decipher the green pattern. Angor knew it would take a long time to figure it out. Especially the last step, deciphering the green pattern. He had experience before, so he knew it would take a long time. Maybe 1 month, 2 months, or even half a year, or even longer. It would take a long time, but Angor had to do it. This was related to his own ability. He couldn't just use it without knowing why. Even if he could use the green pattern ability, he would not be able to call himself a wizard if he simply used it without finding out the reason behind it. A wizard had to abandon easy life and pursue the truth of everything. What was the difference between not finding out the truth and some lucky people who got a special ability and became complacent about it? It would take a long time to study this topic thoroughly. In other words, this was going to be a long battle. Angor was already prepared for this topic to affect his peaceful life. After deciding on his research goal, Angor took out his notebook. He planned to start with the one he had been studying for the longest time, his right hand. Time flew. 3 days passed just like that. When Angor noticed that the ink on his desk had run out, he finally looked up from his desk. 3 days? Angor mumbled. He stretched his body and summoned 2 light blue hands of spell to massage his stiff shoulders. When he felt less tired, he prepared to continue. However, he did not take out a new bottle of ink right away. Instead, he put down his pen and picked up the notebook full of notes. He turned to the first page and carefully read it. During these 3 days, Angor recorded all the known abilities of his right hand. He also sorted out the related effects of the green pattern. He even developed a new set of green pattern data. Actually, the green pattern had always been attached to his right hand. It was just that Angor was too weak to study it, so he did not know what it meant. Now that he was a wizard, he began to analyze the green pattern data in an orderly manner. It was much easier than before. The effects of the green pattern that he did not understand in the past were slowly being deciphered. The content of the green pattern was temporarily put aside. Angor looked at the notes about the projected bloodline. There were about 30 pages in total, and they were very detailed. Since Angor was not the only one who was studying the bloodline, Sunders was also helping him, so Angor was the first one to finish sorting out the information. Purely from the projected bloodline, it did not bring much power to his right hand. Angor's right hand looked bigger than before, but his bloodline actually strengthened his body as a whole. For example, strength, speed, defense, and so on were all strengthened. However, the enhancement wasn't that great. Compared to the bloodlines of other adepts, the enhancement wasn't that great. However, there were also benefits to projecting one's bloodline. Firstly, it was absolutely compatible with the main body, and there would be no rejection when the bloodline fused. This was the result of Sunders' research long ago. Secondly, according to his own research, the projected bloodline was also the key to carrying the green lines. Although the projected bloodline had very little effect on the main body and didn't have any bloodline talent, the projected bloodline had no effect on the main body. The corresponding parts that can be activated by the projected bloodline can bear the green patterns. For example, Angor's right hand, right forearm, and right eye all had the same green patterns around them. The green patterns carried by the projected bloodline could bring strange effects, which made up for the lack of bloodline talent. For example, Angor had already deciphered the data of a certain green pattern: release, passage, door. Activating the green pattern would allow Angor to release nightmare aura for a long time. The green rune effect was what Sunders wanted the most. If Sunders wanted to use nightmare illusions to combine nightmare aura and illusions, he would need a nightmare stone. Angor, on the other hand, did not need such a stone. He could simply activate the green pattern to release nightmare aura. This was only one of the data of the green pattern, and it already had such an effect. If Angor could decipher more green patterns, he would gain more abilities. The combination of these green patterns would give him the green pattern system. Since Angor had been studying his right hand for a long time, he basically skipped the first 2 steps of the 3-step research. Instead, he spent most of his time on the 3rd step, which was to decipher the green patterns. Apart from the green patterns he already deciphered, he also managed to decipher another green pattern on his right hand. So far, Angor had deciphered 3 levels of the green pattern. The lowest level was still door. According to Angor's speculation, the word door was just a decoration, which meant door to the nightmare realm. In other words, the green pattern needed nightmare aura from the nightmare realm as its power source. The second data, which was also the middle level, was passage, which represented the output channel of nightmare aura. The outermost data was also the most important one. After some experiments, Angor named it compression. So far, the order of the data was as follows: compression, passage, and door. Just as its name suggested, it could compress the nightmare aura in the air. Speaking of which, Sunders did some research on nightmare aura before, and one of his experiments included compression. Unfortunately, Sunders could not compress nightmare aura no matter how hard he tried. Gas could be compressed, but the strange energy contained in nightmare aura could not be affected by any external force. In the end, Angor's experiment succeeded with the green pattern method. Using the new green pattern, Angor could compress nightmare aura up to 3 cubic meters, which would form an extremely dense aura cluster. Perhaps this aura cluster could be further compressed, but Angor did not test it out yet. The expansion of the compressed nightmare aura was not his current research topic yet. Apart from compress, the green rune system on his right hand now had the following functions: contain, which allowed him to absorb and store nightmare aura; release, which allowed him to release nightmare aura; and bind, which allowed him to dissolve and fuse his nightmare domain with his target. Angor believed that he could learn more if he kept studying it. Angor spent the next 2 days studying the green patterns on his right hand, hoping to further enrich his knowledge. He was certain that there were still several unfamiliar green patterns on his right hand. But this time, his research did not go as smoothly as before. The strange patterns were extremely complicated. Angor had already created a server in his mind space using his super brain, but it was still not easy for him to study them thoroughly. After 2 days, Angor's research progress was no more than 2% of a single green pattern. Angor recorded the progress in his notebook and paused his research. Although he was prepared for a long battle, he planned to research this kind of complicated green pattern last. He wanted to construct his own ability system first before thinking about anything else. His right hand was the first part of his body to study. Apart from a few unfamiliar green patterns, he was almost done with them. Next, he turned his attention to his right forearm and began to observe it thoroughly. Not long after he began his research, a series of banging noises drew his attention away. It came from his pocket. He took out a silver gear-shaped button from his pocket and placed it on his palm. The button was glowing with a faint light, and the sound came from the center of the button, as if someone was knocking on a door. He rubbed the surface of the button, and a mini signal tower appeared in front of him. He quickly checked the internal structure of the signal tower and noticed that he was being contacted by the public signal tower of floating mech city. It was either Muse or Lawson. Is there news from the Germinal organization? Angor turned on the signal tower. Angor's pupils shrank when he saw a face that made him widen his eyes in shock. Master Mitra? Angor couldn't help but sit up straight. Sitting opposite him was an old man with orange hair. He was one of the members of the R&D department, Mitra the potion maker. What, are you surprised to see me? As Mitra spoke, he twirled his beard, which was burnt during the experiment, with a grin on his face. Angor nodded quickly. Yes, I am. Is this your new look? Mitra asked. Sort of. I'm going to lay low for a while. Mitra's eyes flickered. He didn't continue the topic, but he already knew why Angor wanted to keep a low profile. How did Master Mitra know that the mini-signal tower is here? Of course it was Dean Muse who told me. After a short pause, Mitra muttered to himself, that guy just told me this morning that he gave you the signal tower. If he had told me earlier, I would have been able to ask you about the ruins a few days ago when I was trying to overcome a certain alchemy obstacle. So, did Master Mitra overcome his alchemy problem? Mitra nodded and sighed. It took me a lot of effort. In the end, I had to ask Kusilio for help. I didn't help much, but feel free to contact me if you need my help in the future, Angor said in a serious tone. The most respected wizard in floating mech city was Mitra. Mitra had given him a lot of help, so Angor was more than happy to help the old man in any way he could. Then I'll be bothering you more often from now on. Anytime. Mitra stroked his beard and gave Angor a comforting look. As expected, you're my favorite wizard in the research department. Mitra chuckled and calmed down a little. Let's get down to business. Do you know why I'm here? Dean Muse? Mitra told Angor that Mitra only found out about the mini-signal tower from Muse this morning, so Angor assumed that Muse asked Mitra to contact him. Yes, he did ask me to look for you. Angor quickly realized that Muse must have something to do with the Germinal organization. However, he was wrong this time. I'm here because the Falvens family has sent word that Lydia has returned. Angor didn't expect this. When he was still in floating mech city, he promised Greya that he would help her find Houston, so he asked Muse to ask about Lydia's whereabouts. Later, Muse contacted the Falvens family through the signal tower, but Lydia wasn't there at the moment. He had almost forgotten about it. Now that he heard about Lydia's return, he didn't expect to hear about it at all. Are you still going to contact Lydia? If you want, I can arrange a meeting for you. Of course, it will be through the signal tower. Mitra asked. Angor nodded. Thank you. Mitra waved a hand. All right. I'll contact her now and see when she has time to talk to you. With that, Mitra cut off the connection. After waiting for Mitra to cut off the connection, Angor extended his spirit feelers until he reached the small house by the lake at the center of the manor. He saw Greya sitting on a sun chair, enjoying the sun while combing Toby's fur. He didn't hide his spirit feelers, so Greya sensed his presence immediately. She raised her eyes lazily. I heard from Butler Good that you would be in seclusion for a while. You're done with your research in less than a week? My research is still in its early stages. But I'm here to talk to you about something else. Yes? Greya asked. Lydia is back at Falvens. Greya stood up abruptly, which startled Toby quite a bit. In the next second, Greya disappeared from the spot and reappeared inside Angor's study. did Lydia reply. Greya didn't even have time to change out of her thin sundress. She placed both hands on the desk and leaned toward Angor. Lydia hasn't replied yet, but... Angor told Lydia what Mitra told him earlier. So you're saying Lydia will contact you through the signal tower? Greya quickly realized what Angor was trying to say. Angor nodded. If I'm not mistaken. I see. Greya narrowed her eyes as she thought of something. Before he could ask, a large amount of smoke appeared around Greya's body. When the smoke dissipated, Angor saw an enormous monster of flesh standing in front of him. Greya's purple dress was stretched so tight that it looked like it was going to split open. Her face was covered in thick makeup. Her red lips and wavy hair were all showing how Greya used to be. What do you think? Is there anything wrong with this illusion? Greya's voice became hoarse to match the illusion. Greya had lost her physical body, and polymorph was bound to her skin, so she could only use illusions to create this appearance. Greya's basic illusions were quite good. At least, Angor didn't see anything wrong with them. Why did you use illusions? Angor was a little confused. I'm here to talk to Lydia about Houston. Of course I have to pretend to be serious, Greya said matter-of-factly. Dress up? That's what you call dress up. Angor really wanted to complain about Greya's obsession with her Meat Mountain image. But before he could think about it, the signal tower rang again. Before Angor could turn on the screen, he heard some rustling noise behind him. He turned around and saw Greya taking out a dark fairy tale-style throne of spades out of nowhere. Greya leaned against her throne lazily while playing with a few spades cards in her hand. She looked relaxed, but her attention was actually on the screen. Is this really necessary? Angor looked at Greya, who was already using the throne of spades, and complained in his mind. You don't understand. Greya covered her red lips with a card and looked at Angor with an indecipherable expression. Fine, I don't understand. But don't you think this seat doesn't fit my study? Angor couldn't help but remind her. Greya tilted her head and looked around. Angor's study was designed in a typical nobleman's style. Most of the furniture was dark ochre. Occasionally, there would be some bright mahogany. Indeed, her throne of spades didn't match. Greya considered for a moment and said, "Help me. I can use illusions to protect myself, but Lydia might see through my background." Why do you have to do this? Greya did not answer. You don't understand. Again, she tried to brush him off. Angor looked at Greya's stubbornness and sighed deeply. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. A ripple of energy appeared under his feet and spread across the entire study like a shockwave. Greya's vision blurred for a second, and the world around her dimmed. She looked around and saw a dark church covered in rose patterns. The throne of spades was right in front of the church, and behind it was a window with a black background. It looked strange and solemn, which perfectly fit Greya's throne of spades style. Thank you. Greya smiled at Angor, but the next second, she put away her smile and put on an indifferent look. It seemed that Greya was ready to fight Lydia. He turned on the screen and saw Greya's face. Greya lifted her head slightly and gave Angor an arrogant look. Oh? Isn't this Greya? You're back to your old look? Actually, I think you looked even prettier than before. An old man's voice sounded from the screen. Not Lydia? Greya looked down and saw Mitra's red-haired face on the screen. Where are you? It looks like a church. Mitra's voice was still coming. Angor noticed that Greya was about to lose her composure. He quickly went to the screen and explained why he needed to set up a church. Mitra didn't know what Greya was thinking either. Greya did the right thing. Just stay out of it. A gentle female voice came from beside Mitra. Is Lady Yilia nearby? Mitra stroked his beard and nodded. She took Toya to buy tickets for Sherry's magic show. She knew I was at the signal tower, so she dropped by to look for me. As soon as Mitra finished his words, a chubby little thing rushed to the center of the screen. This little fatty with totem tattoos on his face was none other than Tu Yao. Toya pointed at the card in Greya's hand with a chubby finger. It's a card. I want poker cards too. A pair of well-maintained hands reached out from the side, grabbed Toya's collar, and dragged him out of the screen's range. At the same time, Angor heard Lady Yilia scolding Toya. Don't mind them. Let's get back to business. Mitra didn't look at Toya. Instead, he looked at Angor. I just contacted the Falvens for you. They said they need to make some preparations and use my signal tower to contact you. Angor nodded. In other words, Floating Mech City's Signal Tower 1 would act as a medium to connect him and the Falvens. This was a common practice when both parties didn't know each other's signal tower. What did they say? Mitra shook his head. Who knows? Maybe they're going to ask Lydia. While Mitra was talking, a series of beeping sounds came from the other side of the screen. Mitra looked down and said, The Farwenses have contacted me. Should I connect them to you now? Sure. Angor nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen made a Z sound, and the scene changed. A sea of fiery red appeared in the center of the screen. He tried to take a closer look, but Greya suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. What? 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 Greya suddenly tapped on Angor's shoulder. Angor looked back and saw Greya pointing to the side with her index finger. She was clearly telling him to step aside. Angor considered. Greya would be the one to negotiate with Houston the eyeless man anyway. It didn't matter if he was there or not. With that in mind, he stepped aside and let Greya see what was going on. Angor could still see what was happening on the screen. He thought he saw flower petals, and he was right. When the fiery light faded away, a red lotus garden appeared in front of him under the fiery glow of the sunset. He finally understood why Greya was so stubborn about it. Compared to Greya, Lydia was even more exaggerated. Lydia was wearing a bright red dress. She was standing in the middle of the red lotus garden with bare feet. Her makeup was so thick that she looked like a ghost baron who just sucked blood. Together with the crimson light and the countless blooming red lotuses in the garden, she looked strangely beautiful. Flower petals were drifting in the wind. Lydia looked like a temptress amidst the rain of petals. Her every move was gorgeous. Angor didn't know what to say. He had seen Lydia before. She was arrogant and wicked, but he had never seen her this pompous. Greya gave Angor a look that said, Do you understand now? It's not that I want to do this, but I can't lose. Isn't this Greya? I thought I contacted Angor. Why? Lydia's voice came from the screen. I'm sure you know why I contacted you, Miss Lydia. The eyeless man has something to do with Greya, so I won't show up. Greya will talk to you, Angor explained. Lydia looked a little disappointed, but she quickly covered it up and focused on Greya. By the way, I heard a rumor about you. Oh? Greya was still playing with her cards when she glanced at Angor. Lydia said, I heard that you've been using other forms. I heard that you've lost your body? Clearly, he was implying that Greya's current appearance was all an act. Greya chuckled nonchalantly. It doesn't matter whether I lost my body or not. Even without it, I can still walk my path as a wizard. It won't affect my ability to create spells. As for appearances, you'll use whatever makes you feel the most comfortable. You don't have to create a fake one. Lydia narrowed her eyes. Is that so? Of course. Their conversation seemed calm and peaceful, but Angor felt that something was going on between the two of them. As Greya and Lydia continued their conversation, Angor was sure that he was right. Between the two of them, it wasn't just sparks, it was practically lightning, it was like a war without smoke. As they talked, they tested each other's bottom line. At the same time, they used the calmest but most direct words to viciously attack each other's weakness. They also used concern to cover up the malice in their words. The victim still had a smile on her face even though she felt suffocated. It was just that her smile did not reach her eyes. Everyone was scheming and plotting against each other. Angor listened for a while but did not hear them talking about the eyeless man. They were just exchanging their rumors. However, Angor was sure that most of the rumors about the man were true. Rumors could only be fanned in public. In a one-on-one fight, these two witches could not even scratch each other's itches. Angor could only sigh in his mind as he watched the stalemate between the two witches. What a terrifying battle between witches. Angor held on for about 5 minutes before he decided to leave the study and leave the battle to the two witches who were clearly prepared for it. Angor did not know where to go after leaving the study. He thought for a moment and decided to go to the magic hut beside the lake. This was Grea's temporary residence. The window of the room was open when Angor arrived. Through the window, he saw Azaz cooking something on the kitchen counter. There wasn't any aroma coming from the dish, but he could already feel his mouth watering just by looking at the gourmet energy waves spreading out from the dish. Toby was not the only one who was looking for food. At this moment, it was squatting on the table at the side of the kitchen, looking at Aziz with eager eyes. Its saliva had even dripped onto the table. Angor came to Toby's hut because he wanted to spend some time chatting with Toby. But now, it seemed that Toby was not interested in chatting. His eyes almost fell onto Azaz's hand. "Don't worry. Your fish is almost done," Azaz spoke in a gentle voice. Toby quickly nodded. Angor sighed and showed a regretful expression. "So it's just dried fish." If it was any other food, he might be able to scrounge up some, but the dried fish was definitely reserved for Toby. It was no wonder that this fellow was unable to move even after seeing him. Angor shook his head and decided not to disturb Aziz. He went to Grea's sunbathing spot and sat down to enjoy his leisure time. The gentle breeze, the moist fragrance of the earth, and the warm sunshine. Everything was so beautiful. It would be even better if there wasn't a single leaf swaying in front of his eyes. This was a leaf that had fallen from an unknown place. It was spinning in the air, but it did not fall to the ground. Instead, it kept hovering around Angor to show its existence. "Mr. Tree Spirit, why are you here?" Angor exhaled deeply and sat up from the sun chair. The floating leaf stopped in front of Angor and released a faint light. A familiar voice came from the leaf. "I'm starting to miss the old Angor." He didn't know what Tree Spirit was trying to do. Tree Spirit did not explain further and changed the topic. "I'm here to talk to you about the recent rumors in the organization." Of course, the rumors were about Angor. Tree Spirit did not tell anyone about Angor's return, but it was impossible to hide the fact that Sunders was in Puppet Asylum. After all, Sunders was still a hot topic, and it was impossible not to pay attention to him. Now that Sunders was back, Angor would become a hot topic again. "Many wizards have already guessed that you're back," Tree Spirit said. "As long as they don't interrupt me, they'll figure it out." "I'm not talking about how they guessed that you're back. It's a lot of them." Tree Spirit's voice suddenly became serious. "I thought that the person who guessed it only needed to understand that you wanted to keep a low profile and not spread the news. However, I still underestimated your influence. When someone guessed that you had returned, there were already many voices in the organization guessing where you were because of this invisible public opinion effect. Guesses were not important. What was important was that there were only a few places where Angor could stay. Phantom Island, Apprentice Town, and the Tributary. If the Germinal organization really wanted to get rid of Angor and used Loser's Arrow, they could easily locate Angor's location. This was why Tree Spirit came to Angor. "You'd better go somewhere else, and it can't be the place you used to be," said Tree Spirit. Angor considered for a moment and nodded seriously. It was unlikely that the Germinal organization was targeting him, but he still needed to be careful. "Do you have a place in mind?" Tree Spirit asked. "I don't know yet." "Then why don't you go to a ruin?" Tree Spirit noticed Angor's surprised look and explained, "Don't worry. The ruin I'm talking about is close to Rain's ruin, but it's not a special ruin. It's an abandoned laboratory of a senior from Brute Cavern." According to Tree Spirit, the ruin was highly confidential and only a few people knew about it. There was no danger inside, and there were plenty of experiment instruments left behind. They were old, but still usable. Angor could stay in the ruin safely, and he could use the instruments to do his experiments. Besides, Rain recommended the ruin to him. Angor considered for a moment and agreed. Tree Spirit and Rain would not harm him. Besides, he needed to do some experiments, and a secret place was the best option. Tree Spirit did not leave after telling Angor the location of the ruin. Instead, he asked curiously, "Why are you sunbathing here? Or are you still pretending to be lazy and undisciplined?" "So Mr. Tree Spirit also knows that sunbathing is laziness," Angor said in a meaningful tone. "You're lazy, but I'm different. I'm a tree, so of course I need to sunbathe," Tree Spirit said matter-of-factly. Angor opened his mouth but could not find a way to refute. In the end, he gave up and told Tree Spirit the reason. Tianjin, I see. Tree Spirit nodded. You can't stand their bickering, so you came out? Angor nodded. They said they're going to get Eyeless back. But they never talked about him. All they did was attack each other. I can't stand it. Tree Spirit didn't seem surprised at all. It's fine. They know how to deal with each other. Sharp arrows and soft knives, they can see them clearly and know how to deal with them. Wait until the tea party, and you'll know what true terror is. Tree Spirit didn't attend the tea party himself, but the witches from Brute Cavern did. When they returned, Tree Spirit heard about it. Just by listening to these rumors, Tree Spirit felt terrified. The tea party isn't just a gathering of information. It's also a rumor mill where people fight for the right to speak. It's also a battlefield where people kill each other. Even if there's no smoke, the smell of gunpowder inside is just as intense as any other battlefield. Tree Spirit's words made Angor feel that something terrible was about to happen. If Greya and Lydia could hurt each other so much, Angor could only imagine how terrifying the tea party would be. Luckily, the tea party was for witches. Men were not allowed to attend. So Mr. Tree Spirit, you don't want to hold the tea party, do you? Tree Spirit nodded. Yes. But we still have to hold the tea party. It'll be great if it's not in the mirror world. And if it has to be, it better not be near the Tree of Eternity. I can't stand it. Right. How about we develop a large ruin outside and use it as a gathering point? Tree Spirit raised his voice as if he thought this was a great idea. Alright, I'll go talk to Leona. After that, the leaves that were floating in the air fell to the ground. There was no more sound. Obviously, Tree Spirit had left. Angor picked up the leaf and twirled it in his hand. He chuckled as he thought of something. I'm afraid Mr. Tree Spirit's idea won't work out. Angor had talked to Leona before, so he knew what kind of person she was. She didn't show it on her face, but he knew she had a slight OCD. Therefore, Tree Spirit's suggestion might work for other wizards who did not care about the occasion. But for Leona, who wanted everything to be perfect and even ritualistic, it was impossible. In addition, Leona was a very responsible person. Since she was the one hosting the tea party, her sense of responsibility would not allow her to fool around. Tree Spirit would definitely be rejected. Now that he thought about it, he could understand Tree Spirit's decision. When the tea party was held, the other wizards could stay in their rooms and ignore what was going on outside. Tree Spirit, however, was different. Tree Spirit's mental tentacles would spread out along the branches of the Tree of Eternity, and what he would see and hear would be hundreds or even thousands of times worse than the mental battle between Greya and Lydia. More importantly, Tree Spirit could not run away from it. Many witches would gather at the same time, and Tree Spirit would be responsible for maintaining the safety of the witches and keeping an eye on the taboo. Tree Spirit could not help himself in such a situation. It couldn't be helped. After all, it was impossible for the tea party not to be held. Such a grand event couldn't be held in a random place. If Tree Spirit wanted to escape, there were only two ways. First, find a better venue. But that was impossible. The Parmajai Highlands were filled with danger, and there was nowhere else Leona could find. Second, Lady Mirror would be the host. Mirror Lady was a female psychologically. She was patient and liked the conversations in the tea party. As a mirror spirit in the mirror world, she could observe the world and monitor the safety of the tea party. Therefore, Mirror Lady could replace Tree Spirit to lead the tea party. Unfortunately, Lady Mirror was still asleep. There was no sign of her waking up yet. Angor could only feel sorry for Tree Spirit in his mind. 10 minutes later, Angor checked the study again. Greya and Lydia were still exchanging glances. Angor sighed and decided to rest for a while. Since Toby was guarding Azaz's dried fish, Angor decided not to disturb them. He closed his eyes and entered the dream wasteland through the dream bridge. It was the first time Foundation City received rain since the beginning of autumn. It was only a light drizzle, but it still caused ripples to appear on the dried-up river. In this misty weather, an airship flew into the city center from outside. The residents of Foundation City looked up with longing in their eyes. Airships were the only means of transportation to get out of the city. Unfortunately, only bastard lab workers could use them. The airship stopped at the top of Firmament Tower. The door was opened, and a ladder rolled down. A young man with short, curly hair and dark circles under his eyes walked down the ladder while yawning. "Do you need an umbrella, Mr. Tis-san?" Footsteps sounded from behind, and a man in full armor followed Freud out of the airship. Freud shook his head and looked at the Firmament Tower. "It's only 10 meters away." "No need." Freud walked down the ladder with the armored man following behind him. "You don't have to. Go back to your lab. Cell is your night, Mr. Tis-san. I need to protect you." The man was Cell, the one who changed his mind because of the House of Heart. "Like I said, you're not loyal to me. You're loyal to the people of Foundation City. Besides, there's no danger here. I don't need your protection." Cell didn't say anything and remained half-kneeling on the ground. "Go back to your lab. Your brother needs you," Freud said again. Seeing that Cell still didn't move, Freud rubbed his temples. He used to think that Cell was smart, but why was he so stubborn now? "That's an order." Cell nodded hesitantly and returned to the airship. Freud walked to the platform at the top of Firmament Tower in the drizzle. He had no choice. He had been working in Bastard Lab for 3 days straight. No matter how strong his spirit was, he couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to hurry back to his office, take out the black soft fur blanket from the cupboard, spread it on the floor, and sleep. Freud didn't pay attention to the airship that had already flown away. He hurried to his office and yawned as he opened the door. As soon as Freud entered the room, his expression froze. A tall man with a cold expression was sitting in his office. "Mr. Phantom?" Sunders looked up and saw the dark circles under Freud's eyes. "You've been working hard lately." Freud scratched his head and didn't know how to respond. "Did Angor come here in the past 2 days?" "Nope," Freud answered without thinking. Sunders considered for a moment. "If he comes, tell him I have something to discuss with him." Freud nodded. But he suddenly remembered something. Didn't Angor go back to Brute Cavern with Sunders in the real world? Why would Sunders come to talk to him alone? Angor is training in seclusion these days. Freud was puzzled, but Sunders seemed to know what was going on in his mind. Sunders didn't want to disturb Angor because he needed to. But now, Sunders was wondering if Angor would come to the Dream Wasteland during his free time, which was why he asked Freud to deliver the message. "I see. I'll let you know as soon as you enter the Dream Wasteland, Mr. Pat." Freud nodded. "Mr. Pat, I'll inform you as soon as possible." Sunders nodded and stood up to leave. Just as Sanders opened the door and walked out, his ears twitched and he stopped in his tracks. When he opened the door just now, he seemed to have heard the sound of a door opening. Also, did the door open come from Freud's office? Sunders looked back and saw Angor coming in from the balcony of Firmament Tower. Sunders raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Freud didn't expect Angor to show up either. He looked at Sunders and Angor and didn't know what to say. Angor did not think too much about it. He looked at Sunders in surprise. "Professor? Why are you here?" Sunders returned to his room and closed the door behind him. "Why don't you tell me about yourself first?" "Tree Spirit told me you're training in seclusion?" "Yeah, I'm in seclusion right now. But the mini-signal tower went off just now." Angor briefly told Sunders what was going on outside. Sunders didn't mind the bickering between Lydia and Greya. When he made sure Angor was free, he said, "You came at the right time. I have something to talk to you about." Angor sat down in front of Sunders so that he could hear what the professor wanted to say. "I'll excuse myself for a moment," Freud said. "No need. You'll know what I'm going to tell you eventually anyway. I've spent the last 2 days in Puppet Asylum, and I've completed the last part of the macroscopic data." Angor's eyes lit up. He knew that Sunders was studying energy in order to bring the Dream Wasteland to a new era. Of course, Angor knew what Sunders meant. "Instructor, you mean, we can activate it now?" Sunders shook his head. "I need to wait for a few more days. I still need to figure out the parameters of the energy system, as well as the upper limit of the authority. As long as it's within my limit, I'll be able to use the Scroll of Luck to obtain a new authority." Last time, Freud's celestial shift power dissipated because he chose a power that exceeded the limit of what he could handle. Although he could use the tree of authority to control weather changes, he still felt a little disappointed. This time, Sunders had to make sure that all the relevant authorities were controlled by his side. After all, this was an authority that could bring about a new era. If Sunders allowed the Dream Wasteland to construct its own energy system, they might not be able to use it properly. I understand. I'll wait for the good news, Professor. To make sure my data is accurate, I need you to do me a favor. Sunders paused and looked at Freud. I hope Freud can try to fuse an authority. I'll give you a limited range of authority so that Freud won't suffer the same fate as last time. You want to collect data about authority tolerance, sir? Angor quickly realized what was going on. Yes. I'm fine with it. Let's see if Freud agrees. Freud was more than willing to learn something similar to a law in the Dream Wasteland. He had been regretting ever since he missed the chance to learn celestial shift. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he nodded without hesitation. I'll help you choose a limited range of authority. Or, you can tell me what authority you want, and I'll calculate whether you can handle it. Freud hesitated. You don't need to answer me right away. Think about what you want first. You can tell me when I enter the Dream Wasteland next time. Freud nodded. He didn't mind asking Sunders for help, but he preferred to do it himself. What he wanted was something beneficial to the residents of the Dream Wasteland, as well as something that could help the future of the Dream Wasteland. The next time I come should be tomorrow night, or the day after tomorrow, said Sunders. This was also for Angor's benefit. Angor's opinion was the most important thing, and he still needed Angor's approval to decide what kind of authority it was. Are you sure Freud's data alone is enough? I'll hold on for a bit, I should be able to handle another authority. Sunders considered for a moment. Your data isn't accurate. Huh? After I obtained the energy level restriction authority, I carefully speculated about the authority. According to the data I gathered, no one below legendary level should be able to fuse with the core of the tree of authority. But you succeeded, so your data can't be used as evidence for your endurance. Of course, it's your own choice whether you want to accept the new authority or not. I see. I'll think about it. Sunders didn't leave right away. Instead, he asked about Angor's seclusion training. If Angor had any questions, Sunders could use this chance to answer them. However, Sunders didn't say anything when he heard that Angor was focusing on studying green patterns. Green patterns were something Sunders envied, but he couldn't master them. He couldn't help Angor in this regard. Sunders might not be able to help him with the green pattern system, but Angor still needed to focus on the soul journey in the end. In this regard, Sunders was an expert. In the next few minutes, Sunders explained how to settle his mind in detail. He even used his own experience as an example. Angor couldn't copy Sunders' method, but he did learn a lot from it. About 10 minutes later, Sunders stopped. He had told Angor everything he needed to know. The rest was up to Angor. When Angor was almost done digesting the information, Sunders suddenly asked, "By the way, you said you found a new green pattern?" "Yes. It's a green pattern called compression on the surface. I don't know what it's used for yet. However, the subsequent layers of this green pattern were similar to the hold and release green pattern. It should also be a type of green pattern with auxiliary effects. I'll need to analyze it for more details." Compression, huh? Sunders sighed. I once did an experiment to compress nightmare aura, but it ended in failure. I didn't know it required the green pattern to compress nightmare aura. Angor also knew about this because Sunders wrote about the experiment in Mystery of Nightmare Domain. By the way, do you know why I did this? Sunders looked at Angor with a pair of deep, brooding eyes. Angor tried to recall, but the book did not mention why Sunders did this experiment. Still, Angor could guess something from Sunders' notes about the experiment. It's because of the Nightmare Stone? Sunders nodded. Yes. Nightmare Stones. Sunders might not be able to bring other objects out of the nightmare realm, but he often visited the place, and his aura would occasionally condense into nightmare stones. Sunders didn't really lack nightmare stones. But that didn't mean he could use them as he wished. After all, nightmare stones were produced in the extremely dangerous nightmare realm. Sunders cherished nightmare stones very much, and he wanted to use them to their fullest potential. According to my research, nightmare stones are strange substances formed when nightmare aura is compressed to the extreme, which causes the aura to become inert and then condense. By using a nightmare stone, you can activate the inert aura and turn it back into normal nightmare aura. Angor finally understood why Sunders wanted to do such an experiment. Sunders wanted to compress the nightmare aura and turn it back into a nightmare stone. That's right. This way, we can save as many nightmare stones as possible. You know, activating the nightmare stone will cause a lot of nightmare aura to dissipate. It's a waste. Sunders paused. Do you understand me now? You're saying that compressing the green runes will create a nightmare stone? This is only my guess. After all, the formation of the nightmare stone is too mysterious. Whether or not it can be reversed is still unknown. I hope you can help me verify the green pattern when you develop it. Maybe you can provide an answer to the failed experiment on the mystery of nightmare domain. Since it was a rare request, Angor nodded. Even if Sunders did not ask him to do so, he would do it anyway. When Sunders gave the mystery of nightmare domain to Angor, he told him that Angor would add more information to the book when he had the ability to do so in the future. Besides, if compression could really produce nightmare stones, it would be a profitable business for him. He could use the combination of release and compress to create endless nightmare aura. Due to the scarcity of nightmare stones, their market value was not fully realized yet. However, one thing was for sure, they were very expensive. If he could sell them in bulk. Angor's heart raced at the thought. He was not short of money, but he was still tempted by the idea. Even if Sunders did not ask him to do it, as long as he knew that compression could give him a nightmare stone, Angor would give it a try. After talking about self-accumulation, Angor told Sunders about moving from Phantom Island to the ruin outside. Sunders nodded. Yes, you should. The Germinal organization might not do anything to you, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Next, they talked about other topics. For example, Angor was most concerned about the current situation of Puppet Asylum. Sunders did not hide anything from him and briefly explained the situation of the lifeline. There were no more infected people in Windmill Town, and some of them were already discharged from the hospital. However, those who had been infected for too long needed a longer time to use the nightmare aura to lure out the lifeline. Many people were still infected even after so many days. There were still a lot of patients in the hospital, but Angor believed that things were going well. Sunders was not so optimistic. It's only Windmill Town that's getting better. We don't know about other places yet. If other places were affected by the lifeline, they would really fall. Windmill Town still had Brute Cavern to rely on, but the other places would soon become a disaster. Even if Sunders went there, it would be useless. After all, he did not think he had enough time and energy to treat hundreds of thousands or even millions of insane patients. He could only pray that the other places were safe. While Sunders told him about Puppet Asylum, Angor also told him something about himself, such as his conversation with Mr. Rain. You told Mr. Rain about the Dream Wasteland? Sunders sounded surprised. No. I only asked Mr. Rain a question: should I do something that could affect the entire wizarding world one day? Angor explained their conversation in detail. Sunders chuckled. So that's why Mr. Rain asked me if you were doing something behind my back. At that time, I found it strange that he was referring to this matter. We're not far from opening the Dream Wasteland to a small area. It's fine to tell Mr. Rain about it, but let's keep it a secret for now. The general situation of the Dream Wasteland is not yet perfect. We can tell him later. Besides, it's rare to see him so emotional. I really want to see how he'll react when the wasteland is fully opened. Angor and Sunders did not talk about the Dream Wasteland for too long. It required a detailed plan, which could not be discussed in a few minutes. Once the Dream Wasteland entered the supernatural era, they would find some time to analyze the pros and cons before making a decision. Yes. Apart from the Dream Wasteland, Angor also told Sunders about the ruin he talked about with Rain. However, Sunders didn't seem to be interested in the ruin. Instead, he looked a little surprised when Angor mentioned the rewards Rain gave him. What did you say you obtained? Angor was surprised. Apparitions from Demon Absorption Path, Anomaly Lab from the Tributary, Cloud Atlas, Sunders cut him off. Those are the rewards given to every wizard who becomes a wizard. I'm talking about the one Mr. Rain gave you. You mean the starter of Myriad Spirit Garden? Launcher? Are you sure? Angor nodded and described this starter to Sunders. Halfway through, Sunders showed a thoughtful look. So it's the starter, what's wrong with it? Isn't it the ticket to Myriad Spirit Garden? He saw the strange look on Sunders' face when he heard the word starter. But why? So Mr. Rain thinks highly of you, huh? Thinks highly of me? Is it because of this starter? Angor was puzzled. Sunders nodded. Does this thing have other functions apart from entering the garden? Angor asked. No, it doesn't. It only allows you to enter Myriad Spirit Garden. Even so, it's still special. Before Angor could ask what was so special about it, Sunders explained, it's special because it's a starter, not a ticket like you think. Seeing that Angor still didn't understand, Sunders gave another example. You're allowed to enter the Thousand Spirit Garden in the end, but the process is different. It's like the difference between buying and selling tickets to an opera. Angor wasn't stupid. It didn't take long for him to realize what Sunders meant. The biggest difference between buying and selling tickets was that they could both watch the opera, but they had different ways to do so. One was the starter, while the other was a passive observer. You're saying this can open the Thousand Spirit Garden? Angor emphasized the word open. Yes. Once you get the device, you'll be granted the right to activate the garden on your own for once. If he only needed the entrance ticket, he would have to wait until the garden opened up one day. However, the activator was different. He could open a path to the Myriad Spirit Garden whenever he wanted. Even if the final result was the same and they both entered the Thousand Spirit Garden, one had the initiative while the other had to participate passively. I see. The activator allowed him to open the Thousand Spirit Garden at any time. It was still a one-time use, but it saved him a lot of time and effort. You still don't understand. Sunders sighed when he saw Angor's enlightened look. Angor looked at Sunders in confusion. The most important function of the activator isn't to save you time. It's to activate the Thousand Spirit Garden. Do you think it's that easy? The Thousand Spirit Garden was a top-level sorcerer's garden, which contained a newly formed network of laws. Every time the garden was opened, the network of laws would be consumed. Therefore, Sunders had to be extra careful when opening the garden. Also, the Thousand Spirit Garden would only be opened when all the tickets were available. In other words, Sunders stared at Angor. You have the activator, which means you can decide when to open the garden and who to let in. It took him a while to regain his composure. Who else can go in? Yes. Mr. Rain gave you this right when he gave you the activator. It's up to you to decide who can travel with you after it's activated. Of course, Angor understood the importance of the starter. Sunders sounded like a ticket seller, but the ticket he was selling was the dream of countless people. As the most powerful sorcerer's garden in the southern wizarding region, many wizards fought to get in. If they knew the device was in Angor's hands, some of them would be willing to pay a great price for the ticket, even if they wouldn't try to steal it. It was a privilege, but it was also a burden. You don't look happy about it? Sunders noticed that Angor had been frowning ever since he realized the importance of the activator, as if he was troubled by something. I'd rather Sir Ryan had just given me an entrance ticket. The activator is a burden to me. Even if it is, it's still a sweet burden. Sunders paused. Many people are willing to pay a huge price just to get in. For example, Baroque, who always wanted to get in but couldn't find a way. You can secretly manipulate the number of people who can enter the Thousand Spirit Garden for your own benefit. Angor shook his head with a bitter smile. He could do that for his own benefit, but he couldn't let outsiders into the garden. Even if Rain agreed, he wouldn't do it himself. If he couldn't let outsiders in, only people from Brute Cavern could enter. Angor didn't want to ask his colleagues for a huge price, so he couldn't do it for his own benefit either. Besides, who could enter the garden and who couldn't, it might be a sweet burden for others, but for Angor, it was not sweet at all. Sunders knew what Angor was thinking. He chuckled in his mind. This was probably Rain's goal as well. The activator could show Angor's sense of belonging to Brute Cavern, and it could also help Angor become a member of Brute Cavern. At the same time, other people would know how much Sunders valued Angor. This was even better than Tree Spirit's ball. Can I go in alone? Angor's voice suddenly came from the other side of the room. Entering the Thousand Spirit Garden alone? Angor nodded. I'll find a time when no one is around and sneak in. That'll save me a lot of trouble. Sunders didn't know what to say. You're not thinking straight. You can, but it's a waste. Besides, the garden will attract a lot of attention. You can't hide it from everyone. I see. Then what should I do? Angor played with his hair and fell into deep thought. Angor thought for a while but couldn't come up with an effective solution. In the end, he gave up. He didn't plan to go to the Thousand Spirit Garden for now anyway. Angor crossed the dream bridge and returned to reality from the dream wasteland. When he regained control of his mind, he felt something flickering in front of his eyes. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a tall yellow-leafed oak tree growing beside him. Warm sunlight shone through the dense leaves and cast a mottled shadow on his face. The swaying of light and shadow that he had felt earlier was the flickering of light spots when the leaves were blown by the wind. Since when did this tree grow here? He yawned and sat up. He was still trying to figure out where the tree came from. Did you sleep well in my sun chair? A lazy female voice came from behind him. Angor turned around and saw Greya sitting by the window of Angor's hut, looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Greya had already returned to her normal self, which meant her conversation with Lydia was over. Yes, Angor said. So, how's your talk with Lydia going? Angor changed the topic. Before Greya could answer, a gust of wind blew over their heads. Angor looked up and saw a gray shadow jumping down from the tree and pouncing at him. Angor didn't try to dodge. He even reached out a hand. When the light faded away, they saw Toby standing on Angor's hand. Toby was none other than the gray shadow that was flying over. Angor was about to give Toby a pat, but Toby didn't plan to stay there for long. Instead, Toby took out a large, black brick from Snowy Feather and tossed it into Angor's hand. Then, Toby dashed into Angor's hut without hesitation. He took a closer look and saw Toby enjoying a piece of dried fish inside his hut. No wonder he's in such a hurry. Angor chuckled and looked at the item Toby left behind. He thought it was just a black brick. But when he looked closer, he noticed that the brick was covered in wooden tentacles that looked like a net. At the same time, it also emitted a faint fragrance. It's the fruit of a glutinous sprout tree. Toby asked me to create it and pick it for you, Greya explained. Glutinous sprout tree? Did you create it? Angor looked at the tree and then at Greya. Something like the milkberry tree? Greya nodded. That's right. Why don't you try it? Toby picked them for you personally. He wasn't hungry, but he didn't want to waste Toby's kindness. After thinking about it, he still cut the glutinous sprout tree's fruit into 2 halves. As the brick was cut open, the white and soft pulp inside was immediately revealed. The smell was still faint and fragrant. Eat it directly? That's right, the pulp inside can be eaten. While Greya spoke, Toby also flew to the window and chirped a few times. It seemed the bird was urging Angor to eat as soon as possible. Angor didn't doubt it. He used his spirit feelers to tear off a small piece of the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed and, it wasn't bad, but it was bland and tasteless. It tasted like a tasteless banana, soft and sticky. Angor heard Toby cheering as soon as he finished the fruit. He looked back and saw Toby devouring a plate of fragrant dried fish. Angor didn't know why Toby was so happy. Before he could say anything, Toby suddenly held a piece of dried fish in his mouth and asked him to eat. Angor looked at Toby in surprise. Toby wasn't usually this generous. Toby would never share his dried fish with Angor, let alone this one made by a Saz. Angor didn't know what was wrong with Toby, but he still felt relieved. However, when he was about to try the dried fish, his hands suddenly froze. Why am I so full? I'm so full that I feel sick at the sight of food. Angor put down the dried fish he was holding. Toby's eyes lit up. He quickly ran away with the dried fish in his mouth. Angor looked at Greya in confusion. What's going on? He had a feeling that Toby's strange behavior had something to do with his full stomach. The fruit of the glutinous sprout tree can keep you full for at least a month. You won't feel full during normal times, but when you want to eat, you'll feel full. So? Greya shrugged. Toby told me to do it. I don't know why. But I have a guess. Perhaps Toby thought that you would snatch the dried fish from him, so he decided to strike first and fill your stomach first. Angor believed that Greya was right. When Asaz was making dried fish for Toby, Toby already noticed him. Toby didn't come out to greet him at all, so Angor assumed that Toby was on guard in case Angor tried to take the dried fish. Toby even asked Greya to make a glutinous sprout tree just to prevent Angor from eating the dried fish. Angor now understood why Toby was cheering so excitedly. He thought Toby had changed his mind. But now he realized that Toby was just smarter than before. Angor felt a little helpless as he listened to Toby's joyful chirping in the hut. Never mind. He wasn't going to fight with Toby over the dried fish anyway. Although he was curious about the taste of Asaz's dried fish. Angor shook his head and stopped thinking about Toby. Instead, he went back to his previous question. Greya's expression darkened at the mention of Lydia. That woman didn't give us a clear answer. She didn't? Is Lydia going back on her word? Angor frowned. When the parasites attacked Midnight Sovereign, Lydia promised that as long as Angor could enter the city and save a living Moan, she would give Angor a fair trade. Back then, Angor was only an apprentice, and Lydia was already giving him the best she could. Angor agreed, and he kept his promise in the end. In the end, Lydia agreed to give the eyeless man back to Angor as long as he paid 3 million magic crystals. She hasn't changed her mind yet. But I think she wants to talk to you about something, so she doesn't want to talk about it directly, Greya said. Talk to me? Angor asked, should I go talk to her? Greya shook her head. No need. You've already helped me a lot. Houston is my restaurant employee, and I'll take care of his safety. I already told her that I'll talk to her myself when she arrives at Brute Cavern during the tea party. If she dares to change her mind. Greya narrowed her eyes. I'll let her know the price of going back on her word. Lydia's coming too? Angor asked. Greya nodded and showed a cold smile. Of course. But I'm afraid she won't be able to carry out her plan this time. Plan? Angor frowned. What is Lydia planning to do during the tea party? I don't know about that, Greya replied. But last time, she showed off her presence in front of many witches. She wants to be the center of attention in this tea party. Main character? What do you witches want to do at a tea party? Play a play, Angor complained in his mind, but he kept a straight face. We all know that Lydia did it because she's close to Lady Mirror of Brute Cavern. And this time, the party happened to be held in Brute Cavern. I think she wants to borrow Lady Mirror's influence. Greya chuckled. Too bad. She's so smart, but she forgot about the variables in reality. Angor understood what Greya was trying to say. Lady Mirror was asleep, and no one knew when she would wake up. Of course, Lydia couldn't borrow Lady Mirror's influence, which was why Greya said her plan couldn't be carried out. Angor didn't answer Greya's question because he didn't know what to say. Still, he could see the whole picture from Greya's description. He already sensed the deceitful atmosphere of the party. He could only say, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Tree Spirit. After saying goodbye to Greya, Angor headed back to his manor. He planned to return to his study, collect the signal tower, and leave Brute Cavern for the ruins outside. However, he soon saw Butler Good who was planting flowers in the garden. He considered and walked over. Apart from telling Butler Good about his departure, he also wanted to ask about something else. Where is Mr. Sumesh? Good repeated Angor's question in a low voice. Mr. Sumesh left Brute Cavern with Miss Flora about a month ago. Where did they go? When are they coming back? They didn't say where they were going, so I don't know. Good was confused. Do you need something from them, mister? Angor nodded. He did need to talk to Sumesh about something. According to Sunders, Sumesh's nightmare domain was severely damaged and couldn't use any illusions related to it. Sunders hoped that Angor could use the main nightmare domain in the dream wasteland to heal Sumesh's injury. Angor also wanted to talk to Sumesh about the tri-state balance plan, which required Sumesh's cooperation. This was why Angor came to ask Good about Sumesh's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Sumesh was not at Phantom Island or Brute Cavern at all. As for when they will return, Good pondered for a moment. I can't be sure. But as far as I know, Miss Flora will be back when the tea party is held. Mr. Sumesh might be there too. Angor nodded. It seemed that he would have to put off telling Sumesh for a while. Under the luxuriant tree of eternity, a female witch who was surrounded by the fragrance of roses was quickly walking out of the questing hall. She seemed to be in a hurry, and her expression was cold. The people around her didn't even dare to greet her when they saw her. Instead, they scattered in fear and opened up a path for her. When she stepped onto the stairs leading to the hall, she was greeted by a woman in a tight red outfit with fire patterns all over her body. Leona, you're still giving out quests? Judging from your expression, you still don't seem satisfied? It was Rose Crown Leona who came out of the questing hall. Faced with Fiery Charm's question, Leona didn't continue to show her cold face. Instead, she sighed deeply. I got the blueprint. I personally prefer it this time, but there are still some flaws. What is it? Fiery Charm asked curiously. Fiery Charm knew that Leona recently gave out a series of quests related to the tea party in the questing hall, including the design of the venue, food preparation, and so on. None of the quests were easy to complete. After all, the entire wizarding world was involved in the tea party. Even the slightest mistake could lead to serious consequences. Among all the quests, only the design of the venue was relatively easy. However, Leona didn't like any of the designs she received in the past few days. Now that she finally found one she liked, why did Leona say there was something missing? What was the problem? See for yourself. Leona handed the blueprint to Fiery Charm. Fiery Charm took the blueprint and looked at it. Although the drawing was drawn with simple strokes, the three-dimensional effect was very realistic. She could clearly see what the author was trying to express: a girl, a round table, dreams, ravings, and communication. The entire design was in a Gothic style, which was gorgeous but not gaudy. It was also appropriate for the theme. It was a style that suited the taste of witches, but it wasn't considered mainstream. Even Fiery Charm couldn't help but praise it, let alone Leona. However, Fiery Charm still found the flaw Leona mentioned. The design was for one of the venues of the tea party. The background was clearly the inner court of the Tree of Eternity. Mr. Tree Spirit still doesn't agree? Leona sighed. Yes. He only agreed to hold the tea party outside. He doesn't want to open a special space inside. Just now, he even hesitated to hold the tea party outside. He wants me to move the tea party to the ruins outside. The blueprint was good, but without Tree Spirit's help, half of the design was missing. What should we do now? Do you still want to use this design? Fiery Charm asked. Leona nodded heavily. Of course. I'll go talk to him now. I don't believe I can't convince him. Leona was about to fly to Tree Spirit's palace, but Fiery Charm stopped her. If you go now, the answer will probably be the same. Actually, you can try. Let Yusui talk to Mr. Tree Spirit. Leona's eyes lit up. Everyone knew that Tree Spirit had feelings for Yi the Way. If Yusui spoke, Tree Spirit might change his mind. Thinking of this, Leona directly turned around and flew to the bush where Yusui was. Fiery Charm also followed her. She followed because she also wanted to know whether the design would be successful or not. In addition, Fiery Charm also wanted to ask Leona something. Angor? Leona didn't understand why Fiery Charm was talking about Angor. I heard you went to see Angor when you left Floating Mech City. Didn't he say he was going back to Brute Cavern? Leona nodded. Yes, he did. Fiery Charm's eyes lit up. If Sunders is back, does that mean Angor is here too? Leona considered and shook her head. I don't know. I didn't hear anything about him coming back recently. That doesn't mean he didn't come back. A few days ago, when Sunders came back, Mr. Rain also came back from the ruin for 2 days. I don't think Mr. Rain would come back just to see Sunders. I'm guessing Angor came back with him. Angor was the real reason why Rain came back to Brute Cavern. This was what most adepts had guessed. Fiery Charm knew that Leona met Angor not long ago, so she came to see if she could find any inside information. But Mr. Rain didn't announce Angor's return, and Mr. Tree Spirit didn't say anything either. He's now a wizard and a member of the research department. Usually, there'll be at least one banquet for him to meet other wizards, Leona said. Since Tree Spirit didn't say anything, maybe Angor didn't come back. But Fiery Charm didn't think so. We're all wondering if Angor's attitude was wrong. Wrong attitude? Leona thought about Fiery Charm's words and quickly realized something. Fiery Charm meant that Angor, Rain, and Tree Spirit didn't have the right attitude, so they deliberately left Angor out. Angor is still young. Now that he's achieved so much, maybe he's too proud and arrogant. So even if he came back, he was left out, Fiery Charm guessed. Leona shook her head. That's not it. Angor's personality is similar to his teacher's. Besides, Angor is more gentle. You're wrong. Fiery Charm trusted Leona's judgment. But why was Angor being left out? They didn't even announce his name. Leona didn't mind. She was quite close to Angor anyway, and she didn't need any banquets. Compared to Angor, Leona was more concerned about the tea party that would soon take place. However, Fiery Charm was her good friend after all. Leona followed her thoughts and thought for a while. Maybe he's trying to hide his whereabouts? I can see that he doesn't like to show off. Leona paused. Or, are you sure he's back? Fiery Charm didn't know what to say. Indeed, she assumed that Angor was already back. What if Angor did not come back? Maybe Angor has something else to do and hasn't returned to Brute Cavern yet. It's possible. Leona shrugged. As for why Mr. Rhine suddenly came back. Why can't he come back? Does he need a reason to come back? Fiery Charm was speechless. Leona patted her shoulder and said, stop guessing. All you need to know is that Angor's attitude is fine. It doesn't matter whether he comes back or not. Fiery Charm thought about it and agreed. However, Angor was a hot topic in Brute Cavern right now, so she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Actually, it didn't matter whether she knew Angor's whereabouts. With that in mind, Fiery Charm stopped talking about Angor. They were going to find Rose of Konoha Yethaway, who lived at the edge of the Tree of Eternity. They were flying away from the courtyard. There was no one along the way. It was only when they passed through the vicinity of the Cloud Library that they saw some figures. Just then, Leona stopped dead in her tracks. What's wrong? Fiery Charm looked at her in confusion. Nothing. I just saw someone I know. Leona shook her head and kept moving. She didn't explain who she was talking about, and Fiery Charm didn't doubt her. However, when Fiery Charm wasn't paying attention, Leona frowned and began to ponder. At the same time, Greya, who was wearing a purple dress, narrowed her eyes. Fiery Charm saw me just now. Angor, the red-haired, golden-eyed man beside Greya, nodded. She saw me too. When she recognized me, she immediately looked at you. I think she already knows who you are. They happened to be near Phantom Island, and Greya had a strange wizard with her. Leona also knew that Greya was coming to Phantom Island. It didn't take much to figure out who Angor was. Angor said, it's fine. I know Leona. She saw my disguise and knew that I'm trying to keep a low profile. I don't think she'll tell anyone. Greya agreed with Leona. Leona was a smart girl. In other words, all wizards were smart enough to notice Angor's intentions. It was just that some of them were not familiar with Angor, so they did not care whether Angor wanted to keep a low profile or something else. Leona, on the other hand, was close to Angor, so she would see things from Angor's perspective. She could easily see that Angor wanted to keep a low profile. She didn't come to greet Angor, which was more than enough. Besides, she doesn't know where I'm going, said Angor. He was going to move to the ruin right now. Even if Leona saw him and spread the news to the Germinal believers, they would not be able to do anything without knowing where Angor was going. Greya raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to move just like that. The Germinal believers won't necessarily target you. You're overreacting. Angor lazily brushed his red hair away. My teacher told me a proverb from his world. No normal person would stand in front of a dangerous wall. I'm just taking precautions. Angor had already arrived at the Tree Spirit Palace. He turned to Greya and said, "Let's stop here. I'll leave with Mr. Tree Spirit later." Greya rolled her eyes. "I'm not here to see you off. I'm here to see Toby off." Greya stroked Toby's head and whispered, "You don't have to follow Angor. Just follow me." Toby enjoyed Greya's touch, but he didn't say anything. His attitude was clear. "Come with me, and I'll make you some dried fish," said Greya. Toby's eyes lit up, but he didn't say anything. Greya scolded in a low voice, "What an ungrateful little brat." Greya tossed Toby to Angor. Angor found it funny. The ruin was just nearby, and Toby could go back and forth in a few minutes. But Greya made it look like Toby was about to die. "It's snowing?" Angor flew out of Earth Grotto and saw the white snowflakes drifting in the air. He looked around and saw the ground covered in a layer of silver. "I hate it when it snows. Especially snow that can't see the sun." The one who spoke was Tree Spirit. He was looking up at the sky that was covered by thick clouds. Tree Spirit's figure looked a little blurry. Tree Spirit didn't hear any response from Angor, so he turned around and looked at Angor. Angor wasn't listening to him at all. Instead, he was looking into the distance. Tree Spirit followed Angor's gaze and saw a group of black dots that looked like ants slowly marching on the edge of the snowfield. They were humans, ordinary mortals. There were about 300 of them, and they all wore thick clothes. Their faces were red from the cold, and their hair and eyebrows were all covered in white frost. However, no one dared to stop. They kept moving forward. "Huh? Refugees from the Evernight Kingdom are still here?" Tree Spirit clicked his tongue. "They're refugees from the Evernight Kingdom?" Tree Spirit nodded. "Yes. You can tell from their clothes. But I remember that most of the refugees from the Evernight Kingdom left at the beginning of the year. Why are they still here? Maybe they're not the first batch." Angor was still far away, but he could clearly see that some of the refugees were wearing fur coats made from wild beasts. Most of them were animals commonly found in Parmajai Highlands. There were also obvious spots on their fur, which meant they used the most crude method of tanning. They used trace elements found in the soil to remove grease and soften the leather. It would take a lot of time and effort to find a suitable place to do it. In other words, these people had been in the Parmajai Highlands for a long time and had a long-term residence on a saline alkali soil. Tree Spirit agreed with Angor's analysis. "I did hear that a small number of refugees from the Evernight Kingdom built a settlement on Parmajai Highlands. I was amazed by the adaptability of humans." Angor believed that these people were the ones who were trying to survive on Parmajai Highlands. However, they seemed to have moved away from the old territory. Each of them carried a lot of luggage, and some even had trailers with them. Why did they migrate? He was asking a question, but at the same time, he was already thinking of all kinds of answers. There were too many variables in the Parmajai Highlands. For ordinary mortals, any one of these variables could bring endless danger. For example, the fusion of the planes had caused a large number of spatial dislocations in the Parmajai Highlands. If transcendents were careless, they could be doomed, let alone ordinary people. Not to mention the variables brought about by transcendents, even normal situations were hard to avoid. Wild beasts, glaciers, diseases, and so on, including a cold wind and a seemingly undisturbed snow, could be the last straw that broke the back of this group of mortals. Then, what kind of migration was it? "Just ask them if you want to know," Tree Spirit suggested casually. To his surprise, Angor really flew toward the mortals. However, he didn't join the crowd. Instead, he went to the snowfield behind them. A young girl whose limbs were frozen stiff and whose cheeks were flushed red was looking at the gray sky with soulless eyes, waiting for death to come. Was she abandoned? A voice drifted into the girl's ears. She wanted to see who was speaking, but her neck was already frozen, and she couldn't move at all. "I don't think so. She didn't lose her fur. I don't think she was abandoned. Maybe the humans had no choice but to do so." As her voice fell, the girl heard footsteps coming towards her. Soon, a figure appeared in her field of vision. It was a red-haired man. He slowly crouched down beside her. His messy red hair was not stained by the snow. The girl's mind was already frozen. She didn't have time to think about why the snow wasn't falling on him. All her attention was focused on the man's eyes. They were a pair of golden eyes. It was the most beautiful color she had ever seen. Was it a hallucination before death? Or was it real? Either way, the girl didn't care. She was going to die anyway, and it wasn't too bad to see such beautiful eyes before she died. Just when she thought that this might be the last thought of her life, the man's slightly lazy voice sounded in her ear. "Do you still remember your name?" The young girl woke up from her sleep. She opened her eyes, sat up, and looked around. She wondered why her frozen body was suddenly warm. However, she didn't think too much about it. She slowly stood up and walked forward. She was going to find her people and tell them about her dream. In her dream, someone told her that she only needed to jump into a bottomless chasm to survive. The girl didn't know whether the dream was real or not. She didn't want to know. She only wanted to tell her people about it. Angor and Tree Spirit only showed up after the girl disappeared from their sight. "She really thought she was dreaming," Tree Spirit said. "To be able to have a beautiful dream in such a cruel environment is also a blessing." Angor wasn't talking about the snow and the dangerous highlands. He was also talking about the reason why these people migrated. Live threat infection. According to the girl, they used to be residents of a small town near the border of the Evernight Kingdom. Because of the Evernight Kingdom's dome, they came to Parmajai Highlands and found a peaceful place to settle down. It wasn't easy to survive in Parmajai Highlands. They used to have around 1,000 people, but due to various reasons, they lost around 300 people in half a year. When they finally settled down and thought they could live a peaceful life, they were met with a terrible disaster. That was when they encountered a strange epidemic called infectious insanity, which was also known as an outbreak of infection. The outbreak was so sudden that almost half of the people were infected. Only a few hundred people managed to escape and were forced to find a new place to live. Along the way, the girl's limbs were frozen stiff, and she had a severe fever. She had no choice but to stay and wait for death to claim her. However, she didn't expect to meet Angor instead of the Grim Reaper. Tree Spirit said, "I'll take you to the ruin first. I've already told your teacher where she lived. If he could save her, he would try his best. If he couldn't, he had to give up. But even if he had to give up, he couldn't let these people stay outside. The virus was too strong. If it spread beyond Parmajai Highlands, he would be in big trouble." Angor nodded. "Let's go. Tianjin, we're here. This is the place." Tree Spirit and Angor landed on the ground. Angor looked around. It was a flat land with no end in sight. There were no snow mountains or frozen rivers. It was just an ordinary wasteland. There was only a thin layer of snow on the ground, which was no thicker than a finger joint. Many places were not covered by snow. Instead, gray rocks were exposed, which made the place look cold and desolate. "You sensed something, right?" Tree Spirit asked. Angor nodded. The place was desolate without any man-made structures. However, his sharp senses already picked up a faint spatial ripple when he arrived. That must be where the ruin was located. However, there was something special about the ruin. Angor sensed the spatial ripple, but he couldn't find it to open it. Because it had yet to appear in the world, it was sealed in layers of space cracks. If he wanted to activate the ruin, he had to pinpoint its exact location in the endless cracks. This wasn't an easy task, just like how they hadn't been able to locate where the demon behind Azaz was hiding. But since Tree Spirit brought him here, there must be another way to enter the ruin. As expected, Tree Spirit quickly gave him an answer. "It's not hard to enter the ruin. You just need the key." The key wasn't a traditional key. It was something related to the ruin. Tree Spirit took out a leather scroll and handed it to Angor. "This is the key." Angor took the scroll and saw a line of words written in ancient common language, Tizzaro's Experiment Record Number 117, First Volume. Angor assumed the key was recorded in the scroll, so he was about to check the content. However, right at that moment, he sensed something strange. In the ruins in front of him, which was emitting spatial fluctuations, there seemed to be something resonating with the leather scroll. It was like a connection of fate. With his current ability, Angor could easily follow this connection to locate the specific location of the spatial ripple. So this is the key? Angor realized that the key wasn't recorded in the scroll, but in the scroll itself. Tree Spirit explained, the previous owner of this ruin was called Tazaro. He had left the second volume of experiment record number 117 in the ruins. Because the first and second volumes are one, you can sense the location of the second volume by holding the first volume. When he sensed the second half of the scroll, the location of the ruins hidden in the space crevice would naturally reveal his coordinates. If you can sense the location of the second half of the scroll, you can try to open the relic through the coordinates now, said Tree Spirit. Angor nodded and closed his eyes. Using the key in his hand, he used his spirit power to explore the void. When he sensed an obvious spatial fluctuation, he opened his eyes. A glowing energy slowly flowed out of his fingertip and into the air. To capture and activate that fleeting spatial fluctuation. Not long after the glowing energy fused into the void, without making any sound, a large door made of metal appeared in front of him. Tree Spirit looked at the door carefully and said, This is indeed the entrance to the relic. The seal that was set up back then was not removed. I think nothing has changed inside. Tree Spirit pushed the door open without hesitation. Come on, let's go inside. Behind the door, according to Tree Spirit, was a narrow corridor. But now it was dark inside and nothing could be seen with the naked eye. There are candlesticks on the walls that can be lit up. But I don't think that's necessary. Tree Spirit began to introduce the ruins to Angor. But he suddenly stopped talking when he saw Tree Spirit. Angor looked back and saw Tree Spirit still standing at the entrance with a strange expression. What's wrong, Mr. Tree Spirit? Angor looked around the dark corridor. Is there something wrong with the ruin? Tree Spirit cleared his throat. There's nothing wrong with the ruin. It's just that my real body, someone came looking for me. It's Leona, said Tree Spirit before Angor could ask who it was. You're here for the tea party again, aren't you? Tree Spirit nodded. I think so. But this time, Leona didn't come alone. She brought Fiery Witch with her, and? Tree Spirit lowered his head, hid his expression in the shadows, and quickly said a name. Tree Spirit didn't speak clearly, but Angor still heard the name, Yethaway. Angor quickly realized that Leona was trying to use Yethaway to persuade Tree Spirit. He had to admit that Leona had made a good move. Tree Spirit would have to give in this time. After all, everyone knew that Tree Spirit was secretly in love with Yethaway. If Yethaway asked for it, Tree Spirit wouldn't refuse. Angor noticed Tree Spirit's strange expression. Tree Spirit was probably trying to seduce Angor. Mr. Tree Spirit, please take care of the other side. The ruin has been sealed for hundreds of years. I'll do it myself, said Angor kindly. Tree Spirit hesitated and nodded. All right. However, Tree Spirit didn't leave right away. Instead, he walked out of the door and tapped on the ground. A light green leaf slowly fell from the sky and merged with the ground. In the next second, a giant tree covered in green leaves appeared at the entrance of the ruin out of thin air. This tree is a kind of doppelganger of mine. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me through this tree, Tree Spirit said. Angor also walked out of the corridor and looked at the giant tree with its leaves falling in the wind. Then he looked around at the barren land that was covered in gravel. It didn't look out of place at all. Tree Spirit seemed to have noticed the contrast between the tree and the surrounding environment. He smiled awkwardly and said, I'll change it. Angor shook his head. No need. Just cover it up a little. With that, Angor's eyes glowed. In the next second, the giant tree on the barren land turned into a short, withered stump. This was a special nightmare illusion technique. It could not only cover the tree, but also the entrance to the ruins. Most importantly, it blocked most energy detections. Even a truth-finder wizard would not be able to find any clues if they did not look closely. Tree Spirit nodded at Angor and slowly disappeared into thin air. You're right. You're right. Tree Spirit nodded at Angor and slowly disappeared. Angor turned around and entered the dark ruin. Angor stepped into the corridor again. It was still dark, and he could not see the path ahead. He could see in the dark, but the long, dark road still made him uneasy. Tree Spirit mentioned that there were candlesticks on the wall. Angor slowly looked at the wall and saw the candlesticks surrounded by black grids. Angor's eyes glowed in the darkness, and the candlesticks began to light up. When the first flame lit up, it was as if a wonderful mechanism had been activated. Then, all the candlesticks in the corridor lit up. There were candlesticks every 5 meters, which lit up the entire corridor. A linked mechanism? Angor muttered to himself. He did not think too much about it and stepped forward. About 100 steps into the corridor, Angor frowned. He did not notice it before, but when he stepped into the corridor, he felt something was wrong. The direction of the airflow was not normal. He was very sensitive to changes in his surroundings. Before he stepped into the corridor, he did not sense any airflow. But as he moved forward, he felt as if there was a small wind coming from the depths of the corridor, which was blowing a gentle breeze in his direction. The wind was not strong, but it gave him the illusion that the exit was right in front of him. Angor did not stop, but he did not stop. Instead, he kept moving forward. As he thought, he would find out whether it was an illusion or not as soon as he kept walking. Tap tap tap, his footsteps echoed in the long and narrow hallway. Maybe it was because the hallway was too quiet, or maybe it was the small space that caused echoes. Angor thought he heard multiple footsteps overlapping with each other as he walked. This unusually oppressive atmosphere lasted for 10 minutes. Something's not right, Angor thought as he stopped moving. According to Tree Spirit's information, he could reach the central laboratory of the ruin by going through the corridor. He had walked for several kilometers in this corridor, but he still had not reached the laboratory. Something was obviously wrong. He did not think that there were any monsters or supernatural beings in the ruin. Tree Spirit said that this place had never been opened since it was sealed, so there must be a reason. What he thought was strange was that he had triggered some kind of mechanism in the ruins. It was normal for there to be such a mechanism in the ruin. However, if it was really a mechanism, how did he trigger it? Angor could not figure it out. He decided to walk a bit further and see if he could find any clues. Another few hundred steps later, he noticed something else. The airflow in front of him was getting stronger. Did this mean that he was closer to the air vent? Was he about to reach the end? With that in mind, he kept moving forward. 2 minutes later, he saw the air vent. A tightly shut door. He looked at the door in silence for a moment before he walked up and gave it a gentle push. After the door was pushed open, a bright and spacious space was revealed. Outside the door was a vast wasteland. He could even see the giant tree he used to hide behind his nightmare illusion. Clearly, this was the entrance to the ruins. He did not find the end. Instead, he took a big detour and returned to the entrance. There was no danger during the whole process, which was similar to what Tree Spirit had said. Now he was sure that he must have triggered some kind of trap. But how did he trigger it? Why didn't Tree Spirit remind him before? Did Tree Spirit want to laugh at him? Angor stood at the door and looked at the candlesticks on the wall. Inside the black grid was a tray with patterns on it. The tray contained a special lamp oil that could burn for hundreds of years. Candlesticks. Is it because of the candlesticks? Angor suddenly thought of something. He only touched the candlesticks when he entered the ruin. Once he lit one, all the other candlesticks would light up, which meant there was some kind of interconnected mechanism. This linked mechanism might be the main reason why he was circling around. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Also, Tree Spirit told him that there are candlesticks on the wall that can be lit up. But I don't think it's necessary. Tree Spirit was trying to dissuade Angor from lighting up the candlesticks. In other words, the mechanism would not be triggered if he did not light up the candlesticks. Angor did not know if he was right, but he decided to give it a try. He walked to the first candlestick, reached out his hand, and the burning light was extinguished. As the flame of this candlestick dimmed, the flames of all the other candlesticks also disappeared. Inside the corridor, it was once again pitch black. Angor decided not to do anything unnecessary this time. He did not use light. He just walked forward in the darkness. This time, he could clearly feel the difference after taking a dozen steps. He did not sense any airflow in front of him. In other words, he did not enter the strange circle this time. He was really moving forward. So he was right. As he pondered, he suddenly saw a shadow in front of him. He stopped abruptly and looked at it. With the help of the dim light and night vision, he could clearly see a figure standing in front of him. Was it a human? But Tree Spirit said that no one came here for hundreds of years. Despite his confusion, he did not slow down. Instead, he sped up, trying to figure out who it was. As he moved closer, he could clearly sense that there was no sign of life around him. The figure was not moving either. In other words, it was either an inanimate object or an undead spirit. As Angor approached the figure, he finally confirmed the identity of the figure. It was a full-body knight's armor that was deliberately arranged in the shape of a human. There was no supernatural aura coming from the armor, so it should be just an ordinary item. However, the texture of the armor was strange. It did not seem to be made of metal. Angor did not know what material the armor was made of, but he did not bother to find out. His attention was focused on something else. In the center of the breastplate, one could clearly see a faint line of blood. It must have been drawn with some kind of paint. There was still no energy feedback. Angor was attracted by the pattern because he was too familiar with it. It was an alchemy pattern, however, it was only a broken pattern. There was no combination at all. It was just a corner of a particular pattern being drawn on the breastplate. Also, the corners of the pattern were not connected. It was as if a beginner was trying to record the meaning of each corner. Angor studied the runes for a while but still couldn't figure out what they were trying to express. Also, why engrave it on a piece of armor? Angor did not understand the purpose of the armor. He thought about it and decided to put it aside for now. He needed to find his lab first. As for the strange armor, if he still couldn't figure it out, he would ask Tree Spirit. With that in mind, Angor gave the armor another meaningful look before he walked around it and kept moving forward. Angor was sure that this path was different from the one he had to walk in circles before. He wouldn't be unable to find the end after walking for more than 10 minutes. And he was right. After walking for another 20 steps, he saw a staircase that led downwards. It was a winding staircase that led downwards like a coiled snake. When he reached the first turn, he saw a door. When he approached the door, the candlesticks on both sides lit up. Worried that it might be some kind of mechanism, Angor checked the candlesticks and found that they weren't filled with oil. Instead, they were made of some kind of crude metal, which looked like half-finished alchemy products. Using Narda's vision, Angor confirmed that the metal was indeed an alchemy product made from death phosphorus. The unique characteristic of the dead phosphorus ore was that it would emit a dim light like a phosphorescence when it sensed the aura of a living person. Similar to the candlesticks, the metal began to glow when it sensed Angor's presence. Unlike the candlesticks, this one wasn't a mechanism. After making sure it was not a trap, he looked at the door again. The door was decorated with all kinds of patterns, but it was just an ordinary iron door. There was a bronze plate on the door, which read "Reception Room" in a formal font. Below the door was a line of beautiful, cursive words: "This place is for receiving guests, but there aren't many who are worthy enough for me to meet them." Reading between the lines, Angor could tell that the person who left this message was a proud and arrogant person. Angor guessed that it was left behind by the previous owner of the ruin, Tizaro. Angor used his spirit feelers to check the interior of the door. Just as the sign said, it was a simple reception room. Behind the red curtains, he saw a long table, luxurious chairs, and all kinds of clean drinking utensils that probably hadn't been washed for hundreds of years. Angor walked around the room to make sure there were no energy detectors or traps. Then he left the room. He walked out of the parlor and kept going downstairs. There was another door on the next floor. When he arrived, the candlesticks lit up again. With the help of the candlesticks, Angor saw the bronze plate on the door, "Study." At the same time, there was another line of cursive words: "I don't need a bedroom. I want a study where no one can disturb me." Study. Is this a study? He used his spirit feelers to check the interior of the room and saw rows of tall bookshelves behind the door. Angor's spirit sense. He pushed the door open and walked inside. There was indeed no danger inside. The bookshelves were arranged neatly, but they were basically empty. There was a desk in front of him. When Angor approached, the candlesticks on the desk lit up. It must be another alchemy product of dead phosphate Oregon. There was a pen holder, ink, and blank paper on the desk. Everything was neatly arranged. It seemed that someone had deliberately cleaned up the place before the ruins were sealed. The bookshelves were similar to the ones in Cloud Library. There were even special runes on them that prevented people from reading books. Only those who met certain conditions could activate the runes. However, the runes no longer provided energy, and the traps were removed. There were no important books on the shelves either. There were only a few works written by mortals. Angor walked around to make sure there was nothing wrong with the study. Then he continued down the stairs. To his surprise, he reached the end of the staircase when he reached the third floor. The third floor was also different from the previous ones. There were two doors that faced each other. The door on the left had a bronze plate on it that read, "Material Vault." The cursive words below it read, "Material Vault is too big. Why don't you expand the lab instead?" According to Tree Spirit, there were only two people who lived in this ruin and considered Angor the owner of this place. One was the original builder of the ruin, and the other was Tazaro. The cursive words on the plate were obviously meant to mock the builder. This also meant that the cursive characters were definitely left behind by Tazaro. Angor didn't check the material vault right away. Instead, he looked at the door across from it. Based on Tazaro's words, Angor was sure that the door led to the lab. As he expected, there was a bronze plate on the door that read, "Lab." Tazaro's cursive words were also below the door. But this time, it wasn't meant to mock Angor. Instead, it read, "Only allowed. Lab." The bright red words indicated Tazaro's attitude toward the lab. It was different from the other rooms. This was probably the place Tazaro valued the most. Angor looked at the lab, then the material vault. He decided to check it out first. Since Tazaro valued the lab so much, there must be some kind of trap inside. Angor pushed the door open and saw a huge space instead of a room. As Tazaro said, the material vault was shockingly big. It looked like a giant cave, which was several times bigger than the other rooms. It was as big as a medium-sized plaza. Angor saw a staircase that led him to the bottom of the space. When he reached the bottom, he was even more certain that this was a natural underground cave. This was because he saw a lot of stalactites. However, the stalactites that emerged from the ground had their tops shaved off. They had been transformed into tables and display platforms. Angor walked closer and saw some words written on the side of one of the displays. It wasn't a cursive word. Instead, it was a regular word, mithril metal. Mithril metal was a special magic material. The words mixed amalgamation gold were written on the display table. Did this mean that this was where the mixed amalgamation gold was placed? He looked at the other shelves and saw the names of all kinds of materials on them. These must be the places where magic materials were stored. However, it was empty now. Angor walked around the vault and realized why it was so big. There was a miniature forest area for storing magic plants, a melting area that simulated a volcano, and a vacuum area, a frozen area, a deserted area, a man-made lake, and so on. The material vault was divided into different sections. It could be said that this was a very comprehensive miniature ecological material library. The only thing that was not harmonious about this material warehouse was that there was a very crudely shaped hemispherical metal room beside the artificial lake. There was also a bronze plate on the door of the room, which read "Spell Testing Ground" in cursive characters. Judging from the marks on the floor, the words on the plate, and the style of the building, Angor was sure that Tazaro added this place himself. Tazaro didn't need such a large warehouse, but a spell testing ground was a must. Angor took a look around the warehouse. Apart from the spell testing ground, he actually liked this place a lot. There were so many living areas here, and the preservation of materials was well taken care of. Angor even suspected that the first owner of this ruin, the one who built it, was an alchemist. Otherwise, why would he need such a large warehouse? The warehouse was a bit too big for someone who wasn't an alchemist. But Tazaro wasn't an alchemist. The warehouse was empty right now, but if Angor decided to stay here for a long time, he could slowly fill it up in the future. With such a wonderful idea in mind, he walked out of the storage room. Currently, the material storehouse seemed to be very safe. Now, the only room in the entire ruin that he hadn't explored yet was the most important laboratory. When Tree Spirit suggested that he move to this ruin, it said that it was an abandoned laboratory. Putting aside the abandoned prefix, the most crucial and important place in this ruin was definitely this laboratory. Tizaro even left a blood-red message on the door, no entry without permission. This also showed how important the laboratory was. Since the laboratory was so important, it was very likely that there were traps here. Angor already prepared everything before he opened the door. He even prepared the gate of illusion so that he wouldn't have time to run away in case something happened. However, when he entered the laboratory, he didn't find anything strange. Just like all the other rooms, it was quiet and safe. It wasn't that there weren't any traps. Angor noticed the complicated and threatening patterns on the walls. They were drawn by rune sorcerers. However, the patterns were dim now, which meant there was no energy source. Generally speaking, the core of the mechanism in the historical remains would definitely have an energy source. The mechanism patterns here did not show any signs of energy supply, so there were only two possibilities: the energy had been exhausted, or the energy source had been taken away by someone. The mechanism rune consumed very little energy. As long as he didn't touch the mechanism every day, a magic crystal could probably last for many years. Therefore, he didn't think it was possible for the energy to run out. Adepts who could live here wouldn't care about one or two magic crystals. Therefore, it was very likely that the energy source had been taken away. It was likely that before the ruins were sealed, someone had already removed all the dangers in the ruins. After making sure the lab was safe, he finally had the mood to check it out. Just as Tree Spirit had said, there was a complete set of experimental equipment in the ruins. The only thing he regretted was that these experimental equipment were all ancient, which was obviously different from modern equipment. Technology in the wizarding world had always been developing. Ancient things, including technology, knowledge, and tools, were not necessarily bad, but they were definitely not as useful as modern ones. For example, Kimberly from Dark Castle obtained several hundred-years-old mechanical alchemy techniques during her travels. Those techniques were already the best at the time. However, what Kimberly wanted the most now was to go to Floating Mech City to learn them. In a world without any gaps in civilization, modern technology was definitely more suitable than ancient ones. Of course, these ancient experimental equipment could still be used. It was just that they were not as convenient as modern ones. Apart from the equipment, Angor was quite satisfied with the layout of the lab. It was a standard laboratory, which was even bigger than his lab in the tributary. There were also different rooms for different experiments. Among them, Angor was most interested in the alchemy lab. Angor found the alchemy lab very close to the center of the ruins. He pushed the door open and frowned. There was no dust, but the place was a mess. Many experimental equipment were thrown to the ground, and the tools on the lab tables were also messed up. Compared to the research labs outside, this place looked like it had been ransacked. Angor also noticed that the alchemy tools here were much older than the ones outside. The experimental tools used for research outside were probably made hundreds of years ago, while the alchemy tools here were made at least 1,000 years ago. Angor guessed that these alchemy tools were left behind by the first owner of this ruin. The second owner, Tizaro, did not know alchemy, so he simply piled up all kinds of alchemy tools here. His own experiment tools were placed in the lab outside. Angor did not try to clean up the messy lab. Instead, he left the place. He was interested in the alchemy lab, but it did not mean he wanted to do it right away. He needed to settle down first, so he did not need to use the alchemy lab for now. After leaving the lab, Angor did not leave immediately. Instead, he went to another lab room several dozen meters away. He clearly sensed that there was something inside the room that resonated with the first volume of Tizaro's experiment record number 117 in his pocket. It must be the second volume of the experiment record. Angor pushed open the door of the room and saw a leather scroll on the control desk. It was the second volume of experiment record number 117. Looking around the laboratory, there were many large incubation cabins here. Generally speaking, incubation cabins basically contain living organisms, but the incubation cabins here were empty. Angor guessed that Tezaro's experiment number 117 was related to living creatures. As for what kind of experiment it was, Angor would find out after reading the record. Angor did not think too much about it. He picked up the scroll and went upstairs to his study. As he picked up the scroll, he heard some clicking sounds coming from the control desk. Angor frowned. The second volume of the experiment record happened to press a protruding button on the control desk. When he picked up the scroll, the button was automatically activated. Angor did not know what the button was for, nor what would happen next. But just in case, he cautiously left the lab. He waited for another 5 minutes, and when nothing happened, he entered the room again. Just like before, everything was still quiet. The only difference was that there was a platform at the center of the control desk. On the platform was a pitch-black iron box. Only the sound of rustling could be heard in the quiet study. The source of the noise was Toby, who had his head buried in a plate of dried fish on the table. He had to admit that Asaz's dried fish tasted really good. Despite his strong self-confidence, Angor could not help but salivate in his mouth. His brain was telling him, "I want to eat. I want to eat." However, his stomach, which had just been baptized by the fruit of the glutinous sprout tree, was using all his strength to resist the food. Angor could only keep his mouth shut while drooling. Toby knew that Angor could not eat even if he wanted to, which was why he dared to eat in front of Angor. After eating to his heart's content, Toby even handed Angor a piece of dried fish and shook it leisurely. "Here, have some." Angor looked at Toby's annoying expression and lowered his voice. "Don't cross the line." Toby did not care about Angor's threat at all. Instead, he made a helpless face. "Since you don't want it, I'll eat it myself." Angor gritted his teeth as he looked at Toby's smug look. Toby was getting more and more naughty after successfully overcoming the tribulation. Angor narrowed his eyes. He must not spoil this guy. When Toby tried to provoke him again by offering him a piece of dried fish, Angor took it without hesitation. Under Toby's surprised gaze, Angor did not eat it and put it into his bracelet instead. Toby immediately flew to Angor's side and began to mumble something. "What are you talking about? I don't understand bird language." Toby's feathers stood up in anger and chirped again. Angor looked at Toby's anxious look and felt very happy. He learned this trick from Toby. Using Toby's way to deal with Toby was really refreshing. "I can't eat it now, but it doesn't mean I can't eat it in the future. Save it for a month or two and eat it later." Angor ignored Toby's protest and spoke calmly. Toby was shocked. He did not expect this and quickly yelled that the dried fish could only be kept for half a month. "I'll eat it even if it's expired." He then looked at his plate. Angor's evil glare sent chills down Toby's spine. The bird chirped loudly and turned into a gray whirlwind. Before Angor could react, Toby had already collected all the dried fish into his snowy feather. Toby also told Angor with a serious expression, "The fish is mine. All mine. I didn't say it's not yours. I didn't take it. Didn't you just give it to me?" Toby glared at Angor without saying anything. Because it knew that it was unreasonable. If it hadn't gotten carried away and wanted to show off, how could it have lost its love? Even if it was just a small piece of dried fish, Toby felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Angor didn't care about Toby's anger. In fact, he was quite pleased with himself. "Let's see if Toby still dared to show off in front of me after this." 5 minutes later, Angor won with a calm expression. Toby had no choice but to hide on the other side of the desk with his back facing Angor. Angor looked at Toby's pitiful figure and cleared his throat. "If you want your dried fish back, I can do that." Toby didn't look back, but its back stiffened a little when it heard Angor's voice. "I can even ask Azaz to make you another plate of dried fish." Toby immediately turned around. His red eyes seemed to be twinkling with starlight. "If you want them, you only need to do one thing." Angor coaxed Toby into entering the dream wasteland so that the bird and Taurus could protect Foundation City together. Angor did this mainly because he was going to focus on his training, which meant he would not have time to care about Toby's safety. He hoped that Toby could find something to do. Of course, Toby could always go to Greya, and Angor wouldn't stop it. Since Toby didn't want to go to Greya, the dream wasteland was just another way for Toby to relieve his boredom. Besides, Foundation City was in a bit of a mess right now, mainly because Saber Knight went to Bastard's lab. Without Saber Knight's presence, Foundation City was still in chaos even though Torres was watching over it. Freud even thought of finding a few more characters like Saber in real life. Unfortunately, there were very few of them, and he didn't have enough chances to recruit them. So, he could only give up on the idea. Angor didn't start his training right away. Instead, he took out a pitch-black box from his desk drawer. It was the same box he found in Foundation City's lab. There was no mechanism on the box. Or rather, the mechanism had been removed. Brood Cavern must have removed the mechanism before sealing the ruin. Just like the ones in Foundation City's lab, the box was no longer dangerous. In other words, the tree spirit should know what was inside the box. Since tree spirit didn't tell him about it, it probably wasn't anything important. He slowly opened the lid. Nothing happened. There was no lock, either. The lid was opened easily. Inside the box was a rather thin handwritten book. Angor already opened it when he was in Foundation City's lab. He didn't read it back then, so this was the first time he saw it. The handwritten book was made of parchment, but it wasn't made into a rare book. Instead, it was made into something that could be read easily. The edges of the parchment were wrinkled, which meant whoever used the handwritten book must have read it often. There were no words written on the cover. When Angor opened the book, he saw some familiar handwriting on the first page. It was the same cursive handwriting as the ones he saw in the other rooms. Judging from the handwriting, he was sure that Tazaro was the owner of the book. He kept reading. Again, there was no indication of the book's use. There was only a random date written on it, year 6560, month of recovery, new. Calendar of the Southern Region. It was year 7378 of the new calendar of the Southern Region. Did this mean the handwritten book was from 800 years ago? Angor continued reading. There were a lot of data recorded at the bottom of the book. The data was very messy. Some of them were scattered here and there, while others were written diagonally. Angor guessed that Tazaro wrote them randomly without following any logical order. Without proper logic, the data was useless to Angor. However, Angor found several lines of words in a corner. He guessed that Tazaro was recording something called Experiment Number 98. As for what experiment it was, Tazaro didn't write anything. The sound of pages being turned echoed in the quiet room again and again. Angor's frown slowly turned into a serious frown. He had read 10 pages already, and they were all filled with random data. Angor had seen some of the magic formulas used in them before, but that didn't mean he could reverse the process. Even if it was possible to reverse the process, it would at least require a complete data link. The data in the handbook was completely illogical and had no connection at all. There was no way for him to find out what Tazaro was writing. For example, if you knew that a person's name was Link, you had to deduce whether there was a strong wind on the day his childhood enemy was born without any other clues. Was that even possible? Maybe someone else could do it, but Angor couldn't. The only thing Angor could recognize from the pages were a few lines of words that Tazaro occasionally wrote down. The meaning of those words was simple: Experiment Number 98, Experiment Number 99, Experiment Number 102. Judging from Tazaro's notes, Angor could tell that these data were used for his experiment. Angor didn't know what Tazaro was doing, and he wasn't interested in it either. The most important thing for Angor right now was to settle down. After that, he still needed to study wizardry knowledge, learn spells, study and analyze the green runes, perform alchemy experiments that were required by the research department, and so on. Not to mention, he had to explore the dream wasteland. These things were enough to keep him busy. He really wasn't interested in other people's experiments. The reason why he flipped through the handbook was mainly because he wanted to stay in the ruins temporarily and wanted to know more about the previous owner. Angor read several more pages. Just like the previous ones, they were all records of data. Judging from the messy handwriting, Angor could tell that Tazaro wrote them at different times. Angor doubted that the data was just something Tazaro jotted down when he was inspired by something. There was no way Angor could understand this kind of inspiration writing. For the rest of the reading, he simply skipped over any messy data he saw. He didn't want to think too much about it. This way, he could read much faster. The first 4/5 of the entire handbook was basically filled with data from various experiments. However, the data only lasted until experiment number 116 before it stopped. As for experiment number 117, it was recorded on 2 separate scrolls. Angor didn't read it yet. When he was about to reach the end of the handbook, he finally saw something different. Southern Wizardry Calendar Year 6563, the 3rd day of the month of resuscitation. Experiment 116 failed again. I hate the month of resuscitation. The snow is too heavy, and it has frozen all my thoughts. Maybe this is why the experiment failed. I need to change the weather. Maybe I'll be able to open my mind. Angor was surprised to see that the handbook changed from the 3rd day of the month of resuscitation to the 4th day. There was a clear difference between this and the time jump on the previous pages. Some of the pages in front of him were still in the summer of 6561 of the new calendar 1 second, but in the next second, it was winter of 6562. This was the first time that the handbook was only 1 day apart from the previous one. I changed the weather. The ice on the highland melted. I feel the scorching wind. It's a bit hot. Not just a bit. It's too hot. The frozen fish I raised outside are all dried up. They taste good, but I don't want to eat fish in this season. I need to change the weather again. After changing the climate twice in a row, I noticed that there seemed to be some changes in the experimental mannequins. These changes gave me some inspiration. If I change the external condition, I might be able to make the mycelium divide again. I'll start experiment number 117 right away. Angor turned to the next page. There was no information about experiment number 117. It was still some of Tezaro's notes. From the looks of it, this handbook had changed from inspirational notes to mood diary in the beginning. The next few pages were mostly about Tezaro's mood. Occasionally, Tezaro would mention his experiments, but most of them were complaints and complaints. From what he read, Angor could tell that this senior from Brood Cavern had a strong desire to complain about other people. To put it simply, he liked to bicker and was always arrogant about everything. Of course, Tezaro had the right to complain. According to Tree Spirit, the former resident of this ruin, Tezaro, was quite strong back then and could be compared with the current Sunders. He was at least a level 2 truthfinder. In the following pages, Tezaro continued to maintain his style of complaining, finding fault with everything he disliked. Angor thought Tezaro would keep complaining until the end of the handbook. However, when there were only 3 pages left, Tezaro suddenly stopped complaining. Instead, he wrote something in a puzzled tone. I checked the experiment tools left behind by the creator of this ruin. Something doesn't feel right. On the 3rd last page, only this line of words was recorded, but this was the first time Tezaro had mentioned the creator of this ruin. He was also curious about the creator of the ruin. According to his theory, the creator should be an alchemist, which was something related to alchemy. Of course, Angor would pay more attention to it. When Angor asked Tree Spirit about the ruin, Tree Spirit didn't mention Tezaro's name. He did mention something about Tezaro, but he didn't mention who the creator of this ruin was. Did he not know? Or did he just not want to talk about it? Angor turned to the 2nd last page. There was only 1 line of words. Again, there was nothing to complain about. I know what's wrong. Among those experimental tools, there's a very important storage analysis table missing. Angor was a little surprised. The analysis desk was a special tool used to help identify objects. It was an extension of Narda's vision. Almost every alchemist had one, including Angor himself. The fact that Tezaro did not mention the analysis desk meant that Angor was right. The original owner of this ruin was an alchemist. With that in mind, Angor kept reading. There's no way he put all the other experiment tools here without an analysis desk. That's not right. I didn't see any analysis desks in the other rooms either. Is there a hidden room here? A hidden room? Angor was surprised. Was Tezaro telling the truth? He was eager to know the answer. He quickly turned to the next page, which was also the last page of the handbook. New Southern Calendar 6563, Month of Spring Sacrifice, 5th day of the month of Spring Sacrifice. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew it. I did it. Experiment number 117 is a success. A long string of words overflowing with his own emotions, coupled with the increasingly exaggerated flowery handwriting, outlined a sense of madness on the parchment. Angor looked at the words and did not know what to say. All the curiosity and urgency in his heart seemed to have been poured with a bucket of cold water. The crazy, flowery words on it seemed to have turned into a mocking expression. Where's the hidden room? Didn't you say there's a hidden room? Why are you not interested anymore? Also, wasn't the previous chapter in the month of resuscitation? Why did it suddenly move to the month of spring sacrifice? Did Tizaro spend all his time on experiment number 117? Angor turned to the back of the letter. It was empty. No words. He read the letter again from the beginning to the end, trying to see if he had skipped too quickly and missed some important clues. However, he still found nothing. Tizaro only threw out a guess on the second last page and did not care about it. Maybe he did not care about it. Maybe Tizaro just did not record something in the letter. Angor sighed and tossed the letter aside. He looked at the two scrolls on the table, the first and the second volume of Tizaro's experiment number 117. His eyes glowed. Maybe Tizaro recorded something about the hidden room in the scrolls. With this in mind, Angor decided to read the scrolls. Half an hour later. Angor rubbed his swollen temples and looked up from the desk. His expression was filled with disappointment. These two scrolls didn't record anything about the hidden room. They were purely experimental records. The experiment was not something Angor could understand at the moment, so it took him a lot of effort to read it. Half an hour of reading took him as much energy as half a day's worth of books. When he finished reading the last word, he felt dizzy. After resting for a long while, the discomfort slowly subsided. When he regained his consciousness, he looked at the two scrolls again with a complicated expression. Experiment number 117 was an experiment on the cultivation of mycelial explosive bombs. Tizaro was cultivating a type of mycelium that could parasitize living organisms. This mycelium could mobilize all the blood energy in the organism and finally produce a terrifying explosion. This was the so-called mycelium explosive bomb. The description of the experiment sounded familiar. Wasn't it similar to the bloodline of an umbrella fungus? The umbrella fungus bloodline was a so-called one-time use bloodline. Activating the bloodline would lead to certain death. People who were injected with this kind of bloodline were also known as substitute puppets, which were the so-called death warriors. They used self-destruction to hurt the enemy. Balba had been injected with this bloodline. He wondered if Tizaro's mycelium bomb had something to do with the parasite bloodline. He thought for a moment and shook his head to get rid of the complicated thoughts. Whether or not the mycelium bomb was related to the umbrella fungus bloodline had nothing to do with him. Compared to Tizaro's experiment, he was more concerned about his own precipitation and the hidden room he mentioned. He was going to stay in the ruin for now. If there really was a hidden room, he wanted to find it as soon as possible. Since Tizaro didn't mention anything about the hidden room, Angor decided to look for it himself. For the next hour, Angor used his spirit feelers to scan the entire ruin. But he still didn't find anything useful. There were no booby traps in the lower 3 levels of the ruin. His spirit feelers didn't detect anything. Then, could it be in the corridor on the first floor? Angor thought for a moment and walked out of his study. He planned to check the corridor on the first level. However, to his regret, after repeated inspections, there was nothing strange about the corridor on the first floor. Angor gave it a second thought and agreed with him. Tizaro was a level 2 truthfinder wizard when he first came here. If he couldn't find the hidden room, how could Angor find it so easily? Moreover, there was another crucial question. Did the so-called hidden room really exist? That was another question. Maybe Tizaro only mentioned it casually in his notebook, and he didn't seem to care about it at all. Maybe he was just being paranoid. With that in mind, Angor reached the entrance of the corridor, which was also the entrance to the ruin. He considered for a moment and pushed the door open. Outside the door was the night sky of Parmajai Highlands. The thin snowfield reflected a faint light under the night sky with stars and moon. Compared to daytime, this place looked a little less boundless, but more gentle at night. Angor walked out of the ruin and looked at the withered tree stump at the entrance. With a light flick of his sleeve, the illusionary technique covering the surroundings disappeared. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the withered tree turned back into a lush 5-meter-tall tree. Since he couldn't find anything useful in the ruin, he decided to ask Tree Spirit. After all, Tree Spirit was the one who gave him Tezaro's experiment log number 117, volume 1, which meant Tree Spirit must know about the second volume and Tezaro's notebook. Did Tree Spirit know about the hidden room? With this question in mind, Angor reached out a hand to touch the tree trunk. At the same time, he sent his spirit feelers into the tree. The tree didn't react at first. About a minute later, its leaves began to sway without any wind, and each leaf began to emit a green light. These light spots slowly fused together and finally turned into a green shadow. Tree Spirit's image appeared in the shadow. "Good night, Mr. Tree Spirit." Angor lowered his head to greet Tree Spirit when he saw Tree Spirit's eyes flickering with life. After Tree Spirit appeared, he stretched and leaned against the tree trunk. "There are still 3 hours before the rising of the morning star. Instead of saying good night, it's better to say good morning." "Good morning," said Angor as if he didn't understand what Tree Spirit was trying to say. Tree Spirit looked at Angor quietly. Tree Spirit considered for a moment and sighed. "Good morning. Tell me. What do you need from me?" "Something, yes. But it's not important." Angor didn't ask about it right away. "You seem to be in a good mood, Mr. Tree Spirit?" Tree Spirit showed up. "I'm busy, sorry for disturbing me." Look. But Angor could see that Tree Spirit was actually happy, which was completely different from during the day. Tree Spirit nodded. "Yes. Is it because of the tea party?" Tree Spirit nodded. "It has something to do with the tea party." "So Leona doesn't want to create a special space for the tea party?" The fastest mobile version of the website, the only thing that could make Tree Spirit happy was the location of the tea party. "Not really. Leona is still insistent. She wants me to open up a space inside the Tree of Eternity. She also wants a channel that connects to the pool of life to extract the fragrance." Tree Spirit sighed and shook his head. But he quickly changed the topic. Yethaway, on the other hand, didn't listen to Leona's words. Tree Spirit's eyes lit up when he mentioned Yethaway. Angor was sure that Yethaway was the reason why Tree Spirit was in such a good mood. "At first, I thought Yethaway would persuade me to create a space like Leona did. After all, it was Leona who invited Yethaway." Tree Spirit grinned. "But Yethaway didn't do that." "What did she say?" Angor was curious. "She said that creating a space for the tea party is a bit troublesome, and she suggested Leona not to be so stubborn." "And then?" "Leona didn't agree, so Yethaway asked us to each take a step back." Angor felt a little strange. Tree Spirit didn't even take a step forward. If Tree Spirit could take a step back, wouldn't that mean Leona took a step forward? Tree Spirit continued. "Yethaway gave us a very pertinent suggestion. She asked me and Leona to look for a suitable place to hold the tea party. If we can't find a suitable place, we can open up a space." "And then?" Tree Spirit said. Leona said yes. "That was it. That's why you're in such a good mood." Everyone could see that Yethaway didn't do anything. Leona definitely wouldn't find another place to hold the tea party. Even if Tree Spirit found a good place, Leona would just say that it wasn't suitable and it would be useless. It seemed that Yethaway was thinking for both sides, but in fact, she was just trying to be more open-minded. She didn't change the choices she could use and gave Leona the right to decide. In the end, Tree Spirit was the one who compromised, not Leona, who already made up her mind to create a space. Angor looked at Tree Spirit's smiling face and sighed deeply. Tree Spirit might have known what Yusui was thinking, but Yusui's words did seem to have taken Tree Spirit's feelings into consideration, so Tree Spirit was able to sense it and magnify it. Angor did not know what to say, so he chose to remain silent. It did not matter to him whether the tea party space was created or not. He didn't need to choose a side. Even if he did, he could choose either Leona or Tree Spirit in terms of benefits, emotions, and safety. Tree Spirit cleared his throat and spoke to Angor in a careful tone. "By the way, do you still remember the advice I gave you?" "What is it?" Angor did not know how to react. "It's about the mission that I told you about earlier." Angor immediately understood what Tree Spirit meant when Tree Spirit mentioned the quest. When he left Rain's place a few days ago, Tree Spirit came looking for him. Tree Spirit gave him several suggestions, one of which was to ask Angor to accept a mission. Wizards needed to give something in return when they enjoyed resources. This was the so-called mission quota. Since Angor was a student of the R&D department, he had brought a lot of benefits to Brute Cavern, so he did not need to worry about the quota. However, Tree Spirit still hoped that Angor would accept a mission. First, it would prevent people from gossiping about him, and second, it would help him integrate into Brute Cavern's wizardry circle faster. Do you remember now? Tree Spirit quickly asked when he saw the change in Angor's expression. Yes, I do. I just don't know why Sir Tree Spirit suddenly mentioned this mission. Is there a reason? Tree Spirit spoke in an extremely gentle tone. I have a mission for you. Are you interested? The reward is very generous. Angor looked at Tree Spirit. About the location of the tea party? Tree Spirit nodded. Smart. Tree Spirit wanted Angor to help him find a place to hold the tea party. Of course, Tree Spirit wanted Angor to help him find a place to hold the tea party. What do you think? Do you want it? Angor shook his head without hesitation. Mr. Tree Spirit, you know that I've been busy with my training lately. I don't think I have the time to do such a thing. Tree Spirit's eyes dimmed. He understood Angor's current situation and sighed. Fine. I'll go back and ask the others. Angor wanted to tell Tree Spirit that the mission would fail even if he asked someone else. Leona had already made up her mind and would not change it. Unless they could find a better place. But there were very few places like that. The tea party was a way to show off Brute Cavern's strength. What could be better than the inside of the Tree of Eternity? A better place to show off Brute Cavern's strength? The answer was no, at least not near the Parmajai Highlands. Tree Spirit knew what Angor was thinking, but he still wanted to give it a try. Maybe he really could find it. After they finished talking about the tea party, Tree Spirit asked, You still haven't told me what you want from me. Back to the main topic, Angor quickly calmed down and explained the cause of the incident. You mean Tezaro's handwritten letter? Tree Spirit asked. I know about this handwritten letter, and I've read its contents. Tree Spirit's eyes flickered. I know what you want to ask. It's about the hidden room, right? Angor nodded. As expected, Tree Spirit knew about it. Tree Spirit said, I don't know much about this hidden room. Tezaro didn't mention it either. I only found out about it after he left the southern mountain range and flipped through this letter. Mr. Tree Spirit met Tezaro before? Angor quickly realized that Tree Spirit must have met Tezaro before. Tree Spirit glanced at Angor but did not answer the question. He continued, after reading about the hidden room in the notebook, some wizards tried to explore the ruin as well. Unfortunately, they did not find anything. Rain also went there. He didn't find anything either. Later on, we basically reached a consensus. The so-called hidden room might not exist, and the record in the handbook was just a casual record by Tezaro. Even if there is such a hidden room, I don't think there's anything special about it. If there was something special about it, Tezaro would have mentioned it. Tree Spirit's words made sense. If there really was a hidden room in the ruin, Tezaro would have mentioned it sooner or later. Unless there was nothing in the room worth Tezaro's attention. Of course, there was one other possibility. Maybe Tezaro didn't find the hidden room either? According to Tree Spirit, even Sir Ryan had searched the ruins but did not find this hidden room, which meant that this hidden room was very well hidden. Was Tezaro stronger than Rain? Definitely not. He believed that there was a hidden room in the ruin because he tried to figure out the habits of the ruin's creator. He believed that an alchemist would have all the necessary tools, including a storage analysis desk. Therefore, Tezaro assumed that the desk was hidden in a hidden room. Tezaro had only relied on inertia to arrive at this conclusion. He hadn't truly found the hidden room, so there was a high probability that Tezaro had gone to look for the hidden room like Sir Ryan, but in the end, he hadn't found it. That's possible, Tree Spirit said, but only if there really is such a hidden room. Angor understood this as well. As a researcher, he always believed in believing rather than eliminating doubts. Only by assuming that there really was such a hidden room would one be motivated to come up with a solution. If Angor didn't believe in it from the beginning, there was no point in talking about it anymore. Tree Spirit agreed with Angor's opinion. If you really care about the hidden room, you can try looking for it. Just because others can't find it doesn't mean you can't. You're that confident, Mr. Tree Spirit? Tree Spirit chuckled. It's not confidence. It's just a guess. If there really is such a hidden room, you're probably the only one in Brute Cavern who can find it. Tree Spirit told Angor the reason for his opinion. Like I said, there's nothing strange about the ruin, but that's not entirely true. Tree Spirit said, of course, the relic is definitely not dangerous now. The strange thing I'm talking about is its origin. Angor's eyes brightened up. He knew what Tree Spirit was going to say next had something to do with the first owner of the ruin, who was also its creator. Angor was also curious about this person. You should know that most of the ruins in Parmajai Highlands were left behind by Brute Cavern. However, there are some ruins that are exceptions. For example, the ruins that Sir Rhine is currently guarding, and this ruin. Tree Spirit looked into the distance, but his mind was immersed in the ancient past. This ruin had appeared abruptly on the Parmajai Highlands over 1,000 years ago. At least, before the appearance of the ruins, even the Tree Spirit did not know of its existence. Because the ruin itself was located in the void, Tree Spirit guessed that it might be a ruin that was accidentally connected to this place due to some kind of spatial distortion in the void. It wasn't like the other ruins, which were native to the Parmajai Highlands. In fact, it was not uncommon for ruins that were drifting in the void to suddenly land. Brute Cavern had already sent people to investigate the ruins. At that time, the ruins were already empty. From the looks of it, it had been abandoned for a long time. I think the owner had left a long time ago. But there were still some simple traps left. Based on the traces of the traps, the original owner of the ruin should be an alchemist. Since there was no danger in the ruin, we removed the traps and sealed it off. Later, Tizaro chose to use the ruin for his experiment. Angor was still waiting for Tree Spirit to tell him more about the strange part of the ruin, but Tree Spirit suddenly stopped. Angor finally realized that Tree Spirit was only referring to the origin of the ruin. The reason why Tree Spirit said that only Angor could find the hidden room was simple: the original owner of the ruin was an alchemist. If there really was such a room, Angor, who was also an alchemist, would have the best chance of finding it. If you're really curious, you can try looking for it. But if you do find something, you should ask your professor to go with you. Don't come here alone. Tree Spirit shrugged. Of course. Personally, I'm more inclined to believe that there is no hidden room in this ruin. Angor nodded. If he really found something, he would not act rashly. He was in Brute Cavern right now, and there was someone nearby who could help him. If possible, he would try to minimize the risk. Tree Spirit asked, "Is this the only thing you want to ask?" Angor considered. Do you have more information about the first owner of this ruin? When the ruin was first discovered, it was about the same as it is now. Apart from the fact that he was an alchemist, there is nothing else. If you really want to know, you can check those experiment tools. You're an alchemist, so maybe you can find something from them. In fact, he had already looked through the tools before he left. However, he did not find anything useful. Tree Spirit, any other questions? No. Angor shook his head. Tree Spirit nodded at Angor and began to turn into a shadow, preparing to withdraw his consciousness from this place. Angor suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mr. Tree Spirit, do you know anything about Tizaro's experiment 117? Tree Spirit paused. What do you want to know? Is there any connection between the mycelium bomb and the umbrella fungus bloodline? Tree Spirit nodded. Yes. Tizaro was Dumartin's professor. They developed and perfected the umbrella fungus bloodline. Angor nodded. His intuition was right. Dumartin Bayer was a wizard who was famous in Brute Cavern for harvesting the brains of living people. He was also known as Miniature World. Anyone who was turned into a puppet would be sent to Dumartin's place and injected with the umbrella fungus bloodline. Angor also saved Balba from Dumartin's place. Tizaro and Dumartin were master and student, which explained why the umbrella fungus bloodline was similar to the mycelium bomb. However, the parasol fungus bloodline was even more terrifying than the mycelium bomb. After Tree Spirit left, Angor used an illusion to cover the tree again. Then, he pushed open the door and entered the ruin. Angor looked at the dark corridor in front of him and began to ponder. He didn't know why, but he felt as if he had forgotten something. Was it an illusion? Or did he really miss something? As he pondered, he walked into the dark corridor. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dark and narrow space, and the echoes gave people the illusion that there were many people walking together. What did I miss? Angor mumbled to himself in a low voice, what did I miss? As he mumbled, a pair of iron boots suddenly appeared in front of him. Angor looked up and saw the owner of the boots. It was a knight's armor that was arranged in a human shape. Angor's right eye twitched when he saw the knight's armor. He forgot to ask Tree Spirit about it. The knight's armor itself was fine. However, there were broken runes on it, and they were alchemy runes. It was worth asking Tree Spirit about. Alchemy runes? Angor considered. Maybe the knight's armor was left behind by the first owner of this ruin? Alchemy runes were not something that ordinary runemasters could do. Tizara was not an alchemist either. It was highly possible that it was left behind by the creator of this ruin. Should I go back and ask Mr. Tree Spirit about it? Angor considered and shook his head. It was not a big deal. Going to Tree Spirit for such a trivial matter would be overkill. Besides, the knight's armor was placed in such a conspicuous position. Tree Spirit should know about it too. Angor did not think about it. Angor decided to put it aside for now and ask Tree Spirit about it the next time he saw him. The knight's armor was fine, but the broken runes on it were strange. He considered for a moment and crooked a finger. A faint blue hand of spell appeared in front of him. He planned to take the knight's armor back to his study so that he could study the runes. He had a nagging feeling that there might be some secrets hidden in these mageweths. Perhaps even Rain and the other alchemists did not notice it. Brood Cavern did not have an alchemist for a long time, so it was normal that they did not notice it. He lifted the armor with Hand of Spell and walked deeper into the hall. Soon, he disappeared into the darkness of the corridor. The study on the second floor of the basement was empty and quiet. He put the armor back into its human form and stood aside. However, he didn't immediately study the broken mageweth on the armor, nor did he intend to immediately search for the so-called hidden room. Instead, he planned to continue to settle down, and talk about other things when he was free. In any case, so many years had already passed. If there really was a hidden room, it wouldn't make a difference whether it was discovered earlier or later. With that in mind, he no longer paid attention to the outside world. Instead, he picked up the notebook and began to study the green patterns. Time passed in a flash. When the pendulum inside the clock began to swing from side to side and made a clank sound, Angor finally woke up from his meditation. He checked the time. 15 hours had passed, and it was now 9 o'clock in the evening. He put down his pen and stretched his body. Then he found a comfortable spot and leaned back on his chair. He planned to take a trip to the dream wasteland. When he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly remembered Tizaro's comment on the door sign, "I don't need a bedroom. I just need a study where no one can disturb me." That's right. Actually, Angor didn't think there was any conflict between a study and a bedroom. He just needed an extra bed. He planned to visit the dream wasteland more often in the future, so he could sleep better if there was a bed in his study. With this in mind, he crossed the dream bridge and arrived at Foundation City. He appeared at the top of Heaven's Tower, where Freud's office was located. Freud was sitting in front of his desk and writing something down. Freud only noticed Angor's arrival when he heard footsteps approaching. He quickly stood up and bowed. Angor waved a hand and asked Freud to sit down. He then sat down on the sofa across from Freud. "Do you still remember what the professor told you yesterday? Have you decided what authority you want to use?" He needed Freud to fuse with the new power so that he could gather more data. As for what authority he wanted, he gave Freud some time to think about it. Angor chose to come here at this time because he wanted to hear Freud's opinion. After all, any authority would have a profound impact on the dream wasteland. "I've made up my mind, sir." Freud nodded at Angor. "You've made up your mind? What's your choice?" Angor was curious about Freud's choice. Freud didn't answer right away. Instead, he stood up and walked to the window. Through the window, Angor could clearly see Foundation City under the cover of night. Sir, I've been thinking about what authority I should use for the past 2 days. I don't think I can control something too big. Maybe it's something I can't control. Maybe it's something I can't control. Aside from the major authorities, what other minor authorities are there that I can control and also allow the dream wasteland to develop quickly? I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I couldn't come up with an answer. That is, until I stood here and saw this scenery. Through the window, Freud looked down at the city of First Heart with a gentle gaze. He was the one who watched over the construction of Origin City. He was the one who personally planned and grew it. He had endless expectations for Origin City. He was like a father, silently watching First Heart City grow up. Currently, First Heart City was developing very well. From a bird's-eye view, one could see that even in the night, it was still so prosperous, just like a flourishing city that never sleeps. But as one of the founders of the city, Freud knew better than anyone that this was just a facade. There were all kinds of undercurrents and uncertainties lurking in the dark side of the city. The residents of the dream wasteland seemed to be living a happy life, but there were too many things that didn't fit the norm in this world. It looked like a beautiful utopia, but no matter how beautiful it looked, it would always give people a false sense of reality. And this false sense of reality would eventually turn into a kind of panic that would spread to every dream wasteland resident who didn't know the truth. I've never thought about turning Foundation City into a carefree utopia. But I want to make this world more real. Therefore, the authority I want is to lean in that direction. Tianjin, you want to make the dream wasteland more realistic? Which one do you want to choose? A deep, masculine voice sounded in Freud's ears. He looked back and saw that Sanders had appeared in the room without him noticing. From Sanders' tone, it was clear that he had heard Freud's words. Sanders was right. The dream wasteland wasn't exactly a dream world, but it was still flexible enough to allow people to create illusions as well as reality. Of course, one had to have the right authority to do so. In order to make the dream wasteland more realistic, one needed a lot of authority to do so. For example, Sanders wanted to create an energy system for the dream wasteland, which was also an authority that could make the dream wasteland more realistic. For example, Freud's celestial shift was also an authority that could make the dream wasteland more realistic. Which was why Sanders asked Freud about making the dream wasteland more realistic. The law of all things. Freud didn't hesitate. Obviously, he had thought about this question before. Freud's law of creation was similar to the law of creation in the real world, but it couldn't be compared at all. It was only a pseudo-law based on the dream realm. Even so, the law of creation was still one of the core laws in the dream wasteland. And to fully bear this kind of primary law, one would not be able to bear it without the strength of a legend. In other words, not even Angor, Sanders, or Monkey, the strongest wizard in the southern wizarding region, could do it. Of course, Freud knew that he wasn't talking about the complete law of creation. He was talking about the child authorities under the law. Just like the evil mist authority that had escaped earlier, it was actually a child authority that belonged to the law of all things. Sanders wasn't surprised to hear Freud's answer. Most of the authorities required to make the dream wasteland more realistic were from the law of creation. However, what kind of child authority do you want from the law of creation? Every time I look into the distance from Firmament Tower, all I can see is the endless horizon. There are no ups and downs, no waves, and the only thing I can see is the endless horizon. I thought about it for a long time yesterday. At first, I wanted to make the dream wasteland more lively. I wanted to see mountains, valleys, hills, and fields. Still, after some thought, I felt that there wasn't much of a need to require such an authority just to change the landscape. Freud paused and looked at Sanders' expressionless face. As long as Mr. Phantom gives the dream wasteland its own energy system, it won't be hard for you to change the terrain here. Angor nodded. As long as he could bring his strength into the dream wasteland, he would be able to deal with anything, be it mountains or valleys. Also, the dream wasteland isn't as flat as you think it is, thanks to the power of astronomical changes. Freud couldn't see it, but as the owner of the dream wasteland, Angor could. Under Angor's arrangement, certain areas began to experience endless torrential rain, which washed away the land and created rivers and seas. It was like a new civilization was undergoing a primitive evolution. Angor, as the hand of creation, was changing the course of the world. Freud stared blankly for a moment before he realized what was going on. The change in the weather wasn't just for the city to see sunlight and rain. It could be manipulated. Unfortunately, it wasn't under control. Since I don't need the landscape, I thought about what kind of authority I should get, Freud said. Then I saw the big tree on the street of Foundation City. Currently, only intelligent plants could enter the dream wasteland. Of course, the big tree wasn't a real tree. It was just a sculpture. You want the dream wasteland to be filled with plants? Angor asked. Freud nodded. Plants, animals, and even insects. I want to make the dream wasteland more lively. Angor considered for a moment. If the evil mist could appear in the dream wasteland, it shouldn't be a problem for Freud to create plants. He looked at Sunders. Freud's request is indeed a child authority under the law of creation. But, can he handle it? Sunders pondered for a moment. I need to do some calculations and see if he can handle it. In Sunders' opinion, if a plant appeared in the real world without an ecosystem, it would be a big problem. However, the dream wasteland wasn't the real world. In the dream realm, everything could be logically self-consistent. Therefore, there was still a small chance that Freud could handle such an authority. I should be able to give you an answer in 1 to 3 days, said Sunders. The time would depend on the number of possible variables involved in the authority. I understand. Freud nodded. According to Angor, Sunders had been studying energy systems recently and came up with a formula to determine how to handle a pseudo-authority. The reason why Sunders wanted Freud to accept the new authority was to gather more data to perfect the formula. After talking about Freud's new power, the two of them talked about what happened in the ruin. Angor took the opportunity to ask Sunders about the tree spirit that he forgot to ask about. Knight armor engraved with broken runes? Sunders considered and shook his head. I don't know. Sunders rose to power about 300 years ago, while the ruin Angor lived in was sealed away more than 800 years ago. Angor did not know much about it. Angor sighed. It seemed he would have to ask Tree Spirit next time. As for the hidden room, he didn't really care about it. After all, he didn't even know if the hidden room was real or not. I'm going back to the real world. Come find me at Puppet Hospital if you need anything. Sunders nodded at Angor and slowly disappeared. Angor didn't leave right away. Instead, he chatted with Freud for a while. For example, he asked Freud to keep an eye on Toby so it wouldn't go crazy with Torres. He also asked about the new city and Leon. After talking with Freud for about half an hour, Angor got a general idea of the current situation in Foundation City. There was still some chaos going on, but it didn't cross the line yet. Next, he went to see John and told him about the recent situation before leaving the dream wasteland. He stepped out of the dream bridge and returned to reality. Before he opened his eyes, he saw a blurry shadow in front of him. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly sat up. As his eyes slowly returned to normal, Angor finally noticed that the shadow was the knight armor he brought back. I thought someone broke in. Angor mumbled and sat up straight. He planned to continue studying the green runes on his right forearm after returning to reality. However, after being startled by the knight's armor, his gaze was attracted to the knight's armor from time to time. Should I study it? Angor considered. He had a lot of time anyway. A change of perspective might help him with his research. With that in mind, Angor focused his attention on the runes on the armor's breastplate. There were more than 20 broken runes gathered here. Angor decided to pick one at random to study. The hands of the clock kept ticking, round and round. About 10 hours later, Angor finally pulled his attention away from the paper in front of him. Looking at the dense paper, Angor felt his head was about to explode. He stopped not because he finished his research, but because he could not continue. For the past 10 hours, he had been doing only one thing, fixing runes. He guessed that if he could fix all the runes, he might be able to build a magic array. Hence, he casually picked a broken mageweth and began to repair it, preparing to repair it into a complete mageweth. It was easy when he thought about it, but it was too painful to actually do it. And the more he tried, the more difficult it became. The obstacles in front of him were simply too difficult to overcome. First of all, this was only a corner of a broken rune. How could he tell what a complete rune was? It should be known that each type of devil rune horn could be paired with a different devil rune horn. For example, the rune horn sun could be combined with cloud, rain, earth, human, fire. There were thousands of different rune horns. And after combining them, they could be further combined. Angor could not tell which rune it was. Besides, even if he could list all the possible combinations, what was the specific way to draw the runes? Different drawing methods would have different effects. After all, mageweths weren't just drawn on a flat surface. Three-dimensional mageweths were also common. He was planning to list all the possible combinations of the rune horns in his hand before talking about anything else. In the end, 10 hours passed. He listed close to 180 types, but that was not all. If he wanted to, with his knowledge, he could probably list a few hundred more types. If he could list hundreds of combinations for each of the rune corners, and then pick out a magic array from the thousands of combinations he could draw on the armor, was that even possible? Perhaps it could be done, but the time it would take would not be just a few dozen hours. Perhaps it would take years. Even if he had the time, he would not waste it. Furthermore, if he were to spend a few years researching the armor and discover that it was only a simple, defensive magic array, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. The probability of a defensive magic array appearing on the breastplate of a knight's armor was really high. With that in mind, Angor decided to stop his research. Wizards might spend years or even centuries on a subject, but this was research. In other words, they were trying to improve themselves and find the path to the truth. It was acceptable to spend time on this goal. However, he did not know what was going on with the armor, so it was unnecessary to waste time on it. Angor decided to put the damaged runes aside for now. He would think about it later. Next, he continued his research on the green runes. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Angor closed the letter. At the same time, a mysterious feeling rose in his mind. If he were to describe it in words, it would be, attention. The marked person has entered the dream wasteland. Last time, after leaving the dream wasteland, Angor slightly modified the dream gate. Whenever Sunders entered the dream wasteland, he would be notified. Now, according to the feedback from the gate, Sunders had already entered the dream wasteland. In other words, the tolerance formula was already calculated. Whether Freud could handle the new power or not, Angor had to be there to help him. Without any hesitation, Angor closed the letter and entered the dream bridge. You're just in time. The result of the formula is out. Sunders glanced at Angor and said, "Good timing." Freud, who was sitting beside Sunders, became nervous as well. Can he handle it? Angor asked. It's hard to say. If it's only about the birth of a plant, Freud should be able to handle it as long as there are known variables. However, plant is a general term. There may be a lot of details involved, and these details may contain unknown variables. It's hard to tell what the threshold of these variables is. If the unknown variables interfere with the result too much, it's hard to tell if Freud can handle it. So it's still possible? Angor nodded. Yes, Sunders nodded. But the odds of success are higher. There aren't many unknowns so far. If it's possible, should Freud give it a try? Angor was asking Freud, but it was not Freud who answered. It was Sunders who answered. He can try. Under Angor and Freud's watchful gazes, Sunders continued, the data I'm lacking is information about these unknowns. I can ask Freud to give it a try so that I can get a more accurate answer. Even if he fails, I've already calculated the risks. If the authority related to plants is given back to the dream wasteland, it should have the same effect as the change of weather. There were obvious advantages to letting the will of the dream wasteland control the weather. Because it was controlled by a human, it was not easy to trace every detail to every corner of the dream wilderness. Of course, there were also many disadvantages. However, compared to the core authority, even if this authority was returned to the dream wasteland, it would not have much of an impact on the future development of the dream wasteland. I'll give it a try, Freud said after a long moment of contemplation. Are you sure? Freud nodded. He hoped that the residents of the dream realm would be able to leave Foundation City one day. Right now, the citizens of First Heart City were like canaries in a cage. They were nurtured and cared for, but they would eventually sink into oblivion. One day, their indulgence would become a disaster. This was not something Freud wanted to see. He wanted the citizens of First Heart City to be able to develop freely without any restrictions. And that was only possible if there were resources in the wilderness. As long as there were resources in the wilderness, the residents of the dream realm would be able to develop their civilization. Perhaps plants were just the beginning. Freud hoped that the dream wasteland would become more diverse. It was like another world, not another paradise. If you've made up your mind, then do it. Angor didn't say anything. He knew what Freud was thinking, and he supported his decision. Get ready. I'll take you to the main body of the nightmare domain and activate your new power. Freud nodded and slowly returned to the real world under the watchful eyes of Angor and Sunders. What Angor meant was that Freud needed to repair his soul in the real world so that he wouldn't encounter any accidents during the process. When Freud returned to the dream wasteland, Angor could use the dream gate to locate Freud and send him to the main body of the nightmare domain. This was the fastest way to teleport without a teleportation array in the dream wasteland. Angor and Sunders followed after Freud. When they returned to the dream wasteland, they found themselves in a vast wasteland covered by thick fog. Freud didn't enter the dream wasteland yet, which meant he was resting in the real world. The last time I came here, the fog wasn't this thick. Did you do this? Sunders looked at Angor and asked. Angor nodded. The main body of the nightmare domain is safe for now. But it's better to hide it for a while just in case. Sunders looked around and paid special attention to the density of the fog. He raised an eyebrow. Huh? Is this some kind of fog? Are you using a mirage? Angor nodded. He couldn't use any mana in the dream wasteland for now, but he could still use the power of celestial shift to create some mirages. The distribution of the fog was based on the principle of the mirage technique. When did you learn the art of mirage? Sunders was curious. Mirage was a branch of illusions. It was a way to interpret nature by observing the weather and refracting light and shadow. Mirage wasn't as simple as hard illusions. Not only was it difficult to grasp, it was also difficult to master. I learned something about mirages from the talent Mirage Orb and studied it for a while, Angor explained. The full name of the Mirage Pearl was Erdis Mirage Pearl. Erdis was a giant clam that lived in the purification garden. It controlled illusions through the changes of the weather. After many years of watching over the sea, it was forced to become a sacrifice for the purification garden. However, before it became a sacrifice, Angor managed to find its core, the Mirage Orb. It wasn't very useful, but it did give Angor a lot of information about manipulating mirages. This was why he was able to create a mirage fog in the dream wasteland. However, he could only set it up in the dream wasteland because he could freely manipulate the weather here, and through a large number of experiments and random fabrications, he could turn the mirage into a spell. But he couldn't do it in the real world. Sunders nodded. That's a good idea. If an apprentice who specializes in mirage can control the power of celestial shift, it'll help him a lot. Angor nodded. He knew that celestial shift was useful for mirage apprentices. Or rather, it was useful for supernaturals who needed to observe the weather. Unfortunately, almost no one had the power to control celestial shift. And even if they did, they might not be mirage apprentices. They might just be mortals. Do you think Freud can do it, Professor? Sunders nodded. Sunders didn't answer his question. Let's not talk about me for now. Let's talk about the formula I mentioned earlier. Which side do you favor? I hope Freud can do it. Angor pondered for a moment. Hope sounded nice, but it wasn't really a useful word. It was just an expectation, not a reality. Sunders put a hand on Angor's shoulder. I hope Freud can do it too. But what? Angor looked at Sunders quietly and waited for his next words. As I said, plants are a broad concept, and I can't cover everything in one word. I think Freud can do it if we only talk about plants. But, sometimes, it's not just about plants. Because all of my considerations are based on reality, and they are born from the plant system in reality. The dream wasteland isn't the same as the real world. What if the plants in it aren't the same as the ones in the real world? So, you're talking about an unknown variable? Yes. Sanders nodded. It depends on Freud's luck at the end of the day. Plants weren't a big problem for now. It wouldn't be a problem even if Freud failed. But Angor still hoped that Freud could succeed. While they were talking, Angor sensed a familiar presence in his mind space. Freud's here. Angor saw Freud's figure slowly appearing not far from him. Are you ready? Angor looked at Freud carefully. Freud nodded heavily. His sleepy face had a rare look of solemnity on it. Even his shoulders became a little tense. Don't worry. It's just a small power. Even so, Freud still couldn't let go of the pressure and nodded to Angor in a stiff manner. Angor chuckled. Before you start, I need to warn you. Don't worry too much about the result. If you feel you can't handle it, give up as soon as possible. You're much more important than one power. I don't want you to die here. Also, don't worry too much. Even if you fail, you can always get another one. Also, I have the Tree of Authority, so I can indirectly control the scattered power. Speaking of failure before even trying might hurt the morale of the people, but he was being honest. Freud's personal power was much more important than his personal power. Freud nodded. I understand. Let's begin then. Without saying anything else, Angor reached out his right hand and pointed at the air with his finger. A faint green spatial ripple spread out from his fingertip like a water ripple. Following the ripples, the dense fog that was originally filled with inert energy started to surge rapidly. It was as if a gust of wind was sweeping the mist away until it turned into a tornado that looked like a giant serpent. The three of them stood at the center of the tornado. As the tornado grew bigger and bigger, a glowing orb appeared at the top of the tornado and slowly landed on Angor's palm like a feather. It wasn't the first time he saw the orb, but he still couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw it. This was the main body of a nightmare domain. And it was as powerful as the main body of a nightmare domain in the real world. Meanwhile, Freud was also staring at the floating orb. His heart was racing. If this was the real world, the main body of a nightmare domain would be the source of laws. Laws were something that could only be learned by legendaries or above. They might not be real in the dream wasteland, but they could still lay a solid foundation for their future. Freud's eyes suddenly dimmed and he shook his head. He was nothing but a soul now. What kind of future did he have? He needed to think about whether he could fuse with the power of a nightmare domain first. While Freud was thinking about his future, Angor was carefully inspecting the main body of the nightmare domain. After making sure the green patterns were fine, he looked at Freud. Ready? Freud nodded solemnly. His expression was as solemn as a knight who was about to enter the battlefield. Then I'll begin. Without hesitation, Angor reached out his right hand and grabbed the floating orb. The moment his fingertips touched the ball of light, the green patterns on the ball of light seemed to come alive. They emitted a faint green light and began to revolve around the ball of light. On the other hand, several green patterns appeared on Angor's right hand and merged with the ones on the orb. The glowing runes looked like ancient runes that circled around Angor's body. As the orb spun faster and faster, the green light grew brighter and brighter until it swallowed Angor whole. At the same time, Angor noticed that the green patterns had been activated, and the nightmare power had reached a critical point. As soon as he activated the next effect of the binding pattern, Dispel, the main body of the nightmare domain would begin to remove new powers. However, Angor didn't do that right away. There was something else he needed to do first. He needed to use the Scroll of Luck. Only by using the lucky moment provided by the Scroll of Luck could Angor extract new powers from the main body of the nightmare domain. Without any hesitation, Angor visualized the dream. Wasteland covered in green plants while repeating the word plants over and over again. The lucky moment did not last long and began to fade in the blink of an eye. When the effect was completely gone, a small glowing dust was removed from the main body of the nightmare domain. Under Angor's control, the dust was absorbed into Freud's body. Fuse. Now. Angor watched as Freud closed his eyes and began to meditate with the power of authority, so he quickly joined Sanders. Before he could say anything, Freud suddenly screamed in agony. He quickly turned around and saw Freud lying down on the ground. Freud was still sitting on the ground a second ago. Freud's pale skin quickly turned red while his body began to twitch violently. That wasn't the end of it. 2 seconds later, his roasted red body began to expand rapidly, like an inflating balloon. Something's wrong. This time, it's even worse than the last one. Sunders exchanged a glance with Angor and understood each other's thoughts. The last thing Sunders wanted to see was happening again. That unknown variable was far more terrifying than they could imagine. Angor went to Freud's side without hesitation. Freud's eyes were still focused, which meant he was still conscious. Give it up now. Angor urged. You can't handle this power. Last time, when Freud tried to fuse Celestial Shift, Angor told him to give up, but Freud still wanted to try again. But this time, Freud quickly made up his mind. Give up. Angor said. As soon as Freud decided to give up, the light dust that represented the new power floated out of his body. Angor didn't want to bear the burden of the power. He watched as the dust floated in the air for a second before disappearing. Angor looked at the dissipating power inside. He was ready to let it go, but he still felt a little regretful that he had to work for someone else again. Freud sat up from the ground. This time, Freud gave up as soon as he tried to fuse with the new power. He didn't suffer too much damage either. However, this was only for his soul. It was a different story for his mind. I'm sorry, sir. Freud lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Angor in the eyes. His 2 consecutive attempts to fuse with authority had both failed, and his heart was currently filled with guilt. It's not your fault. You can't control the new power. Besides, the scroll of luck isn't a complete blessing. Angor didn't blame Freud. Trying to fuse with the new power was like walking on a tightrope, and it was normal for him to fail. Freud was still feeling a little down despite Angor's words. Sunders came to them and said, let's see what kind of power it is. According to Sunders' calculations, Freud could handle the power of plants. There were only a few unknown variables that they couldn't take into account. The problem this time was that the unknown variables were more important than they thought. Under the influence of this crucial unknown variable, what had happened to the simple authority, Sunders couldn't wait to find out. Angor also wanted to know what kind of power was released this time. He nodded and closed his eyes. His mind slowly drifted into the darkness like a piece of drifting dust. Inside his mind space, there was a giant tree standing in the darkness. Its branches were slightly waving, and countless light spots were moving along with the movement of the branches. This was the Tree of Authority. It was the most important authority in the Dream Wasteland. The brighter spots on the tree represented the powers that had been activated, while the dimmer ones represented the powers that had yet to be taken over by the Nightmare Domain Master. Before today, there were a total of 5 points of light on the authority tree. Angor's Dream Gate and Gatekeeper, Sunders' Energy Limit, and the evil mist and weather shift that escaped from his body. While Angor was thinking about this, he saw one of the dim light dots at the center of the tree growing brighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without a doubt, this was the authority released by the tree just now. Angor waited patiently for the light dot to change completely. When it became completely bright, the authority would be activated. It didn't take long. 2 seconds later, the light dot began to shine brightly. If a human were to assume this authority, forget about activating it, just digesting it would probably take a few days. But if it were the Dream Wasteland itself, it would finish digesting the authority in an instant, and it would only take a few seconds for the authority to appear. As soon as he activated his authority, Angor focused his attention on the light. Countless streams of information rushed into Angor's consciousness like a flood. After several seconds of dizziness, he felt that his eyes, soul, and mind had all entered a world of pure darkness. While he was wondering, another light dot suddenly appeared in the darkness. The dot of light was getting brighter and brighter. No, it was not that the dot of light was getting brighter. The dot of light was maintaining the same brightness. It was that his line of sight was getting closer to the dot of light. Angor's vision was getting closer and closer to the light until he was only a few millimeters away from it. It was at this moment that he realized that the light was actually the Dream Wasteland, or rather, the outline of the box garden world when viewed from God's view. After confirming that he was in the Dream Wasteland, Angor's vision changed again. He was still using God's perspective, but his vision was pulled closer again until he was inside the box garden. Angor's vision moved faster than he could imagine, and the vast wasteland kept moving backward. This lasted for 3 or 4 seconds before his vision finally returned to normal. At this moment, what he saw was still a vast expanse of wilderness. However, Angor knew that this was the center of the box garden. Why was his consciousness brought to the center of the dream wasteland? Did this place have anything to do with the new authority? As Angor was still observing his surroundings, something else happened. However, this time it was no longer a change in visual range. Instead, the center of the wilderness began to shake as if there was an earthquake. Then, the earth shattered, the mountains rose, and the ravine split open, but that wasn't all. An ochre-colored tree trunk broke out of the ground from the giant crater that was several kilometers wide. The tree trunks filled the sinkhole and began to grow out of the ground at an extremely fast speed. Angor didn't even have time to see the wrinkles on the trunk. This was the biggest tree Angor had ever seen, and it was even bigger than the Tree of Eternity. It reached the top of the box garden at an unimaginable speed. Its roots reached thousands of meters below the ground and reached the edge of the box garden. Angor once heard someone describing a tree as a towering tree, which meant that it had the power to hold up the sky. It was just an exaggeration. But now, Angor truly saw what a towering tree looked like. Not only did the tree reach the sky, but it also shook the ground. It was an unimaginable and terrifying tree that could not be described with words. Angor's mind began to wander because he had never seen or heard of such a thing before. He only regained his senses when his vision was covered by a layer of black mist. When he regained his senses, he was no longer standing in front of the towering tree. Instead, he was back in his mind space. There was another tree in front of him, but this time it was the Tree of Authority, which stood in the darkness and shone with a mysterious and ancient light. A gust of wind from an unknown source gently blew past. The 6 spots of light on the authority tree flickered in the wind and flickered brightly, creating a hazy and dreamy scene. Outside, both Sunders and Freud were waiting for Angor's answer. Sunders wanted to know what kind of authority that escaped from Angor's body was, so he could analyze the unknown variables and determine whether he would fail the next time. Freud was also waiting for an answer. He hoped that the authority that escaped from Angor's body was not too important. This way, at least he could lessen the guilt in his heart. But Angor had been keeping his eyes closed for more than 3 minutes. As they tried to figure out what the authority was, Sunders suddenly turned around and looked at a certain direction. "Did you feel it?" Sunders suddenly spoke, which surprised Freud. Freud didn't know what Sunders was talking about until he felt his body trembling. "Is this an earthquake?" Freud exclaimed. Sunders nodded. The dream wasteland shouldn't have an earthquake for no reason unless it's under attack. The timing of the earthquake is very coincidental. Does this mean? Is it related to the authority this time? Freud had thought of the same thing, but he was a little confused. If he was not mistaken, the power this time was related to plants. How could there be an earthquake if it was just a plant? It's hard to say whether it's the authority of plants or not. Even with the help of the Scroll of Luck, we can't be sure that it's related to plants. Sunders' eyes suddenly turned gloomy. Sometimes, luck is just a facade. Only by peeling off the facade of luck could one find a beautiful nightmare hidden under it. Sunders' expression turned serious as he sensed the ongoing earthquake. He didn't know where exactly it happened, but something that lasted for such a long time with such a wide range of energy ripples was extremely rare. He had a hunch that something was going to happen. The authority that escaped from Angor's body wasn't as simple as it seemed. Post-share, this earthquake lasted for a full 5 minutes, and obvious cracks appeared on the ground beneath their feet. Freud gazed into the distance worriedly. Did the earthquake affect the entire dream wasteland? Or did it affect the entire region? If it was the latter, what would happen to Foundation City? Angor? Freud turned around and saw Angor finally opening his eyes. Angor had been closing his eyes all this time. What's this new authority? Sunders quickly asked. He opened his eyes, but the shocking scene was still playing in his mind. He was still in a trance. Angor simply answered without thinking. Tree. Tree? What tree? Both Freud and Sunders looked at Angor in confusion. While they were still puzzled, Angor kept mumbling, civilization. Civilization? Sunders was surprised. Is it a tree civilization? The new authority is the tree civilization? If Angor's words were true, the name of the new authority was already shocking enough. With the suffix of civilization, the subtext behind it was a complete, enlightened, and dazzling collection of groupthink in the river of history. From the perspective of the wizarding world, anything related to civilization, be it spiritual or material, was a big deal. Not everything could be related to civilization. As far as Sunders knew, there were only a few such things. For example, the origin fire worshipped by the primordials was a kind of fire of civilization. Now that Angor mentioned tree civilization, Sunders almost jumped out of his skin. This authority was related to the level of civilization. Sunders' expression kept changing. If it really was a tree civilization, then this new authority had to be at least a fringe one, even if it wasn't a core one. Freud was also in a daze. He didn't think as much as Sunders, but the word tree civilization already gave him a heavy feeling. Just hearing about it made him feel like he was carrying a mountain on his back. Civilization. Civilization. Freud sighed. What he wanted the most was to make the dream wasteland closer to reality. And the most difficult thing to establish in the dream wasteland was a civilization. A civilization wasn't something that could be built on random floating duckweeds. But now, he seemed to have given up on the vision that he had hoped for so easily. Freud felt like his heart was bleeding just thinking about it. A while later, Angor finally recovered from his daze. At the same time, Sunders quickly asked another question. The tree civilization you mentioned, is it the new authority that escaped this time? Freud also pricked up his ears to hear the answer. He rubbed his forehead, which was slightly swollen due to the overwhelming information, and sighed deeply. Yes. It's the tree civilization's power that's escaping this time. Tree? Is it related to the tree of authority? Is it a core authority? Sunders asked again. Angor shook his head. They're both trees, but the tree of authority is independent of all laws. It has nothing to do with the tree civilization. As for whether it's a core authority or not. Angor hesitated a little as if he was thinking about how to phrase it. Freud felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. If it really was his core authority, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself even if Angor forgave him. From the perspective of the nightmare domain and the dream wasteland, I don't think the tree civilization this time is a core power. In fact, it might be even more marginal than the last time we saw a change in the weather. Freud's heart finally calmed down after hearing that. However, Angor's proviso arrived just as Freud was about to relax. But from my personal point of view, this tree civilization is very important. Angor sighed again. Is it because of civilization? Yes. Angor nodded and thought back to the information he read earlier. If it's just a plant, even if it's a giant tree that stretches across the entire dream wasteland, it's still fine. But it's not just a giant tree. It's also a tree of life that opens the door to a new civilization. To the world itself, a civilization is nothing more than a ripple in the river of time. It doesn't matter whether it lives or dies. But for those who want to see the dream wasteland as a world, it's very important. It can lead to glory, but it can also lead to cruelty. Angor only sighed, but his words already shocked Freud quite a bit. So, you're saying there's a giant tree that touches the boundary of the dream wasteland, sir? Yes. Angor nodded. That tree is almost as powerful as the tree of eternity. A giant tree that broke the earth's crust and rose from the ground. Angor's description made both Sunders and Freud realize that the tremors that lasted for several minutes were caused by the giant tree growing out of the ground. Sunders hadn't seen the giant tree yet, but he already had a general idea of what it looked like. However, compared to the giant tree itself, what he was more curious about was the civilization. If he wasn't mistaken, the unknown variable he couldn't figure out before, which was why Freud failed this time, was related to civilization. I don't know how to explain it. Alright, I'll take you there. Both Sunders and Freud knew what Angor meant. They quickly logged out of the dream wasteland and returned to the real world. He didn't leave right away. Instead, he turned around and hid his nightmare domain inside the mist again before he left. 2 minutes later, Sunders and Freud logged into the dream wasteland. According to Freud's plan, they should reach the giant tree Angor mentioned after entering the dream wasteland. However, what surprised him was that he didn't see any trees after entering. He was still surrounded by fog. Was he still in the same spot? Did he enter the dream wasteland so fast that Angor didn't have time to relocate his landing spot? As he was considering whether he should leave and try again, Sunders suddenly frowned. Not here. Look at the mist carefully. Without hesitation, Freud followed Sunders' instructions and began to observe the mist. With this observation, he really did find something different. The fog looked similar to before, but the color of the fog here was faintly green. It was because the fog was mixed with small green particles that were about the same size as dust. What's that? What's this? Freud reached out his hand and picked up a few small green particles. These are seeds, a clear voice spoke into Freud's ears. Is that Angor's voice? Angor's here? Where is he? Freud looked around and saw nothing but thick fog. Angor was nowhere to be seen. As Freud tried to figure out what was going on, a tornado suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Before Freud knew what was happening, the tornado had already lifted him from the ground. After a brief moment of weightlessness, Freud found himself being lifted upward by the tornado. It felt as if he was being carried by a wind elemental spirit. Not only Freud, but Sunders was also swept away by the hurricane. However, Sunders remained calm from head to toe. Freud, on the other hand, seemed to be at a loss because of the sudden change of events. It took Freud a while to come back to his senses. The tornado that appeared out of nowhere must be controlled by someone. Angor was probably the only one who could create such a tornado in Brute Cavern. Freud finally calmed himself down and thought about Angor's answer. Seeds? Freud didn't care about where the tornado was taking them. He checked the small green particles on his fingertips. So these are seeds that can be planted in the dream wasteland? Do they have life energy? Yes, they can be planted. As for life energy, well, even if they do, they probably won't show up in the way you think they do. Angor's voice came again. This time, Freud heard Angor's voice clearly. Angor didn't go into details, but Freud knew what he was talking about. Life forms that originated from the dream wasteland must show up in different ways. Maybe they were similar to the ones in the dream realm? Or maybe they were similar to sinful fiends. Freud was still pondering when he suddenly felt his surroundings getting brighter. The hazy fog that was previously obscured by the fog suddenly cleared up. Moreover, the surroundings became brighter and brighter until they were carried by the hurricane and broke through the fog. They saw a clear blue sky and bright sunlight. Freud also saw Angor standing on top of the clouds. When Freud was about to greet Angor, he noticed that Angor wasn't looking at them at all. Huh? Freud heard Sunders' surprised voice as well. Freud followed Angor's line of sight with a puzzled look. What's that? When Freud saw the scene in the distance, his pupils shrunk, and his mouth was slightly agape. And all of this was Freud's unwitting expression. The scene in front of him was beyond his wildest imaginations. When Freud heard Angor talking about a giant tree, he couldn't help but think of something similar to the Tree of Eternity. He only saw a picture of the tree in a book, but it was already shocking enough. However, what he didn't expect was that the giant tree in front of him had exceeded the limits of his imagination. The thick, dark brown tree trunk was so wide that one couldn't even see the end of it. Freud was certain that the tree's trunk alone was several times bigger than Nightmare Orphanage. It was probably half the size of Freighting Town. Putting aside the thickness of the trunk, the most frightening thing about this tree was the shock it brought at first glance. What was the meaning of a giant tree? Freud looked up and saw nothing but a green shadow. He couldn't see the end of it. Freud did not know what kind of tree it was, but it had many of the characteristics of a tree, such as the dome of the Socotra tree, with its countless branches stretching across the sky like streets, and the leaves of the Piscina palm, which were as wide as duckweeds, intertwined with each other like a square. Freud wasn't just shocked by the tree itself. There was a thick layer of green mist floating around the tree. That kind of green was so thick that it was like an emerald green juice that dripped down. Freud was sure that the green mist wasn't actually mist. It was the green seed he saw earlier. With such a large area of green fog, who knew how many seeds were hidden in it? 1 billion? 10 billion. If he could plant all of them, the dream wasteland would turn from a barren wasteland into a green field. While Freud was thinking, some of the green mist around the giant tree had already merged with the ground. Perhaps it was due to the augmentation of the law, or perhaps it was the support of the towering tree, but the green mist that fell to the ground began to sprout rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a lush green field appeared around the giant tree. All kinds of strange plants, trees, and vines began to spread around the giant tree. It was like a drop of ink falling into a pool of water and dyeing it red. But here, the seeds had already fallen into the ground. They were still several thousand meters away from the giant tree, but in the blink of an eye, a forest had already sprouted from the ground. Some of the taller trees even pierced through the mist, allowing them to see the top of the trees and the fruits hidden under them. Freud couldn't believe his eyes as he smelled the scent of life in the air. Freud couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could a tree civilization be so powerful? Plants didn't need time to grow? Also, with such a devastating invasion, how could the nutrients in the soil keep up? If Angor could read Freud's mind, he would only chuckle. The plants in the dream wasteland couldn't be judged by the standards of the real world. Also, the tree civilization was using up the willpower of the tree civilization when it first manifested. The giant tree was still in its early stage of growth, and it was providing all the energy it needed to grow. It even helped the ground to turn the barren wasteland into a fertile land. However, this was the only time the plants would grow quickly. In the future, they would have to follow the rules of the tree civilization. These plants, Freud had a lot of questions to ask, but Angor quickly interrupted him. Let's talk later. Keep watching. Angor was still happy to see the plants growing wildly. If Freud was the one controlling the tree civilization, it would take at least a year for the plants to spread across the entire dream wasteland. But if it was the world itself, it wouldn't take more than a few days. But what really caught Angor's attention wasn't the plants. It was, Angor looked around the giant tree in the distance. The green mist was still drifting in the wind. He knew that the green mist was actually a seed. Among the dense clusters of seeds, some of them were glowing faintly. Those faintly glowing seeds were mixed in the fog and were not very conspicuous. However, these seeds were the reason why Angor thought so highly of the tree civilization. They were the foundation of civilization. Freud and Sunders were also observing the green mist quietly. They didn't know about the seeds, but since Angor asked them to keep watching, there must be more to come. After a while, Freud rubbed his eyes and said, "Am I hallucinating? Did I just see a flash of light?" "Yes, there is. It's inside the mist," Sunders confirmed. Freud saw another light coming from the mist. This time, a tiny dot of light suddenly lit up inside the green mist. The light flickered as if it was breathing. With the passage of time, the frequency at which the light spot flickered increased, and its brightness increased until it was completely bright and no longer dim. "What is this light?" Just as he was about to ask about it, the light spot suddenly moved. It wasn't moving with the wind like before. This time, it was moving with a clear purpose. With a flash of light, it passed through the layers of green fog and flew straight to the largest leaf in the middle of the towering tree. When it reached the leaf, which was as big as a town square, a strange ripple was released from the light dot. Freud sensed the ripple even though he was several kilometers away. It wasn't a sound, but Angor could sense the meaning behind it. It was similar to using spirit power to communicate through the spirit bond. However, even if the spirit bond was used to connect multiple people, it was still a communication with a specific purpose and direction. The ripple was simply a public announcement. It was like someone shouting on the street with a loudspeaker. Anyone who got close to the source would hear it. It wasn't hard to decipher the meaning of the fluctuation. The dot of light was affectionately calling out, "Mother." Of course, the light dot wasn't calling Sunders its mother. Instead, it was calling the giant tree mother in an affectionate, happy, and flattering tone. The giant tree seemed to have sensed the ripple as well. The leaf that carried the light dot swayed slightly in the wind. This caused the light spot to emit waves of joy. Amidst the joy, another wave entered the broadcast. This time, there was more meaning than before. The emotion was still joy, but there was an additional hint of pleading. "Can I stay here?" The giant tree responded once again, but it didn't speak. Instead, it emitted a green energy that gently wrapped around the light spot. Under the stimulation of this green energy, the seed in the light spot suddenly began to undergo a strange change. The seed sprouted in midair, and then a large number of vines grew out of the seed. These vines were like thorns, and when they were born, they circled around and formed an oval cocoon that was about 10 meters tall and covered in red and white thorns. The cocoon landed on the leaf and bounced off the soft leaf. When the cocoon was bounced into the air, the giant tree once again bestowed it with a portion of green energy. After the energy was poured into the cocoon, the speed at which the cocoon hatched increased exponentially. In less than 10 seconds, the cocoon that was covered with vines opened from the inside. Within the halo, a woman with green hair and a perfect face slowly crawled out of the cocoon. It was crawling, not walking. Although the woman's face still looked human, her green hair and skin covered in red and white thorns indicated that she was not a human. More importantly, her lower body was covered in thick, dark green vines. She looked like a person who had a snake's tail transplanted into her body. However, her vines were very long, at least 20 times longer than her upper body. The vines were also covered in sharp thorns that glowed with a cold light. "What's this? A vine banshee?" Freud gasped in shock. "What the hell?" No one answered him, but the woman with the vines seemed to be very perceptive. She noticed Freud's presence and turned around to look at him. She didn't have pupils, and her eyes were dark green. When she looked at Freud, there was a sense of coldness and serenity in her eyes. Freud's heart skipped a beat as he was startled. "Vine banshee. Well, that's her name for now." She seemed to be curious about Freud's identity and asked the tree in a low voice. This time, the vine banshee didn't speak loudly, so Freud couldn't hear what she was saying. But it wasn't hard to guess what she was asking. She was probably asking about Freud's identity. "I answered her on behalf of the tree. I told her that you're a human and an ally of the tree." Angor's voice reached Freud's ears. Angor answered on behalf of the tree. Freud was surprised, but he quickly understood what Angor meant. Angor had the tree of authority, which meant he could control the tree civilization to a certain extent. Of course, he could answer on behalf of the tree. "However, even though I said that you and the tree are allies, she still seems to be filled with hatred and prejudice against humans, just like the sinful fiend." Natural opposition? Maybe it's because she doesn't like humans. Or maybe she's just like the other creatures in the dream realm who want to destroy everything. "You can't control her mind?" Angor shook his head. "I can guide her, but I can't fully control her mind. And I can only do that through the tree civilization. These fairies are created by the tree civilization. To a certain extent, fairies will worship this big tree and listen to some of the tree's instructions. But just like humans, it's hard to fathom a person's heart. Sometimes, they may act one way and act another." "This so-called fairy is a tree civilization?" Sunders asked curiously. Angor nodded, then shook his head. "Yes, she's a product of the tree civilization, but she doesn't represent the tree civilization." Before Sunders could ask more questions, Freud suddenly pointed into the distance. "There are more light spots in the mist. And there's more than one this time. There are so many of them." Sunders looked back and saw countless light spots appearing in the dense green mist around the giant tree. They looked like stars under the green curtain of the night sky, blinking along with the rhythm of the tree's breathing. There were so many of them that Sunders couldn't even count them. "Will they all turn into fairies?" Freud's voice was trembling. "If so, there would be more fairies than the current population of Foundation City. If I'm not mistaken." As soon as he finished speaking, countless information ripples began to spread out from the seeds. When these information waves gathered together, it was as if they had turned into a noisy torrent that kept rushing in all directions. They were trying to convey the same meaning as when the vine banshee was still a dot of light. However, there were too many energy waves. Even though they didn't explode in their ears, they still made Freud and the others feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, they seemed to have realized the problem of being noisy, and their voices gradually became softer. At the same time, the seeds began to spread to different parts of the giant tree. Within a few seconds, this towering giant tree was covered with hazy light spots. It was like a mist of light, embellishing the giant tree like a dream. The light dots did not emit any more ripples, but they all seemed to be worshipping the tree. The tree did not reject them either. Just like the vine banshee, It began to release a faint green life force to provide the light dots with enough energy to break out of their cocoons. Soon, all the light dots turned into cocoons. All kinds of cocoons were densely stacked on top of each other on the tree. Freud looked at the countless cocoons with a hint of worry in his eyes. There was no doubt that these cocoons represented a life form similar to the vine banshee. They would probably form a new kind of fairy and live in the dream wasteland in the future by relying on this tree. Freud was happy to see more species appearing in the dream wasteland. However, as Angor said, these fairies were difficult to control. Would they pose a threat to the citizens of Foundation City if they could not control their thoughts and actions? Even if they were not strong enough, they could still easily crush Foundation City with their numbers. Not to mention, from the powerful perception of the Vine Demoness and her terrifying size, one could tell that the strength of this group of goblins was definitely not inferior to that of ordinary humans. Freud felt his scalp tingling when he thought about how many fairies could pose a threat to Foundation City. If he had known this would happen, he would not have asked for the right to grow plants. But he still had to bear the consequences of his failure. Freud couldn't help but feel guilty when he thought of this. While Freud's mind was in a mess, the giant tree once again provided some green life force to the sprite to break out of the cocoon. But this time, the energy released by the towering tree was clearly much less. Presumably, the benefits from the birth of authority were about to run out, and the tree itself was not enough to sustain the cocoons. However, even so, the green life force from the trees still caused a large portion of the cocoons to show signs of breaking out of their shells. As for the cocoons that had not yet broken out of their shells, they would slowly break out of their cocoons as well. Countless vine banshees began to break out of their cocoons. Freud was still worried, but he still kept a close eye on these newly born fairies. He had to at least confirm their current situation. Apart from the vine banshees, a tree ant with a large number of branches hanging from its head was about 10 meters tall. It was more than 10 meters tall and was as tall as a young mountain giant. There was a human face in the center of the trunk, but because of the wrinkles on the bark, it looked a little old. The strangest thing about it was that there was a golden fruit hidden among the lush leaves on its head. Even from thousands of meters away, Freud could faintly smell the fragrance of the golden fruit. The third one to break out of its cocoon was different from the vine banshees and tree ants. It looked like a human teenager, but it had a very beautiful face and a very holy aura. The only thing that was different from humans was that this young man's hair was very long, and at the end of his hair, there was a white velvet flower. The flowers seemed to be able to fly, so they carried the teenager in the air. The fourth, the fifth. More and more cocoons broke out, and more fairies came out of them. Some of them looked similar, but most of them had different features. Some were as tall as mountains, some were as small as butterflies, some were as fat as the moon, and some were as thin as bamboo. It was hard to believe that they belonged to the same race. From Freud's observation, the only thing they had in common was that they were related to plants. All fairies more or less had some plant characteristics. Perhaps this was the only characteristic that could be distinguished from their species from their appearance. Hundreds of thousands of fairies were born in the blink of an eye, and this was only 1% or 1,000th of the total number of cocoons. It was almost as if they were born with the ability to communicate with each other in low voices. However, Freud couldn't understand what they were talking about. Freud also noticed that some of the fairies were looking at them from time to time. Perhaps they were discussing something. Freud didn't know what the fairies were thinking about, but he could see that most of them were looking at him with cold eyes. Some of them even looked at him with disdain. There were also some who were curious and kind, but only a few of them. Freud felt a chill down his spine. These fairies were obviously not friendly to humans. Even if Angor tried to guide them, it wouldn't work. From the looks of it, Origin City might really be affected by his stupidity this time. Freud looked at Angor nervously. He wanted to ask if there was a way to avoid the disaster. However, Angor wasn't looking at Freud right now. He was still staring at the tree in the distance. Because at this time, the towering tree once again released green energy. Is the tree going to make more cocoons? Sunders frowned as he watched the energy coming from the trunk again. However, the cocoons didn't break as he expected. The green energy didn't enter the cocoons. Instead, it went into the bodies of the fairies who were already born. The fairies who received the green energy began to grow stronger. Among them, the most frightening were the first 3 sprites that had broken out of their cocoons. The vine demoness hair danced in the wind, and the thorns on her body shone with a dark green light, as if they had been dipped in poison. The Trent's skin slowly turned from grayish-brown to pale silver, as if it had been plated with a layer of metal. The golden fruit on its head also emitted a stronger fragrance. As for the young man, his appearance did not change, but his aura began to rise infinitely. Just looking into his eyes was enough to make one tremble in fear. That's the evolution of life essence. Freud had thought that if these fairies had a certain level of strength, then the residents of Foundation City would not be able to resist them. Now, the truth was right before his eyes. Under the nourishment of the tree energy, the essence of the fairy's life force began to evolve. The so-called evolution of life force, in the words of wizards, was actually a leap in energy level. In other words, it was an increase in one's level. The vine banshee, the ant, and the young man floating in the air all had their auras increase. Not only were their auras strengthened, but their strength was also increasing rapidly. Freud could not use any mana in the dream wasteland, so he could not see through his opponent's strength. However, he was still a dream element apprentice when he was alive, so he had a natural perception of dream realm creatures. Just like now, he could clearly sense that among the group of demons, the one whose strength was rising the fastest was undoubtedly the vine demon. If the vine banshee's strength was similar to an ordinary person's before, then she was at least 10 times stronger now. Even if she was placed in the real dream realm, she would not be the weakest. Moreover, her aura was still increasing. Freud's face paled. The vine banshee was now comparable to an intermediate apprentice. Based on the current strength of Foundation City, perhaps only Saber, who had fused with a sinful demon, could compare to her. If she continued to grow stronger, perhaps she alone would be able to crush Foundation City. The vine banshee wasn't the only one. Freud scanned the other fairies and saw that their strength was rising rapidly as well. As their life force evolved, they also gained some special abilities. For example, Freud could see water droplets floating around some of the fairies. This was already related to elemental control. Freud's heart was filled with anxiety as he looked at the fairies who were getting stronger and stronger. Before this, he was worried that the sinful demons would become the city's biggest enemy. But from the looks of it now, compared to the sinful demons, perhaps these uncontrollable demons were the greatest threat. While Freud was worrying, a wave of air came from the direction of the tree. The reason for the airwave was that the vine demoness in the distance was stretching the vines below her waist that were starting to turn dark red. The vines moved slightly and broke through the air shackles, creating waves of air. Another breakthrough, Freud murmured as he looked at the vine banshee. Previously, the vine banshee was similar to a beginner or intermediate apprentice. Now, she had steadily surpassed the strength of a normal level 2 apprentice, and her strength was approaching that of a level 3 apprentice. Although there wasn't much tree energy left, Freud believed that it wouldn't be long before the banshee reached the level of a wizard. Freud couldn't imagine what would happen if a wizard-level fairy appeared in the dream wasteland. And all of that was because he could not bear the consequences of authority. The guilt in Freud's heart had reached its peak. Just as Freud was sinking into a whirlpool of self-blame, a strange and magnificent power suddenly descended from the sky. This kind of power was like a field. As soon as it descended, it suppressed all kinds of energy, including the green energy that floated out of the tree. Freud also sensed the strange energy field. He put down his emotions and looked around. He discovered that under the suppression of the domain, all the sprites on the opposite side, including the vine demoness, were no longer absorbing the energy of the tree. The surrounding energy also went from active to inert. Freud looked at Angor with a happy expression. In his mind, Angor was the only one who could cause such a large-scale suppression. But to his surprise, when he looked at Angor, the latter didn't do anything. Instead, Angor was looking at Sunders on the other side. Freud had invested too much of his time in Foundation City, which was why he couldn't help but feel depressed when he saw the countless sprites. He was afraid that their presence would affect the city. Unlike Freud, Sunders didn't feel anything against the sight. Since he witnessed the birth of a new race of sprites, something that was almost impossible to witness in the outside world, he began to feel something. However, when the sprites began to grow stronger under the influence of the tree energy, Sunders finally became more cautious. He wasn't worried that the sprites would attack Foundation City. Instead, he was afraid that these unruly sprites would wreak havoc in the Dream Wasteland. Sunders didn't care about Foundation City, but the Dream Wasteland was very important to him. This was the largest and most unique nightmare domain he had ever seen. The other nightmare domains were interlayers between the nightmare realm and the real world. The Dream Wasteland, on the other hand, was an interlayer between the nightmare realm and the dream realm. For Sunders, the nightmare domain was too valuable for him to study. He didn't want to see the powerful sprites taking over the Dream Wasteland. Therefore, when he saw the Vine Demoness trying to reach the level of a level 3 apprentice, Sunders became more cautious. He didn't want to let the sprites dominate the wasteland, but how could he stop them? Sunders planned to discuss with Angor if he could find a way to suppress the sprites' power. However, before Sunders could do anything, he already found the key to suppress the fairies' power. Authority, energy level restriction. This was the first authority Sunders obtained. He was thinking of obtaining an authority that could allow him to bring his power into the Dream Wasteland. As a result, he obtained such an authority. The main effect of the authority was to determine the strength of the creatures in the Dream Wasteland. Because there was no energy system in the Dream Wasteland, his authority was naturally useless. Only when Sunders obtained a new authority that could allow him to establish an energy system would the energy level restriction be useful. The energy system in the Dream Wasteland wasn't established yet, but thanks to the tree civilization, the sprites had another way to evolve. These sprites were also creatures of the Dream Wasteland. Sunders couldn't use the energy level restriction until now, but he could use it on them. With that in mind, Sunders activated the energy level restriction that he had been hiding in his mind space. Previously, his energy rank limit had no effect, but this time, with a clear target, his energy rank limit was immediately activated. In the blink of an eye, a powerful force field descended from the sky. Sunders didn't even need to look at it to see countless light dots flashing in front of him. Each dot of light represented a life form with an energy rank, or in other words, a fairy. Sunders could clearly see that the sprites were growing stronger because of the tree energy. Freud was right. The strongest among them, the Vine Demoness, had reached the peak of level 2 apprentice. She only needed to absorb more energy to reach level 3. However, Sunders didn't give her the chance to do so. With a thought, he pulled the strings of his authority. Energy shackles appeared out of nowhere and were applied to the sprites. As the energy level limit was activated, an indescribable shackle began to bind each and every one of the fairies. However, the one who felt it the most was probably the most powerful one among them, the Vine Witch. The other fairies only noticed that the energy they were absorbing was becoming sluggish, which slowed down their leveling process. This was because the maximum energy level limit was set at the level of a level 3 apprentice. Among the fairies, only the Vine Banshee had reached the bottleneck of a level 3 apprentice. The other fairies were still far from the upper limit. Far away, the Vine Demoness could clearly see that there was still a large amount of energy mist bestowed by the mother tree, but she was unable to absorb it into her body. She turned very anxious. She turned around and whispered to the tree to ask for the reason. The Vine Witch's behavior attracted the attention of the other fairies. They also felt the energy change. Before, they could digest the energy in an instant and grow stronger. But now, the time needed to digest the energy was increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Even if they slowed down, they wouldn't lose much time. Therefore, they all stopped and turned back to look at the mother tree, hoping to get a response from it. However, the prayers of the fairies did not immediately receive a response from the mother tree. It wasn't that the mother tree didn't want to answer. It was that Angor had temporarily taken over the tree civilization and was thinking about how to respond to them. After a long time, the fairies finally received a response. However, the mother tree's response was very short. It didn't even form a sentence. It only contained 2 words, balance and weight. The fairies came into existence because of the tree civilization. They were born with intelligence. They hadn't reached the level of a civilized society yet, but they could understand the meaning of the 2 words through the mother tree's will. Wait meant not to act until the thing they were looking for appeared. These words calmed the fairies down a little. The mother tree clearly meant that they could break through the bottleneck as long as they waited patiently. At least they wouldn't lose hope. However, they were a little confused about the word balance. Balance meant to keep both sides from tilting. Did the mother tree mean that they needed to maintain a balance with a certain faction or race? Which faction? Which race? As the group of Fae pondered this, they seemed to have thought of something and looked to the other side. Was it them? Humans? Was the mother tree keeping the fairies and humans in balance? While the pixies were still pondering, the mother tree that they revered gave another revelation. This time, the revelation was much longer. Not only the fairies but also Freud, who was watching from afar, understood the meaning of the mother tree. My children, I've used up a lot of energy to take root in this realm. And in order to give birth to you, the dream plant fairies, a portion of its origin was consumed. The mother tree's first sentence explained some of the doubts in the hearts of the sprites. They didn't doubt the mother tree's words. Everything they had, including intelligence, language, and abilities, came from the mother tree, so they naturally accepted the mother tree's explanation. They immediately acknowledged their identity. They were a race created by their mother and were called dream plant fairies. I need some time to recover from the consumption of my origin source, so I might fall into hibernation. When they learned that their mother was going to hibernate, all the sprites were filled with reluctance and worry. Don't worry, when this barren world is covered in green, I will awaken. Just as the sprites heaved a sigh of relief, the mother tree sent a new message. Before I go into hibernation, I need to tell you this. Compared to this barren world, you and I are outsiders. It's not easy to get a place to live, so do not destroy this realm. I've communicated with the guardian of this realm. If the dream plant fairies want to live and reproduce in this realm, we need to maintain a balance with the other creatures in this realm. Also, if it's not necessary, try not to go to the human realm. At this time, although the sprites didn't have any concept of the human realm, the mother tree's words left a mark in their hearts. What if humans or other creatures want to enter our territory? The vine fairy asked the mother tree. After a long time, a faint response was transmitted into their minds. You have to control the scale of the balance. The mother tree's response came to an end. No matter who called out to the mother tree, there was no response. For the dream plant fairies, the mother tree should have entered hibernation. Although the mother tree's information was limited and they didn't even know how to solve the energy bottleneck. But at least now they knew a goal and a taboo. His goal was to turn the barren world into a place filled with greenery. This way, they could awaken the mother tree as soon as possible. The taboo was to maintain a balance with the humans. For the time being, they didn't know how to maintain this so-called balance. But since the mother tree asked them to control the scale, they needed to discuss it. Thinking of this, all the sprites couldn't help but look at the vine fairy. She was the first dream plant fairy to be born, and she was also the strongest in their race. Naturally, she became the center of attention. Let's communicate with the humans over there first. At least we need to know about this barren world first. The vine fairy's words made everyone nod. Indeed, the most important thing now was to know about this place. Even if they wanted to maintain a balance with the humans, they had to know where the human realm was. However, just as they were about to go over and interact with the humans, they turned around and realized that the humans in the distance had disappeared at some point in time. They're gone? Did they leave? The vine fairy said, since they've left, we can communicate with them the next time we see them. Now, before the energy from the mother tree disappears, continue to absorb energy. It's best if you can reach the bottleneck. To a certain extent, the vine fairy represented the leader of the dream plant fairies. Her words immediately received a response. All the sprites that broke out of their cocoons calmed down and continued to absorb the energy from the mother tree. Only the vine fairy didn't do anything because she had reached the bottleneck. She was quietly gazing into the distance where the three humans had been standing. Although it was said to be three humans, the vine fairy only remembered one of them, a young man with curly hair and dark circles under his eyes. She didn't even dare to look at the other two. Facing those two, she even had the illusion that she was facing the mother tree. They were even more terrifying than the mother tree. If the humans were so terrifying, could they really maintain a balance with the humans? End of chapter 1875. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.